Chapter 1 Confession to the Cold Senior. February 14, 2022, Valentine's Day. In Yanjiang City, a university social gathering is being held in the luxurious box of Wanhua TV. This round of drawing is number 5, please choose truth or dare. In a luxurious private room, a dozen young men and women were playing truth or dare. Lin Yu glanced at the number 5 sign in his hand and smiled helplessly. Let's take a big risk. He himself didn't want to attend this party. But my best friend said that today is Valentine's Day, and it is better to go to the party than to stay in the dormitory as a single dog. What if I am lucky enough to find a partner today? So the other party pulled him over forcefully. But after arriving, Lin Yu realized that he had been deceived. The person who organized the party was Lu Zhihao, a prominent figure among their freshmen. In order to pursue Yu Qingxue, he spent a lot of money to bribe Yu Qingxue's best friend and organized this social gathering. That's not all. For this confession, Lu Zhihao hired a group of people to act as the atmosphere group, prepared 990 confession roses, and spent a lot of money to buy a Patek Philippe diamond necklace worth over 1 million. He even has the room ready. Lu Zhihao is very confident that he can defeat Yu Qingxue. Certainly. Lin Yu learned all this information from his best friend. That's why he realized that he had also become a member of the atmosphere group. After choosing the adventure, the person in charge of hosting the game will draw the tasks for this round of adventure from the box. The mission of this round of adventure is to make a heartfelt confession to the person with the 10th pick. Wow! The excitement is finally here. Immediately, the atmosphere at the scene became heated. Everyone looked at each other, wondering who would be the number 10 pick. Lin Yu himself was stunned. Didn't he expect that when it was his turn, things would go so big? By chance, his eyes looked at Yu Qingxue not far away. She sat there quietly, gentle as jade. Her facial features are delicate and charming, with nothing to fault. Her eyes are as charming as autumn water. Although cold, they have a hint of beauty. She has a charming and graceful figure, a slender waist and a pair of beautiful long legs. Her golden proportions are flawless, like a precious treasure. Unlike everyone else present who had long straight black hair, Yu Qingxue had short hair and wore a beige beret on her head. As a student of the Fine Arts Department, Yu Qingxue's taste has become extraordinary under the influence of art. So her clothes are very good. Although they are not expensive brand names, they have a unique beauty when worn on her. For a moment, Lin Yu was stunned. After recovering from his shock, he sighed inwardly, no wonder so many people confessed to her. Which man wouldn't be moved by such a beauty who brings disaster? For some reason, Lin Yu suddenly thought, if he accidentally confessed to Yu Qingxue, wouldn't he be socially dead on the spot? But he felt that he was thinking too much. There was no such coincidence in the world. However, just as Lin Yu laughed at himself, he saw Yu Qingxue slowly raise the wooden stick in her hand. It clearly says number 10. Seeing the signature number in her hand, Lin Yu was stunned. Everyone present was frozen in place. No way? What a coincidence! At this moment, everyone's expressions became strange. Everyone present knew that today's party was carefully prepared by Lu Zhihao in order to confess his love to Yu Qingxue, but now Lin Yu confessed to Yu Qingxue before him. Isn't this a case of the guest taking the initiative? Sure enough, Lu Zhihao's expression was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a cockroach raw. But in the end, he restrained himself. After all, if he got angry here, it would definitely ruin his good impression in Yu Qingxue's heart. Or maybe just forget it. Lin Yu knew that if he really confessed, then this matter would definitely not be over. Normally, if he said this, the group of people who like to watch the fun would definitely jump out to express their opposition. But this time no one dared to speak, for fear of offending Lu Zhihao. Everyone before you has completed the challenge, and now it's your turn and you say forget it. Do you think that's justified? It was unexpected that Yu Qingxue actually took the initiative to express her opposition. But they didn't know that Yu Qingxue spoke because she had seen the truth of this party. She has met many rich young men like Lu Zhihao and knows what they think. That's why Yu Qingxue planned to take advantage of Lin Yu's opportunity to draw the confession punishment in this round, in order to make Lu Zhihao's plan fail. In other words, Lin Yu was used as a shield. Although it was not kind to do so, she and Lin Yu had only met once, so naturally she would not feel guilty. Qingxue is right. There's no reason to just let it go until it's your turn. Since you've chosen the adventure, you must complete it. After Yu Qingxue spoke, Lu Zhihao also forced out a very ugly smile, staring at Lin Yu with a look that was almost murderous. But now that things have come to this, if Lin Yu still doesn't confess, there will be no way to end it. Lin Yu stood up helplessly, bowed, and stretched out his hand. "Senior sister, I like you, please go out with me." "Sorry, I already have someone I like. I won't date anyone else except him." When Yu Qingxue said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the men present. They couldn't believe what they heard. It turns out that Yu Qingxue has already given her heart to him. No wonder no one has succeeded in confessing their love to her for so long. At the same time, they also realized one thing. What this means is equivalent to telling Lu Zhihao that even if he confesses, Yu Qingxue will not agree. Look at Lu Zhihao's expression at this moment, it is so wonderful. He didn't know how much energy he put into today's social gathering. But he hadn't confessed yet, and he was already blocked. Who can accept this? Although the problem was not with Lin Yu, Lu Zhihao, who had nowhere to vent his anger, finally looked at Lin Yu with a sinister look. Put all the blame on him. Lin Yu also knew that he was being used as a shield, and he felt unhappy about it. But there is no other way, I can only blame myself for my bad luck. After this round of truth or dare, the atmosphere became awkward, and the social gathering ended abruptly. Chapter 2, Meeting Your Gaming Wife. Leaving Wanhua KTV and on the way back to the dormitory. Lin Yu's best friend first apologized to him, saying that he didn't expect things to develop like this, and said that he would treat Lin Yu to a big meal as compensation. But he had barely finished saying this when he received a phone call. It turned out to be his girlfriend who lived in another city calling. She said she had come from afar to see him and wanted to give him a surprise on Valentine's Day. This made Lin Yu exclaim, "What a guy! He has a girlfriend but still attends a social gathering. This is definitely the behavior of a scumbag." The other party smiled awkwardly, claiming that the meal would be made up later, and then immediately disappeared from Lin Yu's sight, leaving Lin Yu alone in the wind. Tonight is Valentine's Day. There are couples walking in pairs on the street. Countless men and women hugged each other, showing their affection and spreading dog food, but only the single dog Lin Yu was particularly conspicuous on the street. Unable to bear this atmosphere, Lin Yu now just wanted to go back to the dormitory. But at this moment, his cell phone rang. Lin Yu took it out and saw that it was sent by his online love partner in the game. You heard it right, it is indeed an online love partner. Although he is a single man in real life, he has a gaming wife whom he has been in love with for a long time online. In high school, Lin Yu accidentally came across a game called Jianwang Qingyuan and became addicted to it. Later, he met his current online love partner in the game. "Brother Yu, did you miss me today?" Lin Yu typed back, "You should ask me which day I haven't thought about the little cutie." "Really? My little cutie is so happy." Lin Yu was also amused by her and asked, "Little cutie, why are you so free today? Have you finished your art homework?" "It was finished early. I even wanted to go on a dungeon with Brother Yu early today, but my bestie tricked me into attending a boring social gathering." I'm speechless. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that everyone's scripts today were so similar. What a coincidence. I was also dragged to a social gathering today. Tell me the truth, did you flirt with other girls at the fraternity? Of course not. I was just dragged in to act as the atmosphere. I wasn't the main character, but I did make a joke. Lin Yu briefly recounted what happened at the social gathering and said that he was used as a shield by the school beauty. Too much. These are not good people. If you want to confess, just do it openly. Why are you creating such an atmosphere? And that school beauty actually used Brother Yu as a shield. It's so rude and has no taste. She even rejected someone as outstanding as Brother Yu. If it were me, I would have directly agreed to Brother Yu's confession. So, you really hope that the school beauty will agree to my confession? Lin Yu joked. Of course not, Brother Yu is a little cutie, I won't let anyone else take him away. When Lin Yu heard this, his heart warmed. He said he would not change his mind. However, the next moment, the other party said something he had not expected. Brother Yu, why don't we meet in person? Meet in person? Lin Yu never expected that the other party would suddenly make this request. It's not that they never mentioned meeting in person. As early as the first year of their online relationship, the other party had suggested meeting in person, but Lin Yu was still in high school at that time. In order to get into the university of his choice, he had no time to meet in person. So they agreed to meet in person after Lin Yu went to college. But after entering university, Lin Yu forgot about meeting in person because of the busy studies in the first semester. Meet in person? But I'm afraid you'll dislike me. Online dating is not reality after all. On the internet, they are a loving gaming couple, but this relationship is not real. In addition, there are many examples of sweet online couples who fall apart in real life, so Lin Yu is also worried that the same thing will happen. Moreover, Lin Yu had seen his partner's circle of friends. Although the other party had never posted any photos of himself, he would occasionally post some photos recording his life. Judging from the content of the photos, Lin Yu could conclude that the other party's family background and cultivation were definitely not simple, and at least he was from the upper class of society. How could that be? Brother Yu is brother Yu. I will always love brother Yu no matter what. Besides, didn't we make an agreement back then? I will never dislike the other. Okay. Then let's find a time to meet in person. Lin Yu made up his mind. The other party has said this to this extent: if you still act cowardly, you are not a man. When deciding on the place to meet in person, both parties were very surprised to learn that the other party was actually in the city of Yanjiang. I didn't expect that they were all in the same city. This is also why they decided to set the time and place in Yanjiang. The time is 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. The location is Changhua Avenue, all the way north to the milk tea shop. The secret code for meeting is a cup of Juajhuizi milk tea. Saturday, 12 noon. In a clean and simple room in the dormitory building of Yanjiang University, an exclamation of disbelief was heard. What? Are you serious? When the roommates saw Lin Yu, who was dressed neatly and was about to meet his online lover in person, they all exclaimed in surprise. Is there a problem? Lin Yu rolled his eyes at them. After the exclamation, the roommates immediately began to persuade Lin Yu. Brother! Listen to me. These days, photos can be photoshopped and voices can be changed. Online dating is just for fun, don't take it seriously. Yeah, and I also heard that there are a lot of shemale accounts in the game Jin Wang Qing Yuan. What if your wife in the game is a shemale account created by a gay man? Remember a while ago when someone on our school forum started a live stream about meeting someone in person? They even posted a photo of the person they were meeting in person with, a gorgeous girl. I remember the guy behind them also said he wanted to live stream a car he was driving, but when we met, it turned out to be a 300-pound tank. Everyone was laughing their asses off. I heard that the guy finally ran away in tears. After all, he was the one who paid for the other person's plane ticket, which cost several $1,000s. Since then, this incident has become a legend at Yanjiang University. Brother, we advise you to be cautious. Be careful not to become the new legend in the school. These people all advised Lin Yu not to get too involved in the play. Wang Hu, the big brother in the dormitory, lit a good day cigarette, took a puff, and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Yuzi, listen to my advice. Things on the internet are mixed, and you can't grasp them. If you really can't help it, let me come and help you end this bad relationship. Chapter 3, My Gaming Wife is a Cold Senior. Lin Yu naturally couldn't believe their nonsense, he had already decided to go to the appointment. Whatever you want to say, I'm off the order today anyway. Okay. You're ambitious. Do you dare to make a bet with the dads? As soon as Wang Hu said this, the other roommates laughed obscenely. This is going to set a trap for Lin Yu. What's the bet? If you can't find your partner today, we'll treat you to drinks and barbecue tonight. If you do find your partner today, we'll all cover your food expenses for a month. How about that? This made Lin Yu hesitate. Because to be honest, he couldn't guarantee that it would work out after meeting in person. There is nothing absolute in this world. What if the other party suddenly changes his mind after meeting? This is not impossible. Ding! Super dog food system has been deployed. Host, please choose whether to bind. However, just as Lin Yu was hesitating, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Super dog food system? What the hell? Lin Yu was not unaware of the system. As a bookworm for 10 years, how could he not have read urban system novels? In this regard, he can even pretend to be cool and say, "What kind of system have I not seen?" But he had never seen this super dog food system before. Repeat, choose to bind. Although I don't know what functions this system has, it is better to have a system than not to have one. After all, this is the authoress officially certified takeoff plugin. Sure. Duong. Super dog food system has been bound. Detecting the presence of singles around the host, now issuing a C-level task, you must eat this dog food. Task content, accept the bet and successfully get rid of singleness today. Mission reward, Ferrari Monzasp 2 one-day trial card. Do you accept the task? When Lin Yu saw that the reward was a Ferrari supercar worth tens of millions, he was ecstatic at first. It wasn't until later that he noticed the words in brackets. One-day trial card? Depend on. Do you have to be so stingy? But if you think about it, it's better than nothing. Lin Yu still chose to accept the task. After all, there is no penalty for failure. Moreover, Lin Yu believed that as long as he did not suffer extremely bad luck, he would not be unable to find a partner. Accept. He took on the task directly and also agreed to the bet made by Wang Hu and others. Lin Yu raised a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. His cheating life is here. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yu arrived at Chunghua Avenue as scheduled. I saw the Yilu Xiangbei milk tea shop where we had agreed to meet it from a distance, and walked over. Not far behind Lin Yu, there were 5 sneaky figures following. Wang Hu and others were worried that Lin Yu might be set up, so they decided to follow him to see what was going on. After all, online dating is really unreliable these days. Do you think Lin Yu can really succeed in meeting in person? Yi Jun asked. Need I say more? It's absolutely impossible. If he succeeds in meeting me in person, I will stand upside down and eat shit on the spot. Wang Hu said with great determination. If you ask him why he is so confident, it is because he has a history of blood and tears. Hasn't he experienced online dating in person before? At the beginning, he also had expectations for online love. Until the beautiful girl in the photo turned into a 300-pound middle-aged fat woman the moment we met. That's right. The legendary figure who posted anonymously on the school forum was actually Wang Hu. But he never mentioned this to anyone. Because he thought he was a wise man all his life, but that online love affair became the only stain in his life. Oh, I just hope my brother doesn't end up like me, dating online and ending up with a gay guy. When Li Haifan recalled the past, a tear of pain flowed from the corner of his eyes. The other 4 were stunned, thinking, is this so exciting? Did you really need a gay guy? For some reason, Wang Hu suddenly felt a lot better. At least he can still drive a tank. On the other hand, Li Haifan. It's not certain who will open it. At this time, Lin Yu had already walked to the door of the Yilu Xiangbei milk tea shop. The store was empty, with few people inside. However, Lin Yu saw someone he didn't want to meet at a glance, that was Yu Qingxue. She sat quietly in the corner of the milk tea shop, like a fairy walking out of a painting. Just by sitting there, she exuded a beauty that could make fish sink to the bottom of their chests, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. Why is she here? To be honest, Lin Yu felt very embarrassed. Because he hasn't forgotten what happened at the last social gathering. But when Lin Yu saw the Juejhuizi milk tea in Yu Qingxue's hand, he was completely stunned. A bold idea came to my mind. Could it be that she is? But that's impossible. But Lin Yu suddenly recalled the similarities between the two. The students from the Department of Fine Arts attended a social gathering on the same day, and they were all juniors. In order to verify his idea, Lin Yu also ordered a cup of secret code milk tea, and then walked straight towards Yu Qingxue. Yu Qingxue thought it was her online love partner who had come, and a happy smile appeared on her face. However, when she saw that the other person was Lin Yu, her smile disappeared and her brows furrowed. The expression on his face immediately returned to being cold. Junior, I told you I won't accept anyone's confession. Please stop pestering me, okay? She thought Lin Yu was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue confessing to him. Lin Yu also showed a helpless smile on his face and said, Senior sister, you misunderstood. I just have one thing I want to confirm with you. What is it? Lin Yu knew that if his guess was wrong, then his next behavior would be equivalent to permanent social death. But he still decided to verify it clearly. Excuse me, are you my little cutie? After he said this, Yu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. But not long after, she couldn't help laughing. That smile is so beautiful that it captivates the whole country and moves the heart. But in Lin Yu's eyes, he felt that Yu Qingxue's laughter was full of mockery and sarcasm, which made him realize his own stupidity. Lin Yu broke out in a cold sweat and died on the spot. He hurriedly said, Sorry, senior sister, I'm leaving now and will never bother you again. As expected, How could his online crush be such a stunning beauty like Yu Qingxue? There has to be a limit to sexual fantasies. But when Lin Yu just turned around, a warm and comfortable jade hand grabbed his wrist. Lin Yu's expression froze, and then he looked behind him and found that the person who caught him was Yu Qingxue. This moment, the coldness on Yu Qingxue's face disappeared, replaced by a tender smile. She looked at Lin Yu affectionately and said sweetly, "Junior brother, you are right. I am really your little cutie." Lin Yu. Chapter 4: Successfully Getting Rid of Singleness. Are you really Snow Moon Clear? Lin Yu's face was very moved. Until now I still can't believe this is true. The fact that the person you're dating online is a cold and arrogant senior schoolmate is even more outrageous than a novel. You know, this is Yu Qingxue, one of the 4 recognized campus beauties of Yanjiang University, the dream goddess of countless people. But now she has become his online love object. Who can react to this immediately? Looking at the sweet smiling face sitting opposite, Lin Yu just felt very dazed. Everything seemed so unreal. Don't you believe me? Yu Qingxue's pretty face always had a sweet smile. It's not that I don't believe it, but this isn't one of those melodramatic Korean dramas after all. Besides, at the social gathering before. Recalling the embarrassment of that day at the social gathering, Lin Yu showed a wry smile on his face. Yu Qingxue also knew what she had done at the social gathering and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother Yu. I didn't know it was you at that time. If I had known, I would have agreed to your confession directly. And at that time I just wanted to give up on Lu Zhihao. After all, the person I like in my heart has always been you." As she spoke of the latter part, a hint of blush appeared on Yu Qingxue's cheeks. Her shy look made Lin Yu stunned for a moment. Yu Qingxue usually gives people the impression of being aloof. Not to mention being shy, no one has ever seen her smile. But now she looked like the cute little girlfriend she was during their usual chats. The sharp contrast made Lin Yu give up thinking. Especially the call of brother Yu made him extremely happy. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't speak for a long time, Yu Qingxue thought he was still angry. "Brother Yu, are you still angry about this?" "If you want to say I'm angry, I am a little bit angry, but..." Lin Yu wanted to say that he was not angry, but before he could finish his words, Yu Qingxue quickly said, "Brother Yu, I know I was wrong. Can you please stop being angry?" She blinked her watery eyes and stared at Lin Yu. Yu Qingxue was afraid that she and Lin Yu would have a conflict because of this matter, which was something she didn't want to see. Appeared. An exclusive skill that belongs only to beautiful girls, the art of being cute. Yu Qingxue now looked like a kitten who had made a mistake and was confessing in front of her owner, which made Lin Yu's heart melt. What man can resist this kind of cuteness and coquettishness? Not to mention Lin Yu. How could that be? I've always had a good temper and don't get angry easily. Seeing that Lin Yu no longer pursued the matter, Yu Qingxue also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Lin Yu would break up with her because of that incident. But I was at fault in this matter, so I decided to compensate brother Yu. Compensate? Do you want to pledge your love to me? Of course, this absurd idea flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He was not naive enough to that extent. "Brother Yu, close your eyes first," Yu Qingxue said with a smile. Lin Yu also did as he was told, closed his eyes, and imagined how Yu Qingxue would compensate him. "Although it's impossible to promise me your body, a kiss wouldn't be too much, right?" But just as he was thinking this, a soft warmth enveloped his hands. Yu Qingxue's jade hand tightly grasped Lin Yu's palm. Fingers intertwined, close and intimate. This was the first time Lin Yu was held hands by a girl. So this is how it feels. Soft and comfortable. I remember brother Yu once said in a chat that he had never held hands with a girl in his life, and he had always wanted to try holding hands with a girl while walking down the street. If brother Yu is willing, we can go shopping hand in hand later, okay? Lin Yu didn't expect that what he said to Yu Qingxue a long time ago was still in her heart and had not forgotten. This made Lin Yu realize even more how much the other party cared about him. "Of course I do," he answered without thinking. I wonder how many men have dreamed of walking down the street hand in hand with Yu Qingxue. Only someone with a mental disorder would refuse. Although Lin Yu seemed to no longer be angry about that incident, Yu Qingxue still asked tentatively, "Then, brother Yu, are you still willing to let me be your little cutie?" Lin Yu could see that Yu Qingxue seemed to be always worried that he would hate her. If I continue to be so passive and don't express anything, it would be too childish. This time, Lin Yu took the initiative to stretch out his hand to Yu Qingshue's cheek, pinched the fragile little face, and said lovingly, "Silly, you will be my little cutie for the rest of your life." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshue's face showed joy. "Brother Yu." She happily threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, holding his arms, her face filled with happiness. This made Lin Yu dazed for a moment. It feels like none of this is real. However, at this moment, the system voice that sounded in his mind woke him up. Ding! The host has successfully found their partner. The system has determined that the mission is complete and the mission reward is now being issued. After the system distributed the reward, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the glass and caught his eye. What's going on? Lin Yu saw the scene outside the street through the glass window of the milk tea shop. In a parking space not far away, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. What surprised Lin Yu was that this light seemed to be invisible to everyone except him. This can be seen from the reactions of passers-by. When the light flashed, Lin Yu saw that a black and gold Ferrari Monza 2 suddenly appeared in the empty parking space. He knew very well that this car did not exist when he came here before. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt a heavy feeling in his pocket. He reached in and took out a pair of car keys from his pocket. A 24-hour countdown is displayed on the car key. But this is understandable, after all, it is a one-day experience card. After seeing all this, Lin Yu also realized that the Ferrari Monza 2 outside was a reward issued by the system. Lin Yu now feels like he has reached the peak of his life. Luxury cars and beautiful women, isn't this the ultimate pursuit of countless men throughout their lives? But for Lin Yu, who has the system, he is sure that this is just the beginning. Chapter 5, Old Grudges. In the milk tea shop, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue snuggled together, like a pair of mandarin ducks. But Lin Yu didn't know that the group of enthusiastic roommates who were worried that he would be set up by a honey trap had already sneaked up to the milk tea shop. I saw them hiding outside the store and peeping at what was going on inside. When they discovered Lin Yu walking in front of Yu Qingxue, the 5 of them were dumbfounded on the spot. Oh my god! It's so exciting right after arriving? Lin Yu's online love interest is Yu Qingxue? Impossible. It's probably just a coincidence. She's the recognized campus beauty of our school. Do you think such a goddess would be so short of men as to resort to online dating? That seems to be the case. What if it's true? Ha, if that were true, I would immediately run naked down the street, yelling that I'm an idiot. Li Haifan patted his chest and said it was impossible. Because he knows very well how deep the pit of online dating is. Look! Lin Yu is in front of the school beauty. Yi Jun said quickly. But when everyone saw the cold expression on Yu Qingxue's face, they immediately thought of what would happen next. Sure enough, it was just as they thought. Lin Yu was full of disappointment and embarrassment, and was about to turn around and leave. Look! I was wondering why Lin Yu's online love interest would be Yu Qingxue. I think he was just fooled. Li Haifan said confidently. The others also sighed and felt sorry for Lin Yu. There is one more heartbroken person in this city who no longer believes in online love. But what happened next almost made their eyes pop out. Yu Qingxue held Lin Yu, and her cold face turned into a tender smile, and her eyes were full of emotion, as if she had seen her beloved. Finally, she threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, like a young couple flirting with each other. Oh my god! This scene made them all dumbfounded. Hiss! What's going on? Am I seeing things? Impossible? Lin Yuzhen has won the goddess. I can't accept it. The goddess was snatched away by another man, and that man is my brother. I feel like I've been cheated on. Several people couldn't believe their eyes. But the facts are right in front of them, and they have no choice but to believe it. Cold dog food was smeared all over my face, and warm tears mixed with the dog food. These 5 singles all said they suffered a severe blow. No. After we go back, we must judge Lin Yu and make him explain what happened. Wang Hu also lived in Bengbu. He was just thinking about helping Lin Yu get over this broken relationship, but he stabbed himself in the back. Can you still call this guy a brother? This should be called an enemy. He couldn't accept that the person he met online was a 300-pound tank, while Lin Yu was the school goddess. What kind of differential treatment is this? At this time, Lin Yu didn't know that his intimate behavior with Yu Qingxue had already caused tons of critical damage to his roommates outside the store. Now he just wanted to hold Yu Qingxue in his arms and feel the fragrance and softness in his arms. But before Lin Yu hugged her for long, he saw Yu Qingxue saying, "Brother Yu, I want to go to the bathroom." After Yu Qingxue spoke, Lin Yu could only watch her back reluctantly as she went to the bathroom. However, not long after Yu Qingxue left, the rumbling sound of a supercar suddenly came from outside the street, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the store. Lin Yu looked out the window. Then he noticed a silver-white Lamborghini Gallardo speeding towards him, attracting countless attentions from the surrounding area and making many passers-by look at him with envy. After all, how many people in this world would not want to own a luxury car worth millions? The Lamborghini Gallardo slowly slowed down and finally stopped on the sidewalk, blocking the way for many people. But the pedestrians could only be angry but not say anything, because they knew very well that they could not afford to offend the rich man who drove such a luxury car. It is better to have less trouble than more. After the lift door opened, two figures slowly walked out of the car, a man and a woman. The woman was dressed brightly and beautifully in branded clothes. She had a slim and hot figure, and her facial features were those of a very standard pure internet celebrity. She also wore a pair of huge sunglasses that covered half of her face. But even so, one can still see the arrogance on her face. The female internet celebrity is called Yu Xiaoqiao, and she is a dance anchor on the Doushou platform. It's been very popular recently. With her seductive figure and hot dance, she has gained a large number of male fans. The young man next to Yu Xiaoqiao was also dressed in expensive clothes and had a handsome appearance. There was a hint of arrogance and domineering between his eyebrows, and he seemed to completely ignore everything around him. The young man's name is Luo Wenchang, and he is Yu Xiaoqiao's boyfriend. How could it be them? After seeing these two people, Lin Yu was stunned. They were all Lin Yu's high school classmates, and there was a very deep grudge between the three of them. Until now, Lin Yu could not forget what they did to him. Whenever he thought of what happened at that time, Lin Yu couldn't help but clench his fists, and an unknown anger rose from his heart. I remember it was during his midterm exam in his senior year of high school. He was confessed to by the class beauty Yu Xiaoqiao. He was in adolescence at that time, and he more or less hoped to have a relationship, so he agreed to Yu Xiaoqiao's confession. At that time, Lin Yu naively thought that he was lucky in love. It was not until he lost everything that he realized that it was a conspiracy. After the two started dating, under the influence of Yu Xiaoqiao, Lin Yu developed various bad habits. His grades dropped drastically, from first in the grade to last. As a result, he lost the admission quota to a key university and even received a notice of withdrawal from the school. But Lin Yu disagreed. At that time, he felt that Yu Xiaoqiao was everything to him. Until after the midterm mock exam. Luo Wenchang appeared in front of Lin Yu with Yu Xiaoqiao in his arms and told the truth. Lin Yu will never forget the humiliation he suffered that day. Yu Xiaoqiao was frank. She actually hated good students and good kids like Lin Yu. The reason he's with Lin Yu is because of his boyfriend, Luo Wenchang's order. Luo Wenchang is also a top student in the key class, but his grades are always lower than Lin Yu's, and he has always been the second best. In addition, the school's top management has always wanted to give Lin Yu the admission quota to Huaqing University, which made him even more dissatisfied. So Luo Wenchang finally decided to use a trick to frame Lin Yu. Let him lose the qualification to be admitted to Huaqing University. Later, Luo Wenchang came up with a plan, which was to let his girlfriend Yu Xiaoqiao pretend to confess to Lin Yu, and then take him to various places to hang out and indulge in romance, so as to achieve the goal of lowering his grades. Lin Yu, who knew all this, could no longer turn back. Because of this incident, Lin Yu was not only ridiculed by his classmates, but even his parents were extremely disappointed in him. Lin Yu himself fell into a state of autism for a long time, locking himself in the room all day long without going out. It was not until he met Yu Qingxue in Swordnet Love that Lin Yu regained his confidence and came out of his autism with her encouragement. But even so, Lin Yu's life still cannot return to the way it was at the beginning. Because with his initial grades, he was definitely able to be admitted to Huaqing University, but now he can only study at Yanjiang University. This was even when he was forced by his teachers and parents to repeat his senior year of high school. Although Yanjiang University is also one of the top 10 universities in China, there is still a certain gap compared with Huaqing University. Now that he meets these two people again, Lin Yu is still upset. Chapter 6: Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. While Lin Yu was feeling indignant, Luo Wenchang hugged Yu Xiaoqiao and strode into the milk tea shop. Today, Yu Xiaoqiao has become a well-known internet celebrity, and various business orders often come to her. Although she is not a professional gourmet, she has a certain influence on social platforms. For this reason, many commercial stores will approach her, hoping that she can advertise for their stores. This time, the business order that Yu Xiaoqiao received was from this Ilu Bay milk tea shop. The next thing she needed to do was to order a cup of milk tea and then find a well-lit spot to check in and take a photo. Once the photos are taken, her work is done. Because later on there will be other people helping to refine the photos, and there will be dedicated writers to write the copy, and finally post it on Yu Xiaoqiao's social media account. As for Luo Wenchang, he accompanied Yu Xiaoqiao out shopping, and then came over to help her complete a business order. 2 cups of signature milk tea. Luo Wenchang's voice carried a hint of pride as he ordered the waiter. Although the waiter was disgusted, as a worker at the bottom of society, he naturally did not dare to complain. After all, whether it is the dress or temperament of Loan City, or the Lamborghini parked outside, all of them reveal his upper-class background. While ordering food in Luo Wenchang, Yu Xiaoqiao also began to scan the environment inside the store, trying to find a well-lit location to pose for photos. After searching for a long time, Yu Xiaoqiao only found a place with clear light. What made her speechless was that the place was already occupied by someone else. In order to complete this business order as soon as possible, Yu Xiaoqiao also slowly walked towards the man's back, intending to ask him to leave. "Handsome guy, if you don't mind, can you give me your seat?" With a hypocritical smile on her face, Yu Xiaoqiao believed that no man could refuse her request. Because he is Yu Xiaoqiao, a super internet celebrity with millions of followers on the Douyin platform. Any man will instantly turn into a bootlicker the moment he sees her. No exceptions. Mind. However, a simple and clear sentence made Yu Xiaoqiao's fake smile freeze. She never expected that there would be a man who would reject her. This made her extremely angry. How dare you, a mere loser, refuse her orders? But at the same time as she was angry, she also had a doubt. For some reason, she always felt that this person's voice was very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. Until she walked in front of Lin Yu, she was stunned. Lin Yu? Yu Xiaoqiao would never have dreamed that she would meet him here. She remembered that after the incident in high school, Lin Yu became depressed and decadent all day long. He even fell into autism, locking himself in his room and neglecting his studies for a long time. It was not until later that he gradually came out of his autism and resumed his studies. After this, Yu Xiaoqiao knew nothing about it. "Why are you here? How do I relate to you?" Lin Yu took a sip of milk tea and said calmly. Although he really wanted to take revenge on these 2 people and make them pay for what they did back then. But Lin Yu knew very well that now was not the time. One was a recommended student of Huaqing University, and his family had a good background. One is a popular anchor on the live broadcast platform with the appeal of millions of fans. No matter who it is, Lin Yu is now unable to bring him down. All he can do now is to endure and wait for the right time to take action. Seeing Lin Yu talking to herself like this, Yu Xiaoqiao frowned and a cold look appeared on her face. "Lin Yu, I warn you that you'd better respect me. Do you know my current status?" "I know, an internet celebrity anchor," Lin Yu said sarcastically. Yu Xiaoqiao said arrogantly, "Since you know, why don't you kneel down and apologize to me?" She originally thought that relying on her internet celebrity status, Lin Yu, who was now at the bottom of society, would not dare to challenge her. However, Lin Yu's next words made Yu Xiaoqiao realize how stupid her previous thoughts were. "Have you ever seen anyone kneel down and apologize to a beast?" Yu Xiaoqiao was so angry that she couldn't stand it. She never expected that Lin Yu would dare to talk back to her like this. He was able to be so arrogant back then because he had the best grades and was recommended by the school's top management to Huaqing University. He is nothing now. Why do you dare to speak like that? Just wait for me. Unable to do anything about Lin Yu, Yu Xiaoqiao could only turn around and ask Luo Wencheng for help. Don't forget. The admission qualification that belonged to Lin Yu was snatched away by Luo Wencheng. Moreover, Luo Wencheng is now an excellent student at Huaqing University and a well-known figure in the Yanjiang area. What about Lin Yu? After wasting so many years of study, I'm afraid I'll end up getting admitted to a third-rate fake university. With such a drastic contrast, she didn't believe that Lin Yu wouldn't be defeated. But Yu Xiaoqiao didn't know that Lin Yu had already let go of everything. Although he was still dissatisfied with what happened in the past, he was not so angry that he broke down. The other side. After listening to Yu Xiaoqiao's complaints and crying, Luo Wencheng was also very surprised. I didn't expect to meet Lin Yu here. This made him raise a teasing sneer at the corner of his mouth. That's the case. Then he would humiliate him severely like he did before. What a coincidence. I never thought we would have the chance to meet again in this life. Luo Wencheng walked up to Lin Yu with a condescending attitude. I didn't expect to meet you too, a perfect match made in heaven, here. Lin Yu said with a smile. His words also made the expressions of the two people completely gloomy. I heard that you neglected your studies for half a year and indulged yourself in the gaming world. With your current condition, let alone getting into college, I'm afraid you may not even be able to graduate from high school. I guess you are working in a factory now, right? TSK, how pitiful. But this is also your own fault. You gave away your qualification for admission to Huaqing University. You can't blame others. Luo Wencheng's face was full of sneers and sarcasm, and he deliberately rubbed salt into Lin Yu's wounds. My life is not for you, a stinky dog who picked up my leftovers, to point fingers at me. Lin Yu, what qualifications do you have to be so stubborn in front of us now? Brother Wencheng is now an excellent student at Huaqing University, and you? You are just a piece of trash at the bottom of society. You Xiaoqiao scolded Lin Yu. Xiaoqiao is right. You're not even qualified to carry our shoes right now. I advise you to be sensible and kneel down to apologize to us. In that case, I might even introduce you to a janitor job with a monthly salary of 5,000, as a way of thanking you for the admission qualification you gave me back then. Luo Wencheng was extremely arrogant and domineering, and was determined to humiliate Lin Yu severely. Facing the two arrogant men, Lin Yu responded to them with only 3 words. Get lost, idiot. These words also made Luo Wencheng and Yu Xiaoqiao look unhappy. I didn't expect Lin Yu to be so arrogant. Ha! No matter how hard you talk, it still can't change the fact that you are now a loser at the bottom of society. Face the reality, Lin Yu. I am now an excellent student at Huaqing University, Xiaoqiao's boyfriend, and my family owns a listed company with a market value of over 100 million yuan. And you? Let us not discuss what university you went to or what your family background is. Looking at your current appearance, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult for you to even find a girlfriend, right? After all, no woman would be stupid enough to have a loser as a boyfriend. Luo Wencheng hugged Yu Xiaoqiao while mocking Lin Yu, waiting to see him break down and then become frustrated, helpless and furious. However, what was unexpected was, as soon as Luo Wencheng's voice fell, a heavenly voice sounded from behind them. Who said, brother, you can't find a girlfriend? Under the incredulous gazes of the two, Yu Qingxue walked to Lin Yu, first hugged his arm, and then snuggled in Lin Yu's arms like a little bird. She looks exactly like a girlfriend in love. It was this scene that made Luo Wencheng stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe it was true. Now, Luo Wencheng only felt a burning pain on his cheek. Chapter 7. No money? Then pretend to be rich. It's hard to imagine. Such a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament would be Lin Yu's girlfriend. Just talking about the 5 senses. There doesn't seem to be much difference between Yu Xiaoqiao and Yu Qingxue. But Yu Xiaoqiao's face was carefully made up, and I don't know how much expensive cosmetics she used. If she took off her makeup, her appearance would instantly drop a few points. In contrast, Yu Qingxue only put on light makeup, which further highlighted her already exquisite facial features. In terms of appearance, Yu Xiaoqiao and Yu Qingxue are not at the same level at all. In terms of temperament, she is even more impressive than Yu Xiaoqiao. She is like a ray of white moonlight, so beautiful that it is out of reach. Even Luo Wencheng had never seen a woman as beautiful as her. However, this beauty claimed to be Lin Yu's girlfriend. This is really unacceptable to Luo Wencheng. Madam, are you really Lin Yu's girlfriend? In order to avoid making a mistake, Luo Wencheng confirmed again and again. Don't I look like brother Yu's girlfriend? Of course. How could a loser like Lin Yu possibly be worthy of a beautiful lady like you? Luo Wencheng saw the picture and tried to please Yu Qingxue. He couldn't accept this kind of thing. So Luo Wencheng decided to snatch Yu Qingxue from Lin Yu. Let her be her own woman. Although he didn't know how Lin Yu took down Yu Qingxue, Luo Wencheng believed that as long as he took action, Yu Qingxue would definitely kick Lin Yu away and fall into his arms. After all, any normal person knows what to choose between Lin Yu and him. Yu Xiaoqiao, who was standing by, frowned slightly when she saw Luo Wencheng trying to flirt with Yu Qingxue. But she didn't say much. After all, she had long been accustomed to Luo Wencheng's dissolute character. Although they were a couple, they played separately most of the time. Plus, this time it was to humiliate Lin Yu. So as the official girlfriend, she naturally didn't get angry. Is it your turn to say whether the relationship between me and brother Yu is worthy of you? Yu Qingxue mocked back directly, not giving Luo Wencheng any face at all. This also made Luo Wencheng look a little ugly. I'm doing this out of kindness. An outstanding lady like you shouldn't have your life ruined by Lin Yu. You don't need to worry about it. Yu Qingxue's words completely humiliated Luo Wencheng. He couldn't believe it. I was actually looked down upon by Yu Qingxue like this. What is the basis for this? Could it be that in Yu Qingxue's eyes, he is not as good as Lin Yu? But no matter what, he must snatch Yu Qingxue from Lin Yu today. Otherwise he won't be able to swallow this. Since Yu Qingxue couldn't do anything, she would turn her target to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, as long as you are willing to disappear from her side, I will give you 1 million immediately. Luo Wencheng said with a proud look. For him, 1 million is just half a month's pocket money. But for a loser like Lin Yu, that was a huge fortune that he could never earn in his entire life. He didn't believe that Lin Yu would remain indifferent. What do you mean? You want to use money to make me leave Qingxue? Lin Yu said with a smile. It's good that you know, as long as you are willing to stop bothering her. Money is not a problem. Luo Wencheng raised his head and stuck out his nose, looking very proud. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Wencheng also planned to let Yu Qingxue understand his financial resources. In today's materialistic society, there is only one reason why a woman doesn't like you, and that's because you're not rich enough. As long as Yu Qingxue knew how rich he was, there was no way she would reject him. Okay, but 1 million is too little, we need more money. Ha ha ha. Add whatever you want. Not only did Luo Wencheng sneer inwardly at these words, but even Yu Qingxue beside him trembled in her heart, and a hint of nervousness appeared on her pretty face. Although she believed in her heart that Lin Yu was not the kind of person who was greedy for money. But nothing is absolute. But the next sentence completely dispelled her concerns. I'm not the type to ask for too much. Just give me 10 billion and I'll disappear from here. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. I thought to myself, are you fucking serious? 10 billion? Why don't you go and rob it? No. This is worse than robbery. Who can rob 10 billion? Shit. You're teasing me on purpose, aren't you? Luo Wencheng couldn't help but break down on the spot. He didn't expect Lin Yu to play tricks on him. You can't tell me how much money you want? Lin Yu said with great disdain, if you don't have money, don't try to act like a rich man. You made me think you were rich. You. No way. Luo Wencheng was so angry that he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. No matter how rich a person is, it is impossible for him to agree to such outrageous conditions. That's 10 billion. 10 billion. All the assets of his family combined might not be worth that much money, but when he spoke of it, it seemed like 100 yuan. If you don't have money, get out of here and don't interfere with our milk tea. Lin Yu was too lazy to talk to him anymore, so he hugged Yu Qingxue and sat back in his seat. Looking at them showing off their affection as if no one was around, Luo Wencheng was so angry that his teeth were itching. He had a lot of anger in his heart but had no place to vent it. He never expected it. Lin Yu, who should have been a loser in life, could still jump around like this in front of him. Luo Wencheng couldn't swallow this. Don't think you're great just because you found a decent-looking woman. In our eyes, you're still trash. Yu Xiaoqiao said sarcastically. But there is a slight hint of lemon in these words. Ha? Why is there a strong sour smell in the air for no apparent reason? Ah. It turns out that there are ugly people who are jealous of my cute little girl's beauty. Lin Yu scratched Yu Qingxue's nose and smiled sarcastically. This wave of indirect criticism almost made Yu Xiaoqiao lose her mind. Call me ugly again. Don't get me wrong, I never named anyone as ugly. Of course, if someone insists on identifying themselves with this person, then I have nothing to say. Now. Yu Xiaoqiao was really blinded by anger. He even raised his hand and slapped Lin Yu in the face, even at the cost of his image. But Lin Yu was prepared and grabbed her arm. Let go of me. Otherwise I'm going to molest you. Yu Xiaoqiao screamed at him. Psycho. My girlfriend is 10,000 times prettier than you. Why would I molest you, an ugly bastard? But you keep harassing us. Do you think we're easy to bully? Lin Yu snorted coldly and then called the waiter. Demand that these two people be kicked out of the milk tea shop. in front of the counter. The waiter had already noticed the situation here. After Lin Yu shouted, he walked over slowly. Then he cooperated with Lin Yu to ask the two to leave. "Two guests, please leave the store and do not disturb the peace of other guests." In fact, he didn't have any good feelings towards Luo Wencheng and Yu Xiaoqiao. Luo Wencheng's previous arrogant and ugly face made him feel even more disgusted. "Tell us to get out? Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Luo Wencheng's face turned pale. Lin Yu disgusted him. Since when did even a milk tea shop employee dare to bully him? "Sorry, this is the rule of our store." "That's the rule of your store, right? Fine. Then I'll buy this store now, and then I'll see who can kick us out." Luo Wencheng also got excited. Without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and made a call. He used his personal connections to forcibly acquire the milk tea shop. Chapter 8: Return My Touch. Not for long. A portly middle-aged man rushed to the scene. He was also holding a briefcase in his hand, which contained the transfer agreement of the milk tea shop. After learning that someone was willing to buy his milk tea shop at 5 times the price, the middle-aged man happily packed up the transfer agreement and came to the store. You know, he spent a total of 1 million yuan to open this milk tea shop. At the same time, he counted. It will take more than a year just to recoup the investment. And this is assuming that the business is still good. If the business is not good, it will take at least 2 or 3 years to make a profit. But now someone is willing to buy his milk tea shop at 5 times the market price, which is equivalent to the profit he has made from running the milk tea shop for 10 years. That's why he hurried over, fearing that the man would go back on his word. "Manager?" When the waiter saw the middle-aged man, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't expect that Luo Wencheng would really acquire it. "Who wants to buy our store?" The middle-aged man ran into the store panting and looked around. "It's me." After Luo Wencheng spoke, the middle-aged man showed a flattering smile and walked towards the side. "I heard that you plan to buy our store at a price 5 times higher than the market price? Stop talking nonsense and quickly take out the transfer contract," Luo Wencheng said impatiently. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly took out the transfer agreement from his briefcase and handed it to Luo Wencheng, intending to let him take a look. But Luo Wencheng signed his name without even looking at it. This generosity shocked the middle-aged man. "Now I am the owner of this store, right?" "Of course. You are the owner of this milk tea shop now, you can do whatever you want." The middle-aged man was overjoyed holding the signed transfer agreement. "I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing falling from the sky. The milk tea shop cost 1 million and was sold for 5 million. He made an extra 4 million. Lin Yu, you are the one who should get out now." Luo Wencheng sneered, waiting to see Lin Yu's furious face. Especially losing face like this in front of Yu Qingxue, no man can swallow this. Yu Xiaoqiao also had a face full of gloating. However, what is unexpected is that Lin Yu finished the last sip of milk tea, stood up and walked towards the door of the store with Yu Qingxue. Did he really leave like this? Don't you have any objection? This made the two of them dumbfounded. I wonder if Lin Yu really swallowed this breath. But Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue had already agreed to meet here. Since we have already met, there is naturally no need to stay here. After reaching the door of the store, Lin Yu turned around and gave the two of them a sarcastic smile. No need to send it off. After saying that, he and Yu Qingxue walked out the door, leaving Luo Wencheng and Yu Xiaoqiao in the store with stunned faces. Real. Luo Wencheng was dumbfounded. He spent so much money to buy this milk tea shop just to slap Lin Yu in the face and make him embarrassed in front of Yu Qingxue. But in the end, the other party didn't buy his trick at all. Then what's the point of him wasting so much money? This made Luo Wencheng so angry that he overturned the table in front of him. Outside the store at this time, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue had just walked out of the door, intending to continue their date there, when they noticed a few sneaky figures nearby. It was Wang Hu and others who were caught peeping. Why are you here? Lin Yu was confused and wondered why these guys appeared here for no reason. After being discovered, Li Haifan and the others smiled awkwardly, frantically thinking of excuses in their minds. You can't say that they came here specifically to see Lin Yu fail in his real-life relationship, right? Well, we just happened to hear that this milk tea shop has released a new product, so we came here to try it. Yi Jun barely came up with a reasonable excuse. Upon hearing this, the others also nodded. But Lin Yu knew it was fake as soon as he heard it. He has been with this group of people for such a long time, how could he not understand their character? With just these few lazy guys, there is no way they would go out together just to drink a cup of milk tea. Hello, my name is Yu Qingxue, and I'm Brother Yu's girlfriend. At this time, Yu Qingxue introduced herself to several people. Although Wang Hu and others had made sufficient preparations in their hearts, they still felt tons of critical hits when they heard Yu Qingxue claiming to be Lin Yu's girlfriend. Especially that sweet voice of Brother Yu. It was a heart-wrenching blow. They just couldn't understand how Lin Yu had conquered Yu Qingxue. Hello, Senior Yu, I'm Wang Hu, a freshman in the finance department, and Lin Yu's roommate. My name is Li Haifan, a freshman in the broadcasting department. Hello, Senior. I'm Yi Jun, a freshman in the design department. After several people introduced themselves one after another, Wang Hu said, Senior sister, can I borrow Lin Yu for a while? We have something to tell him. Well, of course. The moon shines down on the head of the beautiful girl. Then, under Lin Yu's puzzled gaze, he was pulled aside by Wang Hu and others. You're really good, you're actually single, and your partner is Yu Qingxue. You're going to be a celebrity in school now. Tell me the truth, how did you conquer the goddess? Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Facing the questioning of several people, Lin Yu said helplessly. Didn't I tell you that this is my online crush? Damn. This can't be true, can it? I can win over the cool senior girl by playing a crappy martial arts game? No way, I have to download it when I get home. I don't accept it. We're all just lousy gamers, so how come you can find a girlfriend? We said back then, good brothers, whoever gets single first will be a dog. So you really are such a dog? Listening to his roommate's complaints, Lin Yu rolled his eyes. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. We have a date next. But just as he was about to turn around, Wang Hu pulled him back. I thought he would also grumble a few words, but Lin Yu was wrong. He took out his mobile phone and transferred a few hundred yuan to Lin Yu on WeChat. Yuzi, this is all I can do for you. Don't be too stingy when you go out on a date with your goddess, or you'll embarrass yourself. Just after he transferred a few hundred yuan to Lin Yu, the other roommates also took out their mobile phones and transferred about 1 or 2,000 yuan to Lin Yu via WeChat. Lin Yu was deeply moved at this moment. He couldn't imagine that these heartless guys actually had a bright side to their humanity. Brothers, sure we are brothers in our hearts. I know, but I still want to thank you. Lin Yu smiled happily. Because he is really touched now. Wang Hu and others only lived on 1 or 2,000 yuan a month, and they were willing to give out several hundred yuan to help him, which was already very generous. You're welcome. Just remember to pay me back later. Hearing this, the smile on Lin Yu's face froze instantly. Give me back the emotion I felt. Chapter 9, Exposing One's True Nature. Lin Yu felt that he was too naive. He actually thought that these roommates would be enthusiastic and generous in supporting him. A little thought will tell you that this is impossible. But even if it's just borrowed, it's already very good. Go ahead, brother. You are the only glory of our dormitory now. Don't miss this opportunity to reach the pinnacle of your life. Wang Hu patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Lin Yu gave him a strange look. I wondered if Wang Hu had taken the wrong medicine. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be so angry that his lungs are about to explode when he saw that he had successfully met his girlfriend? Don't forget the bet they had made earlier. But now, not only was he not angry at all, he even provided him with funds to go on a date. Could it be that Wang Hu has a change of heart? I can't figure it out. Lin Yu really couldn't understand. But there is no point in thinking about these things now, not to mention that Yu Qingxue is still waiting for the next date. He could only leave with doubts. It was not until Lin Yu walked to Yu Qingxue's side that Yi Jun and the others could not help but ask Wang Hu. The reason why they sponsored Lin Yu previously was because Wang Hu asked them to transfer the money in private messages. So they have always been confused about Wang Hu's actions. What do you know? I'm doing this for the future happiness of all the brothers in our dormitory. What's the meaning? The more they listened, the more confused they became. Wang Hu raised a confident arc on his face and said, think about it, if Lin Yu really gets together with Yu Qingxue, then who will Yu Qingxue be to us? After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Evil smiles appeared on their faces. But they soon realized that doing so was unethical. Old Hu, you're going too far. Although Lin Yu is single and his partner is Yu Qingxue, you can't be so low as to want to be the old man next door, right? Pa! Who do you take me for? What do you mean? Birds of a feather flock together, really? How bad do you think the best friends of a beauty like Yu Qingxue can be? When these words were spoken, Li Haifan and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they understood immediately. If Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue really get together, we can ask Lin Yu to help us set up a relationship and invite Yu Qingxue's best friend to a social gathering. Wouldn't it be so easy to find a partner then? That makes sense, it makes so much sense. It seemed that they were at a disadvantage and provided Lin Yu with several hundred yuan of dating funds. But in reality, what they got in return was the opportunity to win Yu Qingxue's best friend in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that they made a small investment for a big gain. This group of people were fantasizing that they would be able to find a partner like Lin Yu in the future, with silly smiles on their faces. Lin Yu came to Yu Qingxue's side. Sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay, brother Yu, where are we going to play next? Yu Qingxue hugged Lin Yu's arm without any concern, and asked with anticipation on her pretty face. How about going to Gizne? I heard they recently got a new beige mouse as their mascot, and it's pretty popular. Great. Then we can ride the Ferris wheel with brother Yu. The smile on Yu Qingxue's face was so innocent and romantic that Lin Yu's heart melted. However, just as the two were about to take a taxi to Gizne amusement park, a deafening roar of a supercar resounded through the street. Then a Lamborghini Gallardo slowly stopped in front of the two of them, and a sarcastic laugh came from inside the car. Lin Yu, I can't believe you're doing so poorly that you don't even have a car. I've never seen anyone take a taxi to a Gizne date. I advise you not to embarrass yourself in Gisborne. After all, even if you have no shame, you should still consider the beauty next to you. As the car window rolled down, Lin Yu could see the people in the car clearly. It was none other than Luo City. Yu Xiao, she left early because of something. As for Luo Wenchang, he couldn't swallow this humiliation. From the beginning until now, he has been looking for an opportunity to humiliate him in return. After leaving the milk tea shop, he happened to hear Lin Yu and others going to Gizne amusement park. This immediately made him feel that he could avenge his previous humiliation against Lin Yu. So Luo Wenchang drove his Lamborghini Gallardo to them, intending to use this luxury car to humiliate Lin Yu. He just didn't believe that he couldn't step on Lin Yu under his feet this time. Even Yu Qingxue might change her mind and throw herself into his arms after seeing this luxury car. After all, he has a Lamborghini Gallardo worth several million, but what about Lin Yu? At most he has a broken bicycle. What's so embarrassing about taking a taxi? Brother Yu, don't bother with him. Let's go. Yu Qingxue looked disdainful and didn't take this luxury car seriously at all. She pulled Lin Yu and planned to leave. This was something Luo Wenchang had not expected. There are women who are not moved by his luxury car. Why is that? You know, he is not only handsome, but also a top student at Huaqing University, and he is also very wealthy. But why is Yu Qingxue still obsessed with Lin Yu? Why is this happening? In the end, Luo City gave up thinking. If you can't get it, then destroy it. Ha, a scumbag like you who has never seen the world will naturally not feel ashamed. Luo Wenchang simply stopped pretending. Revealed his true face. He had only pretended to be so elegant and easygoing before in order to win Yu Qingxue's favor. Since there is no chance now, there is no need to put on that hypocritical attitude anymore. Don't you have any manners when you speak? Yu Qingxue frowned and looked cold and evil. You have to be polite to others. Why should I be polite to you, a slut who was tricked into bed by Lin Yu with just a few words? You are truly disgusting. Talking one more word to you makes me vomit. After Yu Qingxue said the last sentence, she wanted to pull Lin Yu away. But she found that Lin Yu was unwilling to leave here. Joke. Is there any man who can leave safely after seeing his girlfriend being insulted like this? If there is, that person must be a fighter among cowards. Luo Wenchang, I want you to apologize to Qingxue immediately. Lin Yu said with a cold expression. He can be humiliated. But I will never allow anyone to humiliate Yu Qingxue. However, Luo Wenchang laughed wildly and said with disdain on his face. You want me to apologize? Fine. Then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can produce a luxury car that's more expensive than my Lamborghini Gallardo, don't even ask me to apologize. I'll even kneel down and lick your toes. But if you can't produce it, then you have to kneel before me and admit in public that you are waste. After all, from the beginning to the end, I was just stating the facts. You are just a loser who doesn't even have a luxury car. Luo Wenchang was very clear about Lin Yu's situation. Even if he lost everything, he couldn't afford a luxury car worth over $1 million. So he believed that Lin Yu would never dare to gamble with him. Even if I dare, then he is also seeking death. Chapter 10. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm going to tell you. How about it? Do you dare to bet with me? Didn't you say you wanted me to apologize? Now the opportunity is right in front of you, why are you silent? Luo Wenchang also ridiculed Lin Yu, trying to make him lose his temper. Once he agrees, then he would make Lin Yu permanently socially dead in Yanjiang. By then, even Yu Qingxue would probably leave Lin Yu. After all, any normal person would not be with such a shameful waste, otherwise he would be laughed at. Brother Yu, don't agree to such a boring bet. Yu Qingxue was worried that Lin Yu would really lose his mind, so she hurried to comfort him. Hopefully he can calm down. However, unless Lin Yu was really angry to the point of losing his mind, he probably would not agree to Luo Wenchang's bet. Okay, I'll bet with you. However, Lin Yu said something shocking. He actually agreed to the bet with Luo Wenchang. Not to mention Yu Qingxue was stunned. Even Luo Wenchang was confused, and then he couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. You've got guts. He didn't expect that Lin Yu would actually get so carried away that he agreed to the bet. He hadn't expected it to work in the first place. I just hope that Lin Yu can suffer this loss in silence, but I didn't expect that he would actually be fooled. Such an opportunity is rare, Luo Wenchang vowed to trample on Lin Yu's dignity. Brother Yu, don't be impulsive. Yu Qingxue persuaded Lin Yu, hoping that he would regret it. It's too late to regret now, unless you are not a man. Luo Wenchang has Lin Yu under control. He just didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Yu Qingxue. You're obviously doing this on purpose. How could we possibly agree to such a bet? Yu Qingxue knew that if she continued to stay here, Lin Yu would definitely get angry again, so she planned to take Lin Yu away forcefully. But Lin Yu looked at Yu Qingxue seriously. I can allow others to insult me casually, but I will never allow others to slander my girlfriend in the slightest. These words made Yu Qingxue deeply moved. But with the financial resources of an ordinary college student like Lin Yu, how could he possibly own a luxury car better than this Lamborghini Gallardo? He will definitely lose this bet. It seems that I can only ask my family for help. Yu Qingxue sighed silently in her heart. Her family is extremely influential in the entire Jiangnan province, and as the daughter of the Yu family, she naturally has an extraordinary status. But Yu Qingxue is a very self-reliant woman. Since she went to college, she has rarely sought help from her family. But today, she could only helplessly seek help from her family. But when Yu Qingxue was about to take out her phone, Lin Yu suddenly said, I'm sorry, Qingxue, I've actually been hiding something very important from you. What's going on? Originally, I always wanted to live my college life as an ordinary person, but there are too many people in society who look down on others. What do you want to say? Luo Wenchang frowned and scolded Lin Yu. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a multi-millionaire. I'm telling you my cards. When these words came out of Lin Yu's mouth, the atmosphere froze instantly. Yu Qingxue stared at Lin Yu blankly with her beautiful eyes, unable to accept it for a moment, because she had never heard Lin Yu mention this matter before. As for Luo Wenchang, he was even more dumbfounded. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Otherwise, how could I hear such outrageous words? Is Lin Yu a multi-millionaire? Stop joking. Do you really think that others don't know his past? After all, Luo Wenchang went to the same high school as Lin Yu. If he didn't know Lin Yu's family background at the time, would he dare to harm him? It really makes me laugh to death. I thought you were going to say something. Luo Wenchang's face showed an extremely sarcastic expression. Do you really think I don't know what your family background is? Your parents are just ordinary migrant workers. How can the children of two migrant workers become multi-millionaires? There must be a limit to fantasy. Seeing Lin Yu's true identity exposed by him, Luo Wenchang felt so happy. He wanted to see how Lin Yu could continue to be stubborn. However, no one could have imagined it. Lin Yu actually took out an exquisite Ferrari car key from his pocket. When he took out the Ferrari keys, the smile on Luo Wenchang's face froze immediately. He couldn't believe that Lin Yu actually had the keys to the Ferrari. How is this possible? Even Yu Qingxue was shocked, thinking that could it be that what Lin Yu said before was true? Ha, there are tons of toy keys like these on Taobao. You don't really think I'd believe you own a Ferrari, do you? Luo Wencheng sneered disdainfully. Do you want him to admit that Lin Yu is a multi-millionaire just because of a broken toy key? Unless he is a 3-year-old child. But as soon as Luo Wencheng finished speaking, Lin Yu pressed the start button on the car key. In an instant, an engine roar like the roar of a wild beast sounded from the side, and the huge sound wave struck the hearts of countless people around like a giant hammer. Everyone subconsciously looked there, their eyes full of envy. In an inconspicuous corner of a parking lot, a black and gold Ferrari Monza 2 was emitting a low engine sound, like a black beast ready to attack, showing its wildness and style. When this scene fell into Luo Wencheng's eyes, he was completely dumbfounded. As a young man from the upper class of Yanjiang, he was naturally knowledgeable and saw at a glance that Lin Yu's luxury car was a limited edition Ferrari Monza 2. Only 100 units were sold worldwide, with a value well over 10 million. The most important thing is that even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. You know, even he can't afford this kind of top-notch supercar. But such a super luxury car is now Lin Yu's car. This made him suspect that he was dreaming, otherwise how could such an outrageous thing happen? Isn't Lin Yu the child of a migrant worker? How can he afford a car more luxurious than his? I can't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. But not to mention him, even Yu Qingxue was extremely surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Yu really didn't make up the lie to satisfy his vanity. Luo Wencheng, do you have anything else to say now? Lin Yu smiled coldly and looked at him with a playful look. Whatever he had insulted Yu Qingxue before, he would now pay it back tenfold. Luo Wencheng's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect things to develop to this extent. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. What a joke! You said this car is yours, so it's yours? If it's not mine, how could it be yours? Humph! You obviously stole this car. Otherwise, how could a lowly peasant like you from a farming family afford such a top-of-the-line supercar? Luo Wencheng insisted that the car was stolen, refusing to admit defeat. Chapter 11. I'll make a final bet with you. If you want to cheat, just say so. Why bother saying I stole the car? Lin Yu sneered. Does Luo Wencheng need to cheat? Then do you dare to let me check it out? Luo Wencheng said that if he had the guts, Lin Yu would tell him the license plate number and driver's license number, and he would ask someone to go to the vehicle management office to find out who the car belonged to. If this Ferrari Monza 2 is really the car under Lin Yu's name, then Luo Wencheng will admit that he lost the bet. But his request made Lin Yu hesitate, because he was not sure whether the system had completed all the formal procedures when rewarding him with this luxury car. If not, then he was not legally the owner of the car. However, when Lin Yu was confused, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Please rest assured, all rewards are based on real-world legal regulations and will not cause you to face any legal problems. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. I thought this system was quite reliable, and it even helped him with the formalities. Unfortunately, Lin Yu only has the right to experience it for one day. When that tomorrow comes, it will really be Cinderella's turn at 12 o'clock, and everything will be gone with the wind. But now is not the time to care about these things. Anyway, he has the system, so he doesn't worry about not having better rewards in the future. Okay. I'll meet your request. We'll see what excuses you have then. Lin Yu smiled coldly, and then told Luo Wencheng the license plate number and driver's license number. After Luo Wencheng learned Lin Yu's license plate number and driver's license, he quickly took out his mobile phone and called the number of an acquaintance of his. Ask him to help check the vehicles registered under Lin Yu's name at the vehicle management office. After learning that the other party really had a Ferrari Monza 2, Luo Wencheng's face turned pale in an instant, and the hand holding the phone trembled constantly. Click. The iPhone 13 in Loan City fell to the ground and the screen shattered. But Luo Wencheng didn't feel any pain at all. Because there are things more desperate than a broken phone. How is that possible? He lost this bet. Now he was extremely regretful, wondering why he had proposed such a boring bet to Lin Yu just now. Are you willing to admit defeat now? Lin Yu looked at him coldly. He just didn't believe that Luo Wencheng would have any excuse this time. Certainly. There is also the possibility that Luo Wencheng will cheat and not fulfill the bet. But Lin Yu was not worried. After all, the other party is a recommended student of Huaqing University. If he spreads this matter to Huaqing University, the reputation of Luowan City will plummet. Okay. I apologize, Luo Wencheng said with gritted teeth. Then he apologized to Yu Qingxue in an extremely reluctant and perfunctory manner. After apologizing, Luo Wencheng didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned around and got in his sports car to leave. However, Lin Yu's voice made him stop. Is this even an apology? Who are you trying to please? Lin Yu. I advise you not to be so arrogant. Really? Well, I'm going to take advantage of you today. Don't forget you just said you'd kneel down and lick our toes clean. Now I'm going to make you fulfill your promise. You. Luo Wencheng's face turned ashen with anger. He didn't expect Lin Yu to go so far. But he just couldn't refuse. Because once the news of my being a deadbeat debtor spreads to Huaqing University, my image in the eyes of my classmates will surely collapse. This is the last thing Luowan City wants to see. What exactly do you want me to do to stop? In the end, Luowan City decided to take a step back. It's simple. Just kneel down and apologize to us. You don't have to lick my toes because your tongue is dirty. Don't go too far. Leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. Haven't you heard this saying? Then why didn't you think of this when you were being so aggressive earlier? Lin Yu smiled and mocked back, leaving Luo Wencheng speechless in an instant. Even though I am filled with 1,000 kinds of anger, there is no place to vent it. There was a flame of anger in Luo Wencheng's eyes, but in the end he chose to kneel down to Lin Yu and others. I'm sorry. After seeing the other party kneel down, Lin Yu was satisfied and planned to leave with Yu Qingxue. However, what he didn't expect was that Luo Wencheng actually wanted to bet one last round with Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do you dare to play a big game with me again? Whoever loses must kneel down and call the other person daddy when they see each other in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted the curiosity of countless people around. At first they didn't notice the situation here, but just now they were attracted by Lin Yu's Ferrari Monzasp too. Lin Yu was also very surprised. He didn't expect that Luo Wencheng was still not giving up and actually wanted to gamble with him, and the stakes were so big. But Lin Yu was not so stupid as to agree to Luo Wencheng without asking clearly. What do you want to play with me? Didn't you say you were a multi-millionaire earlier? Then let's see who treats money less seriously. Luo Wencheng's words aroused Lin Yu's interest. How do you compare? Since everyone has a supercar, let's use these two as leverage and see who's the toughest hit and how much damage they can inflict in 5 minutes. After listening to Luo Wencheng's explanation, everyone understood. What he meant was that within a time limit of 5 minutes, everyone would attack their own supercar and see how much damage they could do to the car within 5 minutes. The winner would then be determined by the severity of the damage. Although this approach is stupid, it is indeed a way of not treating money as money. What do you think, Lin Yu? Do you dare to bet with me? Whoever loses must kneel down and call the other person daddy when they see him, no matter where. Luo Wencheng was also completely crazy. He couldn't swallow that breath. If he let Lin Yu leave like this today, he would rather bang his head against the wall and die. Brother Yu, this behavior is too crazy, it's better not to agree to it. Yu Qingxue advised rationally. Lin Yu also thought it made sense, not to mention that his Ferrari was obviously several times more expensive than the Lamborghini in Luowan City. No matter how you look at it, he is the one who loses in this gamble. However, just when Lin Yu was about to refuse this meaningless bet, the system's voice appeared in his mind again. Detected that there are mentally retarded villains around the host, now issuing a side quest, slap the face of the mentally retarded. Task content, take the bet and win. Mission reward, dog food points plus 20. Note, dog food points can be exchanged for various props in the dog food store opened by the system. After meeting 50 dog food points, the dog food store will be automatically unlocked. Do you accept the task? Lin Yu, who originally wanted to refuse, changed his mind instantly after hearing the system voice. Isn't this task absolutely free? If you don't answer it, it would be a waste of the system's kindness. Okay, I'll bet with you one last time. Chapter 12, Rich and Inhumane. When Lin Yu agreed to the bet, Luo Wencheng also raised a sinister sneer at the corner of his mouth. He never thought Lin Yu was a multi-millionaire. He must have obtained this Ferrari Monzasp 2 through some special means, and he might even have incurred huge debts because of it. After all, he has seen many men who would take out loans for luxury cars at any cost in order to pursue women. However, none of these people had a good ending in the end. Luo Wensheng believed that Lin Yu was such a person. Now in Lin Yu's eyes, this car must be more important than his life. There is no way he can lose this final bet. For him, although this Lamborghini is worth a lot of money, it is only a part of his current wealth. Even if it is smashed into scrap, he will only feel a little sad. But what about Lin Yu? The most he could do was to scrape the paint a few times or at most smash the windows. Would he be willing to destroy this Ferrari Monzasp too? It is for this reason that Lowen City proposed this bet. Brother Yu, are you being too impulsive? A look of worry appeared on Yu Qingshua's face. Because she also knew that Lin Yu's supercar was several times more expensive than Lowen City's. Such betting conditions are completely unfavorable to Lin Yu. It's okay. If he wants to play, then I'll play with him. That way I won't be like a fly and bother him. Lin Yu looked nonchalant, as if he didn't care about this Ferrari Monzasp 2 at all. Anyway, by the next day, this Ferrari Monzasp 2 will instantly become heir, so what does it matter how valuable it is? However, Luo Wensheng felt that Lin Yu was bluffing. He pretended to be rich on purpose so that she would mistakenly believe that he was really rich so that she would back out at the critical moment. But he wouldn't believe it. He had already investigated Lin Yu's family situation clearly when he was in high school. Unless he goes to hell and wins hundreds of millions in the lottery. Otherwise, it is impossible to be a multi-millionaire. But is this possible? Luo Wensheng asked Lin Yu, who comes first? I'll let you go first. Good. Luo Wensheng turned to look at the onlookers nearby and shouted, I'll pay you 100,000 yuan. Can 3 of you help me smash this Lamborghini Gallardo into pieces? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. They all doubted whether they had heard it wrongly. Someone actually spent 100,000 yuan to hire someone to smash his car, and it was a luxury supercar worth millions. It's so inhumane. Among the crowd, many people were eager to try and raise their hands to offer their help. Because if nothing unexpected happens, they will never be able to afford such a luxury car in their lifetime, but now there is an opportunity that is even better than driving a luxury car in front of them, how can they refuse it? What's more, there is a reward of 100,000 yuan. You, and you, that's the 3 of you. After looking around, Luo Wensheng found 3 tall and strong middle-aged men wearing construction uniforms. Although they were dirty and smelled of sweat, they were muscular and full of strength. Smashing a car is not an easy job, so it naturally requires someone strong and healthy to do it. After the 3 strong men from the construction site were selected, they ran to Lowen City with joy on their faces. Little boss, what are you going to do for us? A burly man at the construction site smiled attentively. I'll give you 5 minutes to smash this car into a pile of junk. Lowenchang pointed at the Lamborghini Gallardo beside him and gave orders to several people. Young boss, are you sure you want us to do this? After all, this car is a lot of money. Another strong man at the construction site asked again and again, fearing that he had made a mistake. Just smash it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't want to do it, get out and I'll replace you. Smash, smash, smash. Let's smash it now. Seeing the dissatisfied expression on Luo Wensheng's face, the 3 strong men at the construction site didn't dare to say anything more. They can't understand the quirks of rich people, but since they have money to earn, they don't bother to ask too many questions. I saw 3 strong men at the construction site took out the tools they carried with them, and then started working on the Lamborghini. Bang! 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 One collision sound after another was heard, and 3 strong men on the construction site kept waving their tools at the body of the Lamborghini, causing huge damage to the car in just a few seconds. The paint, glass, lights, and even the tires were not spared. The people around were stunned after seeing this scene. They had never seen such an exciting scene in their lives, and many of them took out their mobile phones to take pictures. 5 minutes passed quickly. The 3 strong men from the construction site were already covered in sweat and panting. The Lamborghini Gallardo in Lowen City was also very different from what it was 5 minutes ago. The body of the car was basically completely damaged, with various dents, and the glass and headlights were all smashed, almost becoming a scrap car. The cost of repairing this level of damage would be at least $1 million. Luo Wensheng took out 3 thick stacks of cash from his wallet and threw them directly to the 3 strong men at the construction site. You can go now. After receiving the money, the three were ecstatic and left while expressing their gratitude. Then, Luo Wenchang looked at Lin Yu extremely arrogantly and said provocatively, "Now it's your turn, Lin Yu." He was waiting to see Lin Yu become timid and then admit defeat. "I thought you would be very ruthless, but it seems that you are no more than this." Lin Yu shook his head and laughed. This made Luo Wenchang so angry that his face turned pale and he said in a low voice, "What do you mean? At most, you damaged the car body and some other parts. Nothing else was damaged at all. How can you call it scrapped?" Lin Yu sneered. "The expensive part of a top-of-the-line sports car is not the outer shell, but the engine, gearbox, driving system, etc. The damage to the Lamborghini in Lowen City can be considered minor at best." After realizing this, Luo Wencheng's expression gradually became ugly. Because he really didn't think about that. But this also has something to do with the environment. There is no professional dismantling equipment here, so how is it possible to completely scrap it, as Lin Yu said? Everyone can brag. Do you think you can destroy a car in just 5 minutes? Luo Wencheng directly retorted sarcastically. Open your dog eyes and watch carefully. Lin Yu just smiled jokingly, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Just a few minutes later, a loud roar of a car slowly came from the distance. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. When Luo Wencheng and the people around him saw the scene in the distance clearly, they were all dumbfounded and stunned. Lin Yu. He actually called a steamroller directly. Chapter 13, Really Rich and Inhumane. When the rumbling tractor slowly approached from a distance, everyone present was stunned. I wondered what kind of operation was this. They actually called a steamroller. Even Luo Wenchang was stunned, not understanding what Lin Yu was going to do. Lin Yu, what on earth do you want to do? Just shut up and watch. Lin Yu just said it lightly, unwilling to say more to Luo Wenchang. Such a contemptuous attitude also made Luo Wencheng's eyes flash with a coldness. Okay, I want to see what tricks you can come up with. Under everyone's gaze, the giant yellow steamroller slowly drove to where Lin Yu was. A head popped out of the window of the cab and spoke to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin Yu, right? I'm Dio, the road roller driver, employee number 9527. I'll be serving you this time. Hearing this, Lin Yu was stunned. Is this guy going to get high while driving a steamroller? It's me. Excuse me, Mr. Lin Yu, where are you planning to work on when you called me here? Dio was a little confused and thought, aren't there sidewalks all around here? It seems that there is no place where the road roller can be used for construction. That's it. Lin Yu pointed to the Ferrari Monza 2 not far away. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into an uproar. No one dared to believe what they heard. Are you kidding, Lin Yu? That was a top-of-the-line supercar worth thousands of dollars, and he actually wanted to let a steamroller crush it? If you know the normal extent of the damage, you can still salvage it. But if you use a steamroller to run over it, it will directly turn into a pile of scrap metal. Luo Wenchang was also dumbfounded and thought Lin Yu was crazy. How dare he do this? Does he really not care about this car? But it would be strange if Lin Yu cared about it. What difference does it make whether Lin Yu cares or not for a car that will disappear into thin air tomorrow? Brother Yu, don't be impulsive. Yu Qingxue hurriedly stopped him. She felt that Lin Yu was too crazy and should calm down. This is a car worth tens of millions, how can I not feel bad about it? I'm very calm. This car is dispensable to me. Lin Yu was calm and composed, without any burden at all. This left the passers-by around speechless. Is this the ugly face of the rich? They throw away tens of millions without even a frown. Mr. Lin Yu, are you serious? This is a luxury car worth tens of millions. Dio checked again and again, fearing that he had heard it wrong. If he misheard and crushed this multi-million luxury car, his life would be ruined. If spending tens of millions can make someone kneel down and call me daddy when they see me in the future, then I'm more than happy to do it. When Lin Yu said this, Luo Wencheng's expression was extremely ugly. These words were clearly directed at him. But he didn't believe that Lin Yu really dared to do this. Not many people can destroy such an expensive supercar as if nothing happened. If he damaged the car like he did before, at most he would have to pay a huge amount of repair costs, but what Lin Yu did was undoubtedly like throwing it away like garbage. Even Luo Wencheng himself couldn't just throw away tens of millions of dollars like this. But Lowen City did not give up hope. Maybe Lin Yu was just pretending to scare himself. Maybe he would force himself to give up the bet at the last minute. With a glimmer of hope in his heart, he was betting that Lin Yu was definitely bluffing. What a pity. He didn't win the bet. Really? Then I'm really going to run over it. Dio's tone was tinged with excitement. He has been driving a steamroller all his life and has never driven a luxury car. Although he didn't drive a luxury car this time, he was able to crush it and experience the feeling of being a rich man who doesn't treat money as money. This is even better than driving a luxury car. Just grind it. If you can't grind it into scrap metal, I'll complain about your incompetence. Following Lin Yu's resolute and decisive tone, Dio also made up his mind and drove the steamroller towards the Ferrari Monza 2. The next moment, this moving mountain of gold was quickly crushed by a huge steamroller under the excited gaze of countless people. Phew! Click! Bang! The sounds of various steel and glass being squeezed rang out and reached the ears of everyone present. It was a luxury supercar worth tens of millions in the last second, and became a pile of iron lumps in the next second. This made everyone excited and they couldn't help but cheer. What a rich guy! He can just throw away tens of millions without any hesitation. He's way too rich. Countless people looked at Lin Yu with longing, and many women flirted with him, trying to get his attention. Among these people, the happiest one was Dio, who was driving the steamroller. He swore that he had never felt so good in his life. He even felt like he was not driving a steamroller, but a Gundam. Hearing the sound of this multi-million-dollar luxury car breaking into pieces and feeling the vibration, Dio couldn't help but scream excitedly. Sagani, hi Iron Duck. However, the joys and sorrows of different people are not the same. Although Lin Yu successfully pretended to be cool in front of many people, he still felt regretful in his heart. Even if he only has the right to experience this luxury car for one day. But at least let him get in the car and experience what it feels like to own a multi-million-dollar luxury car. It was crushed by the steamroller without even being touched. Even Lin Yu would feel distressed. Another person who was equally sad is Luo Wencheng. Amid the noisy cheers, his figure seemed unusually lonely and desolate. His pale face and dull eyes gave him a look of complete distraught. He actually lost? From childhood to adulthood, he has never lost to anyone. Now he has lost repeatedly to a piece of trash who was kicked to the bottom of society by him. How could he accept this? Suddenly, Luo Wencheng felt a sense of frustration as if he had fallen to the bottom of his life. At this time, Lin Yu also slowly walked up to him, sneered and said, "Do you have anything else to say now?" "You win, I have nothing to say." Luo Wencheng actually accepted the defeat this time, which surprised Lin Yu a little. I thought he would fulfill the bet obediently, but Luo Wencheng said, "But I can't fulfill the previous bet. Why don't you change it? I'll give you whatever amount you want." Chapter 14 Persecution of Singles. Loan City is determined not to fulfill its previous promise. Because he still has some dignity. In Yanjiang, Luo Wencheng is also a well-known figure. Basically, people know him wherever he goes. He is also a recommended student of Huaqing University. You should know that Huaqing University only has 10 students qualified for direct admission each year. That is to say, among all high school students in the country, only the 10 most outstanding ones can be admitted. This also means that anyone who enters Huaqing University as a recommended student will enjoy fame and be full of vigor from the very beginning. In addition, Luo Wencheng's family background is not bad. If he has the status of a recommended student of Huaqing University, he will surely be more successful in the future and have a bright future. But if he had to kneel down in front of Lin Yu from now on because he lost the bet, it would not only be Luo Wencheng's face that would be lost. Even his Huaqing University and family background will be implicated. Think about it. Is it appropriate for a recommended student of Huaqing University to kneel down and call an unknown junior dad? Lin Yu showed a disdainful sneer on his face and said, "Do you think I look like someone who is short of money?" Hearing this, Luo Wencheng was also stunned. Yes. Even a luxury supercar worth tens of millions was thrown into the Yanjiang River. How could he be short of money? So what do you want from me? As long as you don't let me fulfill the previous agreement, I'll do anything. Luo Wencheng looked grim. This was the first time in his life that he had to beg someone so humbly. It is no exaggeration to say that he has given up his self-esteem. Lin Yu looked at the humiliated expression on Luo Wencheng's face, and he seemed to see himself in his senior year of high school. Then, He is also like Loan City. I feel confused and desperate inside and cannot accept the reality before me. But Lin Yu would not feel any pity because of this. Because Loan City deserves it. You said you could do anything, don't forget it. Lin Yu looked down at him condescendingly, and then said something that made Luo Wencheng look as pale as death. I want you to drop out of Huaqing University. Luo Wencheng could never have imagined that Lin Yu would make such a request. This will undoubtedly cut off his future prospects. As the most prestigious university in China, admission to Huaqing University means a bright future for you. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a stepping stone to the pinnacle of life. Although Luo Wencheng has already been a winner in life, Huaqing University can give him another layer of gold, and his future social status will surely be higher. If he were to withdraw from Huaqing University now, his achievements would stop there. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Lin Yu, don't you think you're too cruel and vicious? Is it necessary to kill them all? His eyes were red and looked ferocious and terrifying. You said I was cruel and vicious? Lin Yu couldn't help laughing, but his laughter was very cold. When you used conspiracy to snatch my admission qualification from me, weren't you cruel and vicious? That's right. The qualification for admission to Huaqing University originally belonged to Lin Yu. Everything he is doing now is to take back what originally belonged to him. Lin Yu, please, if you change your request, I will agree immediately. I can also find someone to use my connections to allow you to enter Huaqing University through the adult college entrance examination as compensation. Luo Wencheng was almost crying and kept begging Lin Yu. But Lin Yu didn't buy it at all. I'll give you 3 seconds to choose. If you don't choose, I'll assume you chose the first option. Seeing that Lin Yu was not moved by any soft or hard tactics, Luo Wencheng's eyes flashed with ferocity. He wished he could cut Lin Yu into pieces at this moment to vent his hatred. But in the end, he still chose the second option and dropped out of Huaqing University. Because if he chose the first option, what happened here would sooner or later be reported back to Huaqing University, and then his reputation and status in the school would also plummet. Even the school will no longer value him and may even force him to withdraw because he has damaged the school's reputation. So he could only choose the second option. This would make his reputation a little better. When you did that, you should have thought that this day would come. Lin Yu smiled coldly, then without even looking at Luo Wencheng, he turned around and left with Yu Qingxue. Even after they left, the surrounding pedestrians still gathered here to watch the excitement and pointed at Loan City. It can be said that on this day, all of Luo Wencheng's dignity in this life was trampled upon by Lin Yu. He looked at the backs of the two people leaving, his face was ferocious and terrifying, his eyes were filled with viciousness and unwillingness, and his lips were bitten tightly and blood was flowing out. But Luo Wencheng didn't feel any pain. Because there is only one thing on his mind now. Revenge. Luo Wencheng swore a blood oath in his heart. Sooner or later, he will make Lin Yu disappear from this world forever. Ding. The host has completed the task, and the task reward is now being issued. Dog food points plus 20. Current dog food points, 20 points. You still need 30 dog food points to unlock the dog food store. After Lin Yu successfully slapped Luo Wencheng in the face, he also received a reward from the system. But it takes 50 dog food points to open the dog food store. He doesn't have enough points at the moment, so he can only accumulate them temporarily. At the same time, Lin Yu also brought Yu Qingxue to Gisne Amusement Park. It is bustling here, with heavy traffic and many tourists. Gisne Amusement Park was extremely popular on Saturday and Sunday, with countless tourists queuing in an orderly manner to enter the park. Most of them are couples. After all, this is a paradise for couples. In the past, every time Lin Yu came to Gisne Amusement Park, he would be bombarded with dog food from countless couples, and he would feel nothing but envy. But this time, he no longer has to eat dog food, nor does he envy others. Because he also became one of the countless couples, enjoying the lemon eyes of the single dogs around him. The difference is that in addition to single men who look at him with envy, there are also many men with girlfriends who look at him with a hint of jealousy. There is no harm without comparison. Yu Qingxue, nestled in Lin Yu's arms, looked like a fairy who was not of this world, attracting the attention of the whole audience. Although there were many beautiful women present, compared with Yu Qingxue, they could only serve as supporting roles. There were even many women who started quarreling in public because they were dissatisfied with the way their boyfriends looked at Yu Qingxue. The scene was so beautiful. But people do not share the same joys and sorrows, and Lin Yu just thinks they are noisy. After buying 2 adult tickets, the two walked into the amusement park hand in hand and began their date. "Brother Yu, is there anything you want to play?" Yu Qingxue asked caringly. After what happened before, there was rarely a smile on Lin Yu's face. So Yu Qingxue wanted to use this date to make him forget the unpleasant things that had just happened. But Lin Yu was not very interested in these amusement rides. He is not a child. If possible, he still hopes to be in a quiet place with Yu Qingxue and quietly enjoy the atmosphere that belongs only to the two of them. But since I'm here, I can't waste the ticket money. Just as Lin Yu was thinking about what amusement project to experience, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Duong. Dog food radar detected a reaction. Detected the presence of tons of singles around the host, now issuing a limited time task: persecute singles. Mission: spread dog food in a place where there are 100 single people within a radius of 1,000 meters. Task reward: dog food points plus 10. Do you accept the task? Chapter 15 Haunted House Challenge. Persecution of singles? After Lin Yu finished reading the system content, he was stunned for a moment. Can you get rewards for showing off your love? This is so cool. Lin Yu felt a little sorry for the group of single people around him who were looking at him with envy. Although this was a bit unfair, for the sake of dog food points, he had no choice but to act like a human being for once. After all, who would refuse this free points reward? Accept the mission. After Lin Yu accepted the limited time mission, he suggested exploring a haunted house called Dead by Daylight not far away. Although there are many couples there are more singles. Moreover, the haunted house in Geesley Amusement Park is notoriously scary and realistic, and it has even caused people to go crazy in the past. After this incident, the amusement park was forced to close for several months and did not reopen until a long time later. However, after the reopening of Giselle Land, the horror of the haunted house was not closed or reduced. Instead, it became even more terrifying, and the incident that happened last time was directly used as a publicity point. They tell countless tourists that their Geesley has the most realistic and terrifying haunted house in the entire Yinjiang River and even in Jiangnan Province, in order to attract the curiosity and suicidal spirit of a large number of tourists. However, in order to avoid the legal consequences of subsequent accidents, Geesley also took countermeasures. That is, if you want to enter the haunted house, you must first sign a no-liability agreement, otherwise you will not be able to purchase tickets to the haunted house. Haunted house? Yu Qingxue seemed a little surprised by Lin Yu's choice. What's wrong? Or are you scared, Qingxue? Lin Yu actually had some little thoughts in his heart. Girls are always more timid. Many girls will be scared to scream after entering a haunted house, and then involuntarily hug the person closest to them. When he thought of this, 3 words flashed through Lin Yu's mind. The plan works. You can be intimate with Yu Qingxue and complete the system tasks at the same time, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not that I'm afraid, but I'm afraid that you, brother Yu, will be scared. Yu Qingxue herself is a fan of supernatural horror movies and has been watching horror movies since she was a child. Naturally, she has participated in many game projects that contain horror elements, such as haunted houses. As early as when Geesley first opened a few years ago, she and her best friend came to experience it. Although she was not surprised by the horror elements in the haunted house, her best friends were quite scared. Therefore, Yu Qingxue believes that Geesley's haunted house is still quite scary for ordinary people, otherwise it would not have scared people crazy back then. Are you kidding? How could I be scared? Lin Yu looked disapproving. Although he has never been to Geesley's haunted house. But I have been to haunted houses in other places many times, and to put it bluntly, the scary routines are just the same. It's nothing more than ghost tricks, scary sound effects and crude ghost models. Really? Then let's go to the haunted house. Yu Qingxue happily pulled Lin Yu towards the Dead by Daylight haunted house, with anticipation on her face. Last time, her best friend was frightened and cried, so she had no choice but to leave with her in a hurry. So this time, she wanted to experience that kind of exciting feeling with Lin Yu. In front of the haunted house, the two took the waiver agreement from the waiter, signed their names, and then bought the couple's ticket. Buying a couple ticket is not only dozens of dollars cheaper than a single ticket, but you can also use a special channel when entering the venue, without having to squeeze into the same channel with the long queue at the entrance. By the way, are you two interested in trying our latest true love test for couples in the Dead by Daylight haunted house? If you pass it, you'll win a fabulous prize. Just as Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue were about to enter, a staff member of the haunted house suddenly came forward. She said that recently, in order to promote their Dead by Daylight haunted house, Disney theme park has specially launched a couple assessment task. As long as they can complete it, they can get a super prize of 1 million yuan. 1 million? Lin Yu was surprised and couldn't believe what he heard. This reward is too high. It was the first time he had seen a prize of 1 million. Is it like a challenge show like Go Forward? Lin Yu asked. Yes, but the difference is that we won't be broadcasting the challenge live. After the staff's explanation, Lin Yu also understood the reason for doing so. Because haunted houses are exciting and scary entertainment, the most important thing is to maintain a sense of mystery. If people outside knew everything inside the haunted house through the video, they would be prepared when taking on the challenge. Lin Yu thought this assessment was interesting. If he succeeded, he would receive a bonus of 1 million yuan, and if he failed, there would be no punishment. It might be worth a try. The task requirements are also very simple. The couple who enter the venue only need to walk out hand in hand. When Lin Yu learned about the mission conditions, he agreed without thinking. However, after he agreed, many single people around him sneered. Look, another couple blinded by money is courting death. I remember this should be the couple from Team 10 who agreed to the assessment today. I guess they'll fail the assessment and break up again soon. Hee, all the couples who went in before had accidents inside, and broke up on the spot when they got out of the haunted house. It was so fun to watch. Break up quickly so I can go and ask that pretty girl for her WeChat. Others may not know, but these people know it very well. The Dead by Daylight haunted house is also called the Dawn Breakup haunted house because all couples who have undergone the test will break up on the spot when they walk out of the haunted house. To this end, many single people who have accumulated resentment come here specifically to watch the show, just to see the moment when those couples break up. That moment. They were so happy in their hearts. Especially, the more beautiful the woman they break up with is, the happier they feel. And a peerless beauty like Yu Qingxue makes these single men extremely eager to see the pitiful scene of Lin Yu being dumped. Lin Yu naturally also noticed the resentment of the group of single dogs around him. Unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed this time. Although he didn't know what kind of test was in the haunted house, it was impossible for him to break up with Yu Qingxue. Led by the waiter, the two arrived at the couple's passage. Before entering the haunted house, the waiter handed the two a button, saying that if they wanted to give up halfway, they could press the button and a special staff member would come to pick them up. At the same time, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue had to hand over electronic products such as mobile phones and cameras to prevent them from taking secret photos while participating in the challenge and leaking the content of the haunted house. After taking the button, the two walked into the haunted house hand in hand under the gloating gazes of a group of single people. The last second they were still in the well-lit outside world, but the moment they approached the door of the haunted house, their vision immediately dimmed, and Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue seemed to fall into endless darkness. Chapter 16 Escape Game? The temperature dropped instantly, and they seemed to be in a world of ice and snow at 0 degrees. Although they were wearing coats, the biting cold still made Lin Yu shiver. Not only was the temperature uncomfortable, but even the smell of the surroundings had changed. An extremely pungent and unpleasant smell, like the smell of rotten meat mixed with disinfectant, rushed towards Lin Yu's nostrils, making him frown. It's okay to smell this smell for a short time, but if you smell it for a long time, I'm afraid many people will not be able to accept it and vomit on the spot. Lin Yu finally understood. No wonder none of the 10 couples who dared to challenge it completely. The beginning is enough to discourage a lot of people, so you can imagine how difficult it will be later. A pungent stench, pitch-black darkness, and a bone-chilling cold wind. Before he even walked into the haunted house, a sense of eerie and terrifying tension surged into Lin Yu's heart. It has to be the scariest haunted house in the entire Yanjiang city. Even Lin Yu felt a little uneasy at this time. But now he was in front of Yu Qingxue, so he naturally couldn't show any uneasiness, otherwise he would inevitably be laughed at. Furthermore, if he is afraid, then who will protect Yu Qingxue if she encounters any danger next time? It is estimated that those couples who broke up before were because they were scared and separated in the haunted house, which caused disappointment to the women. Realizing this, Lin Yu secretly vowed not to let go of Yu Qingxue's hand no matter what happened next. Moreover, Lin Yu could feel that Yu Qingxue was holding his hand very tightly, which meant that she was also very nervous at the moment, and her heart was filled with dissatisfaction and fear. Once people are nervous, they will involuntarily hold on to things around them. This is a normal reaction. Lin Yu glanced at Yu Qingxue beside him from the corner of his eye, thinking of saying something to calm her nervous mood. But the next second, Lin Yu was dumbfounded. There was no trace of anxiety or fear on Yu Qingshue's face. Instead, she was very excited and expectant. This style of painting is wrong. According to his script, shouldn't she just scream and throw herself into his arms? And the tight grip just now wasn't due to nervousness or fear, it was due to excitement. Lin Yu was speechless. He never expected it to be like this. The original intention of proposing to come to the haunted house was to use the eerie and scary environment here to make Yu Qingxue nervous and scared. At that time, he will have a reason to open his arms to Yu Qingxue. But he miscalculated. Who would have thought that Yu Qingxue was not afraid of demons and monsters at all? Brother Yu, let's go quickly, it must be fun in there. Yu Qingxue's face was full of impatience. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded helplessly and had nothing else to say. But his reaction made Yu Qingxue mistakenly think that he was nervous and scared, so she said, "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will be by Brother Yu's side." After saying that, Yu Qingxue held Lin Yu's hand even harder. After hearing this, Lin Yu burst into tears. Shouldn't he have said this? The identities have been swapped. But before he could complain, Yu Qingxue pulled him towards the passage ahead. At this moment, they are facing a choice. There are 5 gates in front of Lin Yu. Each gate has different assessment contents. They now have to choose a gate to enter. Diversity is also the main promotion of the Dead by Daylight haunted house, so that visitors can experience the space on multiple levels instead of having a boring experience after just one visit. Moreover, the space inside the Dead by Daylight haunted house is extremely large. It is said that the overall size is almost as wide as a football field. The roads inside are complicated and confusing, like a small maze. It is not easy to get out after entering. Brother Yu, you choose. Yu Qingxue gave up the right to choose. Just pick the middle one. After taking a quick look, Lin Yu chose the third door. After pushing open the door, the first thing that caught my eye was a gloomy corridor with very dim lighting. On both sides of the corridor lay several blood-stained corpses dressed in student uniforms. Although it can be seen that these corpses are props, the overly realistic effect still makes people a little scared. Lin Yu held Yu Qingxue's hand and walked into the corridor step by step. He was highly focused, wary of any sudden shock. But what surprised Lin Yu was that nothing happened along the way. After passing through a dark corridor, they arrived at a dilapidated and deserted school corridor. The scene before him was a mess, with broken desks and chairs scattered all around, dark red bloodstains in many places, and strange noises coming from nowhere from time to time. This feeling is enough to make one's hair stand on end and break out in a cold sweat just by experiencing it for a second. The atmosphere here was terrifyingly quiet, with only the breathing sounds of Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue rising and falling, as if there was no one else but them. Brother Yu, look quickly, there are some words written on the blackboard over there. Just when the two of them were at a loss and didn't know where to go next, Yu Qingxue suddenly found some bloody words on the blackboard in a classroom. After taking a quick look, Lin Yu discovered that this was actually the rule of the escape game. It turns out that the place they are now is the Hunting Academy. There is a terrifying hunter here. It patrols the classroom corridor every once in a while, hunting any prey that enters its territory. In other words, at this moment, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue have both become the hunter's prey. However, there was only one way to leave the classroom, and that was to open the door at the end of the corridor. But in order to open the locked door, you must find the key, but the key is hidden in the 10 classrooms here. Therefore, the way for Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue to leave was to quickly find the key to open the door without being discovered by the hunter. This test is indeed very difficult. No wonder no couple can pass it successfully. After reading the rules of the game, Lin Yu sighed. This game looks simple, but it is actually very difficult, and it also tests the cooperation between couples. The best approach is for one person to attract the hunter's attention while the other looks for the key. But if one person holds back, the outcome will be different. Brother Yu, now that we've found a way to leave, let's go find the key. Yu Qingxue suggested. Lin Yu nodded, and then wanted to propose the idea of division of labor and cooperation. However, when Lin Yu was about to speak, suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from not far ahead. Boom! 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 The slow footsteps were like a sledgehammer, hitting the two men's hearts hard, making them feel nervous. Although this is just a game, the current atmosphere makes people feel as if they are actually there and dare not be negligent. They hurriedly hid in the adjacent classroom and concealed themselves. Because they know. The hunter is coming. Chapter 17 Hate It, You Hurt Me. At the end of the corridor, under the dim red light that kept flickering, a huge figure appeared at some point. It was a giant figure that was 2 meters tall. He was wearing a blood-stained slaughterhouse worksuit and a white human skull mask on his face. In one hand he held a machete dripping with bright red blood, and in the other hand he was dragging a thick rusty iron chain. Just standing there, he gave people a terrifying sense of oppression, which made people feel fear in their hearts. Even though I know this is fake, I still have to be fair. If a 2-meter-tall giant stood in front of you with a machete, wouldn't you be afraid? Lin Yu could even feel Yu Qingxue holding his hand more tightly, and her pulse was gradually accelerating. Obviously. Yu Qingxue was also very nervous. They all knew that the giant man with the knife in front of them was the hunter of this game. Next, they will play the role of prey to the hunter and find the key to leave here without being discovered. As the hunters patrolled over, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue became more and more nervous and did not dare to act rashly. But if this continues, it will be discovered sooner or later. So Lin Yu decided to use himself as bait to buy Yu Qingxue time to find the key. After learning about Lin Yu's idea, Yu Qingxue said worriedly, "Wouldn't it be too dangerous to do this?" Lin Yu spread his hands, indicating that if I don't go to hell, who will? And if I fail here, I will definitely be laughed at by those single guys when I go out. How can he show off his love and complete the system task then? Under Yu Qingxue's worried gaze, Lin Yu also stood up and prepared to act as bait. Fortunately, the classrooms in the corridor are connected, which means that Lin Yu can create linkage between classrooms to form a favorable terrain and avoid being hunted by hunters. Moreover, Lin Yu has some experience in escaping ghosts. You know, when Lin Yu was a child playing tag, he was always the first. Because of this, the children from the same village were even unwilling to play with him. Because of this, Lin Yu was helpless for a long time. When he stood up, he was instantly caught by the hunter's sight, and his scarlet eyes looked towards Lin Yu. Although I know this is just a game and everything is fake. But to be honest, Lin Yu was still a little scared when he was targeted by the hunter. After all, he is a sturdy giant holding a machete. Who wouldn't be scared? However, he quickly recovered and began to lure the hunter away from Yu Qingxue's location. The heavy footsteps gradually approached Lin Yu, and the iron chain and machete in his hand dragged 2 long drag marks on the ground. Especially the blood-stained machete, which even emitted sparks when it rubbed against the ground, making people tremble in their hearts and wonder, could this machete be real? With every step the hunter took closer, Lin Yu felt the oppression growing. And if you look closely, Lin Yu also found that there were several huge iron hooks near the corridor, on which were hung corpses in school uniforms. It was as if this was a trophy that the hunter used to show off to others. Lin Yu suddenly realized that if he was caught, would his ending be like those corpses on the hooks? He quickly gave up this ridiculous idea and thought not to get too involved in the play. What he had to do now was to seduce the hunter and buy time for Yu Qingxue to find the key. When the hunter began to run towards him, Lin Yu also began to move. He led the hunter to a terrain that could be used for linkage, and always kept a distance of about 5 meters. This distance is the easiest to maintain, so you can react and adjust quickly if you encounter any unexpected situation. Not knowing whether the hunter was moving slowly because of its large size or because it was deliberately letting him go, Lin Yu found that the hunter could not catch up with him at all. This made Lin Yu feel relieved, thinking that the organizer of this game was quite conscientious. If a 2-meter-tall man really ran, theoretically he would not be much slower than Lin Yu. However, just as he was thinking this, he encountered an unexpected situation the next moment. Lin Yu climbed over a window and just entered another classroom when he was surprised to find that his feet were entangled by something and he couldn't move at all. Looking down, he found a trap. Of course. There was no way this bear trap was real. If it was, his right foot would have been broken. The problem was that there was a pool of strong glue under the trap, which stuck him in place and made him unable to move. Damn! Isn't this too insidious? Lin Yu's eyes twitched. He didn't expect there was such a routine. Look back. The hunter had just opened the back door of the classroom and was walking towards him slowly, his eyes hidden behind the mask filled with mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. Just as the hunter took out a rusty chain that smelled of copper and was about to tie Lin Yu up and declare his challenge a failure, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea and chose to throw away the sneakers on his feet. This gave him a chance to continue maneuvering. But the current situation is still not optimistic, because Lin Yu has gradually been forced into a dead corner of the classroom. If Yu Qingxue didn't find the key in the next few minutes, they would really fail. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard. When Lin Yu was about to give up, Yu Qingxue finally found the key to open the door in a dilapidated classroom. She quickly ran to the end of the corridor, inserted the key into the door lock, and opened the passage to leave. Yu Qingxue wanted to happily tell Lin Yu that the door was open, but the next second she found that the door was open only for a limited time. Only 30 seconds. If Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue cannot leave together within these 30 seconds, the escape door will automatically close. Brother Yu, please come here quickly. There are only 30 seconds left. If you don't come soon, the door will close automatically. Yu Qingxue quickly told Lin Yu the news. After learning about this, Lin Yu also lived in Bengbu. Just 30 seconds to escape? Funny, right? I'm afraid this organizer with brain damage can't afford to have fun. At this moment, he was at least 200 meters away from the escape gate, and there was a 2-meter-tall hunter watching him. It was almost impossible for him to run to the gate in such a short time. Let us fight. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He rushed directly towards the hunter at the fastest speed. After seeing Lin Yu committing such a suicidal act, a slight laugh came from under the hunter's mask, and then he opened his huge arms, wanting to grab Lin Yu directly. However, just when the hunter opened his arms and was about to collide head-on with Lin Yu, he never expected that Lin Yu suddenly slid and tackled him. That's right. Lin Yu used a sliding tackle to get past the opponent. Accompanied by a sharp sound of shoes rubbing against the floor, Lin Yu slid behind the hunter and rushed towards the escape door at the fastest speed. This hunter can't do it. He had never encountered such an operation before. There are still 15 seconds until the door closes. 10, 9, 8. There were only 3 seconds left, but they were still a few meters away from the gate. Lin Yu knew that there was no way he could reach the escape door by running normally, so he decided to take a gamble at the last second. He gritted his teeth, exerted all his strength and leaped up, jumping more than 3 meters away and flying towards the door. Brother Yu. Yu Qingxue stood inside the escape door and stretched out her jade hand to the middle of the slowly closing door. There were less than 3 seconds left before the door was completely closed, but she still did not choose to abandon Lin Yu. With only 1 second left, Lin Yu held Yu Qingxue's hand. Bite. The last second has arrived. He rushed into the escape door in the most extreme way. Thump. Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue fell heavily to the ground. Everything in front of them was pitch black and they couldn't see anything. He supported himself on the ground with his hands and was about to stand up to thank Yu Qingxue. But at this moment, Lin Yu felt that something was wrong with the touch of his hand. Why is the floor soft? Lin Yu was full of doubts. He thought that he would fall to the ground as soon as he rushed in. But I didn't expect that the floor was not only not hard, but also soft and comfortable to touch. Ah! Brother Yu, you hurt me. However, Yu Qingxue's shy scream instantly made Lin Yu realize that he was not touching the floor. After knowing that he had done something terrible, Lin Yu quickly stood up. There was an awkward atmosphere in the air. The two were silent, and no one knew what to say. In order to avoid further embarrassment, Lin Yu also spoke to ease the atmosphere. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. If it really hurts, can I give you a massage to relieve it? Finished. After speaking, Lin Yujie realized how irrational his previous remarks were. Because he was anxious to lighten the atmosphere, he accidentally made a dirty joke. Although Lin Yu teased Yu Qingxue like this many times in the game. But that's a game after all, not reality. Fortunately, Yu Qingxue was not angry. Instead, she said with a hint of arrogance, I'll forgive brother Yu this time, but you are not allowed to do such obscene things again today. So you mean tomorrow? Being teased by Lin Yu like this, Yu Qingxue's face became more and more shy. She stretched out her pink little fist and punched Lin Yu's chest, saying shyly, hate. Lin Yu couldn't help but hold Yu Qingxue in his arms and pinched her delicate cheeks. The feelings between the two gradually warmed up and became as passionate as water, and later they snuggled up to each other tightly. Right now. They seemed to have turned into dog food making machines, and the whole haunted house was filled with the disgusting sour smell of love. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by the haunted house's surveillance camera and transmitted to the backstage staff. Chapter 18, Yell at My Girlfriend Again. Inside the backstage studio of the Dead by Daylight haunted house. Several commanders in charge of the haunted house project were staring at a row of monitors in front of them, watching the live movements of each group of challenging couples. At first, they didn't care much. Because most challengers fail at the first level, few can reach the second level. But this moment, they gradually realized that something was wrong. How could they tolerate this because a couple was showing affection right under their noses? You know, their Dead by Daylight haunted house has another nickname, which is the couple breakup haunted house. Every couple that comes and leaves in a separate way, there is never an exception. But now there are still couples exchanging glances and flirting in front of them. This is simply a disregard for this professional team. No. No matter what, we must break up this couple today. If you ask them why they are so obsessed, it's because they are all single. As single people, the last thing they want to see is some couples using a haunted house to show off their love. Why should they be fed dog food while working so hard? Is there any law here? Is there any justice? Therefore, we uphold the lay feng spirit of breaking up as many teams as possible to benefit the majority of single dogs. They vowed not to let any couple go, and this is also their obsession as single dogs. Every team, get ready. A king's couple has appeared in the third corridor. Everyone, go to level 1 alert. We must make sure they fall apart here. Roger that, the human resources team is ready. Got it, the props team is ready. Roger that, the special effects team is ready. When the staff of the haunted house learned that a couple at the strongest king level had participated in the challenge and were about to arrive at the level they were responsible for, they quickly called on members of each group to get ready. After receiving the order, all the staff returned to their respective posts and prepared everything. At the same time, not far away, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue were walking towards this side. Since the previous physical contact, the feelings between the two parties have continued to heat up. The two of them walked forward slowly, hand in hand, talking and laughing along the way, as if they were not affected at all by the terrifying atmosphere around them. It was as if they were not exploring an empty and lonely haunted house, but walking on a deserted street. But before they had walked for long, the road ahead of them suddenly made a clanging sound. Immediately afterwards, a huge coffin fell from the ceiling and landed directly on the road, completely blocking the way forward for Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue. When this extremely terrifying thing happened before their eyes, even Lin Yu shuddered. Although it's outrageous. But right now, there was indeed a gloomy black coffin placed in front of him, with a broken Fu character pasted on it. From time to time, there were clicking and squeaking sounds, as if something was gnawing on bones and a group of insects were wriggling, which was really enough to make people's hair stand on end. For the Chinese, coffins symbolize bad luck. No matter what time it is, encountering a coffin will only make people feel unlucky. In some special places, it can make people feel uneasy. Lin Yu is no exception. With such a huge coffin blocking the middle of the road, who would dare to walk past it easily? And this thing is also a childhood shadow of Lin Yu. He still remembers that when he was very young, he watched a horror movie called Mr. Zombie, and since then he has developed a serious psychological fear of zombies and coffins. Although when he grew up, he knew that the zombies in movies and TV shows were fake. But there is still a sense of discomfort in my heart. No way. Who made this a childhood shadow? This is also the reason why Lin Yu was a little scared after seeing this huge coffin. Yu Qingxue, on the other hand, was full of excitement. It was the first time she saw the coffins in the movie up close. Ha! There's a stone tablet in front of the coffin. Yu Qingxue walked forward curiously and carefully observed the words written on the stone tablet. This is an old and dilapidated stone tablet with severe signs of weathering. A lot of lime has fallen off the surface, and it seems like it will break if touched. There was only a short line of words on the stone tablet. They were in traditional Chinese characters and the color was bright red like blood. The world is on the verge of chaos, and a 100-year war is about to break out. The approaching storm awakened the ultimate talent from among the zombies that had been sleeping for 100 years. The mysterious 1,000-year-old zombie king, Jiang Chen. Have to. The best among zombies. After reading this line of words, Lin Yu, who was originally a little frightened, lost interest on the spot. Do you really think he doesn't go to Billy? However, just as Lin Yu finished complaining in his heart, he suddenly heard a strange noise. A slight collision sound reached the ears of the two men. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound coming from inside the coffin. This made Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue instantly nervous. At the same time, a cold wind blew, and the two of them smelled an extremely unpleasant and pungent stench of a corpse at the same time. This horrified them. Could it be possible that there are really zombies in there? Lin Yu's expression changed slightly, he swallowed his saliva, and thought to himself, is it time to play such a big game? It's okay to put a coffin to block the road, but do you really want to stuff a zombie inside? No wonder there were stories of people being scared to death here back then. Who wouldn't be scared by this? As the sound of collision became louder and louder, Lin Yu was surprised to find that the coffin lid was also showing signs of movement. At this moment, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue felt as if they were in a zombie movie. They felt a sense of fear, fearing that a big dumpling would jump out of the coffin in the next second. This situation is exactly the most distressing. Many times, it's not that people lack the courage to face their fears, but the anxiety before the fear comes is enough to drive many people crazy. Especially the stench of corpses, which makes people want to vomit just by smelling it. Coupled with the cold wind felt on the back and the atmosphere created by the dim light, people can't help but be affected by the atmosphere, as if this is not a haunted house, but a real burial ground. Brother Yu, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Yu Qingxue felt Lin Yu's hand tremble, and she saw goosebumps on the male protagonist's neck from the corner of her eye, so she quickly held it to comfort him. After being comforted by Yu Qingxue's gentle voice, Lin Yu felt a warm current flowing through his heart, and his mentality eased a lot. Just when they mustered up the courage and prepared to break through the coffin, a sudden change occurred. Bang! With a loud bang, the coffin lid was blown away and slammed to the ground, making a rumbling sound, followed by a burst of white smoke spreading out from inside the coffin. Suddenly, a pair of extremely pale, wrinkled hands with long purple nails stretched out of the coffin and were slowly moving. The next moment, a sound like the roar of a wild beast was heard, and the stench of the corpse became stronger, accompanied by the rustling sound of insects crawling on the corpse. Under the gaze of Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue, a body dressed in Qing dynasty official uniform slowly rose up, its arms drooped naturally, and finally hung in the air. When it opened its eyes, its pair of blood-red ghost eyes were captivating, and it opened its mouth wide, revealing two sharp fangs. He looks exactly like the real leading man in a zombie movie. Of course. Whether in movies or in reality, the zombies are all pretenders. The big rice dumpling in front of me is no exception. He is played by an actor who was a graduate of drama school. On this day, the 1,000-year-old zombie king Jiang Chen, played by him, had scared countless tourists, including many couples. When he meets a couple, his expression with makeup on will become even more ferocious, making him look even more terrifying. So no couple could remain calm in front of him. Without exception, they were frightened and abandoned their girlfriends and fled in a hurry. So he was very confident that the couple in front of him would be scared to pieces by the zombie he played. After seeing this scene, Lin Yu and the others were so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. Of course, they weren't scared. But I never expected it. This haunted house actually stuffed a zombie in the coffin. I can only say that the organizers are really trying hard. Brother Yu, look. This zombie is so realistic, it can actually float up like in the movies. Yu Qingxue hugged Lin Yu's arm and said in surprise. Lin Yu also thought this was really amazing, and wondered how they did it. But the next second, he suddenly discovered a whitish silver line behind the zombie. This made him suddenly realize. It's the wire. He added the wire. For a moment, the two ignored the zombies in front of them and started discussing the topic of wire work. This made it difficult for the extras playing zombies to perform. I wondered if these two people in front of me were mentally ill. Would a normal person discuss wire work at this time? Shouldn't they be screaming with fear? Moreover, as a single man, he feels extremely uncomfortable being fed dog food by the couples in front of him at work. So in order to express his protest, he deliberately put on a ferocious and terrifying look and roared at the two men. Roar! The sudden roar scared Yu Qingxue. She shrank into Lin Yu's arms, her little face aggrieved, and said, Brother Yu, is he unhappy because we stayed here for too long? Hearing this, Lin Yu rolled his eyes inwardly. I wonder who would be happy if they were fed a mouthful of dog food at work. But he still comforted Yu Qingxue. At the same time, he put on a sour face and threatened the zombie in front of him, if you dare to yell at my girlfriend again, believe it or not, I will complain to you later. The man was originally feeling a little proud, but after hearing this, the expression on his face instantly fell. In the end, he showed an aggrieved expression and lay back in the coffin reluctantly. Chapter 19 Complete the Challenge. Inside the haunted house's backstage studio, the group of commanders stared at the screen in front of them with wide eyes. They never dreamed that the ending would be like this. Even the Millennium Zombie King that they carefully designed couldn't scare Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue. Instead, it deepened their relationship and made them show affection on the spot. This made them feel as if cold dog food was being forced into their mouths. Damn it! I just don't believe it. I'm risking my own honor as a single person. I have to break you up today. Several commanders gnashed their teeth, their faces filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy. He then took out his intercom and instructed the other staff members in the haunted house, emergency order. All members, gather at the third passage immediately. Make sure to stop this couple from passing through and taking the 1 million yuan prize. As a professional team hired by Gizne Amusement Park at a high price, they naturally shouldered a heavy burden, the responsibility of not allowing any challenger to pass and avoid losing the 1 million bonus. But even if an emergency order was issued, there was still no way to create a rift in the relationship between Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue. No matter whether it was the following ghost wall, 18 levels of hell, or the last level 100 ghosts attack, none of these scared the two away. Even the two of them didn't show any sign of being frightened the whole time. On the contrary, they were in a cheerful mood, as if they were just sightseeing, feeling contented and happy. From the beginning to the end, they looked loving and passionate. Damn! Are this couple still normal? This is the first time I've seen someone explore a haunted house like they're taking a walk in their own backyard. Is that fair? Damn it! This is the first time I've seen anyone showing off their affection in a haunted house. This behavior is even more devilish than the devil. The commanders backstage were all confused. They were very confident at first. They believed that no one could pass the levels they carefully set up and get the 1 million prize. But now they realize how naive they were. The most hateful thing is, not only do they have to watch others break through the defenses they set up step by step, but they also have to be fed dog food in the middle. This feeling is like adding insult to injury. To describe it in one word, it is miserable. Outside the haunted house, a large group of single people were looking at the exit of the haunted house with anticipation and gloating. Without exception, they were all waiting for the moment when Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue came out. Because then, they could see the two break apart. For these single guys, there is nothing more satisfying than seeing couples quarrel and break up. Do you think that couple will break up on the spot after they come out? Nonsense. If they don't break up, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea live. Breaking up is inevitable. What's more, that guy is very ordinary. Not only does he look ordinary, he doesn't even look rich. He's totally unworthy of such a stunning beauty. I don't know what kind of luck that guy had to find a girlfriend like this and get out of being single. Hey, I'll just wait until they break up and then ask that pretty girl for her contact information. If even that loser can get her, why can't I? Just as this group of singles were discussing heatedly, the door at the exit of the haunted house was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue appeared in front of everyone, talking and laughing, holding hands. When they saw Yu Qingxue snuggling in Lin Yu's arms with a happy face, these single dogs were stunned. I thought something was wrong. The couples who came out before all kept their physical distance and made sour faces, like strangers. How come these two people not only did not become distant, but instead became even closer and inseparable than before they went in? No. I can't accept this ending. Many single people were stuffed with dog food, and they looked as if they had been hit hard, with pale faces. They don't want to believe it's true. Lin Yu held Yu Qingxue in his arms, glanced at the single dogs around him, and an imperceptible arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. You little brat, do you still want to see us break up? Just open your mouth and eat the dog food. Just when Lin Yu was feeling happy and proud, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! The host has completed the task, and the task reward is now being issued. Dog food points plus 10. Current dog food points, 30 points. You still need 20 dog food points to unlock the dog food store. After Lin Yu completed the system task, he also received a reward from the system, and he only needed 20 dog food points to unlock the dog food store. He still has great expectations for the so-called dog food store and hopes to unlock it as soon as possible. Snap! 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 At this time, several fireworks were heard. Several front desk staff of the haunted house came forward to Lin Yu and congratulated them. Congratulations to the two of you for successfully passing the true love test. Now we will award you a special commemorative prize and a bonus of 1 million. When these words reached the ears of everyone around, their faces were filled with disbelief and stunned expressions. I even doubted whether I had heard it wrongly. These two actually passed the true love test and even received a $1 million bonus. Acid. It's nothing but sour. At this moment, all the single dogs looked at Lin Yu with deep resentment, not to mention how jealous they were in their hearts. Not only does he have such a beautiful girlfriend, he also received a reward of 1 million RMB. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a winner in life. Soon, Lin Yu also received the haunted house commemorative prize in cash worth 1 million. But in today's era, cash has been completely replaced by electronic payment, and the organizer of the haunted house also said that he could give Lin Yu 1 million by bank transfer. After all, it's not realistic to walk around the street with 1 million in cash. Let's transfer this 1 million into Brother Yu's account. Yu Qingxue suggested transferring all the money into Lin Yu's bank account. Her family background was not short of money, so she wanted to give all the money to Lin Yu. But Lin Yu scratched Yu Qingxue's tall nose and said with a smile, "This money is obtained through our joint efforts, and no one can enjoy it alone." At his strong request, Yu Qingxue nodded in agreement and decided to divide the prize money equally. When the bank text message rang on his phone, Lin Yu was also a little sad. He didn't expect that a fortune would come his way just when he was out playing for a day. If it had happened in the past, he would never have dared to think about it. After all, before the system and in-person meetings were established, he was an ordinary college student with no background. 500,000 is a huge sum of money for him. But now, such a huge sum of money easily falls into his pocket. That's why he felt so emotional. "Brother Yu, what are we going to play next?" After leaving the haunted house, Yu Qingxue hugged Lin Yu's arm and looked at him expectantly. Lin Yu glanced around and thought about his next plan. However, at this moment, the system issued a new task again. Duong. Dog food radar detected a reaction. Limited time quest now available, dog food cook. Task content, have an intimate meal with your girlfriend in a restaurant and achieve the achievement of feeding each other. Task reward, dog food points +5. Do you accept the task? Lin Yu was worried about what to do next. Since the system has issued the task, there is no reason not to complete it. Dog abuse in the restaurant, let us go. Chapter 20, Unlocking the Dog Food Shop. Food is the most important thing for people, and 3 meals a day are essential. Therefore, the Gizne theme restaurant has always been the place with the most tourists in the park. In addition, the restaurant often launches various special menus, resulting in an almost constant flow of customers. After taking on the system task, Lin Yu brought Yu Qingxue to the theme restaurant. As soon as she entered the restaurant, countless eyes were cast on Yu Qingxue, including not only single people but also many couples. They were all attracted by Yu Qingxue's appearance and temperament, and then noticed Lin Yu beside them. After discovering that the boyfriend of this stunning beauty is just an ordinary man, many single men showed puzzled expressions. I don't understand why Yu Qingxue would fall for an ordinary man like Lin Yu. Aren't they 100 times better than Lin Yu? And those men who had girlfriends secretly cursed Lin Yu for his bad luck. They believed that the reason why Yu Qingxue fell in love with Lin Yu was simply because she was close to him. If it were them, they would definitely be able to take down Yu Qingxue easily. They felt aggrieved when they thought that a guy like Lin Yu could find a beauty who was countless times better than their girlfriends. Although no one expressed their inner thoughts, a strange atmosphere gradually filled the restaurant. As a man, Lin Yu naturally noticed the gazes of these people. But he chose to ignore it and took Yu Qingxue to a conspicuous place to dine. Since they are going to show their affection in a restaurant, they must choose a place where everyone can see them. A waiter came to the two of them and served them with a smile. Following the waiter's recommendation, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue both tried the restaurant's signature dishes. Before long, the restaurant's dishes were served on their table. Yu Qingxue used a knife and fork to bring a piece of juicy steak from her plate to Lin Yu's mouth. "Brother Yu, open your mouth and I'll feed you." This was unexpected for Lin Yu. Yu Qingxue actually took the initiative to feed him. Ah! He opened his mouth and took the food in front of him. "Is it tasty?" Yu Qingxue asked gently. "As long as you feed it, it tastes good." Smooth talk. Yu Qingxue's cherry lips moved slightly, and a hint of pink appeared on her pretty face. Lin Yu only calls out the name Shuer in the game, although she has heard it many times in the game. But in reality, calling her like this would still make her feel a little shy. But this also means that the relationship between her and Lin Yu has further improved. This is what Yu Qingxue hopes to see. Lin Yu looked at her charming appearance and couldn't help pinching her little face. "Come, I'll feed you too." While he was holding Yu Qingxue's attractive waist, he shared the fried pork chop he ordered with her. Ever since Yu Qingxue grew up and became sensible, she has never been fed by anyone again. Especially now that she was eating in such an ambiguous posture, her heart was beating like a deer and her face was full of shyness. But she still opened her thin cherry mouth and took the pork chop that Lin Yu fed her into her mouth. "Is it tasty?" "As long as Brother Yu feeds it, it tastes good." Yu Qingxue used the same trick. This made Lin Yu stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "You, sooner or later my heart will be stolen by you." "Ha, who let brother you steal my heart first?" Yu Qingxue smiled brightly and charmingly. This pure and lovely look is simply stunning. I can only say that she is really good at it. Lin Yu had only one thought in his mind at this moment. Damn, this is damn sweet. And the people watching nearby suffered even more. They are here to eat. How come eating suddenly turns into eating dog food? It was really painful to see Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue flirting with each other. Those men who have girlfriends are fine, at least they have someone to rely on and won't be attacked to death. But it's hard for single guys without girlfriends. Many singles said they couldn't stand it anymore and paid and left the restaurant without even eating a few bites of the food on the table. This shows how heinous Lin Yu's crimes are. It is no exaggeration to say that he is not a human being. Ding! The host has completed the task, and the task reward is now being issued. Dog food points plus 5. Current dog food points, 35 points. 15 more dog food points are needed to unlock the dog food store. After completing this task, Lin Yu was only 15 dog food points away from opening the dog food store. 15 points of dog food points means that he only needs to complete 1 or 2 tasks to complete it. So Lin Yu decided to strike while the iron was hot. After having afternoon tea, continue to complete the tasks assigned by the system. It won't take an hour. He completed all the tasks issued by the system. The dog food points finally reached 50 points, successfully unlocking the long-awaited dog food store. According to the system's introduction, Lin Yu only needs to silently recite the name of the dog food store in his mind to open the store. After doing so, a store page appeared in Lin Yu's mind. It shows stores with 5 quality levels: low level, mid level, high level, top level, and premium. The more upscale the store, the more expensive the goods sold will be, but the effect will also be better. But if you want to unlock stores above the lower level, you need to collect more dog food points. I took a look at the dog food points needed to unlock the mid-level shop. 5,000 points. This immediately made Lin Yu helpless. I thought that completing a task would only give me a few dozen points at most, but the intermediate store would cost 5,000 points, not to mention the advanced, top-level and premium stores. Presumably, more points will be required. But it's too long ago to think about that now. Let us first take a look at what goods are sold in low-level shops. Lin Yu carefully looked at the products currently sold in the dog food store. Super Lucky Charm multiplies the user's luck tenfold for 30 minutes price, 20 points. Student Potion, used to transform into a super student, lasts for 5 hours price, 25 points. Charming Perfume, increases your attraction to the opposite sex for 24 hours price, 15 points. Battle Memory, after watching, you can permanently obtain the battle skills in your memory and improve your combat strength price 50 points. Marrow Cleansing Pills, after taking, it can improve the structure of meridians, enhance physical fitness, and reduce the probability of illness price 100 points. After looking around, Lin Yu found that there were a total of 8 product columns in the dog food store. The props sold in them could be used for various purposes, depending on how they were used. There is also a refresh button in the upper right corner of the store interface. You only need to pay 10 dog food points to refresh the items in the merchandise column. Of course, you don't have to refresh them, because the dog food store will automatically refresh them at 12 o'clock every night. After getting a little understanding of the store's mechanism, Lin Yu was not in a hurry to buy these items. Because most of the props are disposable and will be gone after use, and he has no need to buy them at this stage, so he chose not to waste dog food points. After the dog food store was unlocked, Lin Yu was no longer obsessed with completing the task, but decided to have some fun with Yu Qingxue first. Chapter 21 True Love Ferris Wheel. Anyway, today is his first date with Yu Qingxue, so he must have a great time and leave a good memory for both of them. After that, the two continued to explore and play in the amusement park, and basically tried all kinds of large-scale and exciting entertainment projects, such as roller coasters, pirate ships, bungee jumping machines, and other projects. Just as they lost interest, the sky gradually darkened from dusk and the night slowly occupied the entire sky. 7 o'clock in the evening. Sporadic bright spots have appeared in the sky, and the stars are gradually being exposed to the eyes of countless tourists. Sudden. The entire amusement park was dark, causing countless tourists to feel confused for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a broadcast voice sounded and reached everyone's ears. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Gizne Amusement Park. It's 7 o'clock in the evening, and it's time to witness the birth of true love. The much anticipated True Love Ferris wheel is now open. When the broadcast ended, the light reappeared. A ray of light appeared not far away, attracting everyone's attention. It was a huge Ferris wheel. There are all kinds of exquisite decorations on it, and even the cabin is designed in the shape of a heart. The whole Ferris wheel is filled with the atmosphere of love. This is Disney's latest super popular attraction, the Love Ferris wheel. Disney theme park even promotes the True Love Ferris wheel with the symbol of true and everlasting love, claiming that any couple who rides the True Love Ferris wheel will be blessed and their love will last forever. It is precisely because of this romantic publicity that countless couples want to board this True Love Ferris wheel. But the problem is that the True Love Ferris wheel is only open from 7 to 9 p.m. every day. In addition, the number of people who can ride is limited, so the True Love Ferris wheel uses a lottery to decide which couples can ride. This kind of hungry marketing has led many couples to eagerly want to ride the True Love Ferris wheel so that they can show off their everlasting love in front of other couples. The lottery method is also very simple. There is a spotlight at the top of the True Love Ferris wheel, and the organizers of the amusement park will use the spotlight to illuminate couples in the crowd. Once found, you will always have the opportunity to board the Ferris wheel of true love. From now on, the computer lottery program will randomly select the lucky couples in the square to ride the True Love Ferris wheel. The countdown sounded on the radio, and then the spotlights on the Ferris wheel began to rotate rapidly, constantly passing over the figures. In the center of the square, there is a huge screen, and any couple selected by the spotlight will appear on the screen. It wasn't long before the first lucky couple was chosen. They were a very ordinary couple. After being selected, they were also very surprised and delighted. They didn't expect to have such good luck. The other couples next to this couple looked very lost. After all, they were just a little bit away from being selected. Moreover, the True Love Ferris wheel has a capacity limit, with only 50 couples allowed per day. If a couple is selected, there will be one less place. Couples who are not selected will naturally feel anxious and disappointed. As time passed, half of the 50 places were gone, leaving less than 25. This has left many couples feeling desperate and giving up hope of ever riding the Ferris wheel of true love. Brother Yu, how great would it be if we could be chosen? Yu Qingxue also looked at the selected couples with envy. As a girl, I naturally hoped to ride this True Love Ferris wheel with my beloved. Even she knew that this was just a publicity stunt by the amusement park. But what can we do? Even if it's a gimmick, it's romantic, and that's enough. Lin Yu could see the expectation on her face and knew that Yu Qingxue hoped to board this Ferris wheel of true love with him. Don't worry, we will definitely be chosen. He held Yu Qingxue's hand and spoke seriously. Actually, it doesn't matter if you weren't selected. After all, it's just a marketing gimmick. Brother Yu, don't take it too seriously. Yu Qingxue realized that what she had just said was a bit unreasonable, so she told Lin Yu not to take it too seriously. After all, there are so many couples in the square, and there are less than 25 places left. The chance of being selected is probably lower than winning the lottery. No, I will definitely take you on this Ferris wheel. Lin Yu showed a confident look on his face. In the past, he would not have said such words, nor would he have been able to say such words. But now it's different. Because he has unlocked the dog food store. According to his expectation, he only needed to spend 20 dog food points to buy the super lucky charm, which would multiply his luck by 10 in 30 minutes. As long as Lin Yu's original luck is not as bad as Ju's Haegu, then being selected is inevitable. Yu Qingxue was stunned when she saw Lin Yu was so confident. But then he showed a trusting smile and said, "Yes. I believe Brother Yu." Seeing that Yu Qingxue trusted him so much, Lin Yu didn't want to let her down even more. He just thought of the dog food store in his mind. When he entered the store, Lin Yu found the Super Lucky Charm on the store interface. Super Lucky Charm multiplies the user's luck tenfold for 30 minutes price, 20 points. Click Buy below the product column. Are you sure to buy? Sure. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Lucky Charm. A glimmer of light appeared in Lin Yu's palm, which no one noticed, and then a red talisman appeared in the palm of his hand. Holding the Super Lucky Charm, Lin Yu followed the system's instructions and silently recited the word use in his mind. Then the red talisman was instantly cremated, turning into a red light spot and sinking into Lin Yu's body. The Super Lucky Charm was used successfully, and the host's luck will be multiplied tenfold within 30 minutes. Although Lin Yu's luck has increased tenfold now, he doesn't feel anything substantial. But luck was something that could not be sensed, so he did not think about it and continued to wait. However, as time passed, only 3 spots were left. But Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue were still not selected. This made Yu Qingxue completely give up hope and no longer have any extravagant dreams. Lin Yu was even more confused. I wondered if the system would sell him fake props. What about the promise to increase your luck tenfold? Could it be that his luck was really as bad as going to Juice Haegu? Just as Lin Yu was thinking about questioning the system, 2 more spots were taken by other couples, and one of the couples happened to be right next to them. This feeling is undoubtedly like a blow to the head when you see hope. System, are the items you sell guaranteed to be authentic? Why didn't they do anything after I used them? Lin Yu couldn't help it anymore and questioned after calling out the system. Host, rest assured, this system is fair and honest, and all the products sold are genuine. Then why haven't I been selected yet? The description of the Super Lucky Charm states that it multiplies the host's luck tenfold, but if the host's luck value is 0, it is normal for it not to be selected. Lin Yu was stunned by these words, thinking that this was too outrageous. Although 0 multiplied by 10 is still 0. But his luck value can't be as low as 0. Just as Lin Yu was passionately arguing with the system, the drawing of the final spots officially began. In the past 10 minutes, the system has selected 49 lucky couples. There's only 1 spot left. I wonder which couple will be the final lucky winner. After the broadcast sounded, the spotlights began to turn rapidly, and many couples prayed in their hearts, hoping to be the final lucky one. Brother Yu, it seems our luck isn't good enough, but don't be discouraged. Maybe next time we come here, we might change our luck and be chosen. Yu Qingxue had already given up on boarding the True Love Ferris wheel and instead comforted Lin Yu. Lin Yu could only smile helplessly, feeling very unwilling in his heart. He didn't want to see Yu Qingxue disappointed. I also hope to ride the Ferris wheel of true love with her, but there is no way. He can only blame it all on his bad luck. Well, let's go. But what Lin Yu never expected was the moment when he and Yu Qingxue turned around. A spotlight stopped on them, carrying with it the envious and jealous gazes of countless couples around them. During the broadcast, the host's voice sounded passionately. Congratulations to this couple. You have been favored by the goddess of love and have become the final lucky winners. Chapter 22 Let the dog food spread all over the world. When the spotlight focused on Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue, they both stood there in a daze. They couldn't believe it was true. The lucky ones in the end turned out to be them. After realizing that she was chosen, Yu Qingxue jumped up with joy, hanging on Lin Yu's upper body, with an expression of joy on her face. Brother Yu, what you just said is true. We really were chosen. Seeing Yu Qingxue's cheerful look, Lin Yu couldn't help but pick her up. At the same time, I felt relieved. Fortunately, the super lucky charm stood up at the last moment and did not fail. Now, please invite the 50 lucky couples chosen to board the True Love Ferris wheel. We will be here to witness your true and everlasting love. After the announcement sounded, the couples chosen by the spotlight slowly walked towards the True Love Ferris wheel and got into the cabin of the Ferris wheel one after another. Under the envious gazes of countless couples and singles outside, the Ferris wheel of true love started to rise. A moving melody sounded and the Ferris wheel slowly rotated, bringing the atmosphere to its peak. Many couples took advantage of this beautiful scenery to make a lifelong commitment in the cabin. Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue sat on one side of the cabin, holding hands, looking out the window at the distant scenery. They didn't speak, quietly enjoying the quiet and comfortable atmosphere. It was not until 7:30 that the sound of fireworks exploding broke the romantic tranquility. Bang! 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 Snap! 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 A brilliant and beautiful firework slowly rises from the ground, and when they reach the highest point, they all bloom into the most beautiful moment without exception. This moment. The tourists in the amusement park were all attracted by the dazzling fireworks and nothing else was on their minds. The couples on the Ferris wheel were even more fascinated. They snuggled together, admiring the brilliant fireworks in the sky. Everything was said without words. Yu Qingxue leaned her head on Lin Yu's chest, her beautiful eyes looking at the fireworks exploding outside the window, her face filled with happiness. Brother Yu, thank you for bringing me here. I haven't been this happy in a long time. She looked at Lin Yu, her voice filled with deep gratitude. Because of her family background, she has been bound by shackles since she was a child. She cannot do what she wants freely. Even playing like an ordinary child is a luxury. Not to mention places like amusement parks. It can be said that her childhood was dull and boring. At least in Yu Qingshue's memories, there is no trace of happiness in her childhood memories. Although she came here with her best friend after going to college. But Yu Qingxue was not able to feel the joy and happiness of her childhood. Not like this time. She cast aside all her worries and immersed herself in a world that only contained her and Linyu, allowing her to play carefree like a child and do whatever she wanted. This made her very happy, and was also the reason why she thanked Linyu. "You little idiot, why are you saying thank you to me? Besides, I had a lot of fun today." Linyu held her in his arms and stroked her back gently. Although he and Yu Qingxue only officially met today, their feelings for each other go beyond that. So for Linyu, saying thank you is meaningless and unnecessary. "Brother Yu, I like you." Yu Qingxue stared at Linyu with her beautiful eyes, and suddenly she looked at him with deep affection. She confided her feelings to Linyu and hoped that Linyu could understand her feelings. "Really? But I like you more than you like me." Linyu looked at her seriously. "No, I like you more than brother Yu likes me," Yu Qingxue said with a little jealousy. Okay, you like me more." Linyu also laughed helplessly. He was afraid that if this continued, he would become a Russian nesting doll. As time goes by, the true love Ferris wheel is about to come to an end. Inside the cockpit, the two looked into each other's eyes, gazing at each other affectionately, wanting to imprint each other's appearance at this moment in their hearts and never forget it for the rest of their lives. At this time, amidst the beautiful scene of fireworks blooming and love in full swing, Yu Qingxue happened to look out the window and saw other couples riding on the true love Ferris wheel kissing passionately. This made her think of the scene when she kissed Linyu. But on second thought, she had just met Linyu today. If she kissed him directly here, would Linyu mistakenly think that she was a casual woman? If Linyu is willing to take the initiative, she naturally has no objection. But there were still 5 minutes left before the Ferris wheel ended. No one knows whether Linyu will take the initiative. If it ends like this, it would be a pity. It's a rare opportunity to board the Ferris wheel of true love, and no one knows if this will be their only chance in this lifetime. She doesn't want to gamble. After making up her mind, Yu Qingshue's cheeks flushed, and she looked shy. She lowered her head and said, "Brother Yu, close your eyes for a moment." Linyu was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. But he still did it obediently. At the same time, outside the True Love Ferris wheel, an unmanned aircraft is flying around the Ferris wheel, recording the loving scenes of couples in the Ferris wheel cabins and projecting them onto the big screen in the center of the square. This drone belongs to the organizer of Giselle and is specially used to photograph and record information about couples on the True Love Ferris wheel. It can be said that this is the official dog food released by Gisne. Coincidentally, at this moment, the footage taken by the drone happened to be in the cockpit where Linyu and Yu Qingxue were. When the image of the two was projected on the big screen, many couples and singles were surprised. All the other couples were immersed in the atmosphere of passionate kissing, except Linyu and Yu Qingxue. "I think they are having a conflict," some busybodies sneered insidiously. They believed that there must be a gap between Linyu and Yu Qingxue, otherwise, in this situation, it would be impossible for them not to kiss and show their love. Many single people even laughed out loud. It is claimed that an ordinary man like Linyu is not worthy of a beauty like Yu Qingxue, and he is probably just a bootlicker who got lucky enough to be favored by the goddess. However, a dog is still a dog after all, and it is impossible for him to kiss the goddess. But just when everyone was thinking this, what Yu Qingxue did the next second made these single dogs dumbfounded and feel as if they had lost their parents. In the cockpit, Yu Qingxue moved her head, and her seductive cherry lips touched Linyu's cheek lightly, leaving a hint of fragrance and lip marks. A kiss to keep. Yu Qingxue looked shy and didn't dare to look Linyu in the eye. She was like a bride on her wedding night, pure and charming. This stunned all the single people in front of the screen. Could it be that they had misunderstood before? Moreover, Yu Qingxue's pure appearance has made countless men and single people jealous. After all, girls in modern society have become completely unrestrained after being brainwashed by Western open-minded ideas. Not to mention being shy about a kiss on the cheek, they wouldn't even blush even if they were kissing in public on the street. Finding a pure and innocent girlfriend is as difficult as climbing to the sky. This is also the reason why they are jealous of Linyu. How on earth could an ordinary guy find such a good girlfriend? Linyu was a little flattered. Never thought. Yu Qingxue actually took the initiative to kiss him. This made him not know what to say. "Brother Yu, do you think I'm casual?" Seeing Linyu didn't speak, Yu Qingxue asked nervously. She was very afraid of the change in Lin Yu's impression of her. Not casually. Lin Yu shook his head and then said, But what? Yu Qingxue asked anxiously. Seeing her so anxious, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile and said, But you have no moral principles and actually cheated and attacked me, a 21-year-old comrade. Is this okay? This is not good. I advise you not to close your eyes next time and kiss me directly. After hearing these words, Yu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and then she started laughing. The little pink fist hit Lin Yu's shoulder and said softly, Brother Yu is annoying. For a moment, the loving atmosphere between the two filled the cabin. It was even projected onto the square screen via drones, feeding countless men and single people a mouthful of dog food. Even men who have girlfriends feel jealous of the sweet love on the screen. Why aren't their girlfriends, Yu Qingxue? Why? Oh shit. It's okay for single guys to be fed dog food, but why do those who have girlfriends also have to be fed dog food? Just as Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue were hugging each other, feeling the last few minutes of beautiful time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Detected that the host fed more than 1,000 single dogs with dog food at the same time, now achieved the achievement 1000 dog kill. Achievement reward, 100 dog food points. Chapter 23 I'm fine, but you are. When the system's voice sounded, Lin Yu was stunned on the spot. He had heard of the 1,000-man killing. But what exactly is this 1,000 dog slash? Are all the achievement names in this system so sexy? Could it be that there will be an achievement title like Kill 10,000 Dogs in the future? But no matter how much I complain, it's still great to get 100 more dog food points. These 100 dog food points are enough for Lin Yu to get a lot of useful goods in the dog food store. When the last round of fireworks exploded in the sky, blooming with brilliant light, the True Love Ferris wheel segment also came to an end. After the Ferris wheel slowly stopped moving, the couples in the cabin left contentedly. After Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue got off the Ferris wheel, it was almost time for the park to close, and a large number of entertainment facilities had stopped being open to tourists. As the lights in the amusement park gradually dimmed, a large number of tourists realized it was time to leave. Everyone walked out to the exit in an orderly manner. Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue held hands, walked through the crowd, and then left the amusement park. After leaving the amusement park, they did not rush back, but decided to take a walk on the street not far away, talking and laughing along the way, chatting about some trivial things in life. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten time and put everything behind them. It wasn't until the phone in Lin Yu's pocket rang that he was brought back to reality. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Wang Hu calling him. I was thinking, why is this guy calling him now? Wang Hu, is there anything wrong? I'm fine, but you're going to be in trouble. Wang Hu's words confused Lin Yu on the spot, and he asked quickly, What do you mean by this? Current curfew starts at 11 o'clock. When that bastard dorm supervisor calls the roll and finds you're not there, he'll definitely deduct credits from you. Think about how many points you've already lost this semester. When Wang Hu's words entered Lin Yu's ears, he took a deep breath. Only then did I realize that the school would start calling the roll after 11 o'clock. This semester, he has reached the red line because he has been deducted too many credits. If all his credits are deducted, he will face the risk of repeating a grade. He quickly checked the time on his phone and was shocked to find that there were less than 20 minutes left until 11 o'clock. It is at least 5 kilometers from here to the school, and it takes at least 20 minutes to walk back. Taking a taxi is even more impossible. Because there are almost no taxis at this time. The only way is to run back desperately from now on, so that there may be a chance to reach school before the curfew. Anyway, hurry up. The dormitory manager can help you attract attention. After Wang Hu said this, he hung up the phone. Yu Qingxue saw Lin Yu's anxious look and asked, Brother Yu, are you going to rush to the gate? Well, if you don't go back, the dorm supervisor will call you out and deduct credits. Lin Yu nodded hurriedly, wondering if he could try his luck and find a taxi. It's definitely too late to run back now. But then he thought again. Yu Qingxue was in the same university as him, but she didn't seem to be worried about the access control. Yu Qingxue seemed to see Lin Yu's confusion, so she explained, I moved out of the dormitory after my junior year and rented a house outside, so I don't have to worry about the school access control. Lin Yu suddenly realized. I thought that renting a house off campus would indeed save me a lot of trouble. The only problem was the burden of rent. But Yu Qingxue doesn't look like someone who needs to worry about rent. Sorry, Schwer. I wanted to chat with you a little longer, but unfortunately I can only wait until next time. It doesn't matter. We are in the same university anyway and we see each other every day. Yu Qingxue showed a sweet smile on her face, which warmed Lin Yu's heart. Well. Then I'll be leaving first. Lin Yu waved goodbye to Yu Qingxue, then turned and ran towards the school. For the first time, he experienced what it meant to race against time. Fortunately, Lin Yu occasionally exercises and his physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would be paralyzed on the road in less than 2 minutes of running at full speed. But even so, it would be difficult for Lin Yu to run 5 kilometers in less than 20 minutes. When there were only 5 minutes left, Lin Yu was already sweating all over and gasping for breath, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. He could feel that he had no strength left in his body, but he was still more than 2 kilometers away from the school. He runs more than 2 kilometers in 5 minutes. Does that mean he is a Superman? Even the world champion may not be able to do it. Just when Lin Yu was despairing and ready to give up, he suddenly remembered that he still had the system. So I quickly opened the dog food store in my mind and found the product on the bottom row. Marrow cleansing pills. After taking, it can improve the structure of the meridians, enhance physical fitness, and reduce the probability of illness. Price 100 points. That's it. Fortunately, I completed the 1000 dog killing achievement before and got 100 dog food points. Otherwise, everything will be over. He quickly clicked the purchase button and bought the marrow cleansing pills. A flash of light passed by in his hand, and then a bottle of light blue medicine appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Without saying a word, he poured the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth. When the pill entered his mouth, Lin Yu could feel a warm current gathering from his throat to his abdomen and then flowing to various parts of his body, penetrating his meridians and acupuncture points. After a period of sour and numb feeling, Lin Yu exhaled a turbid white air from his mouth, and his body felt unprecedentedly powerful, as if endless power was constantly emerging. He even felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. After the body was strengthened by the marrow cleansing pills, the original feeling of weakness disappeared, and he walked even faster and faster than the wind. Taking a step forward, Lin Yu ran a few meters easily without even taking a breath. This made him ecstatic. He just doesn't believe that he can't catch up with the curfew this time. He was seen walking very fast, his speed comparable to that of a world sprint champion, almost leaving an afterimage. This speed stunned many passers-by around. I wondered which great player from the national track and field team was this. With this running speed, he will definitely win the championship in the Olympics. But Lin Yu didn't care about the thoughts of the passers-by. His mind was now full of thoughts about running back to the dormitory to report, so as not to lose the few remaining credits. At this time, there are still 30 seconds until the school gate is closed. The security guard in charge of guarding the school was waiting at the gate early, ready to close the school gate at the appointed time and not allow anyone to enter or leave. But just as he was about to close the door, a figure rushed over and flashed past him in an instant without him even being able to see it clearly. This scared the security guard so much that he thought he had seen a ghost. He quickly closed the door and ran away, fearing that he would be haunted by the ghost. Lin Yu finally caught up with the access control at the last minute. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, and he immediately walked towards the dormitory, ready to report back. Chapter 24, The Villain's Success. Lin Yu rushed into the school in the most extreme way and was not stuck outside the gate. When he rushed through the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I had finally saved those last few credits. Otherwise, if his credits are deducted again this time, he will definitely have to repeat the year. Lin Yu is only a freshman this year. If he is held back in his freshman year, he will be laughed to death if this gets out. The problem now is that bastard dorm supervisor. I hope he hasn't called our dorm yet. When Lin Yu mentioned the dormitory manager, a cold and evil expression appeared on his face. Their dormitory supervisor is a bully who relies on the power of others and is extremely arrogant. The reason was that he got the dormitory supervisor position through the school's back door. It is said that the other party was originally just a gangster who graduated from junior high school. Because he got into trouble in other places, he fled to Yanjiang to seek refuge with his relatives at Yanjiang University. Moreover, this person is idle and does not work on weekdays, and never deals with any dormitory troubles. He is also extremely snobbish and likes to look down on others. Unless you give him benefits, don't even think about asking him to do anything for you. From time to time, he would make hints to the students in the dormitory in order to gain various benefits from them. If anyone doesn't know what's good for them, he will use his identity as an administrator to constantly find trouble. For example, the dormitory roll call at 11 o'clock every night. As long as you give him certain benefits, you don't have to worry about being punished even if he is not in the dormitory. But if it is someone who doesn't know what's good for him, it won't be that easy. It just so happens that the people in Lin Yu's dormitory all despise this kind of behavior, so naturally they will not give in to others. However, this also means that they will always be targeted by the dormitory supervisors. For example, almost all of Lin Yu's credits this semester were deducted by him because he deliberately found fault with them. Not only Lin Yu. This is the case for the vast majority of students. But they have no choice because even if they complain to the school, it will be of no use. Because his relatives are senior executives of Yenjiang University, they have considerable status and power within the school. It was precisely because of this relationship that he was able to secure his position as dormitory manager. When Lin Yu came to the dormitory corridor, before he approached the dormitory, he heard the extremely arrogant questioning voice of the dormitory manager not far away. "Where's Lin Yu? Why haven't I seen him?" In the dormitory room, a man in his late 20s, who looked very sloppy and arrogant, was taking roll call. He is the dormitory manager, Zhang Hangyang. He has something to do and will be back soon, Li Haifan said with a look of displeasure. Not only him, but everyone else in the dormitory also showed a cold and disgusted expression. Because they all know what a disgusting person Zhang Hangyang is. But how could Zhang Hangyang fall for their tricks? He just sneered, a playful look on his face, and said, "Come back later? I think you're stuck outside the gate and can't come back." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hu and the others froze in expression and were speechless. I can only sigh in my heart and mourn for Lin Yu. Given Zhang Hangyang's personality, once he found out that Lin Yu was absent, he would definitely report it directly to the school and have Lin Yu's credits deducted. TSK, how pitiful. He's only in his first year of college and has to be held back. This is unprecedented in Yenjiang University. If this gets out, I'm afraid everyone will laugh at him. You said that if Lin Yu had been more sensible before, he wouldn't have ended up like this, and no one could help him, right? Zhang Hangyang said with a sneer on his face. Moreover, there was something else behind his words. On the surface, he was talking about Lin Yu, but in fact he was killing the chicken to scare the monkey. But even if Wang Hu and others understood what he meant, they would never bow to such a person. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get out of here right after the roll call and don't disturb us from sleeping, Wang Hu said with a gloomy expression. His attitude also made Zhang Hangyang extremely unhappy. He frowned and yelled at them, "Speak respectfully. I'm the dorm supervisor. How dare you talk to an administrator like that? You're worthy of being called an administrator? Even a dog tied downstairs would be more dedicated than you." Yi Jun sneered coldly. This also made Zhang Hangyang completely angry. His face was full of anger. He pointed at the people in front of him and said in a low voice, "Don't be too arrogant. Sooner or later, I will make you end up like Lin Yu." However, just as Zhang Hangyang finished speaking and was about to turn around and leave, an inappropriate voice entered everyone's ears. "Someone called me?" After hearing Lin Yu's voice, everyone in the dormitory was stunned, and then they hurriedly looked towards the door of the room. Shockingly, Lin Yu's figure was standing there. "Lin Yu? Aren't you stuck outside the school gate?" Zhang Hangyang was a little stunned, wondering why Lin Yu appeared here. Not only him, but Wang Hu and others were also very surprised. They didn't expect that Lin Yu would actually come back at the last moment. "Which dog eye of yours saw me being locked out?" Lin Yu's words made Zhang Hangyang look ferocious and tremble all over. "Then what were you doing? Why weren't you in the dormitory? Why is it any of your business what I do?" Lin Yu didn't give the other party any face at all and told him to get out as soon as he called out his name. This made Zhang Heng grit his teeth and he wanted to eat these people alive. "Okay. You all just wait." After all, this happened in the dormitory, so Zhang Hangyang could only utter harsh words but did not dare to actually take action. After he left, Lin Yu also had a gloomy look on his face and closed the dormitory door. In his eyes, people like Zhang Hangyang who rely on connections to get in through the back door are the same as Luo Wencheng. Naturally, he had no good impression of it. "Alright, Yuzi, I actually managed to get you to the gate." Wang Hu and others came forward and looked at him with a smirk on their faces. They all knew that Lin Yu had met Yu Qingxue in person today and successfully found his partner. Whenever they thought about this matter, they felt sad. I wondered if I could one day be like Lin Yu and find a school beauty as my girlfriend. Go away, stop disgusting me. Oh, you're no longer a brother just because you have a girlfriend? Don't you think about who's going to pay for your date and remind you to go to the curb today? That's enough. Don't think I don't know that you guys followed me today just to see me fail in my in-person date and make a fool of myself. After being exposed by Lin Yu, Wang Hu and the others all understood what was going on and looked embarrassed. Ahem, let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about you and Yu Qingxue. Zhao Tianzi changed the subject. I'm fine, don't worry. You are really calm, kid. Do you know how popular Yu Qingxue is among the boys in our school? If people knew that she became your girlfriend, do you believe that when you wake up tomorrow, you will become the public enemy of the whole school? Qian Xiaola said. Exactly. If it weren't for our brotherhood, I'd even want to put a sack over your head and give you a good beating. Take me 1. + 1. After hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes twitched. I thought my roommates were too shady. Lin Yu, don't be afraid. If anyone dares to touch you, I will be the first to stand up and help you. Wang Hu said, patting his chest. He is still waiting for Yu Qingxue to introduce his best friend to help him find a partner in the future. How could I let others ruin my good deeds? Are you sure? I heard that even Lu Zhihao is pursuing Yu Qingxue. Do you dare to confront him head-on? As soon as Li Haifan said this, Wang Hu instantly became timid. Well, I didn't say anything just now. Coward. Damn. That's Lu Zhihao, the top young man in Jiangcheng. Isn't it courting death to go against him? Wang Hu said with his eyes wide open. When Lu Zhihao was mentioned, the expressions of the others were also very fearful. Lu Zhihao was a well-known figure in his freshman year. His family background and connections were extremely formidable, and he even had considerable status and power in Yanjiang. If you make an enemy with him, there will be no good ending. Chapter 25 Lucky Wheel. Jiangcheng is located near Yanjiang City. Although it is not among the top 3 first-tier cities in Jiangnan province, it has been growing rapidly in recent years and is showing signs of catching up with other first-tier cities in terms of economy. It is even regarded by many as the new first-tier city in Jiangnan province. The Lu family, to which Lu Zhihao belongs, is one of the 5 major families in Jiangcheng. The Lu family is not only wealthy and powerful in Jiangcheng, but its industries cover almost the entire Jiangcheng, ranging from high-tech new energy to all kinds of daily necessities. The Lu family is present in all these industries without exception. Lu Jiaguang's net profit in 1 year was as high as tens of billions of RMB. That's not all. The Lu family's influence is not limited to business, they also have their presence in both the underworld and the white world. It is no exaggeration to say that the Lu family is the local tyrant of Jiangcheng. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Zhihao naturally has an extremely powerful background. In Jiangcheng, he is all-powerful and omnipotent. Even after arriving in Yanjiang, he still had an extremely high status and terrifying connections. I remember that not long ago, Lu Zhihao just arrived at Yanjiang University. Because he molested a female student in the back row during class and was warned by her boyfriend next to her, the two of them had a conflict and even fought in class. This incident caused a lot of uproar at the time, and almost everyone in Yanjiang University knew about it. Everyone thought that Lu Zhihao, who started the trouble, would be forced to expel from school. But the result left countless people dumbfounded. After the incident, the school did not expel Lu Zhihao, but instead expelled the male student. Afterwards, Lu Zhihao went to class as usual as if nothing had happened, and he had a close female companion by his side. It turned out to be the female student he had molested at that time. Later, people found out that it was the connections behind Lu Zhihao that kept him safe. Instead, it was the male classmate who was unlucky. Not only was he expelled from school, but even his first love of 7 years became Lu Zhihao's plaything overnight. When this incident first came out, the whole school was in an uproar. Lu Zhihao also became famous and became well known far and wide. This is also the reason why Wang Hu and others are very wary of Lu Zhihao. They really can't afford to mess with such a ruthless person. If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend him. If he doesn't cause me trouble, I won't bother with him. But if he insists on causing trouble, then I will have to fight him to the end. Lin Yu said calmly. No anxiety at all. It was as if he didn't take Lu Zhihao seriously. Wang Hu and the others were stunned after hearing this. I wonder if there is something wrong with Lin Yu's brain. How dare you say such a thing? Could it be that he is not afraid of Lu Zhihao? But what they didn't know was that Lin Yu was really not afraid. He already has a system. What is there to be afraid of? No matter how awesome Lu Zhihao is, can he be as awesome as the system? Great. You're brave. I admire your willingness to risk everything for love. Wang Hu looked serious and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Everyone thought that he was moved by Lin Yu's persistence and decided to share the subsequent risks with him. However, Wang Hu's next words shattered their previous fantasy. If Lu Zhihao finds you one day, I promise to call an ambulance for you in advance. Honestly, we may not be human, but you are a real dog. Li Haifan and others looked at Wang Hu with extreme contempt. What can I do? Do you really want to fight Lu Zhihao to the death? If the other party really doesn't give Lin Yu a chance to live, then I will definitely stand up. Li Haifan said seriously. He wasn't kidding. Almost all the people in this dormitory come from peasant families and have been at the bottom of society since birth, although they were admitted to Yinjiang University through hard work. But after going to college, they realized more and more clearly that the gap between people is actually fixed from birth. Even if they work hard all their lives, they may not be able to reach the height that Lu Zhihao was when he was just born. This strong sense of disparity made them resonate with each other. Count me in when the time comes. I've been displeased with Lu Zhihao for a long time. Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? I don't believe he can do anything to us. The worst that can happen is that we'll just drop out of school. Lin Yu, don't be afraid. Just go out with Yu Qingxue. We'll take care of anything that happens to you. Seeing that Yi Jun and others were willing to offend Lu Zhihao for his own sake, Lin Yu also felt warm in his heart. But he knew that this was his own business. They cannot be involved. Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. You don't have to worry about me. Lin Yu shook his head, saying that this was his own trouble and asked them not to interfere. He would handle the matter himself and later ended the topic. This brought the somewhat tense atmosphere in the dormitory back to normal. Early the next morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a noisy alarm clock suddenly rang in Lin Yu's ears. He couldn't help but get up and start cursing. Who set the alarm at 6 o'clock? Disgusting, isn't it? But after a round of inspection, Lin Yu was stunned. He was surprised to find that there was no alarm clock in the dormitory. At this moment, another voice sounded in my mind. Welcome to the Daily Lucky Wheel. Just sign in to get free lottery qualification. A huge turntable appeared in Lin Yu's mind, with all kinds of prizes and props on it. Some of them he had seen in dog food stores, and some he had never seen before. And under the system's explanation. Only then did Lin Yu realize that the super dog food system also had a lottery mechanism. You just need to get up at 6 o'clock every morning and sign in to the Shifanixiang system to get a free chance to draw a lottery. Of course, you can also use points to draw on the lucky wheel, but you need 100 dog food points for one time. In other words, as long as Lin Yu is diligent enough and insists on getting up at 6 o'clock every morning, it would be equivalent to getting 100 dog food points for free. Without thinking too much, Lin Yu immediately chose to sign in. Sign in. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning a free lottery opportunity. Do you want to draw the lottery now? The system informed Lin Yu that the free draws for successful sign-ins every day can be accumulated together, for a maximum of 10 days. That's 10 consecutive draws. At the same time, the probability of getting a rare prize in 10 consecutive draws is higher than in a single draw. Is there such a good thing? Lin Yu was shocked. I didn't expect that I could get 10 consecutive wins for free. This is an extremely conscientious operation in any game. But Lin Yu did not plan to accumulate the free raffles. Want to ask why? Because the European emperor can often hit the target with one shot. Lottery. He took a look at the prize on the lucky wheel. Prize number 1, top-level luxury villa worth tens of billions. Prize number 2, academic potion. Prize number 3, 5 million in cash. Prize number 4, a 2D beautiful girl pillow. Among the prizes on the lucky wheel, the most valuable one is a top-notch luxury villa. If he could win this reward, he would take off on the spot. After the draw was decided, the lucky wheel began to spin rapidly, and finally the pointer slowly stopped at the square with the number 2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Student Master Potion. After using it, you can transform into a Super Student Master within 5 hours. Chapter 26 Apprentice Online. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Student Master Potion. After using it, you can transform into a super student master within 5 hours. Is it currently in use? After drawing the study master potion reward, Lin Yu was a little disappointed. Previously, when the pointer was about to stop at the number 1, he almost screamed with excitement. But in the end, I stopped at reward number 2, so it was all in vain. He actually thought he could win that $10 billion luxury villa. If he did that, he would be so successful on the spot. What a pity. I'm just a little bit away from winning that billion-dollar villa. But he was not too discouraged. Any reward is better than no reward, not to mention that he got the lottery draws for free. No. Lin Yu did not use the academic potion he drew because this item could only last for 5 hours. If used now, it would be of no use to Lin Yu. After receiving the host's command, the system has stored the student potion in the prop box. The system indicates that if Lin Yu wants to use props, he can call the prop box in his mind and take out the props stored in the prop box. After completing the sign-in and lottery, Lin Yu glanced at the time. 6:10 minutes. Normally at this time he would still be lying in bed soundly sleeping. But since he had already gotten up, Lin Yu didn't plan to take a nap. Instead, he got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, and then ran downstairs to do morning exercises. Anyway, I have to get up at 6 o'clock every day to sign in, so I might as well take this opportunity to change my bad habit of oversleeping. After Lin Yu finished exercising, he also had breakfast. By the time we had filled our stomachs, it was almost 9 o'clock. When I returned to the dormitory, I didn't see anyone. Only then did Lin Yu realize that Wang Hu and the others all had part-time jobs today and had left the dormitory early to go to work. Lin Yu was the only one left in the empty dormitory. Being extremely bored, he decided to turn on the computer and play Jian Wang Qing Yuan to see if Yu Qingxue was in the game. However, after going online, Lin Yu was a little disappointed. Because Yu Qingxue's game ID is gray, which means she is not in the game. But this is normal. As a junior student majoring in fine arts, Yu Qingxue's paintings have been appreciated and recognized by many seniors in the industry, and she has also held several small solo exhibitions. Even the school's art teacher carefully cultivated Yu Qingxue and had extremely high expectations for her. It can be said that Yu Qingxue's future is bright. People like this naturally don't have much time to play games. Seeing that Yu Qingxue was not online, Lin Yu also planned to complete his daily tasks and then log off quickly. But just when he was halfway through completing the task, the private chat box suddenly flashed and someone sent him a message. At first he was a little happy, thinking that Yu Qingxue was online, but after opening the private chat box, he found out that it was not the case. Master QAQ, are you there? I've been scammed by a liar again, woo woo. The person who sent the message to Lin Yu was his apprentice. This is a female player with the ID Xiaomi Tao. A year ago, Lin Yu accepted this apprentice while he was completing a rescue mission outside the novice village. At that time, Xiaomi Tao was still a newcomer. When she first entered the game Jian Wang Qing Yuan, she knew nothing and didn't even know how to fight the monsters outside the novice village. Fortunately, Lin Yu helped her complete the novice mission at that time. Later, he not only carefully taught her how to get started, but also took her to complete several dungeons. At that time, Xiaomi Tao was ignorant and very grateful for wasting his time to guide her, so she decided to worship Lin Yu as her master. I want to repay Lin Yu's kindness in the future. But what Xiaomi Tao didn't know was that all Lin Yu was doing at that time was to complete a side quest. There's no difference between taking her and taking anyone else. The master-disciple relationship between the two lasted for a year. During this year, Xiaomi Tao was basically like a little follower. Whenever Lin Yu came online, she would stick to him. This time is no exception. Not long after Lin Yu Gan came online, Xiaomi Tao ran to Lin Yu's side and cried, saying that she had been cheated by a liar. Lin Yu was no stranger to this scene. In the past year since becoming her master, Xiaomi Tao has not done anything strange for him. She was cheated once or twice almost every month, which earned her a nickname in Jian Wang Qing Yuan. People send Peach Bodhisattva. It is said that she sends warmth to the scammers every month, and that she is fooled by the same trick again and again. This is the most outrageous thing. How did you get deceived again? Lin Yu smiled helplessly and typed a line of words in the chat box. Wow, that scammer said he would take me through the 8 diagrams formation for 10,000 gold coins and told me if I didn't believe him, I could pay him half first and then the other half after I passed the formation. I thought there was nothing wrong with what he said, so I traded 5,000 gold coins to him, but right after the transaction, he blocked me. Xiaomi Tao sent several crying emojis in a row, leaving Lin Yu at a loss as to how to complain. This is a trick that has been used for hundreds of years, but people still fall for it. There really is no one else like him. Alright, stop crying. Although you were scammed out of 5,000 gold coins, put yourself in their shoes. In the past, you were scammed out of tens of thousands of gold coins every month, but this month you only got scammed out of 5,000 gold coins. Isn't that a huge profit? Lin Yu comforted. Although what the master said makes sense, I feel like something is wrong. You think too much. Lin Yu quickly changed the subject and said, and if you want to pass the 8 formations diagram, can't you just let me take you through it? But I'm afraid master will find me annoying. Silly boy, once a teacher, always a father. Since I'm your master, how could I dislike you? Really? Then I'll trouble you, master. Xiaomi Tao sent several happy expressions. Just by looking at her, Lin Yu could imagine how happy Xiaomi Tao was sitting in front of the computer screen. He sat in front of the computer, smiled, and then took Xiaomi Tao to the dungeon. With Lin Yu's current level and equipment, it is very easy to play an intermediate copy like the 8 formations. It will take at most 10 minutes to complete the entire copy. Not long after, Lin Yu helped Xiaomi Tao complete the designated task of 8 formations. I finally completed this task, thank you, master. Xiaomi Tao's grateful tone seemed to be able to penetrate the internet and reach Lin Yu. It shows how happy she is now. Next time you need a quest like this, just call me. Don't look for those gold groups anymore. They're expensive and a rip-off. Yes. I understand, master. After chatting with Xiaomi Tao for a while, Lin Yu planned to log off. But when he was about to log off, Xiaomi Tao suddenly mentioned something that happened in real life to him. By the way, master, do you know? Tomorrow I will officially become a teacher. Early childhood education? What kind of early childhood education? I'm a PhD graduate after all, so I'm definitely going to teach university students. Put. What major do you have a PhD in? You're probably being scammed into doing something. Lin Yu couldn't help laughing. Based on his understanding of Xiaomi Tao in the game, the other party is at most a junior high school student. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not learn his lesson after being cheated so many times. But now she says that she graduated with a doctorate, which is impossible for anyone else. Damn it! I actually graduated with a PhD and won tons of awards. Xiaomi Tao sent Lin Yu a few satisfied expressions. That's enough. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't believe it. Who doesn't know how to brag on the internet? Master, if you don't believe me, we can meet in person. Then I'll show you all the awards I've won. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't believe it, Xiaomi Tao hurried to confirm it and said that she would ask Lin Yu to meet in real life so that she could prove it to Lin Yu in person. Meet? Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. I have something else to order. Lin Yu smiled helplessly. After typing this, he also logged off from the game. He never believed what Xiaomi Tao said was true. This made Xiaomi Tao extremely dissatisfied. Humph. You stinky master actually doesn't believe me? Just wait. One day, I will surprise you. She swore secretly in her heart. I must meet Lin Yu in real life in the future to let him know that I did not deceive him. At the same time, she also hopes that day will come soon. In this way, she could reveal her true feelings for him to Lin Yu. Chapter 27: Encountering a Cosplayer Loli? On Monday. 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yu woke up to the system alarm and started his check-in journey for the next day. This time he was mentally prepared. No longer waking up in a grumpy mood like yesterday. Sign in. He slowly walked towards the bathroom, brushed his teeth and washed his face while signing into the system. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning a free lottery opportunity. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Yes. Without any hesitation, Lin Yu chose to draw the lottery again. As a European emperor, how can we be afraid of something like a probability lottery? According to the brother from Quick Gambling, I won a beautiful woman and a luxury car, but lost the work at the construction site. What's more, Lin Yu doesn't need to work on the construction site if he loses. At most, he will lose a chance to draw a lottery. Bring it on. Whether I can reach the peak of my life depends on today's lucky draw. Congratulations to the host for winning prize number 4. Prize number 4? After realizing that he didn't win the number one prize again, Lin Yu showed a hint of disappointment on his face. It seems that the power of the European emperor has not taken effect today. But prize number 4 is also okay, at least it is a 2D beautiful girl pillow. It should be nice to hold it while sleeping at night. But just when Lin Yu was thinking this, the system's voice came. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of black toothpaste. Would you like to use it now? When he found out that he had actually drawn a tube of toothpaste, Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. He thought the system was playing a joke on him. Can black toothpaste be a prize? This thing only costs a few dollars. Do you have to be so stingy? Moreover, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that the rewards on the Lucky Wheel were obviously different from yesterday's, and the specifications of the rewards were also very different. He was too excited, so he didn't notice this before the draw. System, what are you doing? Why is the reward different from yesterday's? Lin Yu questioned the system. Replying to the host, the Lucky Wheel will reset the prizes every morning, so it will be different from yesterday. Even if it's reset, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? Black people can even use toothpaste as a reward? The quality of the Lucky Wheel prizes is random and cannot be changed by the system. After hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes twitched. It seems that I really should save up the daily lottery opportunities in the future. According to the system, you will not get duplicate rewards in 10 consecutive draws. There are a total of 20 rewards on the Lucky Wheel. In other words, if he draws 10 times in a row, he will have at least a 50% higher chance of winning that billion-dollar top-tier villa. Repeat, reject the use of black toothpaste now. Lin Yu glanced at the toothpaste on the sink that had been destroyed by his roommates and finally chose yes. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yu packed his things in the dormitory and prepared to go to the classroom for class. He picked up his backpack and went downstairs to the dormitory building. There is a necessary road on the way to the teaching building. This is the most famous Peach Blossom Road of Yenjiang University. It is named Peach Blossom Road because there is a beautiful peach blossom forest on both sides of the road. Every February when the spring breeze comes, the fragrance of peach blossoms fills the air. A breeze blew by, and peach blossoms fluttered in the air, falling on countless passers-by. Every time this season comes, many people come from thousands of miles away to visit the Peach Blossom Road of Yenjiang University to enjoy this rare beauty. Lin Yu walked slowly on the Peach Blossom Road like a group of students. He was looking down at the message on his cell phone screen. It was a message from Yu Qingxue, inviting him to have dinner together after school in the afternoon. Lin Yu naturally agreed. Just as they were discussing which restaurant to go to in the evening, a petite figure suddenly bumped into them. The moment the two collided, Lin Yu only felt a soft attack in front of him. Then, a slightly angry voice sounded. Ouch, it hurts so much, who is it that doesn't look ahead when walking? A petite loli was lying on the ground, rubbing her buttocks with a look of grievance on her face. Sorry little sis, are you okay? After Lin Yu realized his mistake, he quickly reached out and pulled her up from the ground. It was not until this loli stood in front of Lin Yu that he realized that she was very small and delicate, like an elf walking out of the forest. She is less than 1.6 meters tall, with an almost impeccable baby face, long black hair like a waterfall hanging down to her slender waist. The most attractive thing is her pair of innocent eyes, which give people a feeling of innocence. Moreover, she was not wearing cute Lolita-style clothes, but a black OL uniform. Her delicate legs were also covered with black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of black short high heels. This mature dress adds a sense of maturity to her exquisite appearance. But even this sexy workplace outfit can't hide her lovely temperament. When Lin Yu was in a daze, a dissatisfied voice brought him back to reality. Who are you calling the little sister? Aren't you? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. He thought the loli in front of him was a junior high school student who was doing cosplay and came to Taohua Road specifically to shoot the film. After all, Taohua Road is a famous scenic spot of Yenjiang University, and people often come here to take photos. This does not include various famous cosplayers. You are the little sister, your whole family are little sisters. Loli said with an unhappy look on her face, I'm already 20 years old this year. Do you understand? What she hated most was being treated as a minor. She is obviously 20 years old. But she was always treated like a child, which made her particularly dissatisfied. Lin Yu was stunned after hearing this. I thought, can you be 20 years old? I'm afraid you're not even 16. You want to deceive me like this? Little sister, don't lie about your age. Although you look great in this OL uniform, it doesn't mean you're an adult just because you wear it. Lin Yu shook his head and smiled. This made her very angry. Her tender cheeks were red and her beautiful eyes held a hint of anger. Who said I wear a uniform just to look good? I wear a uniform because I'm a teacher in this school. Pfft, you're too immersed in the role. How can there be such a young teacher? Lin Yu couldn't help laughing and didn't know how to complain. Do you really think this is a novel? Where in reality can you find such a young lowly teacher? It's so infuriating. Why don't you just believe me? Lowly was really mad at Lin Yu. Why couldn't she explain it? Okay, I believe you, okay? But I have classes next, so I don't have time to talk to you. Lin Yu glanced at the time and found that he was about to be late. He quickly left Lowly behind and ran towards the teaching building, fearing that the teacher would deduct credits for being late. When Lin Yu ran away, only a disheveled Lowly was left there. She hadn't realized that Lin Yu had run away yet. It was not until he came to his senses that he realized that Lin Yu had disappeared without a trace. She was so angry that her body trembled and she stomped her delicate little feet. Looking at the direction where Lin Yu left, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm so pissed. I encountered something so infuriating on my first day in office. Remember that student. I better not catch him. Chapter 28 I Got You. Yanjiang University. In a classroom on the third floor of the freshman teaching building. There are still 5 minutes until class starts. The classroom was already filled with freshmen from the finance department. The reason is very simple. The teacher of this class is famous for hating students being late. As long as students enter the classroom after the class starts, even if they are late by 1 second, he will directly record the students and deduct credits. So in this class, no student dared to be late, for fear of having credits deducted. Lin Yu also rushed into the classroom in the last few minutes. As he sat down, a worried voice came from the side. Lin Yu, haven't you encountered anything in the past 2 days? The person who spoke was Chen Juanjia, Lin Yu's best friend. It was Chen Juanjia who instigated him to attend the social gathering organized by Lu Zhihao. He is worried now because of what happened that day. When Lin Yu saw Chen Juanjia, he also rolled his eyes at him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that Lin Yu looked fine, Chen Juanjia was relieved. He was worried that Lu Zhihao would cause trouble for Lin Yu. After all, after the social gathering ended, everyone thought that Lu Zhihao would not let Lin Yu go. I'm really sorry for what happened last time. I didn't expect things to turn out like that. I'll treat you to a good meal tonight as an apology. Chen Juanjia patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Next time, I have a date tonight. Lin Yu had just made an appointment with Yu Qingxue for dinner in the evening, and he didn't want to stand her up. Seeing Lin Yu say this, Chen Juanjia did not force it, but changed the subject and talked about something that interested Lin Yu. Did you know? I heard that Yan Luo Wang, who was in charge of our mathematics department, has been transferred to another department as deputy director. Starting today, a new teacher will be taking over his class. Chen Juanjia said excitedly. Yan Luo Wang's real name is Yan Tao, and he is responsible for teaching mathematics to freshmen. Because he was extremely strict, many students privately called him King Yan Luo. It's just a change of teacher, is there any need to be so happy? Lin Yu disagreed. Situations like this often happen in school, and he has long been used to it. Although it would be much more comfortable if I changed to a more tolerant teacher, there is no need to be so excited. You don't know, I heard from others that our new teacher is super awesome. He got a doctorate at a young age and has won many international awards. But most importantly, the new teacher is a stunning beauty, a beauty who can bring disaster to the nation. According to those who have seen the new teacher, her beauty is definitely no less than the 4 most beautiful girls in our school. The more Chen Juanjia spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had been injected with hormones. Even so, you don't have to be so excited. What do you know? Do you know how many boys in our school transferred to the art department just to be able to get close to Yu Qingxue? Now there is a beauty who is as beautiful as Yu Qingxue coming to class, which boy would not be excited? Do you understand the principle that those who are close to water will see the moon first? That's enough. Don't forget you have a girlfriend. Lin Yu looked at him speechlessly. But for some reason, after mentioning Chen Juanjia's girlfriend, the other party suddenly became extremely lost. This made Lin Yu stunned for a moment, wondering what was going on. Actually, on Valentine's Day night, after I checked into a hotel with her, she broke up with me because she had a new boyfriend at her university. Chen Juanjia showed a bitter smile on his face, his eyes full of helplessness. Lin Yu was completely stunned after hearing this. I thought, this is too much ups and downs, right? Originally he was a little unhappy with Chen Juanjia's behavior that day, but now he only has sympathy left. After a long time, he reached out and patted Chen Juanjia on the shoulder, comforting him, put yourself in their shoes. At least there are people who will take over after you're done. It's not a loss. Sister, how can you comfort your brother like this? Chen Juanjia's eyes twitched in anger at his words. At this time, the class bell suddenly rang. The classroom, which had been a little noisy, immediately became quiet. Inside the classroom, all the boys looked towards the classroom entrance with anticipation, wanting to see with their own eyes whether the new instructor was really as the rumors said. Chen Juanjia swept away his previous dejection, his face full of excitement, his eyes as big as copper bells. Lin Yu was also speechless by him. I wondered if this guy really had a broken heart. Soon, a petite figure walked into the classroom door. The moment the new teacher walked into the classroom, all the boys in the class burst into earth-shaking cheers. Oh my God! The rumors are true. The new instructor is such a beauty. It's a little small, but that's not a problem. As long as it's pretty and cute, that's enough. I feel like I'm in love. The new teacher is my type. Lelekan? What do you care? In the classroom, all the boys were ecstatic. Chen Juanjia grabbed Lin Yu's shoulders and shook him excitedly. I've fallen in love. After class I'm going to ask her for her contact information and ask if she has a boyfriend. If it were normal times, Lin Yu would definitely shake off Chen Juanjia and make him face reality. But this time, he didn't do that. Because he looked stunned and dumbfounded. Why is it her? Lin Yu murmured, unable to believe what he saw. The uniformed loli he met before turned out to be his new teacher. Now thinking back on what she said before, it turned out to be true. Lin Yu's mind was blank at this moment. It just feels so unreal. At the same time, the uniformed loli slowly walked to the podium amid the cheers of the students. Although it was her first day of teaching, she was not nervous at all. She walked up to the podium calmly and prepared for the students to introduce themselves. However, just as she was about to introduce herself, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Just happened. Lin Yu also looked at her. After their eyes met, Lin Yu came to his senses and quickly shifted his gaze, thinking to himself, it's over. He hasn't forgotten what happened before. He actually offended the new teacher and treated her as an underage little sister. This time it's really out of control. Lin Yu now only hopes that the other party does not recognize him, otherwise he will definitely have a hard time in the future. When Loli saw Lin Yu, she was also stunned at the podium. I never expected this. I actually met this abominable guy here. In this situation, a classic line of lyrics came to her mind. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd. Think of this. The expression on her face gradually became happy, and she even showed a devilish smile. Humph. Little guy, I caught you now. Let us see if you can have some good juice to drink next. Chapter 29, 3 Major Misconceptions of Men. It is true that after searching for a needle in a haystack, it was finally found without any effort. God has really been kind to her. It was so easy to catch Lin Yu. This made her even more determined to make sure that Lin Yu would not have any good juice to eat. But today is my first day in office after all, so I should be a little more lenient and not be too harsh. For example, after class, let him simply copy Das Kapital or something like that in the classroom? But she still had classes to attend, so she put this matter aside for the time being. There is still a long way to go. She was not afraid of not having the opportunity to cause trouble for Lin Yu. Then, she began to introduce herself to the class. Hello, students. My name is Tian Xiaotao. You can call me Teacher Tian or Teacher Xiaotao. Starting today, I will be teaching Deputy Director Yan's classes. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me now. Tian Xiaotao wrote her name on the blackboard. But as soon as she finished speaking, an inappropriate voice was heard in the classroom. Teacher Tian, do you have a boyfriend? After the first male classmate started to make a fuss, other male classmates also started to speak up. Teacher Xiaotao, what type of boys do you like? Teacher Xiaotao, what do you think of me? Is this your favorite dish? Teacher Tian, can I add you on WeChat? For a moment, the whole classroom fell into chaos. The questions asked by these male classmates were more tricky than each other. Some students even drove in class, which made Tian Xiaotao confused and her face full of shyness. She didn't expect that students nowadays are so bold that they dare to tease teachers in class. No. If this continues, how can she continue to attend class? Moreover, her students will not respect her in the future, and she will lose her dignity as a teacher. So Tian Xiaotao quickly calmed down. Then he pretended to be majestic and looked around at everyone. If you keep acting like this, I'm going to report you to the principal's office. After Tian Xiaotao threatened them with the principal, this group of lawless students quieted down and dared not act rashly like they had just done. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Tian Xiaotao nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Now we will start calling the roll. Students whose names are called, please stand up and report. Wang Han. Arrive. Zhao Qiangsheng. Arrive. Li Kaixian. Arrive." Within a few minutes, Tian Xiaotao had read out the names of most of the students. After taking a look at the roll call, she opened her cherry lips slightly and said, "Lin Yu." When he heard his name, Lin Yu couldn't help but shudder all over. He had never been so afraid of being called out since he was a child as he was today. Even though he was extremely reluctant, Lin Yu had no choice but to stand up and report. Arrive. The moment Lin Yu stood up, Tian Xiaotao's attention was immediately attracted. Lin Yu? Okay, I remember the name. Tian Xiaotao couldn't help but reveal an amused smile on her face. This made Lin Yu's eyes twitch slightly. I felt in my heart that there would definitely be no good days ahead. On the other hand, Xinju Jia next to him was extremely excited and whispered to Lin Yu, look. Teacher Xiaotao just smiled at me. She smiled at me. Do you think she has a good impression of me? Otherwise, why would she smile at me alone? Lin Yu looked at Xinju Jia as if he was looking at an idiot. I thought this was too dramatic. Do you know what are the 3 major illusions in a man's life? Okay, roll call is over, let's start class now. After calling the roll, Tian Xiaotao took out a stack of test papers from the briefcase she was carrying. Because I just took over as your teacher today, I don't know your overall level yet, so I will give you a small test first. Later, I will decide the next teaching process based on your test scores. After saying that, she asked the students in the front row to pass the test papers one by one to the back. The students present had no objection to Tian Xiaotao's actions. After all, they have experienced surprise tests like this many times. At least they are not the ones who do not listen carefully in class, so they can basically get passing scores. However, just when everyone was assigned the test paper and was about to start writing, Lin Yu discovered that there was no test paper for him. Teacher Xiaotao, there is still a test paper missing. Seeing this, Xinju Jia also reminded Tian Xiaotao. That's impossible. I remember Teacher Yan told me there were 62 of you. How could there be only 61 test papers? Tian Xiaotao frowned and carefully searched her briefcase to see if there were any test papers she had missed. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Didn't she have a physical collision with Lin Yu on the road earlier? Could it be that I accidentally lost a test paper at that time? Thinking of this, Tian Xiaotao felt a little angry again, thinking that it was all Lin Yu's fault. Otherwise the test paper would not have been lost. But the next second, a bad idea flashed through her mind. It's okay. Although there's one missing test paper, I can write a special version for you right now. Mock up. Watch how I make you scream. I'll give you an enhanced version of the test paper. If you can pass it, I lose. Teacher Tian, it's not that troublesome. There's a copy machine next door. Just take a test paper and make a copy. How could Lin Yu not guess what she meant by the special edition? Xinju Jia said it before. Tian Xiaotao obtained a doctorate degree at a young age and has won many international awards. No one can get a passing score on this special edition test paper prepared by a super academic master. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Besides, I heard from Teacher Yan that Lin Yu seems to have very good grades and has always been in the top 10 in the class. This is a good opportunity to test him. Tian Xiaotao had a meaningful smile on her face, and after saying this, she started to write the test paper by hand. Amazingly, in just 5 or 6 minutes, she completed a full test paper, leaving all the students present dumbfounded. I thought to myself that he was no exception as a top student graduating with a doctorate degree. It only took him a few minutes to complete a university exam. Okay, take it. Tian Xiaotao put the test paper on Lin Yu's desk and glanced at Lin Yu before turning around. Even Lin Yu could clearly feel the joy in that sight. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. If anyone doesn't get a passing score on this test, then you'll have to stay after school and copy Das Kapital before you leave. When Tian Xiaotao's words reached the ears of everyone present, the students who had smiles on their faces suddenly froze. They couldn't believe that this new teacher with an angelic face was even more cruel than King Yin Luo. Chapter 30, Eyes of Splatoon. If you fail the test, you will be punished by being left behind and forced to copy Das Kapital again? This is too scary. Karl Marx's Capital has 2.3 million words. If I were to copy it all, wouldn't it take me a whole week? It may not even take a whole week to finish copying it. It is hard to imagine that teacher Tian, who has an angelic face, has a personality that is even more evil than the devil. Fortunately, most students smiled with relief after reading the questions on the test paper. Because the test paper is not difficult. Basically, as long as you listen carefully in class, it is impossible for you to get a passing score. In addition, King Yin Luo had an extremely strict personality, so no one dared to skip class during his class. For this reason, the students in the classroom were very confident and believed that it was impossible for them to fail the exam. However, there was one exception. Lin Yu looked over the questions on his test paper and his face was distorted beyond recognition. I thought this was too outrageous. What the hell are those questions on the test paper? None of the questions Tian Xiaotao gave Lin Yu were within his knowledge range. Lin Yu believed that he had not missed any of the mathematics knowledge he learned in his freshman year, and he listened carefully to Yin Luowang's lectures every time. In previous exams, he could at least rank in the top 10 in the class, and sometimes even in the top 3. But when faced with the questions on the test paper, he didn't know any of them. This is completely beyond the scope. This isn't a blatant personal vendetta. Lin Yu felt desperate. He had no intention of questioning Tian Xiaotao. Because it doesn't make any sense. If you can avoid the first day, can you avoid the 15th? Now he could only bite the bullet and continue taking the exam. Student Lin Yu, do you have any questions? Tian Xiaotao noticed that the expression on Lin Yu's face was like a mask of pain, and she was so happy in her heart. If I made you look down on me just now you know you were wrong, right? The questions on this test paper are so difficult even for me to answer, I don't believe you can know the correct answers. A hint of pride appeared on her delicate little face. In her mind, she even imagined the scene of Lin Yu being left behind by her to copy books after school. But she's not an unforgivable person. As long as Lin Yu takes the initiative to apologize to her at that time, she is not unwilling to forgive him. No. Lin Yu said with a stiff upper lip. Then let's start the exam. Hand in your paper as soon as the bell rings. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students in the classroom picked up their pens and immediately answered the questions on the test paper. Tian Xiaotao sat in the teacher's seat on the podium, staring at Lin Yu with a playful look, while preventing him from cheating with his mobile phone. You can still find 1 or 2 answers to the questions on the test paper on the internet. Lin Yu naturally noticed Tian Xiaotao's fixed gaze, and thought to himself that he really wanted to kill him. In desperation, he had to force himself to scan the questions on the test paper, trying to find the answers. But Lin Yu was racking his brains and had no clue at all. These topics were beyond his knowledge. Is it true that I will be left behind today to copy Das Kapital as punishment? No. Lin Yu had made an appointment with Yu Qingxue to have dinner together tonight. He doesn't want to let anyone down. But after 30 minutes, Lin Yu still couldn't write a single stroke on the test paper. The other students had already filled up their test papers and were ready to hand them in to Tian Xiaotao at any time, but Lin Yu's test paper was blank. With less than 10 minutes left until the bell rang, Lin Yu was already in despair. Even if he knew how to solve the problem, the remaining time would not be enough for him to finish the test. Unless there is a ready-made answer, just copy it. But this idea is undoubtedly a daydream. Just when Lin Yu was completely desperate and ready to give up, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Duong. Dog food radar detected a reaction. Detected someone is preventing the host from showing affection on their date, now issuing a B-level mission, Dog Food Defender. Mission, strike back at anyone who's preventing you from showing off your affection, get a perfect score on the test, and leave with style. Mission reward, 9th rank skill Eye of the Splatoon. Note, after performing this dog food skill, the host can obtain the Jet Magic Eye and can transform someone into a jet warrior on the spot by staring at them for 3 seconds. Do you accept the task? After learning about the mission reward, Lin Yu didn't know how to complain for a moment. 9th grade dog food skills? Jet Eye? Can you make someone ejaculate on the spot by staring at them for 3 seconds? What kind of strange abilities are these? He had heard of people getting pregnant by glaring at someone, but he had never heard of people getting diarrhea by glaring at someone. Lin Yu felt more and more that there was something wrong with his system, which kept giving him some weird things. But having this ability is better than not having it. What if it comes in handy at some weird moment? So Lin Yu chose to accept it. At the same time, he also remembered that when he spun the Wheel of Fortune last time, he happened to draw a bottle of student potion. It just happens to be suitable for this test. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the study potion from the system's storage box. Next second, a bottle of functional drink that looked very much like Red Bull appeared quietly in Lin Yu's backpack. No need to think, this is the student potion. Take out the drink and twist off the bottle cap. Tons. After drinking the academic potion, Lin Yu immediately felt the change. His consciousness became extremely clear, and all kinds of knowledge and memories that he had never encountered before continued to emerge in his mind. It even gave him the illusion of being omniscient and omnipotent. At this time, Lin Yu took another look at the questions on the test paper. The test questions that were once as difficult as climbing to the sky now seem as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. There are about 8 minutes left before the get out of class ends. Even if a normal person knows how to solve the problem, it will take nearly 20 to 30 minutes. After all, solving problems requires a process. However, this did not pose a problem for Lin Yu. Now, he only had to glance at the question and the answer would appear clearly in his mind. All he had to do was write down all the answers in his mind. This process doesn't even take 5 minutes. Thinking of this, Lin Yu raised a confident arc at the corner of his mouth, picked up the pencil in his hand, and quickly wrote down the answer on the test paper. This scene also caught the attention of Tian Xiaotao on the podium. She was a little curious and wondered why Lin Yu suddenly started answering questions in the last few minutes. Could it be that he figured out the answer? But the thought only flashed through my mind. Because it's impossible. Tian Xiaotao was very clear about how difficult the test questions she said were. Even if she didn't know the answers, it would still take some effort to write them in advance. Lin Yu is just a freshman. How is it possible to deduce the answer? Besides, even if he knew how to solve the problem, he only had about 5 minutes, which was not enough for him to figure out the solution process. Even Tian Xiaotao could fully answer the question in this short time. She guessed that Lin Yu probably didn't want a hand in a blank paper to avoid further embarrassment. 5 minutes later, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Tian Xiaotao asked everyone to stop writing and hand in their test papers. Lin Yu also finished writing at the last second and put the pen down. All the students handed in their test papers one after another, and finally it was passed to Tian Xiaotao. I will start grading the papers now. Any students who fail the test will stay and be punished. When saying this, Tian Xiaodan looked at Lin Yu intentionally or unintentionally. There was a playful look in her beautiful eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. She couldn't wait to see Lin Yu apologize to her and admit his mistake. Chapter 31 Dual Invitation from Tian Xiaotao. In just over 10 minutes, Tian Xiaotao finished grading the test papers of most students. So far no one has failed. After Tian Xiaotao announced Chen Juinjia's score, he was very excited because he just got a passing score. The test papers were corrected one by one, but it was not Lin Yu's turn yet. But he didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy. He was sure that he could get full marks on that test paper. After the 61st student passed the exam and walked out of the classroom happily, Lin Yu and Tian Xiaotao were the only 2 people left in the classroom. There was a slight awkwardness in the quiet atmosphere. Lin Yu and Tian Xiaotao remained silent. No one spoke first. But Lin Yu knew. Tian Xiaotao specifically saved his test paper for last to correct. This behavior is completely naked revenge, and the other party believes that he will not be able to pass the exam. In the past, Lin Yu would have had no choice but to let Tian Xiaotao manipulate him at will. Unfortunately, this time, she could only accept the loss. Because of this test paper, even if Lin Yu couldn't get full marks, it would be easy to get a passing score. But when he thought he had passed the test, Tian Xiaotao sentenced him to death without even looking at his test paper. Student Lin Yu, you failed the test. Tian Xiaotao showed a little pride on her face, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was playful. She didn't even glance at Lin Yu's test paper, because she knew that Lin Yu would never pass unless he had the same knowledge as her. But is this possible? Teacher Tian, are you sure I failed the test? Lin Yu asked back. Of course, because there's no way you'll pass. At this point, Tian Xiaotao no longer plans to pretend. Tell Lin Yu directly that she is using her power for personal gain. Anyway, Lin Yu couldn't do anything to her. I just called you little sister, there's no need to hold a grudge against me, right? Lin Yu didn't know. What Tian Xiaotao hates most is being called little sister. It's better if he is older than him. She couldn't accept students like Lin Yu who were younger than her. Humph. People like you who have no respect for teachers must be taught a lesson, otherwise you will not know what it means to respect teachers. I can't help it. Teacher Tian doesn't look like a teacher after all. Lin Yu shrugged, looking quite helpless. Who do you say doesn't look like a teacher? Tian Xiaotao pouted in anger, which was very cute. Lin Yu shook his head and smiled without saying much. You can only be so arrogant now, don't forget that you still have to stay in Capitas Capital again. Of course, if you are willing to admit your mistakes and apologize to me sincerely, I, Teacher Xiaotao, may forgive you this time. Tian Xiaotao put her hands on her slender waist, raised her head and chest, and looked very proud. Later, he was thinking about how to make Lin Yu apologize to him. He was so happy calling me little sister before, why not let him call me sister? Sister Xiaotao? Well, it seems pretty good. Teacher Tian, I think you misunderstood. What misunderstanding? You mean the person who looked down on me on the road earlier wasn't you, right? No, the misunderstanding I was talking about was about failing the test. Lin Yu smiled and corrected him. Tian Xiaotao frowned and said, Lin Yu, I thought you were a little rude before, but now I think there are problems with your character. She never believed that Lin Yu could get a passing score. You declared me a failure without even looking at the test paper. Does that mean there's nothing wrong with your character? All right. Then I'll make you give up completely. After I finish reading your test paper, I'll see what else you have to say. Tian Xiaotao was so choked that she didn't know how to refute. I can only correct the test papers first and then punish him. Let us see what excuses he has then. She just didn't believe that Lin Yu could really pass. However, just as Tian Xiaotao picked up Lin Yu's test paper, glanced at it briefly, and was about to give him a failing grade, something that shocked her happened. Lin Yu's test paper was filled with answers written densely, almost covering the entire test paper. But what she couldn't believe was that all the answers on the test paper were correct. At first, Tian Xiaotao thought that Lin Yu was just lucky and happened to guess one or two questions correctly. But after watching it, she was completely dumbfounded. Because he wrote down the correct answers to all the questions. Lin Yu got full marks. How is this possible? Tian Xiaotao couldn't believe it and felt like she was dreaming. The questions she gave Lin Yu were completely beyond the scope of freshman knowledge. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Lin Yu to solve the problem. Unless he was exposed to more advanced knowledge arguments during his freshman year like himself, it would be impossible for him to know the answer. But if he is really such a top student, does he need to study in such an ordinary class? For a moment, Tian Xiaotao was stunned. Teacher Tian, did I pass the exam? Lin Yu said with a smile. Did you cheat secretly? Tian Xiaotao could only think of this. Do you think this kind of question can be searched online? There's not even a decent formula template, let alone the answer. Lin Yu's words also made Tian Xiaotao completely silent. Indeed. These questions were all written by her. No one else knows the answers except her, and of course they are not available on the internet. You passed. Even though she was extremely reluctant, Tian Xiaotao had no choice but to tell the truth. After all, as a teacher, she couldn't change the grades without authorization for her own selfish desires. Then she really wouldn't be qualified to be a teacher. But I still don't accept it. What? Do you want to bite me again? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Who would bite you? I still don't believe you can figure out these answers, so I want to have a 1v1 duel with you. Lin Yu was amused by her serious look. So he asked, how do you duel? It's simple. We each write a problem on the blackboard and ask the other person to solve it. If you win, I'll forgive you for what happened before. But if you lose, you have to do whatever I tell you to do while I'm coaching you, okay? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm obviously at a disadvantage under these conditions, right? So what do you say we should do? Let me put it this way. If I win, not only will everything be written off, but you'll also owe me a favor. No matter what I ask, you can't refuse. Remember, you have to agree to any request. As soon as these words were spoken, Tian Xiaotao immediately took a step back, holding her hands in front of her chest, her face full of vigilance. You're not going to make that kind of obscene request, are you? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, if you don't think it's possible, you don't have to agree. In fact, Lin Yu hoped from the beginning that Tian Xiaotao would give up. He still has a date with Yu Qingxue. I don't have the time to waste here with her. Okay. I agree to your condition. After hesitating for a long time, Tian Xiaotao finally showed determination on her face. This also made Lin Yu stunned for a moment. I thought to myself, you actually agreed. Chapter 32. Do you know the 1000th digit of pi? Lin Yu originally just hoped that Tian Xiaotao would give up. That's why I put forward such ambiguous conditions, but I didn't expect her to be so stubborn. It was something he had not expected. Okay, then who's going to ask the question first? At this point, Lin Yu had no choice but to continue playing with her. Fortunately, the study master potion can last for 5 hours, so he is not worried about losing. I'll go first. Tian Xiaotao slowly walked to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and then said to Lin Yu, "Don't say that I bully you. The scope of the questions in this duel is limited to mathematics knowledge below the senior level, and the answering time cannot exceed 1 minute, okay?" Although Tian Xiaotao could throw some difficult academic problems that only graduate students and doctoral students could handle to Lin Yu, doing so would seem unfair. She's not that kind of person. What's more, there are many difficult problems in mathematics that have not been solved yet, such as the Riemann hypothesis, the honeycomb conjecture, Fermat's last theorem, etc. If Lin Yu suddenly came up with these questions, no one would be able to answer them. Therefore, Tian Xiaotao limited the scope of the questions to university knowledge, which would be fair to everyone. But there is no absolute fairness in the world. There was only 1 minute to answer the questions, which was no problem at all for Tian Xiaotao, because she believed that she could easily solve math problems based on university knowledge within 1 minute. But Lin Yu may not be so sure. No problem. Lin Yu nodded and agreed to Tian Xiaotao's proposal. Okay, I'll start asking questions now. Seeing that Lin Yu had no objection, Tian Xiaotao also began to quickly write a math problem on the blackboard. When Tian Xiaotao put down the chalk in her hand, a sly smile appeared on her face. She didn't believe that Lin Yu could answer this question correctly. It seems simple, but it actually contains hidden dangers. Lin Yu stepped forward and glanced at the question on the blackboard, then was stunned for a moment. XX BXC, XZ. Multiplication of 26 items from A to Z. Question: in the expanded form, the coefficient of the term of x raised to the power of 10 is. Is this question difficult? Could it be that Tian Xiaotao was deliberately going easy on herself? Just when Lin Yu was puzzled, Tian Xiaotao's playful voice came. You only have 1 minute, you'd better solve the problem quickly, otherwise after 1 minute, you will lose. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized. She thought she couldn't solve this problem in a minute. Indeed, for a normal person, 1 minute is not enough to solve the problem. But after taking the study master potion, Lin Yu was able to calculate the answer to this question at a glance. But just as Lin Yu was about to write down the answer, he suddenly realized something. He was stunned for a few seconds, then couldn't help but smile. He thought that Tian Xiaotao was so shameless that she actually came up with this kind of question to trick him. If he hadn't been careful enough, he might have been fooled. Why, can't you figure it out? Tian Xiaotao said with a smile. The questions you asked were really interesting. They almost tricked me. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he wrote the answer on the blackboard. 0. The answer is 0. Because there is XX in the number problem. And XX equals 0. So the result of the formula can only be 0. When Lin Yu wrote down the correct answer, Tian Xiaotao's originally smug face immediately fell. I thought, how is this possible? Although this question is not difficult, most people can get it right. But if there is only 1 minute, it is not enough to make the calculation. At least when Tian Xiaotao used this set of questions to trick other top students in the past, No one could write the correct answer within 1 minute. Most people only realize the pitfall of XX equals 0 after the fact. How on earth did you realize that? She questioned Lin Yu and felt that Lin Yu was not simple. Guess. Lin Yu said casually. Of course, he couldn't tell Tian Xiaotao the truth. Seeing Lin Yu perfunctorily treating her, Tian Xiaotao pouted again in anger. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. It's your turn now, so hurry up and ask the question. Before I ask you the question, let me ask you again, are you sure you can solve it within 1 minute? Of course. If you can solve the problem in 1 minute, why can't I? Tian Xiaotao thought, isn't it just solving my problem? There's nothing to be proud of. It seems like I can't solve your problem within a minute. She believed that with the knowledge she had gained before her senior year, she could solve any problem in under a minute. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. Lin Yu shook his head and smiled, then wrote a classic math problem on the blackboard. He knew that it was impossible to defeat Tian Xiaotao with normal math problems. So he also decided to dig a hole. Lin Yu, are you deliberately humiliating me? Even an elementary school student can answer this kind of question. When Tian Xiaotao saw the question Lin Yu wrote on the blackboard, she was so angry that she almost jumped up. What is the 1000th digit after the decimal point of pi? Lin Yu actually gave her this kind of question. Isn't this just a veiled criticism? What? Is there something wrong with the question I asked? Nonsense. Even elementary school students know what pi is, how could I not know it? Then do you know the 1000th digit of pi? When Lin Yu said this, Tian Xiaotao was stunned for a moment. She only knows that pi is 3.141592. The back is infinite. But she really didn't know what the 1000th digit of pi was. Who would bother to calculate such things? Seeing Tian Xiaotao stunned, Lin Yu also reminded her, you only have 1 minute. Hearing this, Tian Xiaotao had no choice but to solve the problem first. She recited the value of pi rapidly in her mind, wanting to know the 1000th digit as soon as possible. It's 9. After racking her brains, Tian Xiaotao finally figured it out. Unfortunately, by the time she calculated the number to be 9, a minute had already passed. After all, no matter how fast she recited silently, it was impossible for her to recite the 1000th digit in 60 seconds. The question Lin Yu asked can be said to have no solution within 1 minute. How so? Tian Xiaotao couldn't believe that she would lose. Moreover, she lost in elementary school mathematics such as pi, which was a naked humiliation for her as a doctoral student. But she didn't know that Lin Yu asked this question on purpose. Experts often make the most basic mistakes. He knew this very well, which is why he dug this pit. What else do you want to say now? Lin Yu looked at her with amusement. I'm willing to accept the loss. I won't cheat, but if you make such a filthy request to me, I will definitely not agree to it. Tian Xiaotao said very reluctantly. At the same time, she was afraid that Lin Yu would make some obscene request to her. Do you think I'm the kind of person who has no bottom line? Lin Yu shrugged. Picture. Tian Xiaotao said without thinking. This also made Lin Yu's eyes twitch, and he wondered if the impression he had in Tian Xiaotao's heart was so bad. Don't worry, I have a girlfriend. Besides, I'm not interested in a little sister like you. Lin Yu showed a winner's smile on his face. Before picking up his school bag and leaving, he did not forget to tease Tian Xiaotao. This made Tian Xiaotao so angry that she stomped her feet. Damn Lin Yu, just wait for me, I will never let you be so arrogant. She secretly swore in her heart that she would successfully take revenge on Lin Yu in the future. Otherwise she would take Lin Yu as surname. Chapter 33 The Old Pervert as Thinking. Ding. The system has determined that the mission is completed and is now issuing the mission reward, 9th grade dog food skill Splatoon I. When Lin Yu obtained the Eye of Splatoon, a faint golden light flashed through his eyes. This is proof that he has obtained the Jet Magic Eye. Now, as long as he activates the magic jet eyes, no matter who it is, he only needs to stare at them for 3 seconds to make them squirt and have diarrhea on the spot. Although Lin Yu is not interested in this skill, perhaps it might come in handy someday. It's just too lowbrow. When he left the teaching building, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky is gradually turning yellow, and the sunset is approaching little by little. Just as he was about to go to the agreed place to find Yu Qingxue, an obscene voice came from behind him. You just came out now, didn't you go to secretly ask teacher Xiaotao for her contact information? I saw Chen Juanjia walking towards me with a lewd expression on his face. Lin Yu's grades have always been better than his, so Chen Juanjia didn't think Lin Yu would fail. Just shut up, do you really think everyone is as perverted as you? Then why don't you tell me what you did in the classroom? Otherwise it won't be convincing. Nothing, just an academic exchange with Professor Tian. Academic exchange? Then I'd like to ask what kind of academic exchange you mean. Chen Juanjia's wretched face smiled even more obscenely. This also made Lin Yu speechless. He deeply felt that it was almost impossible to communicate normally with someone whose mind was filled with only yellow things. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Yu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him. But as soon as he turned around, Chen Juanjia reached out and grabbed him. Look at what you said. Can't I come to see you if nothing happens? No, because iron is no good. I don't like what you said. Do you know what good job my brother has brought you this time? Chen Juanjia frankly found a part-time job for Lin Yu. Since Lin Yu went to college, he no longer asked his family for living expenses and relied on part-time jobs to make a living. Because Chen Juanjia had a wide network of contacts, Lin Yu asked him to help him find various high-paying part-time jobs. But Lin Yu now has hundreds of thousands of savings, so why would he still want to do a part-time job? For him now. It is impossible for me to work, I will never work in this life. I'm not interested. From now on, I won't be working anymore. You don't even want extra credits? What job? No way. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Lin Yu's academic credits have long been on the verge of death, and can be said to be in jeopardy. In addition, part-time jobs that can earn credits are rare, so he naturally would not miss it. It's the system's fault for not giving bonus credits. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I'll be volunteering in Pingdong Subdistrict, next to Lanjing Park in Nanshan District. I'll be helping clean the streets and looking after the elderly and children who live there. I won't be leaving until 7 o'clock in the evening. In addition to the credits, I'll also receive a 200 yuan reward. Nanshan District is the most backward and poorest urban area in the entire Yinjiang city. Because of its geographical location being too far away from the Yinjiang River, it did not benefit from the initial economic reforms. Later, as new labor force frequently flowed to other districts of Yinjiang, there was a sharp shortage of young labor force in Nanshan District. Over time, only a group of lonely elderly people and children were left living here. Due to the loss of young labor force, incidents of elderly people being left unattended and without young children to support them often occur in Nanshan District, and eventually dying tragically at home. This also led to the Yinjiang municipal government issuing aid regulations and mobilizing resources from other urban areas to assist Nanshan District. As a famous university in Yinjiang City, Yinjiang University has a large number of young students and is naturally required to provide social services in Nanshan District. Hence the current volunteer work. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Nanshan Blue Crystal Park, right? I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, I'll leave too. After Chen Juanjia finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Yu waved goodbye to him and then glanced at the time. It's almost 4:30. Oops. He thought to himself that something was wrong, and then hurried to the place where he had agreed to meet with Yu Qingxue. In Baiqing Street, 1 kilometer away from Yinjiang University. In a Starbucks coffee shop, Yu Qingxue was sitting in a corner of the store. She ordered a latte, holding a painting appreciation book in her hand, took a sip of coffee, and elegantly admired the works in the book. A ray of setting sun shone on her, as if she was covered with a golden veil, which was extremely beautiful. It doesn't matter whether it's inside or outside the store. Countless people's attention was involuntarily drawn over. It's not that they haven't seen beautiful women before, but they have never seen such a beauty. Her beauty cannot be expressed in words. She is like a fairy who has fallen from the sky to the mortal world, detached from the mundane world, with an ethereal temperament, and every smile and glance of hers are unforgettable. Yu Qingxue was not the only one in the cafe. There are also many good-looking female white-collar workers and internet celebrities. But at this moment, they have all become green leaves, dim in front of Yu Qingxue. This made them look at Yu Qingxue with jealousy and resentment at why God was so unfair. Period. Many men came forward and wanted to chat with Yu Qingxue. Unfortunately, they were all rejected without exception. Some of them shamelessly pestered her, but Yu Qingxue ignored them all. She is like a cold flower on an iceberg. It can be seen from a distance, but cannot be touched. At the same time, outside the coffee shop, a rumbling sound of an engine was heard. A dark blue BMW 7 Series slowly drove onto the street outside Starbucks. After the car door opened, a handsome young man wearing sunglasses and full of branded clothes walked out. His name is Li Weixian. He is 23 years old this year, and he is the CEO of a well-known internet celebrity company in China. Despite his young age, he has already accumulated hundreds of millions of wealth and is also a well-known figure in Yanjiang. After getting off the car, he walked straight into Starbucks, prepared to order a cup of coffee and start his work for the day. Although Li Weixian is already the CEO of the company, he usually plays the role of a talent scout when he is free, discovering potential amateurs in areas with high traffic. He has a sharp eye, and any internet celebrity recognized by him can often be made into a hit by the company. However, in recent years, the reputation of the internet celebrity industry has become increasingly worse, and the chances of creating a hit product are smaller than before. Nowadays, Li Weixian no longer just looks at the faces when discovering amateurs. After all, the plastic surgery industry is so developed that even an ugly person can be transformed into a so-called goddess. So now he is more looking for amateurs with temperament and talent. This cannot be achieved through plastic surgery. Unfortunately, he hasn't met anyone he likes in the past few months, which makes him a little disappointed. If he can't get anything here today, he plans to go to other places to scout. However, just as Li Weixian walked into the coffee shop and took a look, his eyes were instantly attracted by a beautiful figure in the corner. It's her. Li Weixian's expression was moved. He couldn't believe that he would meet Yu Qingxue here. This was the woman he had been thinking about day and night. Chapter 34, Claiming Sovereignty. Li Weixian looked at Yu Qingxue sitting in the corner in astonishment. After several years, she is more beautiful than ever, and her original youthful and tender beauty has a more mature charm. This made Li Weixian gradually absorbed in his thoughts and recall his past deeds. He and Yu Qingxue attend the same high school. In high school, Yu Qingxue was a famous beauty in school, and countless boys confessed their love to her every day. But without exception, no one could successfully defeat Yu Qingxue. At that time, Li Weixian was not only handsome, but also had excellent academic performance. From the first to the third year of high school, he and Yu Qingxue were classmates. Being in the top class, he was the most handsome boy in the school, and he had the advantage of being close to Yu Qingxue. At that time, countless people thought that he was the only one who could win Yu Qingxue. He lived up to everyone's expectations and maintained a good relationship with Yu Qingxue throughout his 3 years of high school. Although he had never confessed his feelings to Yu Qingxue in the past 3 years, he thought that their relationship was gradually getting closer. At least compared to other boys, Yu Qingxue would occasionally have academic exchanges with him. This alone makes him countless times better than other boys. Moreover, Li Weixian believes that a confession without emotional basis is like charging into battle, with no chance of survival. Only after an ambiguous relationship is established can confession be a triumphant success. To this end, Li Weixian never confessed his love to Yu Qingxue during his 3 years of high school. He felt the timing was not right. Until the second half of senior year, 1 week before the college entrance examination, he finally confessed his love to Yu Qingxue at a school party in front of countless teachers and students. He believed that the time was ripe and Yu Qingxue could not escape from his grasp. After 3 years of silent companionship, the other party must have developed feelings and dependence. He could feel that Yu Qingxue had a good impression of him. But just when he thought how could he lose with the dragon on his face, Yu Qingxue's words still remain unforgettable to him. Did I misunderstand you? That expressionless face, the cold voice, the indifferent eyes. And off the stage, countless male students mocked and sneered at him. Even now he hasn't forgotten it. Until that moment, Li Weixian then realized how naive and ridiculous he was. After that night, he became the laughingstock of the whole school. Later, it also affected my mentality, resulting in unsatisfactory college entrance examination results. He could have been admitted to a top university in the country, but in the end he could only barely get into an ordinary 211 university. So Li Weixian simply didn't go to college, but dropped out and founded an internet celebrity company as his boss. Over the past few years, he has gradually grown bigger and stronger, with assets easily exceeding 100 million yuan, and he has many internet celebrities under his management. He has no shortage of either money or women. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the peak of life. But even so, what happened that night is still an indelible scar in his heart. This time, I will never let you escape from my grasp again. Li Weixian swore secretly in his heart. Yu Qingxue rejected me in the past, maybe because I was not good enough. But now his net worth has already exceeded 100 million, Yu Qingxue has no reason to refuse him anymore. Think of this. Li Weixian smiled and walked up to her in a dashing manner. Qingxue, long time no see. She thought it was another annoying suitor and was about to ignore him when she heard him call out her name. She raised her head and looked at Li Weixian in surprise. Who are you? Seeing that Yu Qingxue had forgotten about him, Li Weixian was stunned and a surge of anger gradually emerged in his heart. In just 3 years, she had completely forgotten about herself? Don't I have even a place in her heart? Arrogant bitch, you better not let me get your hands on you. Otherwise I will definitely kill you. Hiding this dark thought in his heart, Li Weixian still had a hypocritical smile on his face. Have you forgotten me? Li Weixian, our high school classmate. I seem to have some impression. Ah, long time no see. We haven't met since we graduated from high school. I didn't see you attend the senior year reunion either. I was too busy, so I didn't go. I heard you were admitted to Yinjiang University, one of the top 10 universities in China. Your future is limitless. Li Weixian has been working in the workplace for many years and believes that he has a high emotional intelligence and can chat and laugh with anyone. But when talking to Yu Qingxue, the pressure was very great. Because the other party obviously doesn't want to communicate too much with you. By the way, Qingxue, are you interested in considering live streaming and becoming an internet celebrity? At this time, Li Weixian shifted the topic to internet celebrities. He is confident that girls are very interested in becoming internet celebrities. If Yu Qingxue is also interested, it will be easier for him to defeat her. What's more, such a top-notch beauty is hard to come by. As long as she wants. Li Weixian is fully confident that he can make the other person a top internet celebrity. Internet celebrity? Yu Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Yes, if you're willing, I swear I'll make you an internet celebrity. Li Weixian swore solemnly and patted his chest. He didn't believe that Yu Qingxue could withstand such temptation. Once she agrees, then Yu Qingxue is his. Then he can play with her however he wants. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yu Qingxue refused without hesitation. This made Li Weixian completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Yu Qingxue actually rejected him. Is she not interested in becoming an internet celebrity? Why? Didn't you hear me? I said I wasn't interested. Qingxue, think about it again. This is a chance for you to step onto the avenue of stars. I'm not familiar with you, don't call me that, or I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand. Yu Qingxue frowned, indicating that if there was nothing else, please don't bother her. You have a boyfriend? Li Weixian couldn't believe his ears. Yu Qingxue, known as the most beautiful girl in Jialing, actually has a boyfriend? This made him feel unhappy. I was actually beaten to it by another man, damn it. Who is he? It's none of your business. Is he as good as me? Are you annoying? Yu Qingxue's expression turned cold, and she felt that the other party was very annoying. Seeing that her attitude had become cold, Li Weixian did not intend to follow the clues, but confessed to her directly. He wanted Yu Qingxue to know his current achievements. A handsome man with assets worth over 100 million yuan cannot be unattractive to her. Qingxue, you should know that I have always liked you since high school. Although you rejected my confession in our senior year of high school, I knew that I was not good enough at that time and was indeed not worthy of you. But now it's different. Now I am the CEO of an internet celebrity live streaming company with assets exceeding 100 million. As long as you are willing to be my girlfriend, I swear to make you happy. Ditch your original boyfriend, he doesn't deserve you. Li Weixian expressed his love to Yu Qingxue directly without paying attention to the gazes of the people around him. But this did not win Yu Qingxue's favor, but made her even more disgusted. She hated this kind of persistent behavior the most. Just as she was about to call the police to threaten Li Weixian, a figure came from not far away and sat down next to Yu Qingxue. The figure stretched out his arms and directly embraced Yu Qingxue in his arms, declaring his sovereignty. It's a very affectionate confession, but it's a pity that Shuer is already taken. Chapter 35. All eyes turn to me. Brother Yu, why are you here just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Qingxue lay in Lin Yu's arms, acting coquettishly with some dissatisfaction. Sorry, I ran into some trouble at school just now, Lin Yu explained helplessly. The two of them were very close, as if no one was around, and seemed to completely ignore Li Weixian, who was standing next to them. This scene made Li Weixian feel like he had lost his parents, like a bolt from the blue. He looked at Yu Qingxue in disbelief as she was held in someone's arms. However, she showed no sign of resistance at all. Instead, she was as obedient as a docile kitten. Is this still the jailing flower he knows? Li Weixian had never seen Yu Qingxue like this before. It's completely different from how I treated myself before. Such differential treatment could not help but breed hatred and jealousy in Li Weixian's heart. He turned his attention to Lin Yu. I want to know what makes this person better than me and why he can become Yu Qingxue's boyfriend. But when he looked at Lin Yu carefully, he found that the man in front of him was unremarkable. Apart from being a little handsome, he had no other advantages. He was wearing a set of clothes bought at a street stall, the total cost of which probably didn't even reach 200 yuan. His appearance was also extremely ordinary, and he didn't have the aura of those high-ranking officials who had a commanding presence without even getting angry. No matter how Li Weixian looked at it, he felt that Lin Yu was just an ordinary college student. But how did he conquer Yu Qingxue? This really made him confused. How exactly is Lin Yu better than him? No. He vowed not to give up until this matter was cleared up today. If Yu Qingxue found a boyfriend who was better than him, he could accept it. But if not, he would definitely kill Lin Yu and let him know the consequences of competing with him for a woman. Are you Qingxue's boyfriend? Nice to meet you, my name is Li Weixian. Li Weixian took out his business card with a rather proud tone. He is 23 years old this year. He started from scratch and now has a wealth of over 100 million yuan. His future achievements will be even greater. This gave Li Weixian the capital to look down on all his peers. Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not reach out to take the business card, but ignored him. An awkward atmosphere gradually filled the air. Li Weixian also smiled and then took back the business card, but there was a hint of coldness hidden in that seemingly elegant smile. I wonder where brother Lin is doing. I just started college this year and don't have a job yet. Being in college is no excuse for not being able to find a job. I started my own business around the time you were there, and now I own a company. In a few years, I'm planning to go public. When Li Weixian learned that Lin Yu still had no job, his tone became more disdainful. How dare a loser who has never even set foot in society compete with him for a woman? No matter in terms of appearance or wealth, I can easily kill him. I don't know what Yu Qingxue saw in him that she agreed to be his girlfriend. It's simply the biggest unsolved mystery of this century. What do you mean by that? It's nothing, I just mentioned it unintentionally. And if you're into live streaming, I can still give you some help. Li Weixian said excitedly. It shows that he is the CEO of Weixian Entertainment Company, Limited, has abundant resources at his disposal, and knows many connections. As long as Lin Yu is also in this line of work, he can help. I thought this would be a way to humiliate Lin Yu and allow Yu Qingxue to see the gap between them. But Lin Yu didn't buy his trick at all. After learning his identity, he simply chose to ignore it. Oh, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Yu planned to take Yu Qingxue away. He was too lazy to argue with Li Weixian here. Wait a minute, Qingxue, and I have something to discuss. Li Weixian still hopes that Yu Qingxue can come to his company to become an internet celebrity, and he also vows that he will definitely make her the top internet celebrity circle. I told you I'm not interested. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Brother Yu, let's ignore him. Yu Qingxue glanced at Li Weixian with disgust, warning him not to harass her again. Lin Yu smiled coldly and said, "A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of the way." This also made Li Weixian feel completely depressed. He stood directly in front of the two of them and spoke in a cold tone. You can leave, but Qingxue can't. Li Weixian couldn't accept this fact. A loser who was far inferior to him actually snatched away the woman he had been thinking about day and night. No matter what happens today, he must get Yu Qingxue. Even if it's hard. Anyway, he has plenty of connections in Yanjiang, many of whom are involved in the underworld. What? You still want to threaten me? So what if I threaten you? I have money, I have connections, and if I want to kill you, a piece of shit, it only takes a word. But I'm giving you a chance now. Get away from Qingxue immediately, or I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Li Weixian's face was full of arrogance and his eyes were full of contempt. However, Lin Yu remained calm and expressionless. He just thought Li Weixian was an idiot. At this moment, the system suddenly came online. Duong. Dog food radar detected a reaction. Detected the presence of mentally retarded extras around the host, now issuing a side quest, humiliate the extras. Mission, in front of a crowd of over 100 people, humiliate Li Weixian and leave him utterly humiliated. Quest reward, military boxing training manual. Note, after using the military boxing training manual, the host can instantly master all the moves of the military boxing and become a top military boxing master. Do you accept the task? Here it comes. The system gave him some strange tasks again. And the mission rewards are getting more and more outrageous. At least there was a Splatoon eye last time. This time it was more perfunctory. Only a ghost wants this military boxing training manual. In particular, Lin Yu had once read a piece of news. An elderly man performed 16 sets of military boxing in a row when facing a knife-wielding robber, but was stabbed 32 times by the robber. This also verifies a saying. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. But Lin Yu finally took on the task. After all, his motto was, something is better than nothing. And Lin Yu also wanted to take this opportunity to try that trick. You told me to get out, and I'll get out. Wouldn't that be a big loss for me? Lin Yu had a fearful expression on his face. He looked like he was very afraid that the other party would retaliate against him. This also made Li Weixian ecstatic, thinking that this guy was a coward. That's easy. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to disappear from Qingshue's side, I will not treat you unfairly. Just ask for whatever conditions you want, money or a woman. The smile on Li Weixian's face became more and more smug. He didn't expect that he could be asked to leave so easily. I don't want money or women, I just want your attitude. Attitude? What attitude? If you dare to go out on the street right now and declare your love for Qingxue to everyone passing by, I will leave on my own initiative. When Lin Yu said this, not only Li Wei was stunned. Even Yu Qingxue was stunned and didn't understand what Lin Yu was doing. Li Weixian couldn't believe his ears. I thought it was that simple? Are you sure that's all you ask? I'm sure. Ha ha ha. Okay. That's what you said, you can't go back on your word. Let alone how happy Li Wei was laughing. He didn't know what Lin Yu was thinking, but the conditions had already been put forward and there was no way to go back on his word. Look, now I'm going to go outside and loudly proclaim my love for Qingxue to everyone. Li Weixian walked out of the coffee shop with a dignified demeanor and chest out. The street outside the store was crowded with people and traffic. Because of the business district, the flow of people here is quite huge, and it is crowded with people almost all the time. Li Weixian strode out of the store and came to a traffic light intersection. He first cleared his throat, then loudly announced to the passers-by in front of him. Okay, brothers and sisters. Everyone, look at me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. Chapter 36 Become a Glorious Splatoon. On the commercial streets, countless pedestrians are busy. It is now the rush hour, and many passers-by are on their way home from get-off work. But at this moment, at the edge of the traffic light intersection, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Okay everyone, look at me. Look at me. I have an announcement. A moment. All the pedestrians around stopped and looked over, curious about who made this statement. At first, passers-by thought that it was some noisy and clown anchor filming some social death videos. Because videos with social death effects have become increasingly popular on the internet recently, more and more anchors have begun to follow suit and imitate them. But after seeing it clearly, they realized they were wrong. He was a handsome man dressed in bright and fancy clothes, and he didn't look like a clown at all. There are even many women who are flirting with him, wondering whether they should go up to him and ask for his WeChat ID or something like that. In just a few seconds, Li Weixian attracted countless passers-by. They all stopped and looked at him in confusion, wanting to know what this man would do next. And in the coffee shop, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue were looking at the scene outside the window through the glass. Brother Yu, your trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain is really powerful. Yu Qingxue originally thought that Lin Yu was playing a trick on Li Weixian, trying to trick him away so that they could get rid of him. But her thoughts were obviously at the first level. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. Isn't it? Then what you just said, are you serious? Of course, otherwise, how could I trick him into doing something like this? Brother Yu, do you think he doesn't dare to confess in public? A look of worry appeared on Yu Qingshua's face. She felt that Lin Yu was too careless and should not be so reckless without understanding Li Weixian's character in advance. No, he knew he dared to confess in public. Then why are you? Yu Qingshua's beautiful eyes were full of confusion, and she obviously couldn't understand Lin Yu's actions. Lin Yu held Yu Qingxua in his arms and smiled confidently. Don't worry, he won't be able to confess successfully. Since he dared to make such a request, how could he not have a complete plan? Even if Li Weixian really dared to confess his feelings in public, he would inevitably fail. Because everything is under Lin Yu's control. Seeing that Lin Yu was confident, Yu Qingxua had no choice but to choose to believe him. At the same time, no fewer than 100 passers-by had gathered around Li Weixian, all of them curious about what this man wanted to say. Seeing that the system's task requirements had been met, Lin Yu also felt that the time was ripe. Now you can try out the power of the Eye of Splatoon effect. After activating the Eye of Splatoon, a golden light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and then his vision changed dramatically. Originally, his vision was 5.1 and 5.0, which was considered normal. But now he found that the things in front of his eyes were several times clearer than before, and his visual range had become farther. He could easily see the appearance of pedestrians hundreds of meters away. It was so clear that even their appearance, features could be seen. This surprised Lin Yu greatly. He felt like his eyes had turned into a 4K SLR camera, and could easily focus on any place. Lin Yu immediately focused his attention on Li Weixian and stared at him for 3 seconds. But because it was his first time using it, to be on the safe side, Lin Yu stared at him for more than 10 seconds. At this time, on the street, Li Weixian looked at the pedestrians gathered around him, and a confident arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Yu thought he didn't dare to do the socially deadly act of confessing in public, but he didn't know that he had already done this kind of thing as early as his 3rd year of high school. Moreover, his job now is live streaming, and he has long been accustomed to various cases of social death. Not to mention confessing in public, he has even seen people eating poop in public. The only difference is that he has changed from a spectator to the protagonist. Dear brothers and sisters, thank you for stopping and listening to me. Now I will announce something important. Li Weixian thought about it for a while, and then he was about to shout out that he liked Yu Qingxua. All the people were attracted by his attitude and were curious about what he would say. However, the moment Li Weixian opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Then, a strange sound filled the entire place. Puff! A foul, pungent smell gradually filled the entire venue, and everyone's expression suddenly changed. Something immediately came to their mind. Could it be that the person in front of me? Really? I saw a new color on Li Weixian's pure white pants. This made passers-by around vomit violently. They had anticipated various developments, but never imagined this would be the outcome. It's numb. It really makes me feel numb. The worst thing was that several pedestrians standing behind Li Weixian were hit without any warning, which was an unforgettable experience for them. This is disgusting. Who is this anchor? I'm definitely going to file a complaint against you. I was such an idiot. I initially thought this guy was playing the Joker, but I didn't realize he was actually playing Splatoon. I'm throwing up. This smells worse than my socks that I haven't washed in 3 months. Ugh. I just finished dinner. A group of passers-by ran away while cursing Li Weixian. They really felt that they had done something wrong, otherwise they would not have suffered such a disaster. In just a few seconds, everyone fled the scene frantically, hiding far away, not daring to approach the man covered in feces. Some even took out their mobile phones to record it and planned to post it online. He had already thought of the title. Shocking. A man covered in rags appeared on the street. On the other hand, Li Weixian. He still stood there in a daze, unable to believe this was real. He actually had diarrhea on the street? Or in front of so many passers-by? This must be a dream? It must be. Mom, look, there's an uncle urinating and defecating in public. Just when Li Weixian thought it was a dream. A little boy passing by pointed at him with a mocking look on his face. But his mother quickly took the little boy away and didn't dare to stay any longer. It was obvious that Li Weixian was regarded as a mental patient. This also caused the last line of defense in his heart to collapse. This isn't true, why is this happening? He was like a madman. This was clearly a good opportunity for him to get Yu Qingxue, but it ended up in such a tragic way. This is unacceptable. He. With a foul roar, Li Weixian finally couldn't bear the humiliation and fled from here almost frantically, leaving behind a pile of golden Wallace. Chapter 37 Dirty Heart. Disasters come quickly and go away quickly. Many of the onlookers who had suffered the disaster watched Li Weixian running away, and madly cursed and swore at him. I've never had such bad luck in my life. This bastard is definitely Wallace who ate too much and is out to take revenge on society. No, I don't have any appetite for dinner anymore. Can't these anchors who only know how to attract attention be banned immediately? Why do people like them exist in society? The voices of abuse continue unabated. Many people have uploaded the previously recorded videos to the internet, intending to retaliate against Li Weixian by exposing him to online public opinion attacks. Poor Li Weixian never dreamed that he, the CEO of Weixian Entertainment Company, Limited, would appear on the internet screen in this form. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my head up in front of people I know anymore. And in the coffee shop, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue also witnessed the scene that happened earlier. Originally, Yu Qingxue was worried that Li Weixian would really confess his love in the street, and then Lin Yu would have no way to deal with it. Who knew it would end in such a ridiculous way? It really caught her off guard. This made her suddenly recall Lin Yu's previous confidence. Could it be? Brother Yu, could it be that you planned this from the beginning? Lin Yu smiled without saying a word. But the slightly playful smile on his face said it all. Did you really do that? I told you he wouldn't be able to confess successfully. Wow, brother Yu, how did you do that? Yu Qingxue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't imagine that it was really Lin Yu's trick. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Lin Yu said mysteriously. Of course. He couldn't say it either. After all, this is a skill given by the system. Although the system did not say that its existence cannot be exposed, Lin Yu is not stupid enough to tell it out. Brother Yu, you are so mean, you are full of dirty water. Yu Qingxue saw that Lin Yu was unwilling to say more, so she didn't ask any more questions. She knew that everyone had secrets that could not be told. You don't like it then? Lin Yu put his head close to Yu Qingxue's and said in an ambiguous manner. Being watched so closely, Yu Qingxue's pretty face couldn't help but blush. I like it. This action also made many men in the cafe look jealous, as if they had been stuffed with a lemon. But now, they dared not have any thoughts about Yu Qingxue anymore. With the precedent of Li Weixian, who would dare to touch Lin Yu's woman? They saw with their own eyes how Li Weixian fell into Lin Yu's trap, and no one knew what means he used. Lin Yu didn't touch Li Weixian at all during the whole process, but he was able to turn him into a jet warrior and make him have diarrhea in public. I can only say that this guy has a very dirty heart and I can't afford to offend him. Ding! The host has completed the side quest. The quest reward is now being issued. After completing the task, the system also issued the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the military boxing training manual. Would you like to use it now? Lin Yu thought about it and decided to put it aside for the time being. After all, practicing this thing doesn't seem to be of much use, not to mention who still fights in modern society. If you really encounter any problems, just call the police. If the other party dares to attack you directly, just lie down on the ground and you can extort money from him afterwards. Isn't that more fun than fighting? After he put the military boxing training manual into the storage box, he heard Yu Qingxue say, Brother Yu, I'm hungry. Lin Yu glanced at the time and it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. He also felt a strong sense of hunger. Then let's go eat now. I happen to know a very good restaurant. Afterwards, he took Yu Qingxue to a Cantonese tea restaurant that he often visited. This is a long-established restaurant. It has been open for several decades, but due to its old environment, few people come here to patronize it. But the only drawback of this tea restaurant is that the environment is old, and there is almost nothing to complain about in other aspects. The dishes are rich, the prices are affordable, the hygiene is up to standard, and the service is very thoughtful. After Lin Yu went to Yenjiang University to study, he often came to this restaurant. But he still asked Yu Qingxue for her opinion. After all, girls are very sensitive to the environment. If Yu Qingxue is not satisfied with this restaurant, Lin Yu will respect her opinion. However, Yu Qingxue said that she has always longed to check in at this kind of old-fashioned tea restaurant, so she doesn't care about the environment at all. Jianyue Qingxue not only did not feel disgusted, but also seemed very much looking forward to it. Lin Yu also took her hand and walked into the tea restaurant. 8 o'clock in the evening. After eating and drinking, Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue walked out of the restaurant. There are still a few hours until the curfew. Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue didn't want to separate so soon, but just taking a walk would be too boring. Why don't we go to TKV to sing? Yu Qingxue suddenly suggested. Sing? Yeah, I'm not bragging, but I'm pretty confident in my singing. Yu Qingxue rarely showed a proud and arrogant look. But Lin Yu was somewhat helpless. But what's wrong, brother Yu? Yu Qingxue noticed the expression on his face. Lin Yu smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, my singing is terrible. I'm afraid you'll break up on the spot after hearing it. He was not exaggerating. To describe it as no technique involved in singing, it's all emotion would be an understatement. School days. Ever since Lin Yu sang in chorus in the first music class, he no longer had to speak in music class. This shows how terrifying his singing is. But Yu Qingxue didn't care at all after hearing this. Instead, she was curious about how bad Lin Yu's singing could be. How could that be? I will always love brother Yu, no matter what happens, this feeling will not change. And if that doesn't work, I can still teach you to sing. Believe that nothing is difficult if you set your mind to it. Yu Qingxue clenched her fists and cheered Lin Yu on. This also made Lin Yu shake his head and smile. Oh well. Things have come to this point. If he doesn't agree, it would be too boring. Seeing Lin Yu agreed, Yu Qingxue was also very happy and hugged Lin Yu's hand tightly. After deciding to go to KTV, Lin Yu also opened his mobile phone and searched for more formal TKV entertainment venues nearby. After searching, he found that there was a TKV called Kaiti Entertainment about 1 kilometer away, which was one of the top 5 large TKVs in Yanjiang. There is nothing to complain about the environment, facilities, and services. The only drawback is that the consumption is relatively high. Even the lowest-end private room costs 200 yuan an hour, and the more expensive ones can cost thousands. The most luxurious Supreme box costs tens of thousands of yuan per hour, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. However, with Lin Yu's current spending power, renting a luxury box for 1,000 yuan an hour is not a problem. But Yu Qingxue said that they could just rent the most ordinary private room. It would only be 2 or 3 hours, so there was no need to spend so much money. Lin Yu followed her advice and booked a private room on his mobile phone in advance. Then the two held hands and walked towards Kaiti Entertainment KTV. Chapter 38. This song Love Cycle is for everyone. Kaiti Entertainment KTV is located in Wanxiang Street, Yanjiang City. This is the most prosperous central area of the entire Yanjiang River. Countless people come and go every day. The huge passenger flow has formed a huge commercial and economic circle here. Even as it got closer to night, the flow of people did not drop sharply, and there were even signs of an increase. For this reason, Vientiane Street is also known as the city that never sleeps in Yanjiang. As one of the most famous entertainment clubs here, Kaiti Entertainment is naturally magnificent and brightly lit every night. At just 8 o'clock in the evening, the parking lot was already filled with vehicles, including luxury cars worth over 1 million yuan. At the entrance, there are rows of handsome men and beautiful women coming in and out, looking very glamorous and the envy of others. They are basically the atmosphere group hired by Kaiti Entertainment to liven up the atmosphere, and they basically play the roles of princesses and male hostess. There are also some well-known celebrities and internet celebrities among them, who were invited as special guests. This alone is enough to show the strength of Kaiti Entertainment. 8:30 in the evening. Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue arrived here. Lin Yu went to the front desk alone to handle the room booking procedures, while Yu Qingxue waited not far behind him. However, when Lin Yu was handling the formalities, Yu Qingxue was targeted by many rich young men. The moment Yu Qingxue appeared, many eyes were attracted to her. Then several handsome men dressed in bright and beautiful clothes came up to her and wanted to invite her to the box to drink and chat. Although there are many beautiful women here, these women have been living in promiscuous life all year round, hanging out in various bars and clubs, which can be seen at a glance. They have long been tired of playing with this kind of prostitutes and are no longer interested in them. But Yu Qingxue is different. She had a unique temperament that was different from those windmill women, which made them salivate. Their intuition from years of hanging out in bars told them that this woman was absolutely top-notch. However, after extending the invitation to her, she was coldly rejected. There was a trendy young man with green hair who still refused to give up and continued to harass Yu Qingxue. He just didn't believe that he couldn't win over the cold and beautiful woman in front of him. However, before he could speak again, Yu Qingxue ran into Lin Yu's arms. "Brother Yu. The box is ready, let's go." Lin Yu held Yu Qingxue's hand, with a mocking smile on his face, and slowly left under the incredulous gazes of the men around him. They couldn't believe that Yu Qingxue's boyfriend was this kind of person. It's simply against common sense. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a cabbage being eaten by a pig. In terms of appearance and figure, which of the men present could not kill Lin Yu in seconds? This made them extremely unhappy, and they secretly hated Lin Yu for being so close to them. Lin Yu was secretly happy. It can be said that every man here is a top-level Aquaman. Normally he was the only one who envied these people, but now it was the other way around. This feeling is so great. It was not until he entered the box that Lin Yu stopped feeling those jealous gazes. At the same time, he glanced at the environment inside the box. The space is about 30 square meters and the decoration is very ordinary, but the environment and sanitary conditions are particularly good, and all the equipment is available. The only drawback is that there is no independent bathroom. But this is the lowest end box after all, and such conditions are enough. Why do we need a bicycle? After Lin Yu locked the door of the room, Yu Qingxue threw her bag on the sofa and then picked up the microphone next to her. "Brother Yu, do you want to sing first or should I?" "You sing first." Lin Yu shrugged. He was afraid that if he sang first, he would ruin the elegance of Yu Qingxue's singing. "Well, then I will sing a confession balloon for Brother Yu," Yu Qingxue said excitedly. "Oh? Jay Chou's confession balloon?" Lin Yu has listened to this song many times, but he has never heard a version that is as good as Jay Chou's. I don't know how well Yu Qingxue can sing. But since she is very confident, she shouldn't be too bad. Soon, the prelude of Confession Balloon slowly sounded, and Yu Qingxue's singing followed closely behind. "Cafe on the left bank, by the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. The mouth that left a lip print. Flower shop rose, whose name is written wrong. Confession balloon, the wind blew it across the street. Smiles flying in the sky. You said you were a little hard to pursue and wanted me to give up. I don't need to choose the most expensive gift, just the fallen leaves from the Champs-Élysées." The beautiful melody surrounded Lin Yu's ears, making him intoxicated in Yu Qingxue's moving singing. After listening to Yu Qingxue's song Confession Balloon, Lin Yu was deeply moved. Although he had been prepared, he still didn't expect Yu Qingxue to sing so well and fully interpret the emotions of Confession Balloon. Coupled with Yu Qingxue's heavenly voice and outstanding singing skills, Lin Yu really felt that her version was not inferior to Jay Chou's. "How's it going, Brother Yu? My singing is okay, right?" Yu Qingxue held the microphone, her expression full of anticipation. "Where can I buy your album?" Lin Yu responded to her with a hint of teasing. This also made Yu Qingxue blush, and she said coquettishly, "Hate." Then she walked up to Lin Yu and handed him the microphone. "Brother Yu, is there any song you want to sing? I'll help you choose a song. Can we sing Two Tigers Love Dancing?" "Can't." Yu Qingxue said righteously that since she sang a love song, Lin Yu must also sing a love song for her. "A love song?" Lin Yu touched his chin, wondering if there were any love songs with a lower difficulty index. He opened the popular song list on the jukebox, intending to find a love song with relatively low difficulty. However, when Lin Yu saw the number 1 love song on the list, he was stunned. The number 1 song on the love song list is actually Unreachable Love. It's outrageous that this song can be ranked first on the love song list. I can only say that there are more and more losers these days. Thinking this in his mind, Lin Yu also decided what song to sing. He definitely can't sing a Chinese love song, it's too difficult. So he decided to do something two-dimensional. I guess Yu Qingxue doesn't speak Japanese either, so even if she was slurring her words throughout the whole process, she wouldn't be able to tell. "Then let's sing Love Cycle. At Lin Yu's request, Yu Qingxue also played the Japanese song Love Cycle on the jukebox. The familiar prelude sounded slowly, and Lin Yu couldn't help but think of the woman singing and her infectious smile. Relying on the memory in his mind, he also sang the song Love Cycle. "Say, no. Dad touches, Song Nong beats his sister. Touch the nest, Song Nong's family roars hot. QQ leaks baby heart card quickly, touch more, touch more. Dad you lose tears tyrant, kia bridgantiko, Nora. Kowtowing dad, I am so sexy, Ed daddy. Oh, I call him, oh, solely I call him. Big shaking, card bag, writing card without card touch. Is it you or something? I don't know what it is. Zinyakide, Zinyakide. Love Confession is 4 minutes and 14 seconds long, and Lin Yu sang it for the entire 4 minutes. Sometimes he didn't even know where he was singing. He didn't stop singing passionately until the background music slowly faded away. The entire box was silent. Looking at Yu Qingxue again, she was sitting on the sofa in a daze, as if petrified. Although she had already prepared herself in her heart, she knew that Lin Yu's singing might be very unpleasant. But it was the first time in her life that she had heard such an outrageous singing voice. Putting aside the question of whether it is out of tune or not, Lin Yu's singing is already noise, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is a devilish sound filling the ears. But Yu Qingxue still showed an inclusive smile and said, brother Yu's singing is not bad. Although I don't know what song it is, I think it sounds okay. This was the first time in her life that she spoke against her conscience. Yeah? Lin Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could do it so well. This made him regain some confidence. Well, at least I like to listen to it. Yu Qingxue originally wanted Lin Yu to slowly regain his confidence, so she said this. But who knew that Lin Yu would regain his confidence so quickly that it was outrageous? The next second he said with confidence, really? Then I'll sing a few more of my favorite songs for Schwer. Moment. Yu Qingxue realized the seriousness of the matter. She quickly gave an awkward yet polite smile. Sorry, brother Yu, I need to go to the bathroom first. Oh well. Lin Yu nodded. After making an excuse, Yu Qingxue got up and left the box, and hurried to the nearby bathroom to digest. Otherwise she was really afraid that she couldn't bear it. Until now, Lin Yu's magical singing voice still echoed in her mind. Chapter 39, Tonight's expenses will be paid by me, Master 1. The Yanjiang River is brightly lit at night, showing a dazzling and prosperous scene. On the main road of East City, vehicles of all kinds were speeding. Among them, a black Cullinan with license plate number YNJ88888 was the most conspicuous, attracting the attention of countless pedestrians, whose eyes were full of shock. YNJ88888 is the most famous license plate in Yanjiang. It is rumored that at a certain auction, this license plate was auctioned for 10 million renminbi. In other words, the price of this license plate alone is more expensive than this Cullinan. In this YNJ88888 Cullinan, there were 2 young men dressed luxuriously. One of the young men, who was imposing and flamboyant, was the owner of this Cullinan. His name was Wenwoxing. Mr. Liu, have you encountered any troubles recently? Why do you always seem depressed? When Wuxing took out a bottle of expensive champagne from the refrigerator in the car. With a bang. He opened the champagne and poured a glass for Mr. Liu next to him. The young Master Liu mentioned by Wenwoxing is naturally Liu Zhihao. It's really a bit troubling. Liu Zhihao took the champagne handed over by Wenwoxing and said in a somewhat dull tone. Is there anything in this world that can bother young Master Liu? I'd like to hear it carefully. Wenwoxing showed a look of surprise on his face. He is the vice president of Wen Group, one of the top 100 companies in Yanjiang City, and the youngest son of the chairman of Wen Group. He is also a well-known figure in the upper-class circles of Yanjiang. At the same time, he and Liu Zhihao have been friends for many years. In addition, due to business reasons, the Wen Group recently needed to carry out some business cooperation with the Liu family. For this reason, when Wuxing's father sent him to entertain Liu Zhihao, I hope that Liu Zhihao can help say a few good words for their Wen Group. This is also the reason why Wenwoxing has been constantly courting Liu Zhihao during this period. Nothing, just because of a woman. The woman Liu Zhihao was talking about was naturally Yu Qingxue. In his life, what kind of woman does he not want? There are even many women who dream of climbing into Liu Zhihao's bed. But he could never defeat Yu Qingxue. This made Liu Zhihao extremely unhappy. There were even many times when he had the urge to rape Yu Qingxue. It's a pity that this is Yanjiang River. If it were Jiangchang, turning Yu Qingxue into his toy would be a matter of a single word. No way, Master Liu, are you still worried about women? Wenwoxing was a little surprised. With Liu Zhihao's identity and background, would he still be short of women? You don't understand. There are always some women in this world who think they are noble and can't be appeased with money. Ha, they are just some ungrateful bitches. It is an honor for them to be favored by Master Lu. But I still can't swallow this. Lu Zhihao poured the champagne in his hand down his throat in one gulp. Seeing him so lost, Wen Wuxing suddenly came up with an idea and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Master Lu, since you like that woman so much, why don't you let me help you? What can you do? It's very simple. As long as young Master Lu provides the woman's information, I will definitely send her to young Master Lu's bed within 3 days. Wen Wuxing said arrogantly. But Lu Zhihao frowned, feeling something was wrong. It's too dangerous. If something goes wrong, there will be endless troubles. Don't worry, young Master Lu, I will arrange a scapegoat for you in advance, and it will absolutely have nothing to do with you then. Wen Wuxing said that Lu Zhihao could rest assured, as long as he turned off the lights and it was pitch dark, who would know who it was? He didn't know how many times he had used this trick, and there had never been any accidents. Hearing this, Lu Zhihao also felt that there was hope. Okay, then we'll do as you say. If you do well, I promise to make Wen Group the largest supplier of building materials for that piece of land in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng. Really? Thank you, Master Lu. Wen Wuxing's face was filled with ecstasy, he was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. The western suburbs of Jiangcheng is the area that Jiangcheng will focus on developing in the next few years. This has led to numerous building materials suppliers in Jiangnan province flocking to it, wanting to obtain the material supply rights for the land in the western suburbs of Yanjiang. Even if you can only get a small part of the material supply, the profit will be huge. It just so happens that most of the land in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng is held by the Lu family, so the Lu family has absolute choice in the supply of building materials. This is also the reason why Wen Wuxing is ecstatic. Young Master Lu, since you're so happy today, why don't you go to my Kaidi entertainment and have some fun? I'll have my men clear the place and call all the princesses over. Whoever you like, you can take away and have some fun with them. All right. Lu Zhihao nodded. During this period of time, he had been angry a lot because of Yu Qingshue's matter, and now it was a good time to find a place to vent. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot of Kaidi Entertainment. After learning that Wen Wuxing was coming to Kaidi Entertainment, the lobby manager here hurried out to greet him and did not dare to neglect him. As they got out of the car, the lobby manager stepped forward and said respectfully, "I didn't know Mr. Wen was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me, Mr. Wen. Stop talking nonsense and clear the place immediately. I have important guests to entertain." Wen Wuxing said arrogantly. Clear the area? This. After hearing Wen Wuxing's request, the lobby manager was stunned, with an embarrassed look on his face. What? You got a problem? Wen Wuxing frowned and looked at him unhappily. Mr. Wen, you may not know that several young men from Jiangcheng are here tonight. It is said that they have powerful backgrounds. It is best not to offend them. The lobby manager explained. From Jiangcheng? Wen Wuxing looked at Lu Zhihao. Interesting, I'd like to see how impressive the backgrounds of those people are. Lu Zhihao smiled with interest and then walked towards the entrance of TKV. Wen Wuxing and the hall manager followed closely. As a well-known entertainment club in Yanjiang, Kaidi Entertainment not only provides KTV, but also offers nightclubs, massage, foot massage, etc. After passing through a long corridor, Lu Zhihao and others arrived at the nightclub dance hall of Kaidi Entertainment. Deafening loud singing, dazzling lights, and countless handsome men and beautiful women dancing and shaking their heads, the entire dance hall was filled with an atmosphere of feasting and drinking. In the number 1 booth in the ballroom, several young men in extravagant attire were drinking high-end foreign liquor, hugging the hot hostess, and having a great time. Moreover, they were very generous. Not only did they give high tips, they also ordered a lot of expensive drinks, which attracted many gold diggers. For a moment, they became the most conspicuous people in the entire dance hall. They are what the lobby manager calls the big shots in Jiangcheng. How is it, does young Master Lu know you? Wen Wuxing asked. If you know them, say hello and ask them to leave to prevent the flood from flooding the Dragon King Temple. Do you think any cat or dog is worthy of my acquaintance? Lu Zhihao shook his head and sneered. Upon hearing this, Wen Wuxing nodded to show that he understood, and then walked towards the music stage in the dance hall. Without saying anything, he kicked the DJ who was playing the disc, causing him to roll off the stage and fall flat on his face. This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. They looked at Wen Wuxing and the DJ who was kicked off the stage in shock, wondering what had happened. But before they could figure out what was going on, when Wuxing picked up the microphone and said something to everyone that was bound to anger them. From now on, I will temporarily clear the place. All your expenses tonight will be paid by me, Wen Wuxing, so you can all get out. Chapter 40 Domineering Lu Zhihao. Arrogant. Very arrogant. Wen Wuxing's words were so arrogant and domineering that most people swore they had never met such a crazy person. But a small number of people think that he has the capital to be arrogant because they recognize Wen Wuxing's identity. This is the vice president of one group. They are all well-known figures in the upper-class circles of Yanjiang. If you really mess with him, you will definitely not end up well. Who the hell are you? You can clear the place just like that? Do you really think I need a few bucks from you? Isn't it just paying for all the food at the venue? Who can't afford this little money? Leave it all to me. I, Chen Chaosong, will pay for all your food tonight. Do you know who I am? Wu Dong. I'm from the Wu family in Jiangcheng. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or I'll make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. In the number 1 booth, several young men from Jiangcheng yelled at Wen Wuxing. The young man named Chen Chaosong even picked up the wine bottle on the table and threw it at Wen Wuxing. But it didn't hit. Their behavior also made the men and women in the dance hall cheer, and they said that Chen Chaosong and others were domineering and powerful. You're not going to leave? Fine. Wen Wuxing grinned, very playfully. He has given this group a chance. Since they don't cherish it, you can't blame others. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, don't even think about letting me leave here. Wu Dong said extremely arrogantly. However, just as he finished speaking, a slap came towards his face without warning. Bang! The crisp applause resounded throughout the entire dance hall. Countless people had expressions of shock on their faces, unable to believe that someone dared to slap Wu Dong in the face. Doesn't this guy know the Wu family in Jiangcheng? It is one of the top families besides the 5 major families in Jiangcheng, and has a very high status in Jiangcheng. Even in Yanjiang, the Wu family is quite famous, and many people have heard of it. All I can say is that the person who slapped him in the face was so stupid. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. Wu Dong's face was so gloomy and terrifying, as if water was about to drip out. He couldn't believe that someone dared to slap him in the face in public. This made him swear from the bottom of his heart that he would kill this man, otherwise he would not be able to swallow this humiliation. Chaosong, Yu Chen, call someone to help me. No matter if it's this guy or that Wen Wuxing, they must die today. But after Wu Dong spoke, he was shocked to find that Chen Chaosong and Duan Yuchen were terrified and trembling all over, as if they had encountered something terrible. This made Wu Dong a little confused, and he wondered what was wrong with him. But just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice made Wu Dong's expression change in shock, and his eyes were filled with fear. Even Wu Yifan wouldn't dare to speak like that in front of me, so who do you think you are? Lu Zhihao looked at Wu Dong with a fierce look in his eyes. When he found out it was Lu Zhihao, he was completely dumbfounded and couldn't believe it was true. Lu? Young Master Lu? Why are you here? Wu Dong said in astonishment. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? I'm right here, why don't you come over here? Lu Zhihao said with a sneer. No, this is a misunderstanding, Mr. Lu. Misunderstand? Lu Zhihao picked up a wine bottle and smashed it hard on Wu Dong's head. Snap! The wine bottle shattered instantly, and Wu Dong screamed immediately. Blood flowed from his head and soaked his face, which was very terrifying. You said it was a misunderstanding, so it's a misunderstanding? Lu Zhihao had a ferocious look on his face, which made people feel scared just by looking at him. I'm sorry, Master Lu. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I beg you. Wu Dong ignored the severe pain in his head and quickly knelt down to beg Lu Zhihao for mercy. Chen Chaosong and Duan Yuchen standing by did not dare to be negligent and quickly knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. This also made everyone present dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Wu Dong, who was lawless before, would kneel down at others' feet and beg for mercy in the blink of an eye? You have to know that he is from the Wu family in Jiangcheng. Could it be that the background behind Lu Zhihao is even more terrifying than the Wu family? I'll spare your life this time, get out. Seeing that Lu Zhihao let them go, the 3 of them showed ecstasy and hurriedly crawled away. After the 3 of them rolled away, Lu Zhihao also turned his gaze to the entire audience. Anyone who doesn't get out of here will end up like these 3. This time, no one dared to object, for fear of ending up like Wu Dong. Everyone left in a hurry, not daring to stay too long for fear of upsetting Lu Zhihao. Seeing the crowd gradually disperse, Wen Wuxing also ordered his men to clean up other places. Because there are people not only in the dance hall, but also in other private rooms in TKV. If they want to clear the place, they have to clear it completely. At the same time, he ordered all the princesses to gather in the Supreme VIP box in advance, waiting for Lu Zhihao to select them. Mr. Lu, please come this way. I'll take you to the VIP box. Wen Wuxing personally led the way and took Lu Zhihao to the box. And at this time, in the bathroom deep in the corridor, Yu Qingxue had just digested the remaining demonic song in her mind. But when she came out of the bathroom, she found that countless pedestrians were coming out from the direction of the dance hall and heading towards the exit. This made her feel confused, wondering what had happened. Just at this moment, a staff member of Kaiti Entertainment came to her and said that there was a problem in their KTV and they had to clear the venue temporarily. As for the consumption in KTV, they will refund the full amount. Although she didn't know what had happened, since the area had been cleared, Yu Qingxue had no choice but to cooperate with them. Let's go back and tell Brother Yu about this first. Yu Qingxue murmured, then walked towards the box. However, what she didn't know was that on the way back to the box, she was unexpectedly seen by someone. It turned out that Wen Wuxing was about to take Lu Zhihao to the Supreme VIP box. But on the way, Lu Zhihao unexpectedly saw Yu Qingxue. This left him stunned on the spot. Young Master Lu, what's wrong with you? Wen Wuxing asked in surprise. She's the woman I want. Lu Zhihao stared at Yu Qingxue with fiery eyes, and was about to step forward to talk to her. But at this time, Wen Wuxing stopped Lu Zhihao. Mr. Lu, let me take care of this matter. You just need to wait quietly in the room. It won't be long before I will send her to your bed. He smiled confidently. Hearing this, Lu Zhihao also remembered Wen Wuxing's previous proposal. Okay, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he left early. After watching Lu Zhihao leave, Wen Wuxing was also ready to attack Yu Qingxue. He gave a hypocritical smile, then walked in front of Yu Qingxue and blocked her way. Beautiful lady, are you alone? Would you like to have a drink with us? You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. After seeing Yu Qingxue's appearance and beauty clearly, Wen Wuxing was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. No wonder Lu Zhihao is so obsessed with her. If she wasn't Lu Zhihao's target, Wen Wuxing himself would have taken her as his personal plaything. Not interested, I have a boyfriend. Yu Qingxue always responds coldly to those who try to approach her. After she finished speaking, she left without giving them a chance to continue speaking. Looking at Yu Qingxue's back, Wen Wuxing couldn't help but sneer. She is indeed quite arrogant and charming. No wonder young Master Lu likes her so much. Brother Wuxing, there's no need to pamper this bitch. Why don't we just arrest her directly? Is there any way she can resist? A younger brother next to him said so. However, Wen Wuxing slapped him and angrily scolded him. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Don't you see how many people are here? If others see us, you will be held responsible. I'm sorry, I was stupid. The younger brother quickly apologized. Go find out the box number for that chick. When the crowds are less, come with me to arrest her. I'll see how arrogant she can be then. Wen Wuxing said with a sinister look and an extremely arrogant tone. Chapter 41. This is the power of military boxing. In the box, Lin Yu was standing in front of the karaoke machine, thinking about what song to sing when Yu Qingxue came back. Just at this moment, the door of the room creaked open. He saw Yu Qingxue coming back from the bathroom. But before Lin Yu could speak, Yu Qingxue said to him, Brother Yu, the TKV staff just told me that there were some problems here, and they are about to start clearing the area. Let's leave quickly. Are you leaving now? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting such an unexpected situation. Besides, they had only been here for less than 10 minutes. It would be a huge loss if they left now. Lin Yu spent 600 renminbi. Don't worry, Brother Yu. The staff just told me that the money will be refunded in full. Yu Qingxue seemed to see through Lin Yu's thoughts. When Lin Yu heard that the money could be refunded in full, he no longer felt sad. Although it was a bit disappointing, it was not a loss to use the box for free for more than 10 minutes. Well, let's go. Lin Yu nodded, then helped Yu Qingxue pick up her bag and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to move, a loud noise suddenly came from the door of the room. Boom! There was a loud sound of kicking the door, and then the door of the room was kicked open roughly, and several tall and strong men in black suits appeared in Lin Yu's eyes, with unfriendly faces. Immediately afterwards, an arrogant figure slowly walked out from behind several men in black suits. That person was none other than Wen Wuxing. With a playful look on his face, he looked at Yu Qingxue and said, "Hi, beautiful lady, we meet again. What are you doing here? Didn't I reject your invitation?" Yu Qingxue frowned and spoke in a cold tone. "Stinky bitch, don't be so arrogant. Don't you know who our boss is?" A younger brother beside Wen Wuxing yelled at Yu Qingxue. "I don't care who he is, please get out of the way, we are leaving." That's hilarious. In Brother Wuxing's territory, you can just leave whenever you want? Don't go too far. So what if it's excessive? What else can you do to us? Several strong men were extremely arrogant and did not take Lin Yu and Yu Qingxue seriously at all. This also made Lin Yu feel uneasy. Although he didn't know what had happened, since the other party was coming for Yu Qingxue, he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Duong. Dog food radar detected a reaction. The host has been detected to be in a major NTR crisis. A level mission is now being issued, Hero Saves Beauty. Mission, punch these people so hard that even their own mothers won't recognize them. Task reward, Lucky Will 10 pull 1. Do you accept the task? Just as Lin Yu was about to step forward to help Yu Qingxue settle the matter, the system's voice rang out. Lin Yu didn't think for a second and chose to accept it. Because no matter what, he must protect Yu Qingxue. But the problem is that he will be facing 5 opponents at the same time, which is a big challenge. Fortunately, after taking the marrow cleansing pill last time, his physical strength increased greatly, so it was no problem for him to scare 2 adults by himself. But to be on the safe side, he decided to go to the dog food store to buy some more props. Detected that the host is about to encounter a battle crisis, please ask if you would like to use the military boxing training manual. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. After the system reminded him, he realized that he had obtained the secret book Military Boxing Training Manual not long ago. Although he always felt that his military boxing was not very good, he had to use it in the current situation. Yes. After using the Military Boxing Training Manual, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to Lin Yu's mind, and various combat memories continued to emerge. He felt that he had mastered the essence of military boxing at this moment, and he had memorized all the moves by heart. Look at the strong men in front of you. Lin Yu no longer felt that oppressive feeling in his heart, but instead felt very calm. It was as if he was facing several 3-year-old children. Since you are so lawless, I have no choice but to call the police. Yu Qingxue picked up the phone and was about to press 110 immediately. Do you think you have a chance of calling the police? Wen Wuxing issued orders to several of his men, asking them to capture Yu Qingxue to avoid any unexpected incidents. After receiving the order, several men showed obscene expressions and approached Yu Qingxue step by step. Even if you can't play with such a top-notch woman, it would be nice to take advantage of her. However, when their claws were about to reach Yu Qingxue, a figure stood in front of her. Lin Yu looked indifferent and shouted at the strong men in front of him, "Get out of here!" This scene was unexpected to everyone. A sturdy man with a ferocious face shouted at Lin Yu, "Boy, who are you? How dare you come to ruin our good things? I'm her boyfriend." Boyfriend? You? Everyone present sneered with extreme disdain, thinking that Lin Yu was playing the hero who saved the damsel in distress. How could a beauty like Yu Qingxue be interested in him? Wen Wuxing lit a cigarette and looked down at Lin Yu in front of him. I don't care who you are, I give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. This is your only chance to survive. What if I don't leave? Okay, you have guts. When Wuxing smiled cruelly and ordered his men, break his arms and legs, and throw him into the Yanjiang River to feed the fish. Yes. After receiving Wen Wuxing's order, several men rubbed their hands and approached Lin Yu step by step with playful expressions on their faces. Kid, be smarter in your next life. There are some people you can never afford to offend. One of them came up to Lin Yu and without saying a word, he swung his fist and hit him on the head. The punch was so fast that it left almost no room for reaction. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Yu would be lying on the ground twitching in the next second. Brother Yu, be careful. Yu Qingxue was full of worry and quickly reminded him. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with such a swift punch, Lin Yu dodged it easily, and then took the initiative and kicked the opponent in the abdomen. Bang! After a low voice sounded, the strong man's eyes rolled over and he collapsed to the ground. This made everyone dumbfounded, wondering if Lin Yu was so powerful. The other strong men realized that something was wrong and dared not to be careless anymore, so they attacked with all their strength. But in less than 10 seconds, they were all knocked to the ground by Lin Yu. The effect of the military boxing training manual is perfectly demonstrated at this moment. Yu Qingxue looked at the strong man lying unconscious on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock, and her cherry lips opened into an O shape. Same. Wen Wuxing was also dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. He couldn't believe that Lin Yu was so terrifying. After dealing with several strong men, Lin Yu also patted the dust off his body and looked at Wen Wuxing with extremely cold eyes. Your subordinates are right. There are some people you really can't afford to offend in your entire life. Chapter 42, Thugs to the Rescue. After being threatened by Lin Yu, Wen Wuxing's expression was very ugly. He has never threatened anyone on his own turf. He asked Lin Yu in a cold tone, "Boy, who are you?" Judging from Lin Yu's previous performance, this guy is definitely not an ordinary person. But that doesn't mean Wen Wuxing will be afraid of him. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that if you dare to pester Qingxue again, I will make you regret living in this world. Everyone has their own bottom line. For Lin Yu now, Yu Qingxue is the biggest thorn in his side. Lin Yu will not let go of anyone who attempts to harm Yu Qingxue. Seeing the other party despise him so much, Wen Wuxing's eyes twitched. He had never been looked down upon like this in Yanjiang. But in order to complete Lu Jihao's plan, he had to suppress his anger and not let things develop to the worst. But if they really want to play to the end, Wen Wuxing is not afraid of Lin Yu. After all, he is not the only one who can fight in this world. Boy, let's make a deal. As long as you are willing to let me take this woman away, I can meet any conditions you put forward, whether it is money, women, or social status, I can agree to it. Wen Wuxing spoke to Lin Yu. If the issue can be resolved through negotiation, that would naturally be what Wen Wuxing would be most happy to see. Shut your damn mouth, or I'll make you a vegetable for the rest of your life. Lin Yu's expression was cold, and his eyes seemed as if he wanted to kill Wen Wuxing. His patience is limited. If the other party repeatedly challenges his bottom line, don't blame him for being ruthless. But Lin Yu's response made Wen Wuxing's face full of resentment. Who is he? Vice President of one group. He is a well-known figure in the entire Yanjiang. Many people who see him will respectfully call him Mr. One. No one dares to disrespect him in this way. But now, he was being treated with contempt and humiliation by a scoundrel. This was simply trampling on his dignity. Fuck you, you're not going to accept my toast, are you? Don't think you're awesome just because you know a little bit of kung fu. Just wait for me, I'm going to send someone over to kill you right now. When Wuxing immediately took out the intercom and called the lobby manager, "Call Zhang Jun over to me." After he finished speaking, he glared at Lin Yu fiercely, as if to say, "You will be dead soon." Seeing this scene, Yu Qingxue couldn't help but walk to Lin Yu worriedly. "Brother Yu, let's run away quickly during this time, otherwise I'm afraid things will become more and more troublesome. If we run now, he won't let us go later." Lin Yu shook his head. He knew that with Wen Wuxing's character, the other party would never give up easily. So if you want to solve it thoroughly, it's only here. But don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Yu said to Yu Qingxue, and asked her to leave first. No, if I leave, what will happen to Brother Yu? She shook her head firmly, indicating that she wanted to stay with Lin Yu. But Lin Yu scratched her nose and said with a smile, "If you stay here, I might be distracted. If you leave, even if something happens to me later, you can help me call the police." After Lin Yu reminded her, Yu Qingxue finally understood. With her abilities, she is completely unable to help Lin Yu with his troubles, and she might even become a burden to him. But if she left early, if something happened to Lin Yu later, she could also call the police. If all else fails, she can also call that number and ask for help from her family. After some inner struggle, Yu Qingxue nodded. Brother Yu, you have to be careful. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he watched Yu Qingxue leave the box. Although Wen Wuxing was right next to him, he didn't dare to stop him because Lin Yu was staring at him. The look in his eyes was terrifying, like a predator lurking in the darkness, which could attack him at any time. He was sure that if he had dared to stop Yu Qingxue from leaving, Lin Yu would have attacked him. Kid, don't think that running away now will solve the problem. We have already made a feud today, and it can't be easily resolved. There were still a few minutes before Zhang Jun arrived. Wenwuxing was worried that Lin Yu would run away, so he threatened him. Since I'm staying here, I don't intend to leave easily. This matter tonight must be resolved. You have guts. I admire people like you. If you weren't stupid and dared to compete with Master Lu for a woman, I might have let you work by my side. Young Master Lu? Lin Yu looked a little surprised when he heard the name. Could it be that the young Master Lu he was talking about was that person? The young Master Lu you just mentioned, could it be Lu Zhihao? After Lin Yu said this, Wen Wuxing was also shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Yu actually knew Lu Zhihao. Since he knew her, why did he dare to compete with Lu Zhihao for the woman? You've never died, right? Who knows? Wenwuxing naturally would not reveal Lu Zhihao's identity to avoid implicating him. But from his expression just now, Lin Yu could conclude that the young Master Lu mentioned by Wenwuxing must be Lu Zhihao. Did Lu Zhihao order you to do this? Lin Yu said in a cold tone. If that's true, he will definitely not let Lu Zhihao go. Who do you think you are? Why should I answer your questions? Wenwuxing sneered. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Lin Yu was ready to fight and approached him step by step. It was obvious that they intended to use torture to extract a confession. Wenwuxing was so frightened that his face turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead. But at this moment, a strange voice came from not far away. Young Master Wen, I heard you called me? Not far from the end of the corridor, a lazy man with dyed blonde hair walked slowly towards him. He had a cigarette in his mouth and looked like a decadent young man who had indulged himself in depravity. But I don't know why. The other person's thin body faintly exuded a powerful aura of oppression. Lin Yu immediately felt that this person was not simple. Zhang Jun. You're finally here. After seeing this person, Wenwuxing's face was filled with ecstasy, as if he had gained an endless sense of security. Zhang Jun is the captain of the security team at Kaidi Entertainment. He is responsible for managing public security in the area and dealing with thugs who attempt to cause trouble. Occasionally, he would also help Wenwuxing deal with the aftermath of various troublesome incidents. As for how the two met, it all started with a chance encounter 5 years ago. At that time, Wenwuxing was traveling in another place and accidentally came to a Shijing street. He witnessed a conflict between a warrior who made a living by selling martial arts and a group of thugs. But even when facing 10 knife-wielding thugs, the warrior still managed to knock them all down with ease, and it only took less than 10 seconds. Such a powerful martial artist naturally gained the appreciation of Wenwuxing. He took the initiative to recruit the other party, offering him a salary of 10 million yuan a year, and brought him to Yanjiang to do various things for him. The warrior was Zhang Jun. But as the law has become increasingly strict in recent years, Zhang Jun no longer has anything to do. Later, he was wasted by Wenwuxing and was directly arranged to be the security captain of Kaidi Entertainment to maintain the security environment there. I wonder how much more arrogant you can be now. Wenwuxing's face was full of sneer and arrogance. It was as if he had regarded Lin Yu as a corpse. Chapter 43. Damn, he pretended. After Zhang Jun appeared, Wenwuxing became arrogant again. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yu was like that of an ant, as if he could easily crush him to death in the next second if he wanted to. Mr. Wen, what's the matter with you calling me over? Zhang Jun came in front of Wenwuxing, yawned, and spoke in a lazy tone. You've come just in time, destroy this guy for me. Without any nonsense, Wenwuxing directly ordered Zhang Jun to break Lin Yu's hands and feet first. At that time, he would definitely torture Lin Yu severely to let him know how miserable the consequences of offending him would be. He's just an ordinary person. Can't Wen Xiao's men handle him? Ordinary people? Take a good look at the person lying on the ground. Oh? Zhang Jun looked at the several strong men at Lin Yu's feet. They all fainted. It looks like he was killed in one move. This surprised him a little, because these strong men were not ordinary people. At least in a one-on-one situation, many adults were no match for them. But now they were all knocked down with one move. This is quite interesting. Anyway, quickly break this guy's hands and feet. I want to torture him severely. Hearing this, Zhang Jun shrugged without saying anything more, and then looked at Lin Yu in front of him. After looking him up and down, his lazy eyes remained unchanged because he couldn't see Lin Yu's background. If he was truly a master, his aura alone would be extraordinary. He is also considered to be a leader among martial artists. If someone is a real master, he can tell it at a glance. I guess this guy just happened to be placed here. Boy, I don't know how you offended Master One, but if you kneel down and kowtow to Master One to apologize now, you might be able to save your life. Zhang Jun's tone was indifferent, and he didn't take Lin Yu seriously at all. He had already calculated in his mind that as long as he took action, he would be able to take down Lin Yu within 3 moves. Kowtow and apologize? Just you? Lin Yu said coldly. Since you didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you, don't blame me. Zhang Jun shook his head, his expression showing a hint of pity. He originally wanted to give Lin Yu a chance, at least to save his life, but the other party was ungrateful, so he couldn't blame anyone. Seeing the other party shaking his head and sighing on the spot, Lin Yu thought that this guy was too pretentious. I'm afraid even the male protagonists in urban novels are not as pretentious as you. But just when Lin Yu lowered his guard, Zhang Jun suddenly attacked. He was very fast. In a blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of several meters and came in front of Lin Yu. Without any hesitation, he punched Lin Yu in the abdomen with a straight punch. This whole series of actions happened as smoothly as flowing water, in a flash, not even taking 2 seconds. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be defeated by Zhang Jun in an instant. But Lin Yu is no longer the same as before. With the help of the marrow-cleansing pills and the military boxing training manual, he believed that he could handle himself easily even when facing the world fighting champion. Lin Yu raised his toes, bent his body slightly, and made a very extreme posture, then dodged Zhang Jun's feint attack. Ha! Zhang Jun was a little surprised. He never thought that Lin Yu could dodge his attack in such a strange way. But his offensive doesn't stop there. He bent his knees and squatted, exerting force from his waist, and swept towards Lin Yu's lower body with a sweeping kick. In this posture, his lower body had no fulcrum of power, and he only needed to sweep his opponent lightly to knock him to the ground instantly. However, Lin Yu also realized the other party's idea. He kicked his legs hard and did a perfect backflip, which resolved Zhang Jun's attack. In less than 5 seconds, Zhang Jun had a completely new understanding of Lin Yu's strength. This guy is indeed a master. I didn't expect to meet a master like you in a place like this. Zhang Jun made fists with both hands and performed a martial arts etiquette towards Lin Yu, Bajaman Zhang Jun. Lin Yu was confused by the other party's words. Just fight, what does it mean to suddenly announce your name? Seeing that Lin Yu didn't say his name for a long time, Zhang Jun frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Why am I asking you what you mean? Don't you know the rules of the underworld? How did your master teach you? Jiang Hu rules?" Only then did Lin Yu understand everything. For a martial artist like Zhang Jun, there must be various rules, but he just didn't get them just now. But Lin Yu doesn't have any master. You can't just say to the other party, "I am Lin Yu sent by the system," right? But the next second, Lin Yu suddenly came up with a good idea. He put his hands behind his back and said with a serious expression, "You are not worthy of knowing my name." Very good. Simply perfect. He had wanted to try to say some pretentious lines that the Dragon King or the God of War would say for a long time. Now he has succeeded. Court death. But after hearing this, Zhang Jun's face was distorted to the extreme, which was enough to show how angry he was. Since he started his apprenticeship, he has faced many masters, but no one has ever been as arrogant as Lin Yu and did not take him seriously. Even if Wen Wuxing pleaded for him today, he would still kill Lin Yu. Ba Jiquan. Powerful attack. Zhang Jun roared, unleashed his own boxing skills, and attacked Lin Yu fiercely. Why are you so arrogant? You're the only one who knows how to fight, right? I can do it, too. Looking at Zhang Jun rushing towards him, Lin Yu did not panic, but instead confronted him. It really is. Who doesn't have a set of boxing techniques these days? Your Bajiquan is a boxing style, but our military boxing is not. There were no fancy moves, both of them just punched each other straight. Bang! When the two fists collided head-on, a low sound was heard. The next moment, Zhang Jun felt his right hand go numb, and waves of tingling pain came from his arm, causing his pupils to tremble slightly. The power of Lin Yu's punch exceeded his expectations. He did not expect that the seemingly thin body contained such terrifying explosive power. No wonder this guy was so arrogant just now and didn't take him seriously. He does have the capital to be arrogant. Before the outcome was decided in one move, Zhang Jun launched a series of killing moves, each of which was aimed at taking Lin Yu's life. But the result was that all his moves were easily resolved by Lin Yu and could not hurt him at all. This was hard for Zhang Jun to accept. Moreover, he could never figure out what style of boxing Lin Yu was using. Zhang Jun is also quite knowledgeable and he knows all the famous boxing styles circulating in the martial arts world. Whether it is Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Bagua, Xingyi, etc., he knows them all. But I have never seen Lin Yu's boxing style. Until finally, he couldn't help it and questioned Lin Yu. Boy, what kind of boxing is this? Chapter 44 Brothers, Boxing Really Works. The Bajikwan practiced by Zhang Jun is one of the representatives of ancient boxing. The other boxing styles he was familiar with were all ancient boxing styles. It is normal that Zhang Jun is not familiar with the boxing style like military boxing, which was created in modern times. That's why when he faced Lin Yu's boxing, he couldn't find a way to break it. What? You don't even know the military boxing? Lin Yu was a little surprised. I thought, you don't even know about military boxing? This is something that all modern college students know, and it's quite well known. But what he didn't know was that military boxing was more used for physical fitness and self-defense, and was obviously not as lethal as ancient boxing such as Bajikwan. Plus, Zhang Jun had never been to college, so naturally he didn't know him. Military boxing? This was the first time Zhang Jun heard of this style of boxing. But he didn't care and just thought it was a kind of 39-level boxing style. After all, the world of martial arts is so vast that there are naturally some strange styles of boxing. He had heard of the Mad Dog Fist before. But that was just a gimmick after all, and it was no match for their serious ancient boxing techniques. Zhang Jun, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you dealt with him yet? Wenwuxing, who was standing by, couldn't help showing an impatient look on his face when he saw that Zhang Jun hadn't dealt with Lin Yu for a long time. Don't worry, Master One. I'll get rid of him next. Zhang Jun comforted him and then looked at Lin Yu. I admit that you have some ability, but after all, your boxing skills are just three-legged cats, and your arrogance won't last long. Any boxing style has its own rules and methods. Once you understand them, you can easily crack them. Zhang Jun was already vaguely figuring out Lin Yu's punching style. Really? Lin Yu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Then I will let you know whether this is a three-legged cat boxing method or not. He put away his playful attitude and started to get serious. Previously, Lin Yu had always been on the defensive and never took the initiative to attack. But now, he is going to take the initiative. If you can win today, I, Zhang Jun, will destroy my own cultivation on the spot. Zhang Jun had a defiant look on his face and spoke in an arrogant tone. But the next second, his expression changed and showed a hint of panic. You don't have to destroy yourself, I'll help you. Lin Yu disappeared from his original position in an instant and reappeared in front of him, then punched out. The target was directly at Zhang Jun's left chin. Before the fist arrived, the wind from the fist was already blowing in his face. The power and speed of this punch were so terrifying that Zhang Jun was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. This guy is so fast, even faster than before. Could it be that this guy really didn't use his full strength before? How is this possible? Zhang Jun's face was full of horror, but he had no time to dodge and could only watch the punch hit his face. Boom! The punch hit Zhang Jun's face hard, instantly shattering his jaw and knocking out all his teeth. Later, his eyes rolled back, he collapsed to the ground and fainted on the spot. This scene left Wenwuxing speechless. One punch. He knocked Zhang Jun out instantly with just one punch? That's Zhang Jun. Is this guy still human? Lin Yu looked at Zhang Jun and others lying half dead on the ground, and his heart was quite touched. In the past, he would never have believed that he had done this. This scene made Lin Yu sigh inwardly. Brothers, boxing is really useful. Waste. Waste. All of them are fucking waste. After Wenwuxing recovered, he became furious and kept cursing the people on the ground. He had originally planned to rely on Zhang Jun to kill Lin Yu, but he never expected this would be the outcome. How can such a person swallow this? No. No matter what, we must kill Lin Yu today. If one person doesn't work, then call 10 more. If 10 people don't work, then call 100 or 1,000. But just as he was about to pick up the phone to make a call, Lin Yu had already walked up to him and slapped him in the face. The force of this palm was so terrifying that it broke several of Wenwuxing's teeth and his entire cheek swelled up instantly. Wen Wuxing couldn't believe that he was beaten. From childhood to adulthood, even his father never hit him. Now he was beaten. "You son of a bitch, just wait for me, I'm going to kill you, I'm definitely going to kill you." Wen Wuxing went crazy. It looked like a wild beast that had lost its mind, hideous and terrifying. The only way to subdue this beast is to beat him until he regains his sanity. Bang! 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 Lin Yu didn't say anything, but just kept slapping the other person in the face. In a few seconds, his face was bruised and swollen, like a pig's head. Wen Wuxing's harsh words gradually became less and less, and in the end he even cried and begged Lin Yu not to hit him anymore. He was really scared. Lin Yu had no idea how hard to hold back when he attacked. If he continued to fight, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. This was also within Lin Yu's expectations. The more arrogant someone appears, the more likely they are to be a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Let me ask you, is the young master Lu you mentioned just now the same as Lu Zhihao? Lin Yu grabbed his collar, pressed him against the wall, and asked in a cold tone. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. If it was really the other party, Lin Yu would never let Lu Zhihao go easily. Yes, it's him. Wen Wuxing nodded repeatedly in response. Hearing this, the expression on Lin Yu's face became more and more grim, making Wen Wuxing tremble involuntarily. Let me ask you again, was it Lu Zhihao who ordered you to do something bad to Qing Xue? Yes, it was young Master Lu who ordered me to do this. Wen Wuxing also revealed the entire plan without leaving out anything. At the same time, he also put all the blame on Lu Zhihao, saying that it had nothing to do with him. If Lin Yu knew that this plan was his idea, he was really afraid that Lin Yu would kill him. Lu Zhihao. Lin Yu was furious and couldn't help but punch Wen Wuxing in the face. This made Wen Wuxing want to cry, thinking to himself, "You are talking about Lu Zhihao, why are you hitting me? Where is he now?" Lin Yu questioned Wen Wuxing. At the same time, an evil plan of revenge gradually emerged in his heart. He wanted to make Lu Zhihao understand the price of attacking Qing Xue. It's in the presidential suite 301 on the 3rd floor. Wen Wuxing replied quickly. Oh? So he's turning off the lights in his room, waiting for you to send someone over? Yes, young Master Lu ordered us to send Qing Xue to the room after we captured her. Ha, since Lu Zhihao is so hungry, I will satisfy him. For some reason, after Lin Yu said this, Wen Wuxing always felt that there was something wrong with the look in Lin Yu's eyes when he looked at him. Especially the evil smile on his face made him feel very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Wen Wuxing realized something and said with horror on his face. Wait. You don't mean to. But before he could finish, Lin Yu knocked him unconscious with a palm. Poor Wen Wuxing. He would never have dreamed that his tried and tested trick would fail on this day. It was a dramatic car accident that he would never forget. Chapter 45. The picture is too beautiful to look at. Ding! The host has completed the side quest. The quest reward is now being issued. Congratulations to the host for winning the Lucky Wheel 10. Pick 1. Is it currently in use? After knocking Wen Wuxing unconscious, Lin Yu also received a reward from the system. It was a chance to pull 10 consecutive spins on the Lucky Wheel, but he was not in a hurry to use it because today's reward was not good. How can such a precious 10-draw combo be used to pick up garbage? After the rewards on the Lucky Wheel are refreshed, Lin Yu will consider doing 10 consecutive draws. And he has more important things to do right now. After learning Lu Zhihao's location, Lin Yu carried Wen Wuxing to the 3rd floor. Then he found a secluded place, stripped Wen Wuxing of all his clothes, and wrapped him up in a piece of rag. Next, he planned to send Wen Wuxing to Lu Zhihao's room and leave. Of course. That alone is not enough. According to Wen Wuxing's description, Lu Zhihao deliberately turned off the lights in the room in order to avoid being recognized. But the physical characteristics between men and women are still too obvious. If Lu Zhihao finds out that the person sent here is a man, Lin Yu's plan will fail. So he asked the system in his mind. System, does the dog food store sell those shady potions, like the one that says I love a Shiba Inu? Host, please respect yourself. This system is not that kind of system and will not sell any improper products to the host. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel disappointed. But before he could lament for a few seconds, he heard the system say this again. However, the store sells a product called hypnotic perfume, which can hypnotize the target and cause severe hallucinations. If the host needs it, he can go and buy it. Could it be that this hypnotic perfume is serious? Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Yes, hypnotic perfume can cause mental problems in a target during combat, so it's a very legitimate item. Of course, if someone has ulterior motives, that's another matter. Listening to the system's serious nonsense, Lin Yu also said that no one else could compare. Why do I think you're scolding me in a roundabout way? Lin Yu's eyes twitched slightly, and then he ignored the system and went straight into the dog food store. However, after scanning the items on the merchandise list, he did not find the so-called hypnotic perfume. After being prompted by the system, Lin Yu can click the refresh button in the dog food store to reset the products in the store. Each refresh requires 10 dog food points. But Lin Yu now only has 30 dog food points left. In other words, he can only refresh the dog food store 3 times. The more serious problem is that he also needs to buy the hypnotic perfume. If the price of this item exceeds 30 dog food points, it would be really funny. But Lin Yu decided to try his luck. The first refresh will result in a loss of 10 dog food points. No hypnotic perfume found. This made Lin Yu's eyes twitch and he felt pain in his flesh. Mom, please don't delay this time, or I'll waste 20 dog food points. After a while of praying, Lin Yu pressed the refresh button again. The second refresh resulted in another loss of 10 dog food points. This time, he finally got that hypnotic perfume as he wished. Hypnotic perfume, after use, it can cause the target to have severe hallucinations, automatically making up the mind's most desired things, lasting for 24 hours. Price, 10 dog food points. Fine. Just enough for him to pay. Lin Yu used his remaining 10 dog food points to buy the hypnotic perfume, but this also caused him to lose all his dog food points. But he didn't think it was a bad deal. On the contrary. As long as he can make Lu Zhihao and Wen Wuxing pay the price, he thinks it's worth it. But how to put the hypnotic perfume is also a problem. After thinking hard for a long time, Lin Yu finally found a solution. It was decided to use the ventilation ducts inside the building to release the hypnotic perfume, so that Lu Zhihao's room could be easily filled with it. In the presidential suite number 301, Lu Zhihao was sitting on the leather sofa with an expectant look on his face, drinking 1982 Lafite red wine leisurely. When he thought that he would be able to get Yu Qingxue tonight, he couldn't help but feel excited. In order to be able to stay up all night with Yu Qingxue, he even took out his treasured possession for a long time, the kidney treasure tonic pills. As long as you take it, you will not feel tired and will always be full of energy. He spent a lot of effort to get this medicine. He usually keeps it as a treasure and is reluctant to use it. But tonight, this kidney tonic pill can finally come in handy. Strange, why is there suddenly a faint smell of perfume? Suddenly, Lu Zhihao smelled a perfume he had never smelled before, which made him a little confused. But later he thought it might be the air freshener that was sprayed regularly in the ventilation ducts. But not long after, Lu Zhihao felt dizzy and his head felt heavy. But he didn't care too much about it, he just thought he had drunk too much. During the waiting period, he had drunk several bottles of Lafite red wine in a row, so it was normal to be a little tipsy. As time goes by, Lu Zhihao suddenly felt that his body was getting hotter and hotter. Even if he turned the air conditioner to the lowest setting, his condition did not improve. For some reason, his inner desire for women became stronger and stronger, causing him to gradually lose his mind and his mind to be full of thoughts about women. Damn it! It's been so long, why hasn't the person been sent here yet? Lu Zhihao's face flushed red and he was breathing heavily when he spoke, like a mad beast. Boom boom boom. Just when he couldn't help but go out to check the situation, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? He asked in a heavy voice. Young Master Lu, President Wen asked me to send someone to you. A strange voice came from outside the door, but Lu Zhihao didn't care. There was a look of ecstasy on his face, and he was extremely excited. Here we come. The woman he had been thinking about day and night was finally here. It just so happened that he had reached his limit and could finally be free. Lu Zhihao slowly walked to the door of the room, turned off all the lights in the room, and then opened the door a crack. And the moment he opened the door, a person wrapped in rags was thrown into the darkroom from outside. Then he closed the door and locked it from the outside. Now, under the influence of the hypnotic perfume, Lu Zhihao had completely lost his mind and mistook the person in the dark for Yu Qingxue, the woman he had always dreamed of. He was like a ferocious beast that had been hungry for several days, and he pounced directly at the person on the ground. You stinky bitch, I finally got you. Aren't you usually very arrogant? Now be more arrogant and show me. Lu Zhihao said with great excitement. His laughter was even more wild. After all, this was the woman he had been pursuing for a long time. Now that he had her, he felt so happy. After today, I will completely become your lifelong nightmare. You will forever live under the shadow of fear of men, and all this is your fault for not knowing what's good for you and pretending to be innocent in front of me. Lu Zhihao licked his dry lips, his eyes full of greed. But he never realized that the person under him was actually a man. Because under the influence of the hypnotic perfume, he has completely lost his common sense judgment and can only be loyal to the most primitive impulse. Poor Wenwuxing, he probably never dreamed that he would encounter such a nightmare. Chapter 46. God said, there must be justice in the world. In the corridor outside the room, Lin Yu was talking on the phone. Hello? Is this the police station? I want to report. Hello? Are you a reporter from the People's Daily? I'm reporting someone breaking the law. He looked joking and then hung up the phone. I believe that after tomorrow, this matter will become famous throughout Yinjiang, and by then both Lu Zhihao and Wenwuxing will be ruined. This is what happens if you dare to have any thoughts about his woman. And this is just the beginning, there will be even more exciting things to come. What Lu Zhihao is doing to Wenwuxing now is only the first stage, and the second stage is yet to begin. According to the time, Wenwuxing will soon wake up. Lin Yu showed an expectant look on his face. At this time, not long after he finished speaking, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from the room. Ah! Young Master Lu, it's me. I'm Wenwuxing, wake up. Please, Master Lu, get up quickly. Fortunately, the room had good sound insulation, otherwise Wenwuxing's screams would have spread throughout the entire building. Such a miserable cry was enough to prove how miserable his current situation was. But this is what he deserves. Because many innocent girls have been treated like this in the past, he is just getting a taste of their own medicine. Just as Lin Yu expected. The room soon became quiet, and there were no more screams. The hypnotic potion still filled the room. Wenwuxing had been there for so long that he naturally absorbed a lot of it. In addition, before he sent Wenwuxing in, he secretly threw a few strange pills into his mouth. Those pills were all searched out from Wenwuxing. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine they were, since they were from Wenwuxing, they must not be good things. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc. I thought that if nothing unexpected happened, the real show would be about to begin. Ah! Really? Now it was Lu Zhihao's turn to scream. Lin Yu listened to the sound coming from the room and nodded with satisfaction. This is exactly what he expected. God said there must be justice in the world, so I will not let only one person hold a sword while the other is unarmed. Lin Yu had no idea how devilish his words were. I'm afraid there is no man in this world who wants this kind of fairness. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly heard the sound of sirens, which made him realize that the police had arrived. So he didn't plan to stay here any longer and turned around and left. What happens next is left to the police and reporters. On the way to the exit, Lin Yu looked at the score column that had returned to 0 and couldn't help but sigh. This system is good in every way, except that there are too few ways to earn dog food points. This is not Lin Yu complaining. Compared to the systems in other novels, the ways to earn points in the dog food system are really pitifully few. Please rest assured, as long as you complete the 10,000 dogs killing achievement, you can obtain the dog food converter. At that time, the host only needs to show affection to make the single dog generate dog food value, and the dog food converter will automatically convert the dog food value into dog food points at a ratio of 10 to 1. The system's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind, solving his current problem. Oh my god? Is it that awesome? When Lin Yu heard this, his eyes suddenly shone with brilliance. If this were really possible, his way of obtaining dog food points in the future would be countless times easier. After all, not only is completing the task slow, but the points awarded are also few. But how do you actually complete the achievement kill 10,000 dogs? Do you have to show off your affection in front of 10,000 single people at once? Lin Yu thought that if this was true, then it would be too difficult to complete. Where can he find 10,000 singles? The achievement system is calculated in a permanent cumulative manner. As long as the host abuses a total of 10,000 single dogs, the achievement of 10,000 dogs killed will be completed. That's more like it. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. In cumulative form, the difficulty of achieving success will be countless times smaller. Can I check the cumulative number so far? Lin Yu asked. The host has already abused 1145 single dogs. He only needs to abuse 8,855 more single dogs to achieve the goal of killing 10,000 dogs. Are there still 8,855 single people? Lin Yu touched his chin, wondering if he should take Yu Qingxue to Gisle again on Sunday. Although it's a bit unfair, Yu Qingxue is indeed a tool to earn dog food points. Friendly reminder, it's not only the host's girlfriend who can bully single people. If there are other people, you can also show off your love. Are you asking me to start a harem? Lin Yu widened his eyes. He didn't expect that this system would care about him so much. It really is. I'm crying. Yes, as long as it can generate dog food value, it doesn't matter whether you are male or female. The host can also try to show affection with your roommates and persecute some single dogs with gay orientation. After hearing this, Lin Yu was speechless. He just felt very tired. As for what I said just now, just treat it as feeding the dog. Brother Yu. Just as Lin Yu walked to the exit, he heard Yu Qingxue's worried voice. She hurried to Lin Yu and hugged her tightly. I was so worried about you. A bunch of police officers went in just now. I thought something happened to Brother Yu. Yu Qingxue's voice sounded extremely anxious and frightened. It can be seen that she is really worried about Lin Yu. Little idiot, I'm fine, you don't have to worry so much. How could I not be worried? Brother Yu hasn't come out for so long. I'm so afraid that you might get into an accident. Don't worry, the matter has been completely resolved. That person will never cause us trouble again. Yeah, but don't be afraid even if he still wants to cause trouble. If it really doesn't work, I'll call my family and ask them to help. Yu Qingxue's words surprised Lin Yu. Come to think of it, he seemed to be unaware of Yu Qingxue's family situation. Yu Qingxue also realized that she should not mention her family, for fear of putting pressure on Lin Yu. Brother Yu, since everything is fine, let us go. It's almost 11 o'clock, so you don't have to rush to the curfew like last time. Seeing that Yu Qingxue was unwilling to say more, Lin Yu did not ask her any further questions. Besides, this is someone else's privacy and you have no right to ask. After leaving Kaidi Entertainment, Lin Yu first sent Yu Qingxue back to where she lived alone. When Lin Yu learned that Yu Qingxue lived in Sunshine Community, he looked a little surprised. Sunshine Community is also quite famous in Yanjiang. The rent here is not cheap. A one-bedroom apartment starts at least 3,000 to 4,000, and a well-decorated house costs 5,000 or more. The fact that Yu Qingxue can rent a house here is enough to show her financial strength. After watching her walk into the community, Lin Yu turned and left, returning to the school dormitory. What surprised him was that Zhang Hangyong didn't call him out for trouble tonight. I asked one who and the others. Lin Yu learned that the school was holding a dormitory management meeting and all dormitory managers had to attend. Zhang Hangyong is no exception. Hearing this, Lin Yu did not say much, but after taking a shower, he turned on the computer and logged into the Jianwang Love. He hasn't finished his daily tasks yet today, so he plans to finish them before going to bed. But what he didn't expect was that just 1 second after he came online, his clingy apprentice sent him a message. Xiaomi Tao sent a series of crying emojis and said, "TAT Master. I was bullied today, woo woo." Chapter 47, Don't draw this round, idiot. Did you get beaten up in a PK again? Lin Yu knew that Xiaomi Tao had a stubborn personality and would often argue with others over some disagreements. Once, she argued with a salty tofu pudding fan for a whole day and night over the difference between salty tofu pudding and sweet tofu pudding. Later, both sides were tired of typing on the keyboard, so they proposed to go to the duel arena for a PK. The result is obvious. Xiaomi Tao was completely defeated and had no power to fight back. The point is that she didn't learn her lesson after being abused, and often piked with others over some small issues. Every time she was abused, she came to Lin Yu to cry. To this, Lin Yu was no longer surprised. That's not the case. Then who bullied you? Yes, is my student. Student? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that Xiaomi Tao said last time that she wanted to become a teacher. Are kindergarten kids this aggressive these days? They even dare to hit their teachers? What kindergarten? I already said I'm not a kindergarten teacher. So they are elementary school students? Stinky master, I hate you. Xiaomi Tao made a few angry expressions, which made Lin Yu laugh. He stopped teasing her and asked seriously, okay, don't be angry. Tell me what's going on. Woo woo woo, it's like this. Xiaomi Tao recounted her experiences on her first day on the job, and even exaggerated the description of the student who had opposed her, describing him as an unforgivable villain, like a bad gangster. Lin Yu was also quite surprised after hearing this. I wondered if there were really any college students who were so brave as to go against their new teacher. If so, we can only say that he is seeking his own death. After all, if you are really targeted by your tutor, you will definitely have a hard time. Master, do you have any good suggestions? I can't bear this. That student is so despicable. Just because he's taller than me, he treats me like a little sister. Where does my dignity as a teacher go? That's easy. Call his name in class every day and ask him to stand up and answer questions. Let him stay behind after school and assign him a few problems to solve. If he can't solve them, he can't leave. As much as I hate to admit it, that student is a genius. I don't think this method will work on him. Then go to the teaching office and complain about him, saying that he is disrespectful in class and is seriously affecting your teaching. But I heard from other teachers that this student has good moral character and has never made any mistakes. I'm worried that the teaching department will think that I'm new and don't know how to teach students. Then I have no choice. Just admit your defeat. No, master. Are you going to abandon me? We are master and apprentice. If the apprentice is in trouble, shouldn't the master help? Only in games. Lin Yu was also speechless. How could he possibly help with something like this? Do you really think he's omnipotent? But if this goes on, I'll be manipulated by him. When I think of him showing off his hateful face in front of me, I can't swallow this. Xiaomi Tao kept acting cute towards Lin Yu and sent several pitiful expressions in a row, trying to win Lin Yu's sympathy. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. Master, do you have any other ideas? Little Peach said with great anticipation. Do you know the student assistants? Well, it seems to be a position dedicated to handling various chores for teachers. Yes, find an opportunity and recruit that student as your teaching assistant. Then, Lin Yu made a sinister expression. Xiaomi Tao immediately understood Lin Yu's idea and called him an expert. Master is so amazing. Why didn't I think of this? Once he becomes my assistant, I can play with him as I please. I'll teach you another trick. When the time comes, you can take him to some sensitive places, like the women's dormitory, and then find an opportunity to make him socially dead on the spot. This way, he will permanently lose the right to choose a partner during his college years. Wow! Looks pretty impressive. Xiaomi Tao really admired Lin Yu at this time. But she suddenly thought of a difficult question, so she typed on the keyboard and asked, what if he doesn't want to be a teaching assistant? Teaching assistantships are voluntary. She has no right to force the other party. Don't worry about that. When the time comes, you just need to tempt him with a little benefit. After all, fishing always requires bait. What's the benefit? Wait a minute. I won't do something like selling my body. Can't you be more healthy in your thinking? The corner of Lin Yu's eye twitched, indicating what was going on in this girl's mind. What is that? It's simple, credits. Credit? Right. No college student can resist the temptation of extra credits. If so, it's because you haven't added enough credits. It seems that it is indeed possible. And I heard from other teachers that his credits have reached the red line. Maybe I can really use it as bait to get him to take the bait. Xiaomi Tao was so happy to get the revenge that she kept expressing her gratitude to Lin Yu. Thank you, master. You are the best to me. I love you. She sent a few love to Lin Yu. No need to thank me. I'll just teach that blind guy a lesson when the time comes. He dares to bully my apprentice and is simply courting death. Well. Then master, I'll leave first. I have to teach classes tomorrow. Go ahead. Good night, master, moi. After blowing Lin Yu a kiss, the other party also logged off from the game. After that, Lin Yu also began to sort out his daily tasks. It was almost late at night when he turned off the computer and went offline, then he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. Before the alarm clock rang, Lin Yu opened his eyes. He glanced at the time and it was almost 6 in the morning. He got up from the bed, went to the bathroom to freshen up, and signed into the system at 6 o'clock. Sign in. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning a free lottery opportunity. Do you want to draw the lottery now? This time, Lin Yu was not in a hurry to draw the lottery. Because of yesterday's mission reward, he had the opportunity to draw 10 times in a row, and including today's, it was a total of 11 consecutive draws. He would only consider participating in the lottery if the prize on the lucky wheel appealed to him. If it's still as rubbish as yesterday, forget it. Today's reward seems pretty good. The rewards on the lucky wheel are obviously much better than yesterday. Prize number 1, Tianjin Bay 10 billion Villa. Prize number 2, McLaren P1. Prize number 3, Mind Reading. Prize number 4, Gaguzzi Medical Classic. Prize number 5, Cooking Skills. Prize number 6, Heavenly Sound. Prize number 7, Dog Food Points 200. There are 20 prizes in total, and the best one is naturally prize number 1, a top-level villa in Tianjin Bay worth tens of billions. Although the other rewards are not as good as number 1, they are definitely worth a try. The most important thing is that among the prizes number 20, the worst two items are 100,000 renminbi and 10 dog food points. Regarding the rewards for this round of Lucky Wheel, Lin Yu only wanted to say one thing. If you don't draw this round, you're an idiot. Chapter 48. The 10th consecutive draw begins. Repeat, does the host decide to conduct the lottery now? When asked by the system, Lin Yu did not hesitate at all and directly chose to draw the lottery. The rewards for this round of Lucky Wheel are so different from yesterday's that it can't be described as worlds apart. Lin Yu still remembers what the man who dominated the top lane for a season said. If you don't choose Lucien this time, you'd be an idiot. At this moment, Lin Yu's mood was the same as his. If you don't draw 10 times in a row this round, you're an idiot. Let me draw. Whether I can change my fate depends on this one time. You won't get the same prize twice in 10 consecutive draws, which means there's a 1 in 10 chance of getting prize number 1 and prize number 2, or at worst, prize number 3. After deciding to conduct 10 consecutive draws, the system also started to spin the lucky wheel. Receive the instruction, now start the lucky wheel 10 draw mode. Start drawing the first round of rewards. As the system's voice sounded, the lucky wheel began to spin rapidly, spinning at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, and finally slowly stopped on the lucky pointer in the middle of the wheel. Congratulations to the host for winning prize number 16. Lin Yu remembered that the prize for number 16 seemed to be 100,000 renminbi. I didn't expect the first draw to be the worst reward, but it doesn't matter. 100,000 RMB is also money, and you get this reward again with the remaining 9 shots. Start drawing the second round of rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning prize number 10. Lin Yu looked at reward number 10 and found it was a bottle of academic potion. It's okay, not too bad. After all, one bottle of dog food costs 25 dog food points at the dog food store. Start drawing the third round of rewards. This round of lottery made Lin Yu most excited, because he could clearly feel that the pointer gradually slowed down when it was about to reach reward number 1. There is hope of winning reward number 1. Lin Yu looked forward to it excitedly. But soon, he became desperate. Because the pointer moved past the number 1 reward little by little, Lin Yu missed the opportunity to obtain a mansion worth tens of billions. If I don't have a mansion worth tens of billions, a luxury car worth tens of millions will do. Until now, Lin Yu still hasn't forgotten the Ferrari Monza 2 that he has never touched. Although he only has one trial card, at least let him experience it for 1 second. So deep down he still longs to have a real luxury car. Damn! You won't even give me a luxury car? After the pointer passed reward number 2, Lin Yu's expression gradually distorted. He seriously suspected that the system was operating behind the scenes. Forget it, reward number 3 is also fine. Mind reading is a very abnormal skill. If it can be used well, it can be of great use no matter where you are. Even in the long run, mind reading is better than rewards number 1 and number 2. But what Lin Yu never expected was that the turntable seemed to be against him. The pointer goes through whatever he wants. Lin Yu couldn't help but curse now. But he still held back. He thought that reward number 4 would be fine, as this was his minimum standard. The system should not be so ignorant. Congratulations to the host for winning reward number 6. Heavenly Voice allows the user to acquire a heavenly voice, comprehend all singing skills and techniques, and actively sing the most perfect and beautiful song. Damn it! Really, my fists are getting hard. It only took a few seconds to go from heaven to hell, and Lin Yu's mentality was completely broken. What the hell do I need the reward for number 6 for? I'm not going to be a singer, so what use is this heavenly voice to me? Lin Yu was helpless. Although his singing is indeed bad, he doesn't have any musical dreams. This heavenly music was completely useless to him. But since he had already drawn the lottery ticket, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only put it in the storage box and serve as a warehouse keeper. Start the 4th round of lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning reward number 7. Start the 5th round of lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning the 13th reward. Start the 6th round of lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning the 18th reward. In the next few rounds of draws, Lin Yu did not win any of the top 5 special prizes, but only some ordinary prizes at the back. Common props found in most dog food stores, such as Super Lucky Charms, Charming Perfume, Clairvoyance Drops, etc. In addition to the common items in the dog food store, there are dog food points and RMB. But he had only earned more than 200 dog food points and a few 100,000 RMB so far. Start the 10th round of lottery. When this round of lottery started, Lin Yu was already tired. In the past, he thought of himself as a pure European emperor. When playing card drawing games like Arknights, Onmyoji, and FGO, he never fails to get more than 30 cards. He is often regarded as a first-level assassination target because he shows off his cards crazily in the group. But since he drew the lucky wheel, Lin Yu admitted defeat. He is not a European emperor, but an unlucky one. Maybe someone will say that the reward you drew is not bad, you are already very lucky. But these people don't understand at all. If you can't even get your favorite reward in one draw, how can you call yourself the king of luck? However, just when Lin Yu thought that everything didn't matter, a miracle happened. Congratulations to the host for winning reward number 4. Reward number 4? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up with an expression of ecstasy. Reward number 4 is a secret book called Gaguzi Medical Classic. He quickly checked his storage box and found a secret book. Gigo Medical Classics. After using it, you can gain a thorough understanding of ancient and modern medical knowledge and become a peerless doctor capable of curing any terminal illness. Really? Unexpectedly, he really won the reward number 4, although this was not the reward Lin Yu had most dreamed of. After all, he wants a mansion worth tens of billions more than medical knowledge. There's nothing I can do about it. He's such a vulgar guy who only likes money. But having read the novels about miracle doctors, he knew better than anyone what it meant to possess peerless medical skills. With these medical skills, he is not afraid of not having opportunities to make money. After the 10 consecutive draws, Lin Yuqing counted all the rewards he had drawn this time. The props include Academic Potion, Sound of Nature, Gigu Medical Classic, Super Lucky Charm, Charming Perfume and Clairvoyance Drops. There are 6 props in total, among which the Sound of Nature is the most useless, while the others are props that can be used in most situations. The other 4 rewards were 2 dog food points and 2 RMB. The total number of dog food points is 210 points. The amount in RMB is 600,000. In general, the rewards for this 10 consecutive draw were pretty good. Although Lin Yu was not very satisfied, compared to drawing a tube of black toothpaste yesterday, he was still quite satisfied with today's results. After storing all the props in the storage box, Lin Yu glanced at the time. It's almost 7 o'clock. Looks like it's time to head to Nanshan District. Lin Yu still remembered that he had promised Chen Juanjia yesterday to go to Nanshan District to be a volunteer. This is a serious matter concerning academic credits, and it would be hard for him to forget it. Chapter 49 Qin Mengshi. Yanjiang City has a total of 5 urban districts. They are Hualing District, Xiaoguan District, Tongwan District, Xisha District, and Nanshan District. Among the 5 urban areas, the poorest and most backward urban area is Nanshan. The most prosperous and economically developed area is Hualing District. Among the top 10 group companies in Yanjiang City alone, 7 have their headquarters in Hualing District. If the top 100 companies are included, the number would be even higher. It can be said that Hualing District is the economic lifeline of Yanjiang City, and its annual GDP share is as high as more than 50%. As the 6th largest super enterprise in Yanjiang City, Guanyin Group S headquarters is naturally located in Hualing District. Guanyin Group S building is located in the Talent Technology Park in the city center of Hualing District. The chairman's office is on the top floor of Guanyin building. Chairman, we have news about the person you asked us to find. In the office, a beautiful secretary wearing black framed glasses and holding a folder in her hand walked to the desk. She placed the folder in her hand on the table, her expression and tone full of respect. Because the person in front of her is the chairman of Guanyin Group, the famous business queen in the entire Yinjiang business circle. It is said that 6 years ago, when she was only 18 years old, she started her own business, relying solely on her own strength to build her business from scratch. It took her only 6 years to climb to her current position. Her deeds are legendary in the entire Yinjiang business circle. That's why the secretary admires her so much. She is simply a role model for all self-reliant women. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake this time? The woman at the desk didn't open the file and kept staring at the tablet in her hand. Yes, this time we are conducting a precise search through the Provincial Identity Information System to confirm with 100% certainty that it is the person you are looking for. The secretary said affirmatively. Hearing this, she then slowly raised her head, revealing her peerless and beautiful face that looked like a fairy. Qin Mengshi. Yinjiang is recognized as the business queen, and her achievements are well known throughout the business circle. Even in the entire Jiangnan province, many business tycoons have heard of her deeds. But many people question her claim to have started from scratch. Among the corporate groups that have achieved this scale, no one has truly started from scratch. The vast majority rely on their own background and connections. So they all suspected that Qin Mengshi was just packaging and beautifying herself, and actually she was still relying on her family background. But these people don't know that Qin Mengshi was actually adopted from an orphanage. Moreover, the people who adopted her were just an ordinary family, not even well off. So those who say that she relies on her family background are simply unwilling to admit that they are not as good as Qin Mengshi. My loved ones, where are they now? When mentioning her relatives, Qin Mengshi's cold tone changed obviously. In a slum in Pingdong Street, Nanshan District. After the secretary finished speaking, he asked Qin Mengshi, "Chairman, do you need me to send someone to pick them up?" "No, I want to go there myself." "Please think twice, Chairman. That place is a slum. It's not only dirty but also potentially dangerous." The secretary quickly stopped him. She thought that such a place was not worthy for Qin Mengshi to set foot in. "Surely, are you defying my wishes?" Qin Mengshi looked at the other person with a gloomy look in her eyes. This made the secretary quickly realize his mistake and that he should not have the idea of disobeying Qin Mengshi. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness, Chairman. I will now have someone prepare the vehicle." After that, she left the chairman's office. After she left, Qin Mengshi slowly stood up and walked towards the transparent tempered glass wall on the side in her exquisite high heels. Looking at the pedestrians on the ground like ants, Qin Mengshi's thoughts gradually became absent-minded. After 6 years, is she finally going to regain those long-forgotten memories? Qin Mengshi is an amnesiac. The cause of her amnesia was the car accident 6 years ago. It was a stormy night. Qin Mengshi was rushed to the hospital by her adoptive parents because of a sudden high fever, but they encountered a car accident on the way, resulting in a serious accident. Her adoptive parents died on the spot. Although she survived by chance, she lost a large part of her memory due to the high fever and the severe blow to the head. Now she only remembers the memories after the car accident and can't remember any other times. But in her mind, two vague figures often appear. Although she didn't know who they were, Qin Mengshi always felt that they were important people to her. The doctor also said that if she could find her former relatives, perhaps it would be possible to awaken those fragmented memories. So Qin Mengshi made up her mind. For 6 years, she has been searching for her relatives almost all the time, but with little success. After she became successful in her career, many scammers appeared, pretending to be her relatives, trying to get money from her. This made it increasingly difficult for her to find her relatives. Fortunately, after making some connections, she had more and more ways to find people, and finally she learned about her relatives. In this world, she also has a grandfather and a younger sister. And today, she finally found the residence of these two people. At this time, there was a knock on the door. It was the beautiful secretary. "Chairman, the car is ready and we can leave at any time." "I see." Qin Mengshi nodded and immediately prepared to set off for Pingdong Street. "By the way, Chairman, there is one more thing I should report to you." Shirley suddenly spoke. "What is it?" "It's Yi Liangchen, the general manager of Yellow Group, who is waiting for you downstairs. He said he has something to talk to you about." "Yi Liangchen?" Qin Mengshi frowned, and a hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yellow Group is the third largest super enterprise group in Yinjiang. In recent years, it has caught up with the dividends of the internet industry and has shown a trend of becoming the #1 enterprise. Yi Liangchen is the youngest son of the chairman of Yelong Group. Although he is handsome and looks like a talented person, he actually does not have a good reputation in Yanjiang. He spends his days in love, does not work properly, and is particularly fond of women. Among the rich girls in the upper class of Yanjiang, few could escape his clutches. Recently, he has been eyeing Qin Mengshi and has been constantly courting her. Naturally, Qin Mengshi would not have a good impression of such a person. Ignore him and keep him waiting, Qin Mengshi said lightly. She knew that it was useless to ask such a person to go back by reasoning with him. But what if he's waiting at the entrance to the hall and refuses to leave? Shirley said worriedly. Because if I get off and take the bus, I will definitely be discovered. Then go through the back door. That back door is the passage for the company's cleaners. How can you, Chairman, go through that place? You think being a cleaner is shameful? What if I tell you that I was one 6 years ago? After saying this, Qin Mengshi turned and left, leaving Shirley standing there in a daze. Only after she recovered did Shirley hurriedly follow. Chapter 50, The Relationship is Exposed? 8 o'clock in the morning. In front of a bus stop in Dongping Street, Nanshan District. As soon as Lin Yu got off the bus, a figure rushed towards him. Finally, you're here. If you hadn't come, I would have thought you stood me up. Chen Juanjia walked up to Lin Yu and complained to him. It's exactly 8 o'clock. Any questions? Lin Yu pointed to his watch. Do you understand work etiquette? For this kind of job, you have to arrive half an hour early. Look, everyone else has arrived first, and they're the only ones waiting for you. After hearing what Chen Juanjia said, Lin Yu noticed the other students standing not far away. You have no idea how popular this spot is. If I hadn't tried my best to fight for you in front of the instructor, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be your turn. Chen Juanjia boasted. It's just extra credits, is it really that popular? Lin Yu was a little confused. Could it be that these people's credits are at the red line just like mine? Hey, I see you don't understand at all. Understand? Understand what? It's impossible to attract so many people to sign up just to get extra credits, but if there are beautiful women accompanying you, that would be a different story. Beautiful lady? Who? Qin Mengshi. She's just like you, Qingxue, one of the four most beautiful girls at Yanjiang University. After Chen Juanjia mentioned this name, Lin Yu suddenly realized. It seems that among the four school beauties, there is indeed one named Qin Mengshi. But Lin Yu didn't know her well and they had never even met once during college. He had only heard that Qin Mengshi was a top student recommended by Yanjiang University, who had excellent grades and moral character in school and was a frequent recipient of scholarships. She's here as a volunteer too? That's impossible. A brilliant student like her shouldn't be short of credits. It is said that Qin Mengshi lives nearby, and seems to be from a slum family, so whenever the school organizes volunteer activities in Nanshan District, she will never miss it. Chen Juanjia said uncertainly. Because he only had a vague understanding of Qin Mengshi and was not very clear about it. If they live in the slums, it wouldn't be surprising. Now you understand why the spot is so popular. This is one of the few opportunities to get close to Qin Mengshi. If you really catch Qin Mengshi, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Isn't that why you signed up? Lin Yu rolled his eyes. He knew that with Chen Juanjia's connections, it would be easy to find a high-paying and easy part-time job. There was no way he would come back to do such tiring work as a volunteer. Let's take a gamble. What if I really can get her? You know, until now, no one has been able to woo one of the four campus beauties. Who knows, maybe I can succeed. That's enough. If I were Qin Mengshi, I would look for a rich boyfriend. Vulgar, do you think all women are gold diggers? There are also good girls who return lost items, okay? Lin Yu was about to refute this statement when he suddenly thought that Yu Qingxue was just that kind of girl. After thinking it over, he could only choose to agree. Afterwards, Chen Juanjia pulled Lin Yu over to gather with the people not far away. But when they got closer, they heard a very explosive topic. Do you know? It is said that Yu Qingxue, one of the four most beautiful girls in Yanjiang, has a boyfriend. I don't know which student suddenly revealed this news. Immediately, everyone present was excited. Everyone was talking at once, discussing the matter. Really? Where did you get this information? That's impossible. That aloof girl has a boyfriend? I won't believe it even if you kill me. I also think it's fake. How could anyone possibly take down Yu Qingxue? It must be fake news. I don't believe Yu Qingxue has a boyfriend. No one believed this was true because it seemed too fake. During Yu Qingxue's 3 years in college, countless people confessed to her, but no one was successful. Almost everyone agrees that Yu Qingxue is the most difficult to confess to among the 4 campus beauties. But now there are rumors that she has a boyfriend. Who would believe this? I also think it's unrealistic. That's Yu Qingxue. Even Lu Zhihao was given the nice guy card. How could anyone possibly win her over? Chen Juanjia also shook his head repeatedly. However, he didn't know that the person who had captured Yu Qingxue was standing right next to him. In the whole audience, only Lin Yu was confused. Who spread the news? He and Yu Qingxue have never shown affection in school, right? Although there will be one in the future. But at least now that this has been discovered, he is very confused and puzzled. Really? Believe me, there's already video evidence on the campus forum. The student who had been there earlier presented the cell phone video to everyone. In the video, a young couple is snuggling together and slowly walking into a KTV. Although the video only captured the backs of the 2 people, Yu Qingxue's back was so easy to recognize that she was identified at once. The clothes she was wearing were also from yesterday, and almost all the men present knew it. But no one recognized the man's back. Everyone felt he was unfamiliar and had never seen him before. But that's normal. Who would pay attention to Lin Yu's back for no reason? With the video as evidence, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became heated. This can't be true, right? Yu Qingxue really has a boyfriend? I can't accept this. The goddess I've had a crush on for 3 years was snatched away just like that? No. Where's my knife? Where's the knife? Is there a possibility that this man is actually Yu Qingxue's father? It could indeed be her father, but he's just a wealthy man. Wo Qingxue, my Qingxue? Looking at their crazy looks, the corners of my eyes couldn't help but twitch. Now he believed what Wang Hu and others said that day. If they knew that he was Yu Qingxue's boyfriend, they might be so excited that they would stab him with the knife. Damn! Did someone really capture Yu Qingxue? This bastard, he's trying to steal my achievement of being the first to capture the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, right? You better not let me catch him, or you'll be in big trouble. Chen Juanjia said excitedly. Lin Yu was speechless. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to give Chen Juanjia a good scolding, even though he was his best friend. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. What he is wondering now is who was taking the secret photos last night. If the other party had been following him the whole time, then did he also know what he did to Wen Wuxing and Lu Zhihao later? The fact that Yu Qingxue has a boyfriend is a bombshell for the entire Yinjiang University. Once the video was released, it swept the entire school in just over 10 minutes. Even the WeChat class group and dormitory group were circulated with this video, and everyone knew that Yu Qingxue had a boyfriend. They are also curious about who the man in the video is? He was actually able to defeat Yu Qingxue, that is too powerful. Some people even issued a challenge to find Yu Qingxue's boyfriend, wanting to know his true identity. It can be said that this public opinion storm is gradually growing and slowly becoming the focus of discussion among all students in the school. Chen Juanjia and others were also discussing this, and now everyone wanted to know the identity of that man. No matter who he is, he will not have a good ending. Yu Qingxue is the woman that Brother Zhihao likes. He dares to steal Brother Zhihao's woman. He is simply courting death. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded from the side. Chapter 51 Qin Menga. He was a very flamboyant and arrogant man, and when he said this, there was a hint of gloating sarcasm in his voice. This person's name is Wang Zijing, and he is also a freshman at Yinjiang University. He is also Lu Zhihao's follower, and often surrounds Lu Zhihao on weekdays, just like the eunuchs serving the monarch in ancient times. But no one dared to laugh at him. Because his boss is Lu Zhihao. If Wang Zijing holds a grudge against him, he might ask Lu Zhihao to take revenge. Why are you so arrogant? No matter how awesome Lu Zhihao is, isn't he still being treated like a good guy by Yu Qingxue? Chen Juanjia said sarcastically from the side. He looked down upon people like Wang Zijing, and as a classmate, Chen Juanjia had had some conflicts with him before. That's why I spoke against him. Chen Juanjia, do you have the guts to say it again? What? Did I say something wrong? Try to be arrogant again, and I'll complain to Brother Zhihao.
When Chen Juanjia heard that Wang Zijing was going to complain to Lu Zhihao, he immediately backed down.
Although he was unhappy with Wang Zijing, he was also wary of Lu Zhihao.
After all, every student has heard of the other party's deeds at Yinjiang University. If they are targeted by Lu Zhihao, they will definitely not have a good ending. Seeing that the other party had given in, Wang Zijing was also arrogant.
He likes this feeling, even if it's just a fox borrowing the power of a tiger.
Coward, if you're scared, kneel down and apologize, then I'll let you go.
Wang Zijing was not willing to give in and continued to act arrogantly. This put Chen Juanjia in a dilemma.
He didn't want to kneel down, but was afraid that he would be reported to Lu Zhihao. He simply couldn't afford to offend a ruthless person like Lu Zhihao. After some inner struggle, he finally decided to grit his teeth and kneel down to Wang Zijing.
Life is more important than temporary shame.
But just as he was about to kneel, Lin Yu stopped him.
Don't you think you're pushing it too far? It's none of your business, you'd better stay out of it. What if I say I must intervene?
Lin Yu's words shocked the whole audience.
I wondered how brave he was. Didn't he know that Wang Zijing is Lu Zhihao's younger brother? If he complains to Lu Zhihao, Lin Yu will not have a good ending.
Chen Juanjia felt warm in his heart when he saw Lin Yu speaking up for him, but he was the one who started this matter, and he couldn't let Lin Yu clean up the mess. But Lin Yu shook his head.
Anyway, he and Lu Zhihao have become complete enemies, so he doesn't need a little brother.
Very good. It seems that you want to kneel down and kowtow for him.
You're just a dog of Lu Zhihao, how dare you say such things? Wow! Everyone was shocked. Is he really not afraid of Lu Zhihao? How dare he be so resolute?
Wang Zijing was also stunned. He didn't expect that there was actually someone who was not afraid of Lu Zhihao.
This made him look gloomy, and he said coldly, "Okay, Lin Yu, you are brave. I will remember this matter. Just wait for me. Wang Zijing will definitely tell Lu Zhihao about this matter."
He even exaggerated it a bit, saying that he would not be able to swallow his anger until he saw these two people beaten to lifelong disability.
Lin Yu, you don't have to do this.
Chen Juanjia's face was full of guilt, and he always felt that he had implicated him. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and told him to stay calm and everything would be fine.
But how could Chen Juanjia believe it? I can only smile bitterly. Oh my God. Look at today's People's Daily.
When their argument was over, one of the students suddenly exclaimed. He was originally browsing the campus forum for information, hoping to find out the identity of the mysterious man. But just when he was halfway through reading, an article in People's Daily caught his attention. After he clicked on it and saw the content, he was stunned and quickly told other people this explosive news.
What's wrong? Could it be that the People's Daily reported on Yu Qingshua's boyfriend? I think you've lost your mind. How could the People's Daily possibly report such news? Isn't this some editor fabricating some eye-catching fake news?
The students around opened the People's Daily on their mobile phones with puzzled looks on their faces. However, the next second, they were all shocked by the news in the daily newspaper.
Shocking.
When Wuxing, vice president of Yanjiangwan Group, actually did this with Lu Zhihao, the young master of Jiangchun Lu family. In the news, a piece of explosive and obscene content caught the attention of everyone present. It actually reported that when Wuxing and Lu Zhihao had committed adultery in Kaiti Entertainment KTV, and the scale of the incident was extremely large, and several mosaic photos were attached.
But even if the images were blurred, everyone could still see what they were doing. This can't be true, right? Lu Zhihao actually did this to Wen Wuxing? Could it be that Lu Zhihao likes men? Wow, a gay man is next to me.
I never thought that Lu Zhihao may appear to like women, but he's actually gay.
What happened today? First, Yu Qingxue was rumored to have a boyfriend, and now Lu Zhihao is said to like men. This world is too messed up.
Everyone stared at the news in the People's Daily in amazement, unable to believe what they saw with their own eyes. That domineering and arrogant Lu Zhihao is actually a gay. It's really hard to be surprised. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had no expression on his face and looked calm. Because he was the one who started all this, what was happening now was within his expectations.
I'm dying of laughter.
The Zhihao brother that someone mentioned turns out to be a gay.
No wonder Yu Qingxue gave him a hairpin. Which woman would like a gay man? Chen Juanjia laughed.
He also came to terms with it. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well mock him before I die. At least this would make him feel good for a while.
Wang Zijing had an ugly expression and his eyes kept twitching. He himself didn't expect that Lu Zhihao would have this kind of sexual orientation. Could it be that he was pretending to like women? Chen Juanjia, shut up! Wang Zijing roared in frustration and rage. You can shut up, but before that, I still want to give you one last piece of advice. You'd better stop being Lu Zhihao's dog, or your chastity might be in jeopardy. As soon as Chen Juanjia said this, everyone in the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everyone looked at Wang Zijing with strange expressions. There is humor, sympathy, and disgust. You're looking for death. Wang Zijing was completely furious and so emotional that he seemed like he wanted to kill someone. However, just as he was about to rush up and fight with Chen Juanjia, a shocking shout came from not far away. What a disgrace to be making such a commotion. Looking around, everyone found that the instructor who was responsible for supervising their work had arrived. Next to the instructor was a beautiful lady with an extraordinary temperament. It was a stunningly beautiful face, with a slender yet graceful figure. She was wearing a white dress that was simple yet beautiful. Her long, black hair falls to her waist, swaying slightly in the wind. She wears a headband decorated with lilies on her head, exuding a pure temperament from the inside out. She is Qin Menga, one of the 4 school beauties in Yanjiang. After she appeared, all the men's eyes were attracted to her and they couldn't look away at all. Even Lin Yu was shocked by her appearance and temperament. I have to say that Qin Menga is really beautiful, she has her own unique beauty. No wonder she is ranked among the 4 most beautiful girls in Yanjiang along with Yu Qingxue. After the instructor and Qin Menga arrived, everyone restrained themselves and dared not act recklessly anymore. But Wang Zijing still glared at Lin Yu and Chen Juanjia fiercely, as if to say that this matter was not over yet. Chapter 52, Number 10 again. Here, let me briefly talk about this work. After everyone was present, the instructor began to introduce today's workflow. In fact, there is no difference between me and ordinary volunteers. The main point is to clean up the garbage on the streets, help some pedestrians in need, and finally give welfare supplies to the residents of the slums to the staff of the Community Welfare Agency. Because there are many places that need to be cleaned, I will divide you into groups one by one. Usually, there are 4 people in each group, but this time, there will be 2 people in each group. After the instructor spoke, everyone present had ecstatic looks on their faces and showed anticipation. If there are 2 people in each group, doesn't this mean that there will be a chance to be alone with Qin Menga? This made all the male students pray, hoping that they would be in the same group with Qin Menga. Otherwise, their trip would be in vain. Teacher Zhao, please arrange for me to be in a group with Qin Menga. No. Qin Menga should be in my group. If we clean together, we will be more efficient. Student Qin will only suffer if he follows you. Why not team up with me? I'm willing to take on all the work of cleaning the streets. You guys are worthy of being in a group with Menga? You're just dreaming. After Wang Zijing spoke, the students who were arguing with each other stopped talking and no one dared to offend him. I thought this would give me a chance to be alone with Qin Menga, but Teacher Zhao said, you don't have to fight. This time the grouping will be decided by drawing lots, and no one can refuse. After learning that a draw would be used to decide who would be in the same group with Qin Menga, the boys who were originally disappointed became excited again. Although drawing lots may not necessarily give them the opportunity to be alone with Qin Menga, it is better than having no chance at all. Lin Yu, this is one of the few opportunities, we must seize it. Chen Juanjia said excitedly. But Lin Yu didn't feel anything. If it were in the past, he would definitely be as excited as Chen Juanjia, fantasizing about being alone with Qin Menga, but now he is Yu Qingxue's boyfriend, so naturally he would not have that mentality. Later, Teacher Zhao took out a tin box from behind him, which contained a lot of matching lots. 2 people who drew the same number would form a team, and no exchange or change was allowed without permission. Menga, you smoke first. Teacher Zhao looked at Qin Menga and handed the iron box to him. Qin Menga nodded, then reached into the box and pulled out a lottery ticket with the number 10. When she drew number 10, everyone began to pray in their hearts, hoping that they could also draw number 10. Lin Yu was quite surprised and felt it was a coincidence. I remember that at the social gathering a few days ago, Yu Qingxue also drew number 10. It can't be such a coincidence that he will draw number 10 later, right? No. This is not a novel, how can there be so many coincidences? And Lin Yu has decided to be the last one to draw the lot. We can't let him draw it like this, right? Who wants to draw first? I'll do it.
After Instructor Zhao spoke, Wang Zijing was the first to step forward before everyone else, reached into the iron box, and after fiddling with it for a while, he drew out the lot.
Number 3.
When Wang Zijing saw that the pick he drew was not number 10, he couldn't help but burst into cursing.
But he finally held back.
After all, his mentor was right in front of him and he couldn't do such a thing. When the others saw that Wang Zijing didn't draw number 10, although they didn't laugh at him, they couldn't hide the sarcasm in their eyes.
Among them, Chen Juwenjia's look was the most gloating. Who's next? I.
Chen Juwenjia raised his hand enthusiastically. Next, he will show Wang Zijing what shrimp and pig heart are. He reached into the iron box and pulled it out suddenly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and when they saw the number at the beginning was 1, their hearts stopped. Even Chen Juwenjia was ecstatic and had already started imagining how to kiss and make out with Qin Menga.
Unfortunately, his fantasy lasted less than a second.
Because he drew number 13.
Chen Juwenjia was stunned. It is really just a thought away from heaven and hell.
The others breathed a sigh of relief and felt even happier. The fact that Wang Zijing and Chen Juwenjia didn't draw the number means that the probability of them drawing number 10 will be higher in the future.
Next.
After Teacher Zhao spoke, other students came forward one after another. However, everyone went up to draw lots with joy, and came back with a look of despair. There were more than 20 people who tried to draw the number 10, but no one was able to draw the number 10. This made people wonder whether there was a number 10 in the iron box.
The last person, come up and draw lots. In a blink of an eye, Lin Yu was the only one left who had not yet gone up to draw lots.
Everyone's eyes were focused on him.
Lin Yu was also shocked. I thought, could it be such a coincidence? None of the 20 or so people drew the number 10? Is it possible that he will really get it?
Lin Yu walked forward slowly, and under the gaze of everyone, he slowly reached into the iron box and took out the last lottery ticket.
When I opened it, it turned out to be the number 10 pick.
Immediately, the whole audience was stunned. They looked at Lin Yu with eyes full of jealousy and sourness, thinking that it was too outrageous that he could draw the number 10.
Is it really a win without any effort?
Wang Zijing was so angry that he gritted his teeth, because Lin Yu happened to draw the 10th pick. If it were any other student, he could also use Lu Zhihao to threaten the other party and force the other party to exchange sign numbers with him. Among all the people present, only Chen Juwenjia did not show jealousy towards Lin Yu, but instead looked excited. For him, as long as Wang Zijing doesn't draw the 10th pick, he can accept it. Even if Lin Yu drew it, he could use it to mock Wang Zijing. Looking at the number 10 pick in his hand, Lin Yu didn't know how to complain.
Is number 10 really destined to be with him? Last time and this time it was number 10, which left Lin Yu speechless. Now that we've divided ourselves into groups, let's start assigning each group their work areas and tasks. We have to complete them before 3 p.m., as we still need to help the welfare club distribute supplies after 3 p.m. After Teacher Zhao finished speaking, he asked the students to disperse and complete their work. To this,
they could only leave reluctantly, and before leaving, their eyes kept scanning Lin Yu, and the sourness and jealousy were very obvious. Chen Juwenjia gave Lin Yu a cheering gesture, implying that he must take down Qin Menga. But Lin Yu ignored it directly.
He considers himself a man who was very loyal in love and would never do anything to go against his girlfriend. Duong. Dog food radar detected a reaction.
A mutant species of concentrated acid single dog has been detected near the host.
B-rank mission now issued. Beat up the alien single dog.
Task content: improve Qin Menga's favorability, and successfully hold Qin Menga's hand before midnight tonight, showing off your affection to the singles of the opposite sex. Task reward: dog food points plus 100.
Do you accept the task? Yes. Chapter 53: The cool schoolgirl is not cool. Without any hesitation, Lin Yu accepted the task the next second after the system assigned it. Certainly.
This is not Lin Yu's love for someone else.
The key point is dog food points.
Although Lin Yu believes that he is loyal in love and will not betray his girlfriend, he is willing to temporarily violate his loyalty and love for the sake of dog food points.
However, there was a problem that made Lin Yu a little tricky.
Although the system gave rich rewards for this task, the difficulty of completing it was extremely great. You have to hold Qin Menga's hand before 12 o'clock tonight, and in front of that group of mutant single dogs. You have to know that Lin Yu has never met Qin Menga before. To both parties, they are strangers. It would be extremely difficult to hold Qin Menga's hand in front of Wang Zijing and the others before 12 o'clock tonight. But what Lin Yu didn't know was that Qin Menga had been observing him since just now. She saw everything from his initial silence in not participating in the team formation dispute to his subsequent calmness when he drew the 10th pick. Qin Menga's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, and she glanced at Lin Yu, who was pretending to be deep, with the corner of her eye, but in the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of mockery. Qin Menga knew that Lin Yu was just pretending to be cool in front of her. Just like other male classmates. It's just that he knows a little more tricks than other men. However, she has met many people like this, but as long as she shows a little bit of good face, the other party will reveal his true nature on the spot. I believe Lin Yu is no exception. If you don't believe it, just watch. Next, she will make Lin Yu expose his original dirty nature. Seeing that Lin Yu was still pretending to be aloof and unwilling to speak, Qin Menga sneered and said to him, "Hello classmate, my name is Qin Menga." At this time, Lin Yu was still thinking about how to win over Qin Menga and improve her favorability. However, he never expected that Qin Menga had quietly come to his side and introduced himself. This was the first time Lin Yu heard her voice. Delicate and soft, you will never get tired of listening to it. Not only that, Qin Menga's body also exudes a charming fragrance. I don't know what brand of shower gel it is, or if it's her own body odor. After looking at her closely, he found that Qin Menga's appearance was truly impeccable. It was almost a 360-degree beauty with no dead angles, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. For a moment, Lin Yu was fascinated by it. Fortunately, he quickly recovered and introduced himself to her. "Lin Yu, freshman, majoring in finance. Then you are my junior. I am a sophomore and also a finance major. What a coincidence. Then shouldn't I call you senior, sister? Just call me Menga. Besides, we are about the same age, so there is no need to be so strict." After communicating with Qin Menga, Lin Yu was quite surprised. He found that Qin Menga had a very good personality, without any airs at all, and her words and actions were elegant and charming. From time to time, she would take the initiative to bring up topics and chat with Lin Yu. This is completely different from the image of the school beauty that Lin Yu had in mind. He originally thought that all the school beauties were as arrogant as Yu Qingxue, with cold faces and an attitude that said no strangers are allowed to enter. But Qin Menga is completely different. Although Qin Menga seems to be the cold type on the surface, after actual communication you will find that she is not aloof at all, but gentle and elegant on the contrary. It feels very comfortable to be with her. This made Lin Yu feel relieved. He originally thought that it would be very difficult to improve Qin Menga's favorability, but now it seems that it should not be a difficult task. At least that's what he thinks at this stage. But after spending some time together, Lin Yu realized how naive his previous thoughts were. Just ask. A girl with a personality like Qin Menga should be easy to pursue, but why has no one succeeded for so long? The answer is already obvious. She is disguising herself. In the previous work, Lin Yu had taken the initiative to help her share the work at hand or handed her a drink several times, but she politely refused. He didn't give Lin Yu any chance to improve his favorability at all. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking Lin Yu in front, not allowing him to take a single step forward. Qin Menga always kept their relationship at a stage where they were more than strangers but less than friends. This made Lin Yu feel emotional. The rank is extremely high. This is much more difficult than those so-called cold goddesses. The ambiguous sense of distance can easily lead to misunderstandings, making it difficult to guess her true thoughts. Lin Yu couldn't help but think of the great teacher's famous saying, "I hate gentle girls. Just a gentle greeting will make me care. Even though there is no emotional basis between us, they can talk to me like an acquaintance when we first meet, and they will take my thoughts away even after they leave. Even though I know this is just a casual act, I am still deeply immersed in it, with my own expectations and feelings. Until reality told me that a gentle girl is gentle to everyone, and you are just one of them. So, I hate gentle girls." Qin Menga is exactly this type of woman. She looks kind, gentle, intellectual and elegant. The pure temperament she exudes is intoxicating and addictive. She will not act superior or be wary of you, but will make you realize that we are the same kind of people. But when you really want to get closer to her, you will find that this is just your wishful thinking. You don't know what she is thinking. You don't know what position you occupy in her heart. You can't be sure if she really cares about you. Maybe one day, when you can't help but give an A, what you get is a nice guy card and an awkward friend relationship afterwards. For this reason, confessing to Qin Menga became a gamble. But if you don't take that step bravely, you will only stay here forever.
Think of this. Only then did Lin Yu fully realize how terrifying Qin Menge's scheming was. First time,
Lin Yu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This mission might really end in failure. Although Lin Yu did not feel disappointed because his relationship with Qin Menge ended here, he was still obsessed with the 100 dog food points.
For him,
those 100 dog food points are far more important than Qin Menge.
No. I can't just give up these 100 dog food points. Hurry up and think of a way. What if there is really some way to improve Qin Menge's favorability towards him? Sudden,
a flash of inspiration came to Lin Yu's mind.
That's right. Didn't he win the charming perfume item during the lottery today? Maybe I can use it now, maybe it can improve Qin Menge's favorability.
Taking action as soon as he thought of it, Lin Yu immediately took out the charm perfume from the storage box.
Chapter 54 High-Ranking Players.
Charming perfume. After use, it can emit a fragrance that the opposite sex likes, thereby increasing your attraction to the opposite sex, which lasts for 24 hours. A faint light flashed in the pocket, and the charm perfume appeared out of thin air in Lin Yu's pocket. He was in a corner of the street, spraying perfume on himself.
It tastes a bit weird.
Are there really girls who like this taste? After Lin Yu smelled the scent of the charm perfume, his brows frowned slightly, obviously a little skeptical. The smell is not bad, but it is definitely not pleasant either. At least Lin Yu didn't like this taste very much. So he decided to experiment first, so that it wouldn't be ineffective in front of Qin Menge. Lin Yu glanced at the empty street and found that there were almost no young beauties passing by. The only person there was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her early 40s and had heavy makeup on her face. She was sitting outside a coffee shop, leisurely drinking coffee and basking in the sun.
Let's go for it.
After a struggle in his heart, Lin Yu walked up to the middle-aged woman.
Ma'am, can I add you on WeChat?
Lin Yu forced a smile on his face. But he didn't expect the charm perfume to be so effective. The middle-aged woman actually drove on the spot and wanted to invite Lin Yu to her house.
Adding WeChat is so boring. Why not just come to my house for a drink? When you're tired, just go to sleep. It's okay.
She seemed to be ready to eat Lin Yu, and she was extremely hungry. This made Lin Yu dumbfounded, thinking that the effect of this potion was too strong.
Handsome boy, don't be so reserved. Come over and chat with me. Don't you think I don't understand what you mean?
Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you.
The middle-aged woman kept pestering Lin Yu.
If this wasn't the street, she would have pounced on Lin Yu.
This medicine is really effective. Lin Yu was stunned.
If he didn't know the name of the medicine, he would have suspected that it was some kind of irregular medicine.
I'm busy right now, why don't we add each other on WeChat and talk tonight?
Seeing Lin Yu refusing several times, the middle-aged woman had no choice but to compromise, fearing that Lin Yu would escape.
Then,
Lin Yu opened WeChat, found Wang Hua's friend from the WeChat list, and sent him a message.
Huzi, I'm recommending you a top-notch girl. If you have any ideas, just agree with your friends.
But as soon as Lin Yu finished sending the message, the other party replied immediately.
Of course.
Yuzi, I love you so much, it's worth it that I funded your date last time. Seeing that the other party had no objection, Lin Yu gave Wang Hu's WeChat account to the middle-aged aunt, and then he successfully got her to leave. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and marveled at the power of this charming perfume. Looking at Qin Menge again, he felt that it would only take a few minutes for him to defeat the other party.
Certainly.
He only regarded Qin Menge as a tool to earn dog food points and would not have any further relationship with her. After all, using such props to trick people into having sex is too obscene and vulgar, and Lin Yu is not that kind of person. Thinking of this, Lin Yu showed a confident smile and slowly walked to Qin Menge, who was cleaning the street.
I've already cleaned up this area, you don't need to help. Qin Menge thought Lin Yu was here to help her, so she politely declined.
She still looked the same as before, not at all fooled by the effects of the charm perfume. Looking at Qin Menge's indifference, her attitude was completely different from that of the gorgeous beauty before.
Lin Yu was completely confused. It shouldn't be. Could it be that the charm perfume hadn't taken effect on her yet? Or was she just being forced to be reserved? Ahem, Menge, don't you feel that I am a little different now than before? Lin Yu took the initiative to test.
Qin Menge was confused, her beautiful eyes full of doubt.
No feeling.
Like the way I smell or something.
Smell? Jean Menga glanced at Lin Yu strangely, and then said, "Sorry, I have rhinitis, so I can't smell anything." As soon as these words came out, Lin Yu was struck by lightning and petrified on the spot. Who would have thought that his carefully planned plan would fail because of Jean Menga's rhinitis? Could it be that this is destined? He just can't get these 100 dog food points? Jean Menga looked at Lin Yu calmly, but a hint of imperceptible sarcasm flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Look. It was exactly as she had thought. As long as you show a little bit of affection, the other person's original cold image will be instantly exposed. Men are so ridiculous and stupid from beginning to end, as if they don't even think. As long as she used her brain a little, she could clearly know what Lin Yu was thinking. But she won't give Lin Yu any chance. Because Jean Menga has an unhealable scar in her heart, what happened in the past makes her extremely disgusted with those who have good intentions towards her for no reason and try to get close to her. Although 5 years have passed since the incident, the hatred in Jean Menga's heart has not diminished in the slightest. When she needed it most, no one was willing to lend a helping hand, so don't approach her with false kindness now. That would only make her feel sick. Just keep showing off your ugly and funny clown appearance in front of me. Jean Menga sneered inwardly. However, she was wrong. She thought she had a grasp of Lin Yu's thoughts, but in fact, she didn't understand Lin Yu's mood at all. Damn! 100 dog food points, I want it so badly. Is there really no way to improve her favorability? Lin Yu was anxious. He was always unwilling to give up this mission. It's just that Jean Menga's favorability is too difficult to manipulate. It seems like he is not interested in anything as simple as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He is really hard to deal with. The only charm perfume was ineffective because of her rhinitis. Is it really the end of all options? It was approaching 3 in the afternoon. Inside the street welfare club. Lin Yu and Jean Menga came here after they finished cleaning the streets. They are ready to help distribute regular supplies to the residents of the slums. In the welfare agency's office, a middle-aged woman in her 40s was sitting at her desk settling financial bills. Her name is Huang Lihong, and she is the director of the welfare club. When the other party saw Jean Menga, a friendly smile immediately appeared on his face. "You are here, Menga. I am going to trouble you for help again this time." "Director, you're welcome. I'm also a resident here, so it's only natural for me to help distribute supplies. But we feel bad that we have to ask you for help every time." Lin Yu just stood by and watched them chatting about family matters without saying anything. After all, he was not familiar with the people here. Just because he doesn't speak doesn't mean the topic won't come up with him. Could this be Menga's boyfriend? He's quite handsome. Huang Hongli looked at Lin Yu jokingly. When she said this, Lin Yu looked at Jean Menga and found that she looked calm, as if she didn't hear Director Huang's teasing words. This made him even more certain of Jean Menga's level. He sighed inwardly. I guess there is no way to complete the system task this time. Director, you misunderstood. Lin Yu and I are just ordinary friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Jean Menga's words, "we can only be considered ordinary friends," were obviously meant for Lin Yu to hear. Really? That's a shame. Huang Hongli said somewhat disappointedly. She has watched Jean Menga grow up, so naturally she hopes that she can find a boyfriend to rely on at this age. Director, please tell us which street we need to go to distribute welfare supplies later. Jean Menga changed the subject, obviously not wanting to say more about it. Huang Hongli also nodded, and was about to hand the list of distributed supplies to Jean Menga. But at this moment, the landline phone next to him suddenly rang. Hello? This is the Pingdong Street Welfare Club. Huang Hongli picked up the phone. However, the next second, she said something that made Jean Menga's expression change drastically. What? Something happened to Menga's grandfather? Chapter 55, Reasons for Disguise. What happened to my grandpa? After hearing this, Jean Menga's expression changed instantly, and his eyes were full of worry. For her, her grandfather is her only support in the world. If something happens to her grandfather, it will be a huge blow to her. Huang Hongli listened to the voice on the phone, nodded several times, hung up the phone, and told Jean Menga what happened. The green real estate people came to your grandfather again, wanting him to sign the transfer procedures for your property certificate. Your grandfather disagreed, so they kept blocking your door. Coincidentally, your grandfather's serious illness flared up. If he doesn't go to the hospital, his life will be in danger. After learning about this,
Jean Menga gritted her teeth and anger appeared on her pretty face.
Green real estate, it's them again. Grandpa has rejected them countless times, why don't they give up? Jean Menga was no stranger to this real estate company.
They had been approaching them a few years ago, hoping to get them to sell their houses in the slums almost every once in a while. And the bid was extremely low, almost like a robbery.
Jean Menga's grandfather did not agree to sign the transfer agreement at all.
Director Huang, I can't help with the welfare club for now.
I have to go back to see my grandfather.
Well, I'll take care of things here myself. After Huang Hongli spoke, Jean Menga nodded and was about to turn and leave. But the next moment, she almost bumped into Lin Yu.
Do you need help?
This was the first time Lin Yu saw Jean Menga so anxious, and he knew in his heart that this matter was very important to her. But what surprised him was that Jean Menga rejected him with a cold expression.
No need for your hypocrisy. I can handle it myself.
She glanced at Lin Yu with disgust, then left without looking back. This made Lin Yu a little overwhelmed.
I wondered what happened to him. Why did Jean Menga treat him so coldly for no apparent reason? Or is this the real her, and all the previous ones were just fake ones? Certainly.
The other party's abnormality did not cause any psychological harm to Lin Yu. He and Jean Menga were just casual acquaintances, and Lin Yu had no thoughts about her.
I just feel a little regretful that I failed to complete the task. Your name is Lin Yu, right? I'm sorry, Menga has her own reasons for treating you this way. Huang Hongli came up and comforted Lin Yu. What's going on? Lin Yu asked curiously.
He really wanted to know what Jean Menga's difficulties were. Being treated so coldly for no reason would make anyone feel uncomfortable. Huang Hongli sighed when she saw Lin Yu insisted on listening, and then told him about Jean Menga's past.
This story begins with an accident 6 years ago.
After listening to this, Lin Yu's expression was moved. He couldn't believe that Jean Menga had experienced such a thing. From Huang Hongli's mouth, Lin Yu gradually learned about Jean Menga's past. It turns out that Jean Menga is an orphan. She was abandoned in an orphanage with her sister as soon as she was born. When she was about 10 years old, a couple who were unable to have children adopted her and her sister, which meant that the sisters finally had their own family. It was a warm family. In addition to the adoptive parents, there is also a pair of grandparents.
The family of 6 lived happily together and enjoyed their life in Yanjiang.
However, the good times did not last long. On a stormy night 6 years ago, Jean Menga's sister suddenly developed a high fever.
In order to take her to the hospital, her adoptive parents had to drive overnight to a hospital in the neighboring city for emergency treatment. But when they were passing the highway, they accidentally had a car accident.
This serious car accident directly caused the death of her adoptive parents on the spot, and her sister's whereabouts are unknown. Although there was news later that her sister was found in other cities in Jiangnan province, Jean Menga was unable to leave Yanjiang to look for her sister. The reason was that after her adoptive parents died, she was caught up in an inheritance dispute. In order to fight for the inheritance, other relatives of the adoptive parents first occupied their original house, and then drove Jean Menga and her grandparents out, leaving them homeless on the streets. Fortunately, Jean Menga's grandfather still had a very dilapidated and old slum property, which prevented them from being displaced. But having a place to live doesn't mean Jean Menga can live a good life. Without the financial support of her adoptive parents, she could only depend on her grandparents and her 2 grandparents, living a poor life of hunger and cold, with not enough food to eat. Later,
Jean Menga's grandmother unfortunately caught a cold.
Because she didn't have enough money to see a doctor, she passed away on a cold and rainy night.
Jean Menga was so heartbroken that she cried for 3 days and 2 nights.
Her grandfather was also devastated and never recovered. It took a long time for both of them to gradually get over the shadow of losing their loved one again.
However, life always likes to play jokes on people unexpectedly.
Not long after Grandma passed away, Jean Menga's grandfather suffered from food poisoning due to picking up expired food from the garbage dump all year round. He also developed a serious strange disease that left his lower body almost paralyzed and unable to walk normally.
As for seeking medical treatment, they simply don't have the money.
This made Jean Menga's burden even heavier. She understood that she also had to contribute to the family. So she made a decision while still in junior high school to study and work at the same time, and in her spare time, she also had to take care of her grandfather at home who was seriously ill and could not live on his own. As for her missing sister, although she was extremely anxious, she did not dare to leave Yanjiang to look for her.
Once she is gone, who will take care of her critically ill grandfather?
Later, although Chin Manga had sought help from the government and the media, hoping to use their power to help herself, she was met with indifference. No one was willing to lend her a helping hand and pull her out of the abyss of despair.
Over time, Chin Manga became numb.
The death of her adoptive parents, the disappearance of her sister, the passing of her grandmother, her grandfather's serious illness, and the high-pressure life that nearly brought her to collapse. Under the accumulation of various dark and desperate situations, Chin Manga's heart completely collapsed, and a negative emotion gradually developed. She began to hate this ruthless society and indifferent people. But Chin Manga did not have any thoughts of committing suicide because of this. Instead, he was determined to work hard to improve himself. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Since no one is willing to help her, she works hard to make money and then cure her grandfather's strange disease.
To this end,
Chin Manga began to force himself to become even more inward-looking in his already stressful life.
And she did it.
Shortly after entering high school, he was admitted to Yenjiang University and received multiple scholarships, which alleviated a lot of financial pressure on his family. Although her life with her grandfather is gradually getting better, Chin Manga still hates this society in her heart, and she hates people who have good intentions and try to get close to her for no reason. Every time she meets such people, she feels extremely nauseous and thinks they are hypocritical and disgusting.
No one offered a helping hand when she needed it most, so why should they be hypocritical now?
This was why she disliked Lin Yu before. Chin Manga thought that Lin Yu was the kind of hypocritical person who was falsely affectionate to her in order to win her favor.
Alas, Manga is a child with a miserable life.
She was not like this before she encountered those things. Huang Hongli sighed, her face full of emotion. Lin Yu stood there in a daze for a long time. He never thought that Chin Manga had such a tragic life experience. No wonder she keeps disguising herself.
Chapter 56 System. I bought a watch last year.
It is because of being deeply hurt that I learned to use disguise to protect myself.
Lin Yu sighed.
Although he could not put himself in Chin Manga's past, he could understand her actions.
After all, society is indifferent. Everyone is busy living their own life, so who would care about the life and death of others? Director Huang, can you tell me more about green real estate?
Lin Yu asked Huang Hongli again. Seeing the anxiety on Chin Manga's face earlier, Lin Yu knew that she must have encountered some difficult trouble, otherwise she would not be so irritable.
When people encounter troubles, they can easily tear off their superficial disguise and reveal their true appearance. That's Chin Manga. Green Real Estate is a well-known real estate company in Yenjiang. They made their first fortune in the early years thanks to the rapid economic growth of Yenjiang City.
They then hoarded a lot of land, and when the land prices increased more than tenfold a few years later, they resold it. However, in recent years, Hualing District, Xiaoguang District, and Tongwan District have all been developed and have no extra commercial value, so green real estate has turned its attention to the relatively backward Xisha District and Nanshan District. The slums on Dongping Street are close to the city center of Nanshan District and have great commercial value. That's why green real estate often comes back to bother Chin Manga and his friends, forcing them to sign a land transfer agreement. The purchase price is extremely low, less than 100,000 yuan. Huang Hongli became more and more excited as she spoke, and even cursed green real estate, saying that they only cared about the money of the poor. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. As a finance major, he knew very well that capitalism is all about making money from people, and in their eyes, the poor who have no power to resist are the best targets. It cannot be called a capitalist sickle unless every last drop of blood is squeezed out of them.
In addition, people in the slums are also abandoned by society. Even if capitalism attacks them, no one will stand up to speak for them. Shaolin, you're not planning to help Manga solve the green real estate issue, are you? I advise you not to have such an idea.
Huang Hongli thought that Lin Yu felt pity after hearing Chin Manga's story and wanted to help her solve her current difficulties, so she warned him.
Green real estate is not a good company.
They were involved in the underworld in their early years, and later they cleaned up their act and founded green real estate. But even now, they still have many thugs under their command who specialize in collecting debts for their company and threatening others to sign unequal agreements.
If anyone dares to interfere in their affairs, they will beat them up.
In the past, a neighbor couldn't stand it and wanted to stand up for Chin Manga's family, but ended up being beaten up and bleeding, and stayed in the hospital for several months.
Since then, no one dared to interfere in their affairs anymore. Didn't anyone call the police? Alas, what's the point of calling the police?
The police only come to the scene and give a few warnings and then leave, and those people continue to act lawless afterward. Huang Hongli sighed with melancholy on her face and advised Lin Yu not to interfere in this matter. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. If it is true as Huang Hongli said, this matter is indeed very tricky. If no one is willing to make a move, Qin Menge's family will sooner or later be forced by Green Real Estate to sign a property transfer agreement and become completely homeless. But what does this have to do with Lin Yu? He and Qin Menge were just chance acquaintances. There was no emotional connection between the two, and Lin Yu had no special feelings for her. In addition, Qin Menge had previously torn off the mask of disguise, revealing his true face of disgust, which really made Lin Yu feel a little resistant. Although her experience was tragic, there was no need for her to vent her resentment on him, an unrelated person, right? What? Are you saying that Lin Yu posted it himself to increase people's favorability? That's okay. Oh, forget it. I don't want those 100 dog food points. Besides, Qin Menge said that he hated his hypocrisy. This made Lin Yu wake up completely and think that there was no need to put up with the cold shoulder for such a small amount of points. Compared with his dignity, 100 dog food points are not worth mentioning. Okay, Director Huang, I'll be leaving first. Lin Yu said goodbye to Huang Hongli and was about to turn and leave. Looking at Lin Yu's departing back, Huang Hongli couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Although she knew it was impossible, she still hoped that someone would appear to save Qin Menge, pull her out of the pit of despair, and let her feel the beauty of the world again. It's a pity that Lin Yu is not this person. Lin Yu didn't know what Huang Hongli was thinking. He is now communicating with the system, expressing his intention to give up the task. System, help me cancel this mission. Warning, if the mission is cancelled or fails, you will be penalized with double mission points. Host, do you still want to cancel this mission? Lin Yu, who was about to step out of the door with his right foot, froze in place after hearing this. Holy crap! Are you serious? Cancellation and failure will result in double points penalty? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Because the host didn't ask. System, fuck you. Lin Yu never dreamed that there would be a punishment for failing the mission. In desperation, he could only bite the bullet and turn around, returning to Huang Hongli the same way. After thinking about it, I decided to go check on Menge to avoid any accidents. Director, could you please tell me her home address? Lin Yu forced a smile on his face and acted in a regretful manner. Although he had said before that 100 dog food points were not worth mentioning at all compared to his own dignity. But that's because the 100 points are not his yet, so they are dispensable. The 200 points that were deducted as a penalty for the mission were actually in his points column. In comparison, compared with the 200 dog food points that were deducted, his dignity is not worth mentioning at all. Xiao Lin. Auntie, I was right about you. You are someone worthy of Meng Ji's trust. Go ahead. Auntie will cheer you on in secret. Huang Hongli saw that Lin Yu had changed his mind, tears of joy appeared on her face, and she immediately told him Qin Menge's home address. This scene left Lin Yu speechless. How come it's like an old mother watching her daughter get married? Auntie, you really misunderstood. I just want to protect my 200 dog food points, and the rest doesn't matter. After getting the address, Lin Yu hurriedly left the office and prepared to go to Qin Menge's home. However, just as he walked out of the door, Lin Yu happened to meet Chen Juanjia, Wang Zijing, and others, who were also preparing to come to the welfare club to help. Seeing Lin Yu in a hurry, they were also confused. Strange, isn't this person in the same group as Qin Menge? Why can't I see Qin Menge? Someone spoke curiously. Do I need to ask? Qin Menge must have disliked me, otherwise I wouldn't have run away so quickly. I don't want to stay here and embarrass myself. Wang Zijing sneered coldly, his eyes full of mockery. Isn't everyone like someone who likes to judge others by their own standards? Maybe they're having a secret reunion? Chen Juanjia retorted unhappily. You're just dreaming. How could Qin Menge be interested in someone like Lin Yu? What if you like it? If they really get together, I, Wang Zijing, will do a handstand and have diarrhea right there. If you don't like them, you'll run naked down the street. Do you dare to bet with me? Let's bet, who's afraid of who? I believe in Lin Yu. Chen Juanjia was also very excited and agreed without even hearing what the other party said. But now he is in such a powerful position that he cannot be timid and must fight back. Ha ha ha. You said it, and everyone is a witness. You won't be able to regret it later. Wang Zijing didn't tolerate him either, so the two of them started to quarrel with each other in front of the welfare club. The scene was extremely spectacular. The students around were full of anticipation, waiting to see what was to come. But no one thought Chen Juanjia could win. Because there is no way Qin Menga would like Lin Yu. Chapter 57. Give me a great-grandson. You damn old devil. You'd better sign the transfer agreement quickly and stop wasting my time, or I'll kill you. In a damp and dark alley somewhere in Pingdong Street. Bursts of noise were coming from a dilapidated little house, and the surrounding residents could hear it clearly, but they did not dare to make any comments. They knew very well that these people were ruthless people who had been involved in underground gangs for many years. If they really offended them, they would definitely not have a good ending. The neighbor who helped out before was a lesson for us. Now no one dares to get involved in this mess. The shabby little house was less than 30 square meters in size and had no decoration at all. There were only 2 simple beds, a tattered table, and a few mismatched plastic chairs. The whole house reeked of poverty and filth. A dozen tall, ferocious men in black suits were blocking the door of the house, preventing people inside from coming out. The man in a suit who was leading the group was holding a real estate transfer agreement in his hand and was squatting on the ground, threatening a frail 80-year-old man to sign it. Old man, I see you're in a lot of pain. If you're willing to sign now, I'll immediately have my men leave and take you to the hospital. The old man's body looked very strange. He was skinny and pale, but his stomach was extremely swollen, like a giant balloon. When he spoke, a very foul smell came out of his mouth, which made people feel nauseous. The octogenarian is named Qin Shuling, the legal owner of the property. At this time, his strange disease happened to break out, and he had to go to the hospital to get medicine, otherwise his life would be in danger. But a dozen strong men in black blocked the door and refused to let him leave. I will never sign this even if I die. This piece of land is left to my granddaughter, no one of you can take it away. Although Qin Shuling is old, he still has the toughness in his bones. Facing the threat from this group of strong men in black, he is not afraid at all. You old devil, I see you're not going to take my toast, so don't think I won't attack you just because you look like that. I have plenty of ways to kill you. The burly man in black at the head of the group was named Chen Hanfan, one of the managers of green real estate in Nanshan district. He specialized in helping the company collect debts and negotiate real estate transactions. Then I'm not afraid of you. You old fool. Chen Hanfan appears to be ferocious and terrifying on the surface, but deep down he really doesn't dare to do anything to Qin Shuling. This is not the period of 20 years ago when domestic laws were still imperfect. If Qin Shuling really died here because of him, both he and green real estate would be in huge trouble. All he could do was verbally threaten Qin Shuling and block the door to prevent him from leaving. Suddenly, Chen Hanfan thought of something, and a hint of teasing crossed his eyes. You old bastard, I remember you seem to have a granddaughter who just started college? I heard she's pretty good looking. When Qin Menga was mentioned, Qin Shuling's expression changed, and he asked nervously, What do you mean? It's nothing special. I just want to invite her to our place for some tea, talk about life ideals, and introduce her to a few blind dates. After all, she'll be all alone after you die. It's better to introduce her to someone soon so that I can take care of her later. It just so happens that these young people behind me are not bad either, and they are quite suitable for your granddaughter. If you are lucky enough to live a few more years, you may be able to hold your grandson in your arms next year. Chen Hanfan grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth, looking very ferocious. You dare! Qin Shuling's eyes widened, his expression excited. He would never allow anyone to hurt his only granddaughter. Why wouldn't I dare? If you don't sign this transfer agreement, I'll send someone to take action against her right now. This time, Qin Shuling's unwavering heart was shaken a little, and he did not dare to gamble with Qin Mengyao's future happiness. But just as he was wavering, an anxious voice came from outside the door, Grandpa. The next moment, Qin Mengya squeezed through the gap between several strong men in black and rushed in through the gate. She hurried to Qin Shuling's side, looking nervous and frightened. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her eyes were moist and red, as if tears would fall at any time. Grandpa, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? I'm fine, it's very dangerous here, Mengya, please leave quickly. When Qin Shuling saw Qin Mengya coming back, he hurriedly urged her, fearing that she would be killed by Chen Hanfan in the next second. But Qin Mengya shook his head, his attitude firm. No. I want to take Grandpa to the hospital. If I don't go to the hospital to get medicine, Grandpa will die. Silly child, I'm over 80 years old and have lived enough. I even hope to see your grandmother sooner rather than later. Besides, you know that this strange disease of mine is incurable. There's no need to continue wasting money on me."
Qin Shuling comforted Qin Menga.
But Qin Menga couldn't help crying, tears dripped down her delicate cheeks, and her voice was filled with sobs.
"No. I don't want Grandpa to leave.
Mom and Dad are gone, my sister is gone, and Grandma is gone too.
I don't want anyone to leave me anymore."
Looking at his granddaughter crying, Qin Shuling's eyes turned red and a feeling of sadness emerged in his heart.
"But there is no way, it's just their bad luck. Tsk tisk, that's really touching. However, touching as it is, this transfer agreement still needs to be signed."
Chen Hanfan picked his earwax and threw the transfer agreement in front of the grandfather and daughter with a look of disdain.
"I've told you so many times, we won't sign. Get out of here right now, or I'm going to call the police."
Qin Menga's eyes were red as he looked at the transfer agreement.
He was so angry that he tore the agreement into pieces.
"You're looking for death, you bitch." When Chen Hanfan saw the transfer agreement being torn up, his face became extremely violent.
Today is the deadline given to him by Green Real Estate headquarters. If he doesn't let them sign the agreement, he will be severely punished. Qin Menga's behavior was undoubtedly a provocation to him.
"Catch this bitch. Since you guys won't accept my toast, don't blame me." Several strong men in black took action and forcibly pulled Qin Menga away from her grandfather.
"Let me go."
Qin Menga kept struggling, but how could she possibly be a match for these grown men with her strength? Qin Shuling was extremely anxious and tried desperately to stop these people, but his lower body was almost paralyzed by the strange disease and he could not move normally. He could only use his skinny arms to grab the ground and move forward slowly. Every movement was a huge pain for him. But Qin Shuling did not give up. No matter how difficult and hard it was, he gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. There is only Qin Menga, only his granddaughter, and he must protect her no matter what.
Chapter 58: Women's 3 Major Misconceptions. Grandfather. Looking at Qin Shuling's appearance, Qin Menga couldn't help crying. "Old man, I told you before that you shouldn't be so shameless. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?"
Chen Hanfan straightened his suit and lit a cigarette, looking like a beast in human clothing.
"What do you want to do to Menga? Didn't I tell you?
Arrange a blind date for her. If things go well, she'll give you a great-grandson next year."
You beast. Ha ha ha. It's your fault for being so stubborn. If you had signed the agreement earlier, wouldn't there have been so many problems? I'll sign. Can I sign now? As long as you let Menga go, I'll sign immediately.
Seeing Qin Shuling begging him, Chen Hanfan raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc, and then flicked the unfinished cigarette in his hand towards Qin Shuling.
"That's right, right? Just cooperate with me and nothing will happen."
After saying that, he ordered the younger brother beside him, "Before it gets dark, hurry up and print out another transfer agreement."
"Yes."
Upon hearing this, the younger brother immediately turned around and left.
Qin Menga was put back next to Qin Shuling.
She hugged her grandfather tightly, fearing that she would lose him in the next second.
"I'm sorry, Grandpa. I've caused you trouble. If it weren't for me." "Silly girl, why are you saying this? To me, nothing is more important than you, not even this house. But without this house, how can you recover in peace, Grandpa?"
"In the park, in the square, under the overpass, or even in the garbage dump. I don't have much time left anyway, and after I die I'll be no different from garbage."
"Grandpa, please don't say that anymore. I will work hard to make money to cure your illness. We will definitely get better."
Qin Menga cried so hard that her clothes were wet with tears and her eyes turned red. She could never accept the fact that Qin Shuling had left. If the last of her relatives were gone, she felt that there was no meaning in her living in this world. Qin Shuling smiled helplessly, reached out and touched his granddaughter's head, speechless. Watching the conversation between the grandfather and grandson, Chen Hanfan just thought it was funny, but when he looked carefully at Qin Menga's words, he suddenly felt that this girl looked really tender.
"After this old guy signs the contract, we must have some fun."
Chen Hanfan licked his dry lips and looked at Qin Menga with greedy eyes.
Soon.
The subordinate who had left before came back with a new transfer agreement contract in his hand.
"Sign it."
Chen Hanfan threw the transfer agreement in front of Qin Shuling and threw a pen over. Even though he was extremely unwilling, Qin Shuling could only grit his teeth, pick up the pencil on the ground, and sign his name on the agreement with his right hand trembling.
Ha ha ha.
So refreshing. Seeing the other party sign his name, Chen Hanfan was so happy.
Can you guys go away now?
Qin Shuling said with a look of heartache. Of course it's okay to go, but before I leave, I have one more thing I want to get. Chen Hanfan smiled coldly, then ordered his men to capture Qin Menga.
Ah! Qin Menga screamed in fear. After this scene happened, Qin Shuling couldn't believe it. The other party actually went back on his word. You beast, let Menga go.
He kept moving forward, holding on to Chen Hanfan's trouser legs tightly.
Roll! Chen Hanfan frowned and kicked Qin Shuling in the chest.
He lay on the ground groaning in pain.
Grandfather! Qin Menga's cry of grandpa was heart-wrenching. She didn't want to believe this was true. Why is reality always so cruel? Why does she have to face such desperate situations again and again? Why did God treat her like this? Her biological parents abandoned her, her adoptive parents died in a car accident, her sister is missing, and her grandmother passed away tragically. Could it be that even her last relatives are leaving her now? This world is unfair, so unfair. Shrouded in the shadow of despair, Qin Menga's hatred for this world grew stronger and stronger. She had hoped desperately that someone could reach out to her and pull her out of the pit of despair. But this hope that she had been expecting for 5 years has never been responded to by anyone. Even now, Qin Menga still has expectations in her heart, hoping that she can meet the Prince Charming who will save her like the princess in the fairy tale. But Qin Menga knew that this was just his own delusion. Fairy tales are fairy tales, reality is reality. There are no fairy tales in reality. She won't have a so-called Prince Charming either. Take her away, and it will be your turn after I'm done. Chen Hanfan laughed wildly and turned around to leave with his brothers. Manga! Qin Shuling burst into tears and tried to endure the pain to go up and hold Chen Hanfan. But as he was disabled, he had no ability to do so and could only watch the other party take Qin Menga away. For a moment, an atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire place, and wailing sounds echoed throughout the alley. Anyone who hears the crying will sigh and feel deep sympathy. Bang! However, just as everyone was feeling pity, a low voice drowned out Qin Shuling's wails. Then, everyone discovered that the burly man in black who was walking in the front suddenly flew backwards for some unknown reason, hit the wall heavily, and fainted on the spot. After seeing this scene, Chen Hanfan and others were stunned at first, then they recovered and said angrily, "Damn it! Which reckless bastard did this? Get out here!" This situation caught everyone off guard. They didn't know who was so bold as to hit them in person. Qin Menga and his daughter were also stunned and couldn't understand what was going on. "It's me." At this time, a figure slowly walked out from the corner of the alley and appeared in front of everyone. Why is it him? The moment he appeared, the first person whose expression was moved was Qin Menga. She couldn't believe that Lin Yu would appear here. She clearly didn't tell him the address, and she had said some very harsh words to Lin Yu before. Why would he still? Chen Hanfan and others were a little surprised. I thought to myself, for someone with Lin Yu's physique, could he really have done it? That's not very realistic. But since the other party has admitted it, they have no choice but to settle accounts with him. Boy, you are quite good. Do you know who we are? I know, it's a dog raised by Green Real Estate. Lin Yu said lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Hanfan and others could no longer sit still, and their expressions instantly became gloomy. A few people were about to rush up and cause trouble for Lin Yu, but were stopped by Chen Hanfan. The other party dares to be so arrogant, and who knows what kind of background he has. It's better to ask him first. You knew it, but you still dared to interfere. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm afraid, but there are some things I can't just sit back and watch. Lin Yu sighed, looking quite helpless. But what he didn't know was that when these words entered Qin Menga's ears, the other party's heart trembled slightly, and a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. Only then did Qin Menga realize that he had misunderstood Lin Yu before. He is not who he thinks he is. It was obvious that Lin Yu really wanted to help him, but he had insulted him before, which made Qin Menga feel deeply sorry. When he looked at Lin Yu again, Qin Menga found that the other party's eyes were looking in this direction. His eyes seemed to be comforting her, which made Qin Menga feel warm in her heart. There was even a moment when she felt that Lin Yu was the Prince Charming she had been waiting for 5 years. However, all this is just Qin Menga's own understanding.
What Lin Yu really meant by "I can't sit idly by" was that the system would deduct 200 dog food points.
Chapter 59, Xiaoyan of the Sky Blasting Gang. Kid, I won't waste any more time.
Since you know we're from Green Real Estate, if you don't send someone out to calm the situation today, you won't be able to leave here safely. Chen Hanfan lit a cigarette and looked at Lin Yu with a grim expression. He didn't have the patience to continue wasting time with Lin Yu. If the other party didn't tell him his life background, he would not care about anything else and would take half of his life first.
What? Are you trying to get me to tell you where I came from?
I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll be so scared that you won't even be able to walk steadily. Seeing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, Chen Hanfan frowned, thinking that this man might be of great importance. Especially recently, he heard some business secrets from the headquarters. In addition to Green Real Estate, other well-known companies in Yanjiang have also set their sights on the cheap land in Nanshan District, and many companies have begun planning acquisitions. Among these companies, the vast majority of them are larger than Green Real Estate and are not targets they can afford to provoke. If Lin Yu is behind one of these companies, then Chen Hanfan can only accept it.
Who are you trying to scare? Come on, if you dare.
Then listen carefully.
Lin Yu coughed a few times, then said loudly, I am Xiaoyan from the Zhatian Gang. What?
When Lin Yu introduced himself, everyone in the audience looked stunned.
What kind of company is Zaishanbang?
Chen Hanfan had never heard of him in all these years in Yanjiang.
Could it be some overseas company?
Just as Chen Hanfan was puzzled, a younger brother beside him exclaimed, Brother Chen.
I remember the Zhatian Gang. You know? Chen Hanfan was shocked, thinking that his experience was not as good as his younger brother. Is this company very famous in Yanjiang? It's more than just Yanjiang.
He's even more famous online, and there's hardly any netizen who doesn't know him.
Real? Hiss. Chen Hanfan took a deep breath. I can't believe that the Sky Blasting Gang is so well known that it's even known to everyone on the internet.
It seems that this is definitely a first-class internet technology company in China and even in the world, otherwise it would not have such a high reputation.
Of course, who doesn't know the Sky Blasting Gang online?
They're a gang from a famous novel I used to love reading. Just when Chen Hanfan thought he had hit a wall and was about to give in and leave, the little brother spoke again. After a few seconds of hesitation, Chen Hanfan looked at the younger brother and confirmed again, You said this is a force from the novel? Yes, Brother Chen, do you want to see it?
If you want to see it, I'll push it to you. I'll see you're a banana peel.
Chen Hanfan was so furious that he slapped his younger brother hard in the face.
Bang!
After the crisp sound of a slap, a bright red slap mark appeared on the younger brother's face.
He was also confused and couldn't understand why he was beaten.
Boy, you dare to play tricks on me? If I don't kill you today, I, Chen Hanfan, will take your surname. Chen Hanfan's eyes were red and he stared at Lin Yu with a ferocious look, wishing he could eat him alive. His younger brothers also noticed Chen Hanfan's anger, and without waiting for his order, they all rushed towards Lin Yu, intending to cripple his limbs first, and then deal with him by Chen Hanfan. A group of people rushed towards Lin Yu with great momentum, some of them holding weapons such as sticks in their hands. The scene was extremely scary. In addition, it was difficult for Lin Yu to hide or escape in a small place like the alley. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon be beaten to the point of being paralyzed on one side of his body. Qin Menga saw Lin Yu in danger, his pupils shrank, and the worry in his heart could not help but rise to his throat, Be careful. But before Qin Menga could finish her words, the scene that happened next to her forced the words back. The dozen or so ferocious strong men were knocked to the ground one by Lin Yu using his military boxing. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Not to mention Qin Menga was stunned, even Chen Hanfan was shocked. Who is this kid? He had never met such a ruthless person who could fight like this in military boxing.
I heard you want to take my last name?
Lin Yu walked up to Chen Hanfan calmly, with an expressionless face. Even if Chen Hanfan was slow-witted, he could still realize the seriousness of the situation. He hurriedly put on an apologetic smile.
Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding.
However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Yu slapped him in the face.
Is it still a misunderstanding?
A hint of viciousness flashed across Chen Hanfan's eyes, but it disappeared as he turned away, still smiling apologetically as he said, Of course, I have always believed that this was a beautiful misunderstanding.
Bang! Is it still the case now? Still. Bang! What now? Misunderstand. Bang!
This time, before Lin Yu could speak, Chen Hanfan couldn't help but slap him. "Fuck you.
I said it was a misunderstanding, are you deaf? If you hit me again, I'll kill you."
He was really furious after being beaten, and felt a burning pain on his face. After he revealed his true nature, Lin Yu also shook his head inside. "I originally thought that after this slap, I would agree with your misunderstanding, but I didn't expect you to be so hypocritical. It really chills my heart. It seems that this matter has to continue."
Don't think you can act so arrogant just because you know a little bit of martial arts. You've offended green real estate. If they really want to kill you, it would only take a word. Are you threatening me? That depends on how you choose.
Hearing this, Lin Yu sighed, with an embarrassed look on his face. "Before you make a choice, I want to ask you a question."
What's the problem? Do you know my name? Xiao Yan. Didn't you just say that? Chen Hanfan looked at Lin Yu strangely.
After learning that the other party didn't know his real name at all, Lin Yu raised his fist and hit him on the nose without saying a word. This punch directly broke his nose. "You damn bastard, I'm going to make you regret living in this world,"
Chen Hanfan said, almost wailing.
He had never been so angry in his life as he was today, and he was about to lose his mind. Facing his threat, Lin Yu made a provocative gesture. "Come on.
Will Xiao Yan of my Zhaqian gang be afraid of you?"
At this moment, Chen Hanfan realized something.
This guy never revealed his real name from beginning to end. There are so many people in Yanjiang. How long will it take to find Lin Yu based on my impression of his appearance? I admit defeat this time. What do you want to say? Money or something else?
Chen Hanfan covered his bleeding nose with a look of unwillingness.
It's simple. Return the property agreement to its original owner and never harass them again.
After Lin Yu spoke, Qin Manga, who was not far away, also trembled in his heart and felt more and more guilty. After this incident, I will find an opportunity to apologize to Lin Yu and hope he can forgive me.
Qin Manga made a secret decision in his heart. Chapter 60. I didn't expect you to be such a person.
Chen Hanfan had no choice but to agree to Lin Yu's conditions even if he didn't want to. At the moment, he was firmly grasped by the other party and had no capital to resist. He could only agree to his request temporarily and find an opportunity for revenge later. But he couldn't just let go of this grudge like that. On the surface, he still pretended to be cowardly, obediently handed over the property transfer procedures to Lin Yu, and hurriedly left with his men lying on the ground. But when he reached the exit of the alley, Chen Hanfan changed the timid look on his face and returned to his original arrogant expression.
Just wait for me, kid. This is definitely not over yet.
Just clean your neck and wait. After saying that, they didn't dare to stay for a second, for fear that Lin Yu would rush over and retaliate against them. But they were obviously worrying too much. Lin Yu had no such idea at all.
After they all disappeared, he walked to Qin Chuling and squatted down. "Old man, are you okay?" Qin Chuling's face was full of gratitude.
If he hadn't had a disability in his lower body, he would have knelt down to thank Lin Yu.
It's okay, young man. Thank you so much this time.
If it weren't for you, I can't imagine how those beasts would treat Manga.
How to treat it? Haven't you watched the anime?
Lin Yu complained in his heart, but on the surface he comforted Qin Chuling.
Manga is my senior, this is what I should do.
After that, Lin Yu turned and walked to Qin Manga, and handed over the real estate agreement documents in his hand without any words. He was observing Qin Manga's attitude. Although he helped her, Lin Yu couldn't guarantee that Qin Manga would be grateful. If the other party still has that cold and disgusted look, then Lin Yu can only wait and find another opportunity to improve his favorability.
However, Qin Manga's attitude made Lin Yu quite satisfied.
Qin Manga took the real estate agreement in a daze, feeling mixed emotions inside and a hint of guilt on his face. It was not until a long time later that she slowly said, "I'm sorry, Lin Yu, I misunderstood you just now." Looking at Qin Manga's exquisite oval face with a guilty look on her face, Lin Yu felt that there might be a chance. So Lin Yu also waved his hand, without a trace of blame. "You don't have to apologize, I can understand. After all, everyone will lose their composure when encountering such a thing." Although Qin Manga's previous experience was sympathetic, it also changed her mentality and she gradually hated anyone who approached her. But when she was in the most difficult time, I took action to solve the problem, which enabled me to enter her closed inner world. Lin Yu believes that his chances of holding hands are getting bigger and bigger. But because of this incident, you have offended green real estate.
I am afraid that you will be in danger in the future.
I've offended countless people, so one or two won't make a difference.
What's more, they don't know my true identity. With so many people in Yanjiang, how long will it take them to find me?
Lin Yu shrugged, thinking that he had offended the Wen group and the Lu family, so would he still care about green real estate?
Since you've already pretended, just pretend to be strong.
After all, this incident started with me, so I'd like to treat you to a meal as a thank you, but... Shin Menga originally wanted to say that it couldn't be a restaurant that was too expensive, but when she thought of how much Lin Yu had done for her, she swallowed the words back and said, "You decide the restaurant, you can eat whatever you want." After saying this, Shin Menga, who was already poor, felt even worse off, and her hope of curing her grandfather became even slimmer. Shin Shuling is her only relative left in the world, and Shin Menga regards him as more important than anyone else. Every time she received a scholarship or subsidy for poor students, she would immediately take Shin Shuling to the hospital, hoping to cure his strange illness. Unfortunately, Shin Menga visited almost all the large-scale tertiary hospitals, but no hospital could diagnose Shin Shuling's illness.
They said that the disease could only be accurately diagnosed after hospitalization and observation. However, the sky-high medical expenses required for hospitalization made Shin Menga give up.
You know, she is in her prime this year. At this stage, no girl will dress up to make herself look more colorful and charming. But Shin Menga never bought any cosmetics, and the clothes she wore were just cheap goods from a few dozen yuan, which she hadn't changed for a whole year. Even though it was slightly worn and faded, she still wore it, which was enough to show how poor she was. But in order to repay Lin Yu, she was willing to spend a lot of money next time. Lin Yu naturally saw the poverty of Shin Menga's family. His own family was also very ordinary. His parents were both working class and peasant class.
The family's annual income was less than 50,000 yuan.
When he was a child, even eating meat was a luxury. Although the economic situation has improved a lot in recent years, we are still in poverty. So he could understand Shin Menga's situation.
Forget about treating me to a meal. If possible, I would like to change the conditions.
Lin Yu rejected Shin Menga's previous conditions.
Besides, was he doing this just for Shin Menga's meal?
He wants plus 100 dog food points.
What conditions?
Shin Menga's heart suddenly moved, and her beautiful eyes gradually became alert. It was as if she had already guessed what Lin Yu was going to say. As early as when she was in high school, many men approached her under the banner of helping her and then made various excessive demands. For example, being each other's girlfriend, kissing, checking into a hotel. These excessive demands are also the main reason for Shin Menga's personality change. She couldn't accept the hypocrisy of these beasts in human form and these two-faced men.
And now,
Lin Yu looks just like those men. This completely wiped out the last bit of goodwill she had towards Lin Yu.
When we meet at the bus stop tonight, can you let me hold your hand and go back with you?
After Lin Yu spoke, Shin Menga fell silent. As she thought, Lin Yu was also a hypocritical person. She had thought that she might be saved, but now it seems that she was too young. Why do you believe that there are people in this society who will lend you a helping hand for no reason?
Aren't those people doing this just to gain something from you?
Shin Menga kept her head down, which made Lin Yu unable to see her expression clearly or guess what she was thinking. It wasn't until a while later that Shin Menga raised her snow-white chin, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her pretty face. I thought you were different from those hypocritical men, but it turns out you're still the same.
It turns out all men are the same.
Lin Yu was stunned by this.
No? How am I hypocritical?
I just want to hold your hand and show off in front of Wang Zijing and the others at 7 o'clock tonight.
What's wrong with that? You misunderstood, I just... Bang!
Before Lin Yu could finish his words, Shin Menga left a mark on his face with his right hand. She shook her head in disappointment, and there seemed to be crystal tears flashing in the corners of her eyes, as if a ball of hope in her heart had been extinguished.
I owe you a favor.
I'll pay it back when the scholarship for this semester comes out.
Now please leave. Shin Menga pushed Lin Yu and tried to kick him out of the house. No. This is really a misunderstanding. I don't have the idea you think. Listen to my explanation. I really just want to hold your hand. 5 seconds, just hold it for 5 seconds. If that doesn't work, 1 second will do. Bang!
With the sound of a door closing, Lin Yu was completely driven out of the house and stood there in a daze. He didn't know why he was kicked out of the house and was inexplicably charged with a crime.
Until he came to his senses, Lin Yu couldn't help but curse, damn! What the hell is going on? I just want to complete a task. Is it necessary to do this? Chapter 61 An Unexpected Event.
Lin Yu stood outside the door and was very angry when he thought about how his kindness was ignored. I thought that acting as a hero saving a beauty would change Qin Menge's impression of me, but now it seems that I was too naive. Lin Yu didn't ask for Qin Menge's love, he just wanted to hold his hand.
Was it necessary to hate him so much? Forget it.
I've already done this much, and they still don't appreciate it. So there's no need for me to continue trying to please them and make myself suffer.
It's better not to have these 200 dog food points.
When he said this, a look of heartache flashed across Lin Yu's face. At this stage, it was already difficult for him to accumulate dog food points, and now he had to deduct the only 200 points left.
It was so painful for him. But he had no choice.
It was just his bad luck that he met Qin Menge. If it were a normal girl, her favorability would have been maxed out, and the only thing missing would be to give herself to Lin Yu. But just as Lin Yu turned around to leave, a sad cry came from the house and echoed throughout the alley.
Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Please don't scare me.
Lin Yu frowned when he heard Qin Menge's nervous crying. It seems that her grandfather must have had a sudden illness, otherwise this would not happen.
Lin Yu had also noticed Qin Chuling's abnormality before.
His health was very poor and he must have some strange disease.
But what does this have to do with him?
Lin Yu has decided not to humiliate himself anymore. With a ruthless heart, he took a step forward to leave.
Someone can come and save my grandpa. I don't want him to die. Grandpa, please don't leave me, okay? You're the only relative I have left. Please, someone come and save my grandpa. I'm willing to do anything as long as it can heal my grandpa. Qin Menge's miserable cries kept reaching Lin Yu's ears, making his steps heavy. After being silent for a few seconds, Lin Yu frowned, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. I'm the one who's being a jerk. Time goes back to a few minutes ago."
After Qin Menge closed the door, she leaned her petite body against the door, lowered her head and said nothing. For some reason, ever since she closed the door, she couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in her heart, always feeling that she had gone too far before. Even if Lin Yu had bad intentions and deliberately put on a false face in an attempt to narrow the distance between them, she shouldn't have treated him like that. Maybe there are better ways to deal with it, but she chose the most extreme one. This made Qin Menge feel quite regretful.
Grandpa, did I go too far just now?
Although Lin Yu is hypocritical, I shouldn't treat him like this. She looked at Qin Chuling, hoping that he could give a correct answer.
Qin Chuling was silent for a few seconds, then he said, "I also think it's too much. That guy is obviously not a bad person. Menge, you shouldn't treat him like this."
Well. The old man sighed, but he didn't blame Qin Menge. Because he knew very well what kind of personality Qin Menge had before, there was nothing he could do about it.
If those things had not happened, I believe my granddaughter would be no different from an ordinary girl now.
After this semester's scholarship is distributed, I will give it to him as an apology. Even though Qin Menge knew he was wrong, he didn't want to apologize.
Anyway, I can just repay this favor with money.
But the old man suddenly became serious and said in a solemn tone, "I think what he lacks is not money, but your apology." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Chuling hopes to change Qin Menge's character. He knew that with Qin Menge's personality, he would definitely get into trouble when he entered society in the future, so it would be better for him to change now.
But I just think these people are hypocritical and I don't want to apologize to them. Qin Menge still couldn't let go of the hatred in his heart. "Oh, why can't you?"
The old man originally wanted to continue persuading Qin Menge, but halfway through his words, he started coughing violently.
This frightened Qin Menge so much that he quickly went forward to check on his grandfather. "Grandpa, are you okay?" "I'm fine, don't be nervous."
But how could Qin Menge believe it, because his grandfather's face was getting paler and paler, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead, which was simply a sign that he was about to die.
"How can you say it's okay? I'm taking you to the hospital right now."
But after Qin Menge helped Qin Chuling up, his cough became even more severe, and he even spat out a pool of black and foul-smelling blood from his mouth. He lay completely on the ground motionless.
"Grandfather."
Looking at his grandfather fainting on the ground, Qin Menge's last line of defense completely collapsed. Qin Chuling is her only relative in the world. If he dies, Qin Menge will have no reason to live. Warm tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, slid down her delicate cheeks, and landed on Qin Chuling's pale face, but still couldn't make him open his tightly closed eyes. Qin Menga's mournful cries echoed throughout the alley at this moment, and even the neighbors around her realized something.
But they didn't dare to come forward to help, nor did they have the ability to do anything. Grandpa, please wake up. Please don't leave me, okay? Is there anyone? Can someone come and save my grandpa? Please, anyone, please come and save my grandpa. I'm willing to do anything as long as it can save my grandpa. Qin Menga cried inconsolably, as if she was back to that stormy night 6 years ago. Everything was so similar. She watched her loved ones leave but was powerless to stop them. But she also knew. No matter how much she cried out, no one would lend her a hand. Because this society is indifferent. Despair enveloped her heart. Qin Menga hugged her grandfather tightly, lowering her head and sobbing, "Someone come and save Grandpa, please." However, just when Qin Menga was feeling discouraged, a cold voice sounded from behind him. "Move aside, let me see the old man's condition." At some point, Lin Yu was already standing behind Qin Menga. This made Qin Menga stunned and couldn't believe that Lin Yu was back again. "Even though I treated him like that before. Can you cure my grandpa?" Qin Menga looked at him with her red and swollen eyes, her eyes full of desire for hope. "Do your best." Lin Yu looked indifferent, his attitude was completely different from before. But this is normal. No one would be in a good mood if treated like this by Qin Menga. Unless that person is a bootlicker, of course. Although Qin Menga doubted Lin Yu in his heart, after all, the other party was just a college student, how could he possibly know medical skills? But at the moment, he is the only one willing to lend a helping hand. No matter how unwilling Qin Menga is, he can only choose to trust Lin Yu. Even though there was very little hope, she had no choice. Because apart from Lin Yu, no one was willing to help her. Chapter 62, Gigu 13 Hands. System, take out the Gigu Medical Classic from the storage box. Lin Yu called out in his mind. The system quickly followed the command and took out the Gigu Medical Classic from the storage box. Does the host choose to use the Gigu Medical Classic now? Yes. After choosing to use the Giguzi Medical Classics, Lin Yu's mind also had a variety of ancient and profound medical knowledge. China's 5,000 years of medical culture is complex and profound. Even if an ordinary person spends his entire life studying it, he may not be able to master one of them. But now Lin Yu has absorbed all this knowledge in his mind. Knowledge of medicinal materials, knowledge of refining medicine, knowledge of acupuncture. All the 5,000 years of Chinese medical knowledge now poured into Lin Yu's consciousness, allowing him to fully master it within a second. Now he has become a peerless doctor who can bring people back to life with his miraculous hands. This also made Lin Yu more confident, and his temperament changed. It seemed as if in his eyes, there was no disease in this world that he could not cure. Lin Yu bent down and squatted in front of Qin Shuling, carefully examining his condition. To be honest, Qin Shuling's condition was very serious. Even people who didn't know medicine could tell at first glance that he was seriously ill. Especially his stomach, which was abnormally swollen, as if 1 or 2 basketballs were stuffed in his stomach, and it could burst at any time. Even the skin color of the belly is abnormal, it is purple-blue in color, with scary blue veins on it, like a wriggling worm, very disgusting. In addition, other parts of the body are abnormally thin, as if they have been drained of nutrients. The overall appearance is very uncoordinated and almost deformed. Lin Yu also found that Qin Shuling's mouth was accompanied by a very disgusting odor. This was not breath, but more like the smell coming from his stomach and intestines. He placed his fingers on Qin Shuling's pulse, carefully feeling the beating. Although it was very weak, it was still beating, which meant that Qin Shuling was not completely dead yet, at most he had entered a state of suspended animation. After confirming this, Lin Yu felt a little relieved. Did the old man eat something wrong and didn't go to the hospital for gastric lavage in time, so he became like this? Using the Gigu Medical Classics, Lin Yu could see Qin Shuling's illness at a glance. This is definitely a gastrointestinal problem, which caused him to become what he is now. Seeing that Lin Yu immediately revealed the cause of Qin Shuling's illness, Qin Menga's face showed a hint of surprise. Even the attending physician of a grade A hospital had to perform a CT scan to know the cause of Qin Shuling's illness, but he saw it right away. Could it be that his medical skills are really superb? But he is so young, am I thinking too much? But Qin Menga shook his head. Now was not the time to think about these things. Well, a few years ago, Grandpa got food poisoning because he often picked up other people's leftovers. Plus, he didn't have money to go to the hospital at that time. Really? Lin Yu sighed.
Although he wanted to say that this behavior was stupid, he never said it when he thought of the other person's situation. Lin Yu, please cure my grandfather.
Qin Menga looked at him pleadingly.
She knew that her request was excessive. After all, she had treated Lin Yu like that just now, and in the next moment she begged him to save her grandfather.
But there was no way, Qin Menga really didn't want to see his grandfather leave. However, Lin Yu ignored the other party. He slowly carried Qin Chuling from the ground and walked to the table beside him. He placed Qin Chuling on the table, his body facing downwards, and began to soothe, rub and press Qin Chuling's back with his hands, repeating the same movements over and over again. If there was a knowledgeable old doctor present, he would definitely scream in shock after seeing Lin Yu's massage techniques. Because Lin Yu is now using the long-lost Giga 13 hands. Rumor.
This is a massage secret manual specifically designed for various acupuncture points on the human body, which was developed by the first leader of Gigo sect after reading the I Ching Jing.
It has been frequently used to treat various internal injuries hundreds of years ago. It's a pity that due to a war 100 years ago, the secret technique of Gigu 13 hands was lost in the world and no one has ever used it since. Even today's top Chinese medicine massage masters have only learned a little bit about it from ancient books. But Lin Yu is now performing the 13 hands of Gigo completely and without any doubt. If this is seen by a highly respected master of traditional Chinese medicine, the other party will definitely exclaim in surprise. But Qin Menga didn't know that Lin Yu was using the famous Giga 13 hands. She only felt that Lin Yu had been repeating the same massage movements, but Qin Chuling still showed no signs of waking up, which made her doubt whether Lin Yu really knew medical skills. Or is it that he just wants to win my favor, so he is deliberately deceiving me? But as soon as this thought came to mind, Qin Menga quickly shook his head and forgot about it. Qin Menga, you can't misunderstand Lin Yu again. She has helped you so many times, you can't treat her like this again. Just as she was thinking this, there was a sudden movement from Qin Chuling, who was unconscious. He covered his throat with his hands, his face full of pain. Grandfather.
When Qin Menga saw her grandfather wake up, her pretty face was filled with joy and she couldn't help but go forward to check. But Lin Yu stretched out his hand and stopped her.
Don't come over yet. Why? Qin Menga felt confused and dissatisfied.
Lin Yu did not answer her, but carried Qin Chuling to the door of the toilet. The next second, Qin Menga realized Lin Yu's good intentions.
Vomit.
Qin Chuling, with a look of discomfort on his face, began to vomit frantically. All the garbage that had accumulated in his stomach and intestines for many years was vomited out at this moment.
Suddenly,
a large pool of black and disgusting vomit appeared in the originally clean toilet. The smell was even more fetid, as if it was a mixture of rotten corpse and feces.
Just smelling it made people want to vomit.
After vomiting for an unknown amount of time, Qin Chuling finally expelled all the foreign matter in his abdomen. The miraculous thing was that after he finished vomiting, his swollen abdomen instantly shrank back to the normal body shape of an old man, and his pale face gradually became a little rosy. After seeing this scene, Qin Menga's delicate face showed an expression of emotion. In order to treat Qin Chuling's strange disease, she went to many top-level hospitals but was unable to cure it. However, Lin Yu only took a few minutes to cure it. She even wondered if she was dreaming. Grandpa, how do you feel now? Qin Menga saw Qin Chuling lying on the ground exhausted, and hurried forward to help him up.
I'm fine.
Qin Chuling waved his hand, looked at Lin Yu excitedly, then knelt on his knees and kowtowed to him to thank him. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurried forward to help him up. Old man, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Little brother, you saved my life, but I have no way to repay you. I can only kowtow to you and express my gratitude. In the next life, I will serve you like a slave in return. Qin Chuling's eyes were filled with tears and gratitude. Chapter 63, This Licking Dog, It Doesn't Matter If He Is Not a Master, You've Said Too Much. Lin Yu could not bear Qin Chuling's kneeling. No, since my life was saved by my little brother, I will repay you no matter how hard I work. Qin Chuling was also stubborn and wanted to thank Lin Yu no matter what. In desperation, Lin Yu could only suggest, if the old man really wants to repay me, just find a time to treat me to a meal. He knew that if he didn't find an excuse to get away with it, Qin Chuling would probably argue about this matter for a long time. Fortunately, just as Lin Yu thought, Qin Chuling did not persist any longer. He agreed with Lin Yu's proposal and invited him to have dinner at his home in a few days. To this, Lin Yu nodded and said, "Since you are fine, old man, I will leave first." He glanced at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to go back to the bus stop to report. After saying this, Lin Yu also stood up and walked towards the door.
Wait a moment.
Seeing this, Jean Manga quickly spoke up to try to keep Lin Yu. She had something to say to Lin Yu, and she also wanted to take this opportunity to apologize for what she had done before.
What's up?
Lin Yu's tone was still calm, as if he was talking to a stranger.
I want to apologize to you.
Jean Manga spoke slowly, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. She thought that after she apologized sincerely, Lin Yu would forgive her.
But the reality was not as good as she thought. Apologize to me? Why?
Lin Yu rarely showed a hint of mockery and ridicule. In your eyes, don't all those who try to get close to you have bad intentions?
Yes, I admit that I am that kind of person, you are right. All I did was to get closer to you, get to know you better, and become close friends.
My goal was not pure, so you were not wrong from the beginning to the end, and you don't need to apologize to me.
Lin Yu, Before Jean Manga could finish her words, Lin Yu interrupted her. I've heard about your past experiences, so I can understand your current attitude. If I were you, I would probably have the same mentality as you. No one was willing to help me when I needed it most, so why should I pretend to be so now? Besides, you are one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. The number of people who show their affection to you is as numerous as mosquitoes. Who wouldn't feel irritated seeing those fake faces trying to please me every day? But don't worry, I've completely given up. I know you're wary of me in your heart. Even if we really become friends, who can guarantee that this relationship isn't just a facade? Let's just let what happened before go. I won't hold it against you.
Besides, it was all my fault for having ulterior motives.
I deserve it. So from beginning to end, you don't have to apologize to me.
Lin Yu said everything in his heart at once, completely severing the bond between them. But after Jean Manga heard Lin Yu's words, he felt uncomfortable for some reason.
It felt like something was choking my throat.
I had a lot of things I wanted to say, but when they really came to my lips, I couldn't utter a single word. Seeing Jean Manga lowering his head and remaining silent, Lin Yu also knew that there was no point in staying here.
If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Lin Yu, wait a minute.
Seeing Lin Yu was about to leave, Jean Manga quickly looked up and stretched out his hand to keep him. But Lin Yu seemed not to hear Jean Manga's voice, and walked out of the door without any hesitation.
Jean Manga was completely frozen in place.
At this moment, she felt mixed emotions in her heart, and a faint bitterness enveloped her heart. This feeling made her very uncomfortable.
Grandpa, I suddenly feel so disgusting. Jean Manga looked depressed and very lost. Now.
Only then did she realize how stupid and ridiculous she had been. Although society is unfair to her, she should not vent her inner hatred on anyone who has nothing to do with her, especially those who have truly helped her.
Silly girl, now you realize you were wrong?
Qin Shuling sighed and said something that moved Jean Manga. Although society is cold, it also has warmth.
When we were displaced and had to move to the slums, didn't someone lend us a helping hand?
Although it's just a small contribution, it has still made a big difference in our lives.
Without their help, perhaps we wouldn't be alive today.
After hearing his grandfather's words, Qin Shuling finally recalled what happened in the past.
Yes.
If they hadn't received support from their neighbors and the welfare agency at that time, they might not have survived until now. But at that time, Jean Manga was blinded by hatred and ignored their help.
Manga, you have to learn to think from other people's perspectives. If you were just an ordinary person and saw a family in trouble, would you choose to help them regardless of everything? Not everyone has the ability to save others from danger. This society is mostly made up of ordinary, common people who struggle to even survive in this world. How can they have the time and energy to help us?
Qin Shuling touched his granddaughter's hair and counseled her. These words did work. Jean Manga truly realized his mistakes and decided to change himself.
Grandpa, I want to apologize to Lin Yu. Jean Manga's beautiful eyes flashed with a serious look.
Then you must apologize to him sincerely.
There are not many good people like Lin Yu in society now. Manga, you must hold on to him firmly. After all, you are not young anymore. It's time to find a good family.
The meaning of the second half of Qin Shuling is very clear, almost referring to Jean Manga.
Grandpa, what are you talking about?
I'm only 21 years old, it's too early to say these things.
Jean Manga's pretty face flushed. What's wrong with 21?
Your grandmother married me when she was 18.
Is that too early? That was in the past. Things are different now.
Hearing this, Qin Shuling's eyes widened and he said dissatisfiedly, I don't care about the past or the present. I only know that if I really meet someone I like, I must try my best and not leave any regrets.
If you really think Lin Yu is capable, you might as well agree to give it a try. Besides, didn't he say before that he approached you because he liked you? He's done so much for you, and you haven't even shown any appreciation?
After Qin Shuling said this, Qin Manga realized that he seemed to be too harsh.
If. She said if. If Lin Yu really likes me,
then she might as well try to date him and become his boyfriend. But you must start with ordinary friends first. Qin Manga still found it hard to accept the sudden talk of boyfriend and girlfriend.
Chapter 64 Sisters Reunited. On Pingdong Street, a dark blue Maserati Quattroporte was slowly parking in a nearby parking space. This top-of-the-line luxury car, worth millions, attracted the attention of many pedestrians on the roadside. Their eyes kept scanning the luxury car, wondering who could afford to drive such a luxurious car. You have to know that this is Nanshan District, the poorest urban area in Yanjiang City. Let alone a luxury car worth millions, even a BBA worth hundreds of thousands is extremely rare. A luxury car worth millions will naturally attract the attention of countless pedestrians. Chairman, we're here. This is Pingdong Street.
Shirley glanced at the environment outside the street, her snow-white brows slightly frowned, obviously a little disgusted.
Qin
Mengshi responded indifferently. She looked at the surrounding environment and found that the urban facilities here were very old and the sanitary conditions were not very good. From time to time, some small pieces of garbage could be seen on the streets.
But she didn't show any disgust.
Because she lived in the same place as here 5 or 6 years ago, she didn't feel much resistance in her heart, but instead felt a little nostalgic.
Shirley, take me to the house where they live.
Qin Mengshi opened her lips slightly, and Shirley quickly stopped her, saying, Chairman, your relatives live in the dirtiest slums in Pingdong Street.
The sanitation there is even worse than here. Let me send someone to invite them out. I don't want to say it a second time.
Seeing Qin Mengshi's decisiveness, Shirley could only sigh helplessly, I understand.
Now I will lead the way for you, Chairman.
After opening the car door, 2 people walked out of the car.
After they got off the bus, they immediately attracted the attention of many pedestrians around them.
Among them, the men's gazes were the most intense, staring at the 2 of them intently. In their lives, there has never been such a beauty in Nanshan District. Whether it is Qin Mengshi or Shirley, they are both top beauties. Especially Qin Mengshi, she not only has outstanding facial features, but also has an extremely hot body. She wears a snow-white mink windbreaker on the outside and a British-style OL uniform on the inside, completely exposing her thighs, showing a flawless beauty. A head of flaxen brown light curly hair was draped over her shoulders, swaying slightly, as if dancing in the wind, and emitting a faint floral scent. Just by looking at Qin Mengshi, you can feel her charm. She is like a cold and beautiful queen, making countless men want to kneel down and surrender to her.
Let's go.
Qin Mengshi had long been accustomed to the gazes around her and gave Shirley her orders as if nothing had happened. Shirley also hurriedly led the way for her and took her to their destination. But as they approached the alley, Shirley's expression became more and more disgusting, because the smell in the alley was particularly bad, which made her very disgusted. Moreover, the air here was very humid, the ground was full of dirty puddles, and there were even rats moving around not far away from time to time, which was driving her crazy. On the other hand, Qin Mengshi's expression never changed, as if she was accustomed to the scene before her.
We'll be there after turning the corner ahead.
Shirley suppressed her nausea and pointed to the corner ahead. Qin Mengshi nodded and walked forward side by side with Shirley.
But just as they turned the corner, they suddenly collided with a figure.
This sudden accident made Shirley and Qin Mengshi unable to react, and they almost fell to the dirty ground. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the man reached out and grabbed them, thus preventing them from getting into any accidents.
Sorry, are you guys okay? The man asked. Is there something wrong that you can't see for yourself?
Shirley was already in a bad mood, and being bumped into made her fury explode completely. Without exception, everyone who lives here is from the bottom of society and has no right to touch her and Qin Mengshi, who are the social elites. Shirley, calm down a little.
But
Shirley wanted to say something, but after noticing Qin Mengshi's look, she chose to shut up. I'm sorry, my friend has a somewhat impulsive temper, please forgive me. Qin Mengshi said to him lightly.
It's okay, I don't care. After mutual understanding, both parties left.
After walking a few steps, Shirley said with some dissatisfaction, "Chairman, it was clearly that person who was wrong just now.
Why should we swallow our anger? Since no one meant it, why not just back off? Besides, he just apologized."
Qin Mengshi's words left Shirley speechless, and she could only pout in dissatisfaction.
After they walked a little further away, the man stopped and looked at the back of one of them with curiosity.
"I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that one of them looks like Qin Menga." Lin Yu murmured, but then shook his head, telling himself not to think about Qin Menga anymore.
Because of her.
Not only did I lose 200 dog food points today, but I also got slapped in the face for nothing.
I really have no one to express my pain.
Inside that dilapidated house,
Qin Menga helped his grandfather onto a shabby bed. "Grandpa, I'm going to find Lin Yu now. You can rest at home for a while. When I come back, I'll take you to the hospital to check your physical condition."
She knew that at 7 o'clock, all the students who were participating in part-time volunteer work today would gather there, so Lin Yu would also be there.
"Go ahead, don't worry about me."
Qin Shuling's old face showed a kind smile. Seeing this, Qin Menga nodded, then turned around and was about to walk out the door. However, at this moment, two beautiful figures appeared in front of Qin Menga, blocking her way.
"Who are you?" Qin Menga looked at the two people in front of him curiously, not knowing their identities. But judging from their dress and temperament, they are definitely the elites at the top of society.
"I'm Shirley, the secretary of the chairman of Guanyin Group." Shirley looked at Qin Menga in front of her and was deeply moved. Because Qin Menga and Qin Mengshi look so similar, if she hadn't served Qin Mengshi for many years, she would have suspected that the person in front of her was Qin Mengshi.
Guanyin Group?
After learning that the other party was from a certain company, Qin Menga's expression changed, and he said in a cold tone, "We will not sell the house.
Please leave. You are not welcome here." "Ha? What's going on?"
Shirley was a little slow to react and didn't know what Qin Menga meant by these words. Seeing that the two were still standing there without any response, Qin Menga frowned and immediately picked up the broom beside her to drive them away. But at this moment, Qin Mengshi's beautiful eyes turned red, tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes, and her originally extremely calm voice began to tremble at this moment.
"Menga, is this really you?" "I'm Mengshi. Your sister." Clang.
The broom in Qin Menga's hand fell off and fell heavily to the ground. She couldn't believe what she saw.
Elder sister? Is she really his long-lost sister? Chapter 65 Family Reunion.
When I opened my eyes that day, what I saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. There was a pungent smell of disinfectant in the pure white room. My head was dizzy at that time and I couldn't remember anything.
The only thing I knew was that my name was Qin Mengshi. Apart from that, she didn't know anything else.
But based on the police's subsequent questioning and information provided, Qin Mengshi learned of the death of her adoptive parents. I clearly have no memory of them in my mind, but for some reason I feel a sense of worry and discomfort in my heart. Later, the police told her that she had relatives in Jiangnan province. However, when the police followed the address on her adoptive parents' ID cards, they found that the house they originally lived in had been inherited by other relatives through legal means. However, Qin Mengshi's relatives were not found in that house.
This also leaves the police powerless.
Because the relatives of the adoptive parents were unwilling to continue to adopt Qin Mengshi, and she was just 18 years old at the time, it was impossible to warn them even through legal means. In the end, they could only let Qin Mengshi recover from her injuries in the hospital and then go out into society to support herself.
Although this practice is inhumane, there is no other way around it. The day before being discharged from the hospital, Qin Mengshi asked her attending physician if there was any way to restore the damaged memories in her mind.
She really wanted to get back this important memory of her own.
The doctor's answer is yes.
But it would require very intense mental stimulation, or being reminded of something and finding her former relatives, which might restore the memories in her mind. But this falls into a vicious circle.
If I want to find my relatives, I must first restore my memory. But if you want to restore your memory, you have to see your relatives first.
However, Qin Mengshi did not give up.
After being discharged from the hospital, she decided to find her relatives. But now she is penniless and it is difficult for her to survive, so how can she have the energy to look for her relatives?
In desperation, she had to work while posting missing person notices. This lasted for several months, but there was no progress in the missing person notice. I was even exploited by the factory and could only barely support myself.
I couldn't save any money at all.
But by chance, Jean Mencher and a like-minded person discovered a business opportunity and decided to start a business together.
Facts have proved that their decision was right.
In just a few years, Jean Mencher's business grew bigger and bigger, and later he established the listed company Guanyin Group. However, the original like-minded friend felt that the ceiling of this industry had reached this point and it would be difficult to make further progress. In addition, the differences between her and Jean Mencher became increasingly larger, so on the day of listing, she chose to cash out all her shares. This also made Jean Mencher the largest shareholder of Guanyin Group, and he controlled the entire Guanyin Group alone. At the same time, under her leadership, Guanyin Group has become more and more prosperous, and its market value has continued to break through. In just 1 year, it reached a market value of 100 billion yuan and became one of the top 10 super enterprises in Yanjiang City. Her accomplices, due to their short-sightedness at the time, only earned a few hundred million in profits, and when they wanted to make a comeback later, they lost 100 million in investment. This made her unable to regret her decision. However, after achieving a market value of 100 billion yuan, Jean Mencher slowed down the expansion of her company. There were many reasons for this, but the most important one was that she wanted to find her long-lost relatives. In the past 6 years, due to her work, she had no time to properly post missing person notices. But now that she has a successful career, she can finally stop looking for her relatives without being forced by financial pressure. Combined with the connections she has accumulated over the years, it has been much easier for her to find her relatives, and today she finally found her long-lost sister and grandfather. When she stood in front of the house and looked at the person who was both strange and familiar to her, for some reason, the corners of her eyes became moist involuntarily and tears flowed down her face. At this moment, the memory that had been sealed in her mind for many years finally slowly surfaced, allowing her to completely recall everything before the car accident.
Menga, is it really you? Jean Mencher couldn't help but step forward, stretching out her plump, fair, slender hands towards Jean Menga, wanting to touch her face. Am I dreaming? Are you really my sister? Jean Menga looked at the scene in disbelief.
Her sister, who had been missing for 6 years, came back and stood in front of her safely, calling her name. This felt unreal to her, like a dream.
Silly sister, you are not dreaming. I really am your sister.
Jean Mencher smiled with tears in her eyes and pinched Jean Menga's little face with her hands. The touch on her face made Jean Menga burst into tears, and then she threw herself into her sister's arms.
Sister, where have you been all these years? I'm really worried about you. I'm sorry I'm late.
Jean Mencher hugged Jean Menga and kept comforting her. This scene also made Shirley, who was standing next to him, feel a lump in her throat, and a sense of relief welled up in her heart. She was genuinely happy that Jean Mencher had found her relatives.
Sister, come in quickly, I'll take you to see Grandpa.
Jean Menga hurriedly pulled Jean Mencher into the house and walked towards the room where Jean Shuling was. After walking into the house, Jean Mencher couldn't help feeling a pain in her heart.
The house was extremely dilapidated.
The white wall paint had been corroded into black and yellow, and the furniture was pitifully scarce, with not a single piece intact.
Although the house is only 30 square meters, it looks empty because there are no other decorations except a few pieces of furniture.
I never thought that their lives had become so difficult during the 6 years I was away. She felt so sorry for Jean Menga and the others.
Grandpa, look who's back.
Jean Menga opened the door to the room and ran towards Jean Shuling on the bed with a look of joy on her face.
You are so happy, could it be that Lin Yu is back? Jean Shuling laughed and was about to stand up to greet Lin Yu. It's not him, it's my sister. My sister is back.
Elder sister? Jean Shuling was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked towards the door of the room.
The next second, tears of excitement dripped down Jean Shuling's old face, and he said in disbelief, Is it really Mencher? You're back? Grandpa, I'm back.
When Jean Mencher saw her grandfather, she was deeply moved and hurried forward to hug Jean Shuling. In that forgotten memory, she still remembered everything that happened in the Jean Shu mausoleum 6 years ago.
It's good to be back, it's good to be back.
Jean Shuling hugged Jean Mencher, and a relieved smile appeared on his wrinkled face for the first time in a long time.
Finally. After 6 years, they finally reunited.
Chapter 66 The Scumbag Who Never Even Held My Hand.
Oh my God, you finally opened your eyes. Jean Shuling burst into tears.
Today is undoubtedly the happiest day of his life. First, his own strange disease was cured, and then Jean Mencher returned home, and their family reunited again.
Real.
He would be willing to die now, as he no longer has any regrets.
Qin Mengge couldn't help but step forward and hug her sister and grandfather tightly.
She had never been as happy as she was today in the past 6 years. Although Shirley was not a member of the Qin family, she couldn't help but feel tears in her eyes when she saw the scene in front of her, and she was sincerely happy for them. The warm atmosphere of reunion lasted for a long time.
No one wanted to let go first.
They were all afraid that this was a dream, and once they let go, they would return to the cruel reality. Only after Qin Mengshi calmed down her inner excitement did she slowly stand up and look at her sister.
Mengge, what about the property you mentioned earlier? Is there someone who wants to buy this house?
She still remembered what Qin Mengge had said just now and her angry look.
Qin Mengge nodded and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Well, a year or two ago, a real estate company said it wanted to buy this piece of land.
Shouldn't this be a good thing? Why are you so angry? Shirley asked puzzledly.
In her opinion, the environment in the slum is so bad that living here for a long time is bad for the body.
If she sells this place, won't she have enough money to live in a better place? But Qin Mengge shook his head with a wry smile.
If the other party offered a suitable price, we would naturally be willing to sell it, but the price they offered was less than 100,000 yuan. There is no way we would sign such an unfair contract.
And they keep harassing us. Every once in a while they send people to cause trouble.
Today, they almost got Grandpa into trouble.
If someone hadn't helped, you might not even be able to see Grandpa now.
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Mengshi's eyes turned cold. Although the land in the slums is very cheap and can definitely be sold for around 1 million, the other party is unwilling to pay even 100,000. It is obvious that they dare to do this because they are alone and have no one to rely on.
Which real estate company would dare to engage in such blatant illegal acquisitions? Aren't they afraid of legal sanctions?
Shirley was also furious after hearing this, thinking that this real estate company was too arrogant. It's a company called Green Real Estate.
Green Real Estate? Qin Mengge frowned. Obviously she had never heard of this company.
After all, she is not in the real estate business.
Chairman, I've heard of Green Real Estate.
It's said to be a company that made its fortune by reselling land. It has a very bad reputation in Yanjiang, and almost no company is willing to cooperate with them. Shirley, go contact Director Wang for me and see if he can help.
The Mr. Wang that Qin Mengshi mentioned is a famous real estate tycoon in Yanjiang. He owns almost 30% of the land in Yanjiang City and has a lot of say. If he is willing to help, I believe sanctioning green real estate will not be a problem at all.
Yes. Shirley nodded, took out her cell phone, turned around and walked out of the house. Seeing the scene, Qin Shuling and Qin Mengge both showed puzzled expressions. Qin Mengshi also explained to them, Grandpa, you may not know yet, but in the 6 years since I left you, I have successfully started my own business.
Now I have a considerable status in Yanjiang.
If everything goes well, I can help you solve the harassment from Green Real Estate.
Real? Qin Mengge and Qin Shuling were very surprised and couldn't believe their ears. Of course it's true. The chairman is now the largest shareholder of Guanyin Group. He is second only to him in the entire Yanjiang City.
At this time, Shirley walked in with a hint of admiration in her tone.
Guanyin Group? Could it be Guanyin Group, one of the top 100 companies in Yanjiang? The grandfather and daughter were dumbfounded and deeply moved. What did Mr. Wang say? Don't worry, Chairman.
Mr. Wang said it's a small matter, so he'll take care of it.
He even proposed a cooperation with you. What kind of cooperation?
He said he hopes to work with Guanyin Group to acquire land in Nanshan District and plan this area as a key development area in the future. Shirley explained to Qin Mengshi seriously, I personally also feel that Nanshan District has huge development potential. After all, Hualing District and Xiaguan District have been fully developed and have no extra commercial value, but Nanshan District is different. If the government supports infrastructure development in the future, Nanshan District will also have enormous commercial value.
Buying low-price land here in advance will save companies from having to pay high prices to compete with other companies later.
After listening to Shirley's advice, Qin Mengshi looked thoughtful.
Let's put this matter aside for now.
I'll think about it carefully later.
Right now, I just want to be reunited with my family.
I see. I'll report this to Mr. Wang first. While Shirley was on the phone, Qin Mengshi suggested to her grandfather and sister, Grandpa, Mengge, I'll take you to dinner first, and then I'll arrange for you to stay at my house.
As for you, don't stay here anymore.
Qin Mengshi's wealth now exceeds 10 billion yuan. She is fully capable of giving Qin Shuling and Qin Menga a better life, and naturally will not let them continue to live in the slums.
But Qin Menga shook her head and said, "Sister, can we have dinner later? I have something else to do." "What is it?" "I want to apologize to someone."
Seeing her sister's serious expression, Qin Mengshi did not stop her, but nodded, "Then go ahead.
"Grandpa and I will wait for you here."
Seeing that her sister agreed, Qin Menga showed a happy smile on her pretty face and ran out of the house.
"Grandpa, do you know who Menga is going to apologize to?" It was not until she left completely that Qin Mengshi asked her grandfather. She was always a little worried. "A man who could be your brother-in-law."
Qin Shuling was also in a good mood, so he played a little joke. But this made Qin Mengshi feel nervous and her eyebrows slightly frowned. Since the reunion, Qin Mengshi has made up her mind to protect her grandfather and sister no matter what.
So she was very worried that Qin Menga would meet the wrong person.
After all, Qin Menga is so beautiful, and there are many bad men with bad intentions in society.
What if the person Qin Menga likes happens to be a scumbag?
Then she will do everything she can to make him leave Qin Menga's world.
But Qin Mengshi didn't know.
If Lin Yu knew what she was thinking, he would probably scold her on the spot.
Is he a scumbag? That's enough. Is there a scumbag in this world who would be slapped before even holding hands? Chapter 67. Don't reject me this time, okay? 7 o'clock in the evening.
In front of the bus stop, part-time students have gathered and are preparing to take roll call and settle their wages. Before Lin Yu reached the station, he heard a quarrel coming from afar.
"Chen Juinjia, why are you still standing there? Take off your clothes and run naked. Are you trying to cheat? Why are you so anxious? Lin Yu hasn't come back yet. Who said I will definitely lose?" Anyone with a little bit of brains knows that Qin Menga can't possibly fall for Lin Yu, so you'd better admit defeat. Stop talking nonsense, wait until they come back and see what happens. In front of the station, Chen Juinjia and Wang Zijing were arguing fiercely. They had made a bet with each other before, that if Chen Juinjia lost, he would take off his clothes and run naked here. If Wang Zijing lost, he would lose his reasoning on the spot. But the suspense of this bet was too obvious, and no one believed that Chen Juinjia could win. Because Qin Menga couldn't possibly fall for Lin Yu. She is the campus belle of Yanjian University. Countless handsome guys and rich second generations pursue her, but no one can win her over. Who is Lin Yu? He was just an ordinary freshman. She has no money, no background, no connections, and even her figure and appearance are just average. She is no match for the handsome school idol who once confessed to Qin Menga. Why did Qin Menga like him? So it was inevitable that Chen Juinjia would lose. The classmates present secretly laughed at his stupidity, thinking that a good show was about to begin. Chen Juinjia actually knew that he had no chance of winning this bet. He also knew very well that Qin Menga would not be interested in Lin Yu, but he was angry at the time, so he agreed to this ridiculous bet on impulse. By the time he calmed down, he no longer had the chance to regret. This also made him extremely annoyed, and he wondered why he had to be so stupid as to agree to such a bet. Now he only hopes that Lin Yuzhen can take down Qin Menga. But the probability of this happening is almost zero. He is not stupid either. If Lin Yu could catch up with Qin Menga, it would be like the end of the world. I think you should surrender and admit your mistake to Wang Zijing. Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll leave you a pair of underwear. Yeah, after all, you're a student of Yanjian University. If you really run around naked, our reputation will be damaged as well. There's no need to wait for this kind of sure win bet. Just admit defeat and stop wasting our time. Seeing that it was completely dark, everyone was exhausted after a busy day and just wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest, so they urged Chen Juinjia to surrender. Someone just said it right. If you surrender now, I will allow you to run naked with a piece of toilet paper covering your body. Wang Zijing smiled arrogantly, his eyes full of gloating. This also made Chen Juinjia look ugly, and his hands gradually clenched into fists, which showed how aggrieved and angry he was at the moment. But there was no way out, since he had agreed to the bet on a whim. After a hard struggle in his heart, Chen Juinjia sighed deeply and finally decided to give in. At this point, there is no point in continuing to be stubborn. If I surrender now, at least I can use some toilet paper to cushion my pain. Okay, But just when Chen Juinjia was about to admit defeat, a figure slowly walked over from a distance. It was Lin Yu. What are you talking about?
When Lin Yu came back, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience.
Seeing that he was alone, Wang Zijing and other students couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the laughter was overwhelming. See? I said Qin Manga couldn't possibly fall for Lin Yu. Rather than believing that he can catch up with Qin Manga, I would rather believe that the end of the world is coming. It's all a joke after all, no matter if it's Qin Juinjia or Lin Yu. Wang Zijing licked his lips arrogantly and said to Qin Juinjia, I'm willing to accept the loss. Don't try to cheat. Everyone is waiting to see you run naked. Chen Juinjia lowered his head with an extremely ugly expression. He never thought he would end up like this. What's going on? Even if Lin Yu was slow, he could guess what happened between Chen Juinjia and Wang Zijing. Chen Juinjia showed a bitter look on his face and told the story of the gambling. After learning about this, Lin Yu frowned. He didn't expect Chen Juinjia to agree to such a bet, which made him speechless. Because he also hoped that Chen Juinjia could win the bet, so that he wouldn't have his remaining dog food points deducted. But there is nothing we can do, we can only say it is God's will. He couldn't help with this matter. At this time, Wang Zijing stepped forward, his momentum aggressive. Why are you still standing there? Take off your clothes quickly, do you want me to help you? Wait, can you change the conditions? Change? Okay, then tell me what you want to change? 500,000, this bet is cancelled. When Lin Yu asked to give out 500,000, everyone present was shocked, wondering if he had so much money. I've never heard of a rich second generation like him in school before. Do you think I'd be fooled? If you really had 500,000, why would you come here to do a part-time job? Even if you did, I wouldn't care. Today, I want to see Chen Juinjia run naked in front of me. Wang Zijing smiled coldly. This also made Lin Yu's expression darken. It's okay, Lin Yu. It's just streaking. At most, you'll lose face for a few days. Who will remember it after a while? Chen Juinjia forced a smile on his face. This is his own business. There is no need to involve Lin Yu. It is unfair to him. Seeing Chen Juinjia start to take off his clothes, everyone present sneered. Everyone was watching coldly, waiting for the show to begin. Wang Zijing even took out his cell phone, intending to record the scene of him running naked, and then upload it to the school forum so that Chen Juinjia would be looked down upon forever. Lin Yu couldn't bear to watch it any longer and immediately stepped forward to stop it. If this were really posted on the forum, Chen Juinjia would be socially doomed forever. He would rather Chen Juinjia become a deadbeat than have his life tarnished by this. But just when everyone was excited and waiting to see Chen Juinjia running naked, a sweet and pleasant voice came from not far away. Lin Yu. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. Qin Manga ran to Lin Yu, panting and sweating profusely. As the sweat poured down, everyone could smell her alluring fragrance, which made them intoxicated both physically and mentally. But most of the people were confused, wondering why Qin Manga was so anxious to find Lin Yu. Even Lin Yu was surprised. He looked at Qin Manga, whose pretty face was flushed, and couldn't help asking, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Everyone looked at them, their hearts full of confusion as to why Qin Manga had approached Lin Yu. But the next moment, Qin Manga's behavior shocked the whole audience. Don't reject me this time, okay? Qin Manga's tone was low and pleading, and he decisively stretched out his hand and grabbed the corner of Lin Yu's clothes tightly. This humble tone, this reluctant expression, this blurred look. It was as if Qin Manga was a dumped girlfriend, begging her boyfriend to get back together. Hiss. Someone suddenly gasped. The originally noisy atmosphere completely froze at this moment. Everyone's expression was stunned, as if it had been struck by lightning. Qin Manga actually took the initiative to keep Lin Yu and begged him not to reject her again. What is going on in this world? Is the end of the world really coming? Chapter 68 Scumbag Lin Yu. This can't be true? Qin Manga asked Lin Yu to get back together again? What is the relationship between these two people? Everyone was wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes, because it was too magical. Qin Manga is one of the foremost beautiful girls in Yanjiang University. The number of people pursuing her is enough to fill the entire university playground, but no one has been able to catch up with her for 2 years. Now she actually seems to be asking Lin Yu to get back together and not dump her. It almost made them feel like they were dreaming. But don't say they were confused, Lin Yu himself also lived in Bengbu. What the hell is this? The situation changed so quickly that he was confused. Qin Manga had rejected me before? Why was he trying to keep me now? He no longer knew what this woman was thinking. I have something to tell you, can you give me a moment?
Shin Manga seemed unaware of the misunderstanding she had caused, and her expression still contained a hint of pleading. Looking at her like this, Lin Yu felt a little bit sorry. But he had made up his mind not to have anything to do with Qin Mengshe anymore.
Then, Lin Yu said coldly, there is nothing more to talk about between you and me. Wow.
When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Lin Yu's words completely confirmed everyone's guess that they were really a couple. Even if it is not, there must be a simple relationship. But Lin Yu was so cruel that he didn't even give Qin Menge a chance to explain.
It's simply shocking.
If it were them, not only would they not give Qin Menge a chance to explain, they would be the first to ask for reconciliation before she even opens her mouth.
I know I was wrong, but I'm also reflecting on it, so can you give me another chance? At least let me apologize to you.
Seeing Lin Yu so indifferent, Qin Menge even had a faint tear in the corner of his eyes.
She sincerely hoped to resolve the conflict between the two. But Qin Menge didn't know that her words completely stunned everyone.
They had never seen Qin Menge so humble before, which completely overturned the impression they had of him.
What on earth did Lin Yu do to Qin Menge? Why could Qin Menge be so humble? Didn't I say it? You're not wrong, I'm the one who's wrong. Lin Yu sighed and thought to himself, don't bother me anymore, you really want me to be your bootlicker, right?
But Lin Yu's words aroused public anger.
Damn, why do I feel that Lin Yu's words are so familiar? I seem to have heard them somewhere. I remember now, isn't this a standard line from a scumbag's book? It's all my fault. You're not wrong. You deserve someone better. I'm not worthy of you. Aren't these the things a scumbag says when he's tired of playing with you?
I didn't expect that Lin Yu was such a scumbag, and he also cheated on Qin Menge.
God is blind. How can such a person be a scumbag? For a moment, everyone regarded Lin Yu as a scumbag.
After all, the evidence is conclusive, and he can't cheat even if he wants to. At the same time, they also feel jealous in their hearts.
Why can Lin Yu cheat on Qin Menge, but they can't? How exactly are they inferior to Lin Yu? I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I am willing to agree to the conditions you proposed earlier. Is that not enough?
When she said this, Qin Menge's face flushed, she lowered her head shyly, and didn't dare to see anyone.
But it surprised everyone around him.
It was the first time they saw Qin Menge's shy look.
She was so charming and it made people feel itchy. But the next second, they suddenly remembered that sentence. Is Qin Menge going to agree to the conditions Lin Yu proposed earlier?
When they heard this, everyone became hard.
Fist. This scumbag. He actually used this kind of lustful trick to deceive Qin Menge.
His crime is so heinous and shameless. At this moment, Lin Yu didn't know that his impression had already changed drastically in the hearts of his classmates. He was just very surprised. He didn't expect Qin Menge to be willing to let him hold hands.
Then wouldn't he not be punished by the system? Really? Are you willing to agree to the conditions I just proposed?
When Lin Yu thought that he would not have to lose 200 dog food points and could earn another 100 points, his tone changed and he couldn't help but get excited.
But everyone was so angry that their teeth itched. Really? This guy is such a scumbag.
As soon as he heard that Qin Menge was willing to agree to his obscene conditions, his tone changed.
Real. Why are you so skilled?
Lin Yu must have used this tactic many times, otherwise he wouldn't be so proficient at it.
In other words,
he is not only a scumbag, but also a sea king.
Qin Menge blushed and responded softly. But it was her expression that completely broke everyone's defenses.
Who would have thought that Qin Menge, one of the four most beautiful girls in Yanjiang, would be conquered by such a scumbag?
They are so jealous.
But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to forget it. I can't be sure if you are sincere or not. Lin Yu recalled everything he had experienced before. When I think of Qin Menge's false disguise and moody personality, I decide to just forget about it. I feel like if I get too involved with her, it will definitely not end well.
Fuck. Is this guy showing off to us? Qin Menge has already agreed to his request, and he's still pretending? That's enough. I can't help hitting anyone anymore. Are all scumbags so good at acting? It would be unfair to you if you don't win the Oscar for Best Actor. In the eyes of this group of onlookers, Lin Yu's behavior is undoubtedly Versailles.
He has clearly already captured Qin Manga, but he still wants to pretend in front of them.
How arrogant!
Believe me, I'm sincere this time and won't lie to you again.
Qin Manga stared at Lin Yu with serious eyes.
But Lin Yu still felt it was unreliable and immediately shook his head to refuse. But before he could speak, the group of people next to him finally couldn't help it. They were fed up with Lin Yu's Versailles.
Fuck! You're just pretending to be a piece of shit. Don't think we don't know you're a scumbag. Manga, don't believe him, this guy is not a good person, he is deceiving you. Right. He's playing hard to get. Don't listen to this jerk.
They thought their words could wake Qin Manga up and make her realize Lin Yu's true face.
But Qin Manga showed a cold attitude and said to everyone indifferently, "What's the matter between me and Lin Yu got to do with you?" But he's lying to you. You shouldn't believe him.
Wang Zijing spoke hurriedly, hoping that Qin Manga would come to his senses.
He didn't want Lin Yu to succeed in any way.
It's not just because he wants to get Qin Manga, but also because of the bet with Chen Juanjia.
So he must stop Lin Yu from succeeding. But Qin Manga's next words made everyone tremble and look shocked. I'm willing to be deceived by him, isn't it? Chapter 69 I wasn't I really don't know. What is wrong with this world?
Wang Zijing and others only now understand what it means when their kindness is taken for granted.
They clearly reminded Lin Yu that he was a scumbag.
But Qin Manga still refused to listen, as if he had been drugged.
This is really beyond their comprehension. Manga, believe us. Only men understand men. We know better than anyone what Lin Yu, this jerk, is thinking.
Wang Zijing still refused to give up and tried to make Qin Manga see Lin Yu's true face. At the same time, he felt extremely unbalanced.
Why can Lin Yu cheat on Qin Manga, but he can't? How is he inferior to Lin Yu? What qualifications do you have to scold Lin Yu? In my heart, he is much better than you. Qin Manga spoke very excitedly.
In her opinion, these people are not qualified to compare with Lin Yu. She is not blind, how can she see the gap between Lin Yu and them?
These people never extended a helping hand when he needed them the most.
Instead, they kept fawning on him and trying to please him with disgusting faces.
It made her feel sick. But Lin Yu is different. She gave me hope when I was most desperate. This is also the reason why Qin Manga decided to apologize. She didn't want Lin Yu to hate her. Seeing that Qin Manga seemed to have been drugged, Wang Zijing had no choice but to ask Lin Yu, "Did you do something to Manga? Otherwise, how could she be like this? Are you mentally ill?" Lin Yu looked at the mentally retarded person and said, "She did this voluntarily. What does it have to do with me?" Really funny.
He himself wanted to know what Qin Manga was thinking. She was slapped in the face just for suggesting holding hands, and now she regrets it and causes this.
Who knows what she is thinking?
Lin Yu now just wanted to avoid having anything to do with her, so as to avoid being slapped in the face for no reason. But in the eyes of Wang Zijing and others, Lin Yu's words were definitely just showing off.
What do you mean she did it voluntarily and it's none of your business? Didn't you play her to the point where she can't leave you? Why would she be so humble and beg you to get back together? Now you still use others to show your superiority. What a scumbag! What a scumbag who deserves to be cut into pieces.
Lin Yu, I never thought that a handsome man like you could be such a scumbag.
As a man, I feel sick at this kind of behavior.
Wang Zijing said with indignation on his face. He has always liked Qin Manga since he entered school, and even regards her as the goddess in his heart. She was willing to give up her dignity to please Lu Zhihao, hoping to make a name for herself in school so that she could more easily pursue Qin Manga. But now his woman is being toyed with by a scumbag, and he doesn't want to be irresponsible. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Indeed, I've seen scumbags, but I've never seen anyone as scumbag as you. It's really a shame for me to go to the same school with a scumbag like you. You think playing with women's feelings is fun? Disgusting. People like you will meet their end sooner or later. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples.
After Wang Zijing couldn't help but curse at Lin Yu, others also spoke up. They despised Lin Yu's scumbag behavior.
This made Lin Yu confused on the spot.
What the hell is going on? Is he a scumbag? Please, I just got married a few days ago. I have no objection if you say I'm a virgin, but what do you mean by calling me a scumbag?
Just when Lin Yu wanted to refute, Shinjuinjia, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Yuzi, I'm not saying you are a bit of a scumbag." Hiss. Lin Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. How come even you say such things? Don't you know whether I am a scumbag or not? Real. I'm tired, let's destroy it quickly. Lin Yu, don't pay attention to these people, they are not good people. Qin Menga glanced coldly at Wang Zijing and others, his eyes filled with disgust. Can you just tell me what you want to do? I really can't stand it anymore. Lin Yu was completely out of temper. As expected, nothing good will happen if you get involved with Qin Menga. I was just slapped. Now he is hated for no reason and is called a scumbag. He even suspected that his fate was in conflict with Qin Menga's, otherwise so many bad things would not have happened today. I just want to apologize to you, do you hate me so much? Seeing Lin Yu's irritable expression and a hint of indifference in his eyes, Qin Menga's nose couldn't help but feel sore and his eyes turned slightly red. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with sobs. I've already agreed to that request, why do you still hate me? No wonder the saying goes that even a hero can be tempted by a beautiful woman, especially a beautiful woman who cries. When Qin Menga cried, her pretty face not only did not look ugly, but instead had a more pitiful and weak temperament, which made people want to hold her in their arms. This made everyone present feel heartbroken, and they wanted to go up and comfort her. But this also made them hate Lin Yu even more. This guy actually made Qin Menga cry. If they were Qin Menga's boyfriend, they would probably not have enough time to hold her in their hands and take good care of her. However, for Lin Yu, he felt numb all over. Qin Menga's crying sound came to my ears, and the hateful gazes of Wang Zijing and others were beside me. He really couldn't understand why it turned out like this. Well. Lin Yu finally sighed and took out the tissue he carried with him from his pocket. Don't cry, I really don't hate you, I just think there is no need for us to continue talking. Wow. Qin Menga cried even louder. Okay, we can talk about anything you want, as long as you don't cry. Lin Yu hurriedly comforted him. He was really afraid that Qin Menga would continue crying and attract passers-by, which would cause even greater misunderstandings. Seeing that Lin Yu agreed to let him apologize, Qin Menga stopped crying and sobbed, really? More real than pearls. Qin Menga burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Yu, and apologized to him earnestly. I'm sorry, it was all my fault before, I swear I will never do that again, so can you forget those unpleasant things and let us start over? The words fell. Qin Menga took the initiative to hold Lin Yu's hand, with a shy look on her face, showing her charming charm, which made people's hearts melt. I can only say that this scene caused a million-ton critical blow to the hearts of single people. Who could have thought that Qin Menga would take the initiative to this extent? Wang Zijing and others have never hated a scumbag as much as they did today. They looked at Lin Yu with eyes that wished they could cut him into pieces. But don't say they're losing their minds. Lin Yu himself was completely confused. In order to hold Qin Menga's hand, he tried hard for most of the day but to no avail, and was even slapped in the face for no apparent reason. Just when I thought there was no hope and was thinking of completely cutting off this matter, Qin Menga took my hand again without knowing why. Real. What kind of hellish joke is this? Chapter 70, starting today as a scumbag. Qin Menga held Lin Yu's hand for a few seconds, then quickly let go shyly. For her, this was the first time in her life that she held a boy's hand, and she was the one who took the initiative. It can be said that she gave her precious first experience to Lin Yu. But Lin Yu had not yet recovered from his shock and was very surprised. Is Qin Menga serious? She actually agreed to his conditions, and was so proactive. Could it be that she really wants to be friends with me? Ding! The host has completed the task, and the task reward is now being issued. Dog food points plus 100. Current dog food points, 310 points. Just when Lin Yu was still in shock, the system's voice brought him back to reality. Only after seeing the jealous faces of the single guys around him did he realize that he was not dreaming. Are you sure you're serious? Lin Yu confirmed again and again. Qin Menga didn't answer but nodded shyly. It was his attitude that made Lin Yu understand that she was not joking. Okay, I accept your apology. The other party has already gone this far, it would be too much to refuse. Very good. Qin Menga was overjoyed, his face full of joy. Her eyes, which were originally watery from crying, became as touching as crescent moons when she smiled. She was truly happy from the bottom of her heart. Lin Yu finally forgave her.
The scene of the two of them reconciling made Wang Zijing and others furious. Why is this happening? How could such a scumbag play with Qin Menge's feelings so casually?
Not only did he deceive her, but he also made her actively seek peace.
But these affectionate and loyal people don't even have the chance to be looked at.
This world is so unfair to infatuated people like them.
Right. Since we're starting over, why don't we introduce ourselves again? It'll be more ceremonial that way. Qin Menge suddenly proposed to Lin Yu.
Although it felt a bit awkward, Lin Yu did not refuse. He took the lead in introducing himself to Qin Menge.
My name is Lin Yu, a freshman majoring in finance. What a coincidence. I'm also in the finance department. Qin Menge pretended to be surprised, then said cheerfully, My name is Qin Menge, and I'm your sophomore senior.
Then I will call you Senior Sister Qin.
Why call me Senior Sister? Didn't you agree to call me Menge during the day? Qin Menge puffed up her face, very dissatisfied. Didn't you say you wanted to start over? Can you blame me for this?
Don't worry about such details. Seeing the two flirting with each other, everyone felt so miserable. Especially when they heard about it during the day, their hearts skipped a beat.
Could it be possible that Lin Yu conquered Qin Menge in just half a day? This can't be true. How did he win the school beauty in just half a day?
Everyone felt sour and hateful, wishing they were Lin Yu so they wouldn't have to stand here and be fed dog food.
But they didn't know that Lin Yu's critical strike on them was not limited to this.
Lin Yu glanced at the time and said with concern, It's getting late, you should go back, so that your grandfather won't worry.
Grandfather? This guy. Could it be that he has already met Qin Menge's parents? This progress is too fast. It's okay.
I told Grandpa I came out to find you.
He was very relieved. Qin Menge's words completely confirmed everyone's guess.
This jerk Lin Yu actually met Qin Menge's parents and fooled them, otherwise how could he let Qin Menge come to see Lin Yu so late at night?
Has he already planned out the parents? How scumbag is this?
Everyone then realized that Lin Yu, who appeared harmless on the surface, was actually full of schemes and tricks. But the old man has just recovered from a serious illness and needs someone to accompany him.
You should go back.
Lin Yu claimed that it was fine for her to continue staying here, so she might as well go back and accompany Qin Chuling.
Qin Menge also thought it made sense, and immediately prepared to go back. Then I'll be leaving first. See you at school in a few days. Good.
Lin Yu watched Qin Menge leave and breathed a sigh of relief.
He is really tired today. Now Lin Yu just wants to go back to the dormitory and rest.
But at this moment, he felt a hostile gaze coming from beside him.
Lin Yu, you are really good. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. I haven't discovered it before. A scumbag like you will be cut into pieces sooner or later. Let Qin Menge go, she is just a simple girl.
A group of people criticized Lin Yu verbally, but their tone was full of bitterness.
They really couldn't understand why Qin Menge would fall for Lin Yu. Are scumbags really so popular? Or is it true that in this world, women only love bad men? Otherwise, there is no reason why Lin Yu could be so bad to Qin Menge. Many people even swore in their hearts that they would be scumbags from today on. Since Lin Yu, a scumbag, can cheat on Qin Menge, then they can definitely do it too. If you have a problem with your brain, go see a doctor. Lin Yu looked like an idiot. If he is a scumbag, then there are no good men in this world.
Yuzi, brother wants to tell you something. Chen Juanjia squeezed next to him at some point, with a vulgar expression on his face.
If you dare to call me a scumbag, I'll slap you right back. Look at what you said. We have been together for so many years. How could I not believe you, brother? So what do you want to say? Can you teach me how to be a scumbag? Lin Yu. Damn it. It never ends, right? Lin Yu, if you dare to snatch the woman I like, I will make you regret it.
Just when Lin Yu was completely exhausted, Wang Zijing, who had been gloomy for a long time, suddenly spoke with a cold and terrifying tone.
He couldn't accept this reality.
It would be fine if it was snatched away by someone like Lu Zhihao.
Why does Lin Yu dare to ride on his head? Before you say this, shouldn't you think about the one thing you haven't done yet?
Lin Yu smiled coldly, seeming to be very playful.
What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you forgot the bet.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone remembered the bet. Previously, because of Qin Menge's appearance, they forgot for a while, but now after Lin Yu reminded them, they remembered everything. Wang Zijing's expression instantly turned ugly, as if he had swallowed a dung beetle raw.
I almost forgot.
Chen Juanjia also reacted and showed a smug smile. He, who was originally at a disadvantage, changed his attitude and punched Wang Zijing hard. I am the winner of the bet now, don't cheat, everyone is waiting to see you spray upside down.
Lin Yu was a little stunned.
Wang Zijing is really a ruthless person, as he can even say something like handstand ejaculation. However, those who had been making a fuss before did not dare to speak this time. It's okay to mock Chen Juanjia, but there is a high probability that mocking Wang Zijing will lead to revenge. Wang Zijing's face was distorted, he couldn't believe that he actually lost. But with so many people watching, it was impossible to go back on his word. In the end, he could only say unwillingly, I won't go back on my word.
I can do a handstand, but I can't guarantee I can ejaculate. He wasn't being disingenuous when he said this.
Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for people to force themselves to have diarrhea. So Wang Zijing was very proud in his heart.
I don't have diarrhea, but you can force me to do it?
To put it bluntly, his punishment was to stand upside down in the street.
Compared to streaking, this is much more decent. Chapter 71 Splatoon in the Square. If you only do a handstand, that would be too easy for you. Chen Juanjia immediately retorted and did not want to let Wang Zijing go. Why should he run naked after losing, while Wang Zijing just does a handstand in the street? This is totally unfair.
But this is also Chen Juanjia's own fault for being stupid and not discovering this blind spot at the first time.
What a joke! Can you ejaculate anytime and anywhere? If not, just shut your mouth. Wang Zijing smiled cunningly, feeling very proud. You are making excuses. Don't tell me these nonsense. Let me say the same thing as before. If you can't do it, don't shout. You.
Chen Juanjia was so angry that he gritted his teeth and went up to argue with Wang Zijing. But at this moment, Lin Yu pulled him back and said, just do as he says.
But,
believe me, I won't let him off easily. Chen Juanjia wanted to say something, but when he saw Lin Yu's serious expression, he chose to believe him. Seeing this, Lin Yu also looked at Wang Zijing with a hint of joking in his tone. Okay, as you said just now, you only need to stand upside down for 3 minutes.
That's right.
Wang Zijing gave Lin Yu and the others a mocking look, and then prepared to do a handstand on the street. But Lin Yu stopped him at this time.
Wait. What do you mean? Wang Zijing said impatiently. There are too few people here.
Let's go to a place with more people and start again. Lin Yu suggested that there was a people's square 100 meters ahead. It happened that there were a lot of people at this time, and many people were taking a walk and square dancing aunties gathered. So Lin Yu asked Wang Zijing to go to the center of the square to fulfill the bet.
Okay, I'll satisfy you. Wang Zijing had no objection, it was the same everywhere anyway.
At Lin Yu's suggestion, everyone went to the people's square 100 meters away. The square is very lively at night, with many adults and children gathered there, but what attracts the most attention are the aunties dancing in the center of the square. A song called The Most Dazzling National Style came out from the speakers nearby, and the deafening singing stimulated everyone's eardrums. Although many people hate this noise pollution, the vast majority of people have no choice but to endure it.
After all, if they went up to argue, they would be no match for these ants. Lin Yu, Wang Zijing, and others came to the people's square. When the square dance ants finished dancing the most exciting national style and were about to enter the break, Wang Zijing took the opportunity to walk to the center of the square. Look, don't accuse me of cheating again.
After saying this, Wang Zijing began to stand upside down on the spot. Because he had learned some street dance before, Wang Zijing had good body coordination and was able to complete the handstand with ease. However, his behavior also attracted the curiosity of many people, and they came over to check what was going on. At first I thought he was performing street dance, but later I found out it was just a simple handstand, and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. They thought they would be able to see street dance masters versus square dance aunties tonight.
Where did you come from, you wild kid? Go away and don't disturb us from dancing. If you want to do a handstand, go back home and do it. Do you know this is a public place? It's not a place for you to be alone. How can you be so uneducated? How did your mother raise you? Don't you know what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? However, those square dance aunties were not happy.
She immediately stepped forward and scolded Wang Zijing, telling him to get out immediately and not to affect their subsequent dance.
Why are you yelling? I'll be leaving soon. Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated?
Wang Zijing is also quite awesome.
He did a handstand while arguing with the square dance aunties.
Such a magical scene naturally attracted a lot of onlookers, who wondered how awesome a person could be to dare to fight against a whole group of square dance aunties alone. More and more people gathered around, and the situation gradually changed. Many people even took out their mobile phones to record this rare scene and planned to post it online.
This scene also made Chen Juanjia confused.
Then he suddenly realized and gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Yuzi, this trick of yours is good.
Although it can't make Wang Zijing spray, it can make him feel disgusted by the square dance ant.
I thought Lin Yu really had a way to make Wang Zijing ejaculate upside down, but Chen Juanjia felt that he was thinking too much.
Lin Yu is not a person with superpowers, how could he do such a thing? It's good enough that Wang Zijing and the square dance aunties can quarrel with each other. Who said I can't make Wang Zijing squirt? But just when Chen Juanjia thought that was the end, Lin Yu said something shocking. He said in disbelief, "Are you serious? Just keep watching."
Lin Yu smiled mysteriously.
At this time, Wang Zijing and the square dance ants were also tired of spraying. He turned to look at Lin Yu. 3 minutes are up, and the bet between us is cancelled. Don't be impatient, you haven't ejaculated yet, how can you call that a fulfillment of the bet? You're kidding me, huh? I said I can't ejaculate. No. You can squirt, I said.
Lin Yu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth.
At the same time, the 9th grade dog food skill eye of the Splatoon is activated.
A faint golden light flashed from the depths of Lin Yu's eyes. After activating the eye of Splatoon, he immediately locked the target onto Wang Zijing.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ability activated. It's permanently socially dead. Idiot, I don't want to play with you anymore.
Wang Zijing cursed angrily and was about to stand up. But just as he was about to get up from the ground, he suddenly felt a familiar tingling sensation in his abdomen, causing his expression to change abruptly. He had a premonition that if he moved again, something horrible would happen. This frightened Wang Zijing so much that he tensed up and didn't dare to relax at all. But the square dance auntie next to him would not let him continue to occupy this place, and everyone immediately stepped forward to drive Wang Zijing away.
Don't come over here. Wang Zijing roared, his face full of fear. He swore that if someone touched him now, he would definitely ejaculate. Who are you trying to scare, you little bastard? But this group of square dance aunties ignored his threats and stepped forward to push Wang Zijing's body. The moment his body was touched, Wang Zijing could no longer hold back. He. With a foul scream, Wang Zijing transformed into a jet warrior in front of everyone.
Even if they were slow to react, the smell and sound alone were enough to let them know what was happening. Everyone looked terrified and retreated one after another, fearing that they would vomit up the food they had eaten the previous night.
Among the crowd, the most miserable ones are the square dance aunties.
They are closest to Wang Zijing and have suffered the worst.
You little bastard, I really am. Ugh. Your mother is so unlucky to have given birth to a bastard like you. How can there be a little beast like you in this world?
The group of ants fled from the center of the battlefield while cursing, not daring to approach Wang Zijing.
I'm afraid that this guy will spray again, which could be fatal. You can say that. Wang Zijing won the battle between him and the square dance aunties.
But looking at the backs of the square dance aunties fleeing in panic, Wang Zijing did not feel happy at all, and his whole body was numb as a steak. Because this kind of victory was obviously not what he wanted. Chapter 72. Those who understand will understand.
He really squirted? No way. Is it necessary for Wang Zijing to fight to this extent?
I don't know whether to say he's stupid or has personality.
Everyone who was traveling with him was stunned.
I was so shocked by Wang Zijing's performance.
Are you really going to perform a handstand and have diarrhea in front of so many people? So brave.
But they didn't know that Wang Zijing never expected this to happen. He was now completely numb, his mind was blank, and he couldn't even imagine that this was reality.
Why? Why is this happening? He actually ejaculated while standing upside down? He clearly didn't have an upset stomach today, so why did he suddenly vomit? But compared to this, something even more desperate is yet to come.
More and more people gathered around, and they all took out their mobile phones to record themselves ejaculating, as if they were going to upload it to the internet. If it were really posted online, his life would be ruined and even his university life would be affected. This was simply beyond his imagination.
If anyone dares to take another picture, I'll smash his phone.
Wang Zijing had a ferocious look on his face and yelled at the people around him who were taking pictures with their mobile phones.
You're being humiliating in public and you don't allow people to take pictures of you?
No one paid attention to his threats. Everyone continued to do as they pleased, taking pictures with their mobile phones to capture Wang Zijing's ugly appearance.
Someone even broke out a shocking piece of news later. I heard someone sprayed in public yesterday on Baicheng Street. I think that person might be this guy's accomplice. We agreed to take revenge on society. You know what? I remember it now. It seems like that really happened yesterday. My moments went crazy with it. I heard that person yesterday was a live streamer.
He was probably some sensationalist who specialized in using disgusting methods to attract attention and traffic.
This is too disgusting. Can't we control people like this?
If people like this become popular, they will simply corrupt social morals. Countless people shook their heads and criticized Wang Zijing, regarding him as an unscrupulous internet anchor who wanted to become famous.
After all, what can anchors these days do to become famous? If people dare to live stream themselves eating poop, what is the big deal about being a Splatoon? Don't spit blood at me, I'm not a broadcaster.
Wang Zijing was slandered by everyone and hurriedly explained to clear himself. But no one believed him at all, and everyone still pointed fingers at him, which made Wang Zijing angry and frustrated. But in the end, his mentality began to collapse. Unable to accept this reality, Wang Zijing knelt on the ground and cried, looking a little pitiful. But no one felt sorry for him. Everyone thought he was acting and trying to continue to attract attention and traffic. But some people at the scene knew that Wang Zijing was not acting, he was really crying.
This has become a big deal. It's definitely going to be on the news tomorrow, and the school won't be able to just sit back and do nothing. Who's going to take Wang Zijing away? Otherwise, don't let us get punished too. That idiot Wang Zijing proposed this bet himself, so what does it have to do with us? If he asks us, we'll just say we don't know. Can the school still punish us?
A group of classmates looked at Wang Zijing not far away, and no one was willing to step forward to help him. Not to mention that they were unfamiliar with the game, the mere fact that Wang Zijing was covered in golden Wallace was enough to make them back off. I don't know who was the first to suggest leaving and no longer having anything to do with Wang Zijing. After someone took the lead and left, the others also turned around and left, fearing that they would be involved in this matter.
Why are you still standing there? Let's go too. Just as Chen Juanjia was stunned, Lin Yu's voice brought him back to reality.
Even now, he still couldn't believe that what he saw was real. He looked at Lin Yu with a confused expression and said, "Yuzi, pinch my face."
I want to see if I am dreaming. Pinching your face is boring, how about I just punch you? Then forget it.
Chen Juanjia was so excited that his whole body began to tremble.
Yuzi, can you tell me how you did this?
Although he didn't know how Lin Yu did it, he believed that this must be his method.
You really want me to tell you?
Lin Yu showed a serious expression.
Of course. Can we have any secrets between brothers?
Well, since you want to hear it so much, I'll tell you, but I'll only tell you once.
Don't worry, I will remember every word.
Chen Juanjia patted his chest and promised. Then you better listen carefully. Lin Yu slowly moved closer to Chen Juanjia's ear and whispered. Actually, this is easy to understand, because those who understand will understand, and there's no need to understand if you don't understand.
After all, there are many things you don't understand, and even if I tell you, you might not understand them. And even if you do, understanding them might not be a good thing, so it's best for you not to understand them. After saying this, Lin Yu turned and left, leaving Chen Juanjia standing there with a confused look on his face. It was unknown how long it took before he came to his senses. He cursed at Lin Yu's back, "Gone. Are you kidding me?"
After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yu just sat down and turned on the computer when Wang Hu next to him suddenly shouted.
Holy crap! Yanjian University has produced another amazing person.
Upon hearing this, everyone in the dormitory was attracted and hurried over to ask Wang Hu.
What's going on? What kind of amazing person has appeared? Isn't it possible that someone else is hooking up online and ending up with a tiger tank? What the hell?
Someone was doing a handstand and defecating in public at People's Square in Nanshan District, and someone filmed it and posted it online.
That's it? Didn't someone spray it publicly on Baicheng Street yesterday? It's different. This time the people are from Yanjian University. No way. Who on earth is so brave?
He just gave up his future school life. It seems to be a person named Wang Zijing.
Do you know him? Ha ha ha.
It turns out to be this idiot.
He's Lu Jihao's close lackey, always bullying others in school. Today, God has finally opened his eyes and made him completely obliterated.
Xian Xiaola had once had some friction with Wang Zijing and looked down on him in his heart. Now seeing him end up like this, he was so happy that he almost danced in the dormitory. The others also looked gloating, and obviously they were hoping that a villain like Wang Zijing would be embarrassed. Listening to the excited shouts of his roommates, Lin Yu smiled faintly and said nothing, keeping his achievements and fame to himself. But just when they were excited, an arrogant sneer suddenly came from outside the door.
It's 10 o'clock and you still dare to make such a loud noise. I think you really don't know how to live or die. Zhang Hanyang walked to the dormitory door in an arrogant manner, with a cigarette in his mouth. Chapter 73 Being Framed.
After Zhang Hanyang appeared, the dormitory immediately became quiet. Everyone looked at Zhang Hanyang with disgust.
What are you doing here? Hasn't the roll call been completed long ago?
I'm the dorm manager.
I can come whenever I want. What's it to you? If you have to fart, do it now. We're turning off the lights and taking a break.
Seeing Wang Hu and the others being so disrespectful to him, Zhang Hanyang snorted coldly, pointed at their noses and said, "Don't be so arrogant, your good days are almost over." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the dormitory frowned.
What do you mean by that? Nothing, just a reminder to you guys.
Zhang Hanyang dropped the cigarette but from his mouth at the dormitory door.
Today, the school held a dormitory management meeting.
They said that recently boys have been frequently running into the girls' dormitory next door to steal underwear. The higher-ups specifically asked us to catch the suspect and expel him.
What the hell does it have to do with us? We haven't been to the girls' dormitory. That's hard to say. Lin Yu has been going out early and coming back late every day recently. Maybe he's going to steal girls' underwear?
Zhang Hanyang looked at Lin Yu with a playful look on his face.
In response, Lin Yu said calmly, "Do you have any evidence?" "You want evidence, huh? Look under your pillow." Everyone instantly realized that something was wrong and quickly picked up Lin Yu's pillow. There was actually a pair of blue and white girls' underwear hidden underneath.
Even Lin Yu himself was stunned and a little stunned.
"Zhang Hanyang, you beast actually framed me." Wang Hu and others reacted quickly.
Naturally, they didn't believe that Lin Yu would do such a thing.
Then there is only one truth. You can eat shit casually, but you can't say anything you want. You accuse me of framing you, do you have any evidence?
Zhang Hanyang smiled proudly. It was indeed he who put this pair of girls' underwear there. There are basically no people in the dormitory during the day, and there are no surveillance cameras in the building. He is not afraid of being caught for doing such things.
I've already told you, if you offend me, you won't have a good ending. What do you want? It's very simple.
As long as Lin Yu kneels down and kowtows to apologize to me, I will let him go. Otherwise, I will immediately report him as a suspect. Zhang Hanyang had already taken photos with his mobile phone as evidence, so even if they destroyed the underwear now, it would be of no use.
Kneel down, your mother. Lin Yu, don't listen to him. When the time comes, all of us will testify for you. I don't believe the school can really wrongly accuse you. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if Justice Bao were still alive, he wouldn't be able to exonerate himself. You scoundrel, I'm going to fight you to death. Wang Hu couldn't bear it any longer and was about to rush up and beat Zhang Hanyang up. But he was stopped by Yi Jun and others. Assaulting a dormitory supervisor is a serious crime, and in serious cases you may be expelled from school. Lin Yu also asked Wang Hu to calm down, then looked at Zhang Hanyang. Do you really think that this will get me expelled from school? You're still pretending to be serious even when you're about to die. I advise you to kneel down before I announce your name. Report it if you dare, but don't blame me for not warning you. You will regret it. Laughing to death, will I regret it? Zhang Hanyang laughed wildly at first, then said with a ferocious look on his face, "Then I want to see how you can make me regret it." After saying that, he slammed the door and left. The atmosphere in the dormitory also became extremely quiet, completely different from before. Finally, Yi Jun spoke first. "Lin Yu, don't worry. I will tell this matter to a director I have a good relationship with tomorrow and ask him to come forward to solve it. The innocent will be innocent.
There's no need to be afraid of Zhang Hengyong's slander.
At worst, we will all help you protest. Yeah, as long as there are witnesses wherever you appear, he won't be able to frame you.
Everyone spoke up, hoping to calm Lin Yu down and stop him from panicking.
But they didn't know that Lin Yu had never panicked at all. If he can't even solve this little problem, then his system would be a waste of time. I know how to handle this matter, so you don't have to worry about me. But. No buts, I will definitely make Zhang Hengyong regret it.
Lin Yu raised a sinister sneer at the corner of his mouth, which made Ji Jun and the others shudder for some reason. But since he said so, everyone had no choice but to stop talking about it, but they were all thinking about solutions in their hearts.
The next morning.
At 6 o'clock, Lin Yu got up as usual to sign in and prepare for today's morning exercise.
After morning exercise, Lin Yu went back to the dormitory, took a shower, and then packed up to go to class. He has math class this afternoon.
Many freshmen were already full of anticipation and sat in the classroom waiting for the teacher to come to class.
This is different from the previous scenes.
In the past, no student could smile in math class, because math class not only required a lot of brain cells, but also required students to face the terrifying Yan Luowang.
But it's different now.
The teacher in charge of their math class was replaced by a beautiful lowly teacher.
Who wouldn't want to take such a class?
There are even many students from other departments who come to attend classes just to see the legendary lowly teacher with their own eyes. When Lin Yu approached the classroom, he was stunned. The classroom, which is usually empty, is now packed with people.
Yuzi, this way. Just when Lin Yu was looking for a place to sit down, Chen Juanjiao waved to him at the end of a row of seats and grabbed a seat for him. Lin Yu squeezed through the crowded crowd and sat next to Chen Juanjiao with difficulty. What's going on? Why are there so many people in class for no reason? You don't even understand this? This is Teacher Tian's class. Hearing this, Lin Yu remembered. He glanced at the classroom and it seemed that all these people came for Tian Xiaotao. Is it necessary to be so crazy? It's not like you can chase someone just by attending classes. Can you please stop being so hypocritical, scumbag? Even though we honest people don't have a chance, can't we still enjoy the sight? Chen Juanjia glanced at Lin Yu with disdain. Lin Yu's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. But he could also understand where these people were coming from. Since we are in class anyway, we will definitely choose the one with a beautiful teacher. But for Lin Yu, he would rather the former King Yan Luo come to class. Although beautiful lowly is good, she can't resist the grudge. Lin Yu knew very well that Tian Xiaotao would never let him go so easily. Especially since he humiliated her again after school yesterday. The combination of this double hatred would make her anger explode, wouldn't it? At this time, the class bell rang.
Under the attention of all the students in the classroom, Tian Xiaotao slowly walked in from the classroom door.
She is still so cute and charming today.
But the difference is that today she was not wearing the same business attire as yesterday, but had changed her outfit. Her small face was decorated with light makeup, and she wore a pair of black flat-frame glasses. She was wearing a pure white sportswear and blue and white sneakers. Compared to yesterday, Tian Xiaotao today is less mature and more lively and youthful. The reason why she didn't wear the OL uniform was because her colleagues said she dressed too formally and that she should just wear her usual clothes. And she really doesn't like wearing business attire because it makes her feel uncomfortable.
Chapter 74. Is this the top scumbag?
The moment Tian Xiaotao entered the classroom, excited shouts of joy filled the air.
Quiet, roll call is about to begin.
Tian Xiaotao seemed to be a little accustomed to this kind of scene, and put on a dignified attitude just like yesterday.
The students cooperated and quieted down.
After all, they were college students and they still had the courtesy to respect their teachers.
Chan Rui. Arrive. Huang Shui. Arrive. Li Ziren. Arrive.
It was Lin Yu's turn when the roll call was called soon. He was originally worried that Tian Xiaotao would continue to find trouble like yesterday. But later he found that Tian Xiaotao was surprisingly well behaved.
This surprised Lin Yu. Could it be that, as she said yesterday, she will no longer cause trouble for me? However, Lin Yu was still too naive. The reason why Tian Xiaotao behaved herself was not because she had really revealed the truth about the matter, but because she was preparing for a big event.
Lin Yu, just wait for me. A true lowly never breaks her promise. If she says she will not let you have any good juice to drink, she will not let you have any good juice to drink. I got a great trick from my master yesterday, and this time I will definitely make you permanently socially dead. Now all I'm doing is trying to get you to let your guard down. Once you take the bait, my revenge will begin." Thinking this in her heart, Tian Xiaotao resisted the urge to find fault with Lin Yu and finished the class. She often breathed a sigh of relief only after the bell rang for the end of get out of class. "You have been making nests before, and now you can start putting out bait." At this time, Lin Yu was sitting in his seat chatting and talking nonsense with Chen Juanjia. The two argued about who was stronger in a one-on-one duel between the swordmaster and the barbarian king with 6 pieces of equipment. But at some point, Tian Xiaotao walked up to him and said, "Lin Yu, are you free after school? I have something I want to talk to you about." Tian Xiaotao's action instantly attracted the attention of all the students present. They were about to leave the classroom, but this sentence made them stop in their tracks. Everyone looked at Lin Yu, wondering why Tian Xiaotao wanted to see him after school. Chen Juanjia's expression had long been distorted beyond recognition. He stared at Lin Yu with his eyes wide open, as if there were 10,000 beasts running in his heart. Thousands of words came to his lips, but in the end he only squeezed out one sentence. "This scumbag is really awesome." He finally understood. After school yesterday, the reason why Lin Yu stayed in the classroom for so long was definitely because he was trying to conquer Tian Xiaotao. Otherwise, why would Tian Xiaotao come and invite him now? But Lin Yu had no idea what was going on. He wondered why he was being called a scumbag again. "Where am I a scumbag? Yuzi, this is really not nice of you. You already have Qin manga, but you still make a move on teacher Xiaotao. Can't you leave some fantasy for us honest people?" Chen Juanjia's words caused a huge uproar. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 3 words Qin manga. What do you mean he already has Qin manga? What is the relationship between them? I remember now. Didn't someone post on the school forum last night? They said Qin manga had a boyfriend, and he was a scumbag. Yes, I saw it too. There were even photos posted on the forum at the time. If you compare carefully, isn't this guy the one in the photo? Damn it. Is he the scumbag who cheated on Qin manga in just half a day? He just ripped off Qin manga yesterday, and now he's ripped off teacher Xiaotao again. This guy is too shameless. Listening to the constant slander and hateful looks from those around me, Lin Yu was silent. He didn't know how to explain it. In other words, there is no point in explaining it. Lin Yu now just wants a knife so that he can tell Chen Juanjia some heartfelt words. "It's a pity that this guy is my best friend. I think you misunderstood." After much deliberation, Lin Yu decided to resist. What a misunderstanding. A scumbag is a scumbag, and you still want to quibble? You're not going to take responsibility after you're done playing, are you? The kind of scumbag you are is the kind I despise the most in my life. You can be a jerk to a good girl like Qin manga. You have no heart. Really? Lin Yu shook his head inside. This time he really gave up resistance and was ready to let them talk to their heart's content. "Teacher Xiaotao, this guy is a complete scumbag, don't let him fool you." Everyone tried to persuade Tian Xiaotao, hoping that she would not be deceived by Lin Yu. This is the new goddess teacher in their hearts. If Lin Yu really gets her, it would be a large-scale group into our scene. However, Tian Xiaotao was confused at the moment. She had no idea what these people were talking about. Scumbag? What is that? She was still waiting to trick Lin Yu into taking the bait. Could these people please stop causing trouble? What scumbag? I don't know what you are talking about. Seeing Tian Xiaotao's silly face, everyone hurried to explain. "Teacher Tian, you may not know that Lin Yu already has a girlfriend, and he deliberately concealed this from you." That's right. His girlfriend is also from the finance department, sophomore Qin manga, and she's very famous in school. This guy wants to have his feet in both camps, don't be fooled. After they said this, Tian Xiaotao showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. You mean to say that Lin Yu already has a girlfriend, right? Yes. That's exactly what I mean. When everyone saw that Tian Xiaotao finally understood, they were all moved. I thought I had finally stopped Lin Yu from going to Tian Xiaotao. But just as they were thinking this, they heard Tian Xiaotao say the next second, and then? I don't care. Tian Xiaotao rolled her eyes and thought, since Lin Yu has a girlfriend, can't he be a student assistant? But in the eyes of everyone, Tian Xiaotao's words meant something different. Doesn't care mean that she already knows that Lin Yu is a scumbag, but still doesn't care? OMG.
This is too outrageous. I understand. This is the highest realm of a scumbag. Even though he knows you're a scumbag, he's still willing to let you be a scumbag. Suddenly, a student said this. This also woke up others. They couldn't believe that Lin Yu was such a top scumbag. No wonder he could cheat on Qin Menga in just half a day. Feeling these sour gazes, Lin Yu felt confused. The highest level of a scumbag? What are you talking about? He seriously suspected that there was something wrong with these people's brains. But later, he calmed down and thought about it, thinking that Tian Xiaotao must have something bad to say about him, so he refused and said, "Sorry, Teacher Tian, I don't have time after school." Seeing that Lin Yu didn't take the bait, Tian Xiaotao was very anxious, thinking that it was these people who were causing trouble. If it weren't for them, Lin Yu would have taken the bait long ago. Then tell me a time. I'm always free, she said hurriedly, fearing that Lin Yu would run away. The people on the side felt more and more uncomfortable as they listened, thinking that Tian Xiaotao was too flattering. Is this the magic of a scumbag? So jealous. Can I not go? At this time, Lin Yu had already sensed a hint of danger. There is definitely a trap waiting for me. I originally wanted to reject Tian Xiaotao, but after hearing this, she stopped acting and revealed her true nature. No. If you dare not come, I will keep pestering you from now on. Chapter 75. Come, I'll tell you something from the heart. This is outrageous. How much everyone wishes they were dreaming so they don't have to accept this cruel reality. Tian Xiaotao, a new teacher who took office yesterday, captured the hearts of many male students as soon as she took office. They regarded her as the lovely goddess in their hearts. Especially her childish and pure temperament, which made them have beautiful fantasies in their hearts. Even if I can't get close to Tian Xiaotao, it's fine to just watch her from a distance. Just by looking at Tian Xiaotao like this, they can get great satisfaction in their hearts. But at this moment, their fantasy was shattered. It was obvious that Tian Xiaotao was completely dependent on Lin Yu, otherwise she would never have said such words. What did this scumbag do to Tian Xiaotao? He actually conquered Tian Xiaotao to this level in just one day. Could it be that the more powerful the scum is, the faster they can be conquered? But for the two parties involved, they knew there was another meaning to these words. Tian Xiaotao was clearly threatening Lin Yu that if he didn't agree to her, she would cause trouble for him from now on. Lin Yu also knew this. Okay then, I'll come find you after school. If it is a blessing, it will not be a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Since what is coming will come, it is better to face the danger with a smile. Really? Then we have a deal. I'll wait for you in the office after school. See you there. When Tian Xiaotao saw that Lin Yu had finally taken the bait, a happy smile appeared on her cute little face. Looking at her graceful back as she left, Lin Yu smiled helplessly. But just when he thought he could rest for a while, a sigh came from beside him. Yuzi, brother, I'm worried about your future. What do you mean by that? Although you're a veteran, top-tier scumbag, there are so many beautiful women in this world. There are at least 100 in our school alone. Can you seduce them all by yourself? What do you want to say? You have to know that women are devils. They will not only destroy your wallet but also your body. Sooner or later, you will fall because of them. Brother, I really can't bear to see you become like that. How about this, you teach me the skills of being a scumbag, and I can help you share this pain. How about that? Chen Juanjia spoke with such righteousness that it seemed as if it was real. This also caused everyone around to roll their eyes, thinking, how could the secrets of a scumbag be passed on to you so easily? Who would add unnecessary competitive pressure to themselves? But just when they were thinking this, they saw Lin Yu nodded and said, no problem, isn't it just the scumbag secrets? If you want to learn, I'll teach you. This kind of heartfelt words can be said casually between brothers. Real? Not only was Chen Juanjia shocked, but everyone around him was also dumbfounded. Is Lin Yu really planning to teach the secrets of being a scumbag? Now everyone perked up and wanted to remember all the contents of the scumbag's secret book. Although they hate scumbags in their hearts, who would refuse if they really have the chance to be a scumbag? Of course, but before that, you have to buy me a knife. Buy a knife? What do you want a knife for? How can I tell you something from the heart without a knife? Lin Yu had a sneer on his face. He looked very gentle, but for some reason there was a hint of weirdness in him, which made everyone shiver.
Chen Juanjia was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he forced a smile on his face. I suddenly feel that being a scumbag is too tiring, so let me continue to be an honest man. Oh, I don't have any classes today, so I'm leaving first. After saying that, Chen Juanjia quickly packed up his things and left the classroom. The speed stunned everyone on the side, who thought that this guy changed his face faster than a book, which was really amazing.
Why don't you leave? Do you also want to tell me something from the heart?
Lin Yu looked at the others with a smile.
Everyone immediately got goosebumps and didn't dare to stay there any longer, so they turned around and left. After watching these people leave, Lin Yu shook his head and then prepared the textbooks needed for the next class. As the school bell rang, it announced the end of today's classes. After Lin Yu walked out of the classroom, he walked towards the teacher's office as agreed. When he arrived at the door, he knocked on the room door. Come in. After hearing Tian Xiaodao's voice, Lin Yu also walked into the office. To be honest, this was his first time in the teacher's office.
But there was no one in the office, and I didn't see any other teachers except Tian Xiaotao.
Now, Tian Xiaotao was working at a private desk in the corner of the office.
She looked serious as she kept marking the test papers on the desk, and occasionally wrote down the wrong questions on the papers with a pen. Even though Lin Yu sat on a chair next to her, she did not react and continued to correct the test papers seriously. Lin Yu didn't say anything, just looked at Tian Xiaotao quietly. I have to say, Tian Xiaotao is really charming. She is good looking, and although she has a petite figure, she has a unique charm.
She is also a super academic. She has won various international awards at a young age and became a tutor at Yenjiang University.
You should know that Yenjiang University is one of the top 10 universities in China. The fact that she can become a tutor at Yenjiang University at such a young age is enough to show how capable she is. Because he had some conflicts with Tian Xiaotao before, Lin Yu always looked at her with tinted glasses. But if you take off your tinted glasses, Tian Xiaotao is really a cute girl with no flaws at all. No wonder she is liked by so many male students. Looking at Tian Xiaotao's tender and lovely face, Lin Yu was mesmerized for a moment.
It was unknown how long it took before Tian Xiaotao's voice brought him back to reality. Hey! What are you daydreaming about?
I didn't call you over here to sit here and daydream.
Tian Xiaotao pouted and looked at Lin Yu with dissatisfaction. He is so hateful. Where are the students who sit down without the teacher's permission? Do you understand what moral character and etiquette are? I wonder what teacher Xiaotao wants me to do. After Lin Yu recovered, he went straight to the point without any formalities. Actually, there's nothing much to worry about. We just need to resolve the conflict between us. Tian Xiaotao's words made Lin Yu's heart twitch. Is it really like this?
But when he thought Tian Xiaotao was going to propose another boring duel, the next sentence made Lin Yu stunned on the spot. After I got home yesterday, I thought about it carefully. It was indeed my fault in the previous incident.
I shouldn't have been so unreasonable.
Tian Xiaotao showed an apologetic look on her face and said to Lin Yu, so here, I sincerely apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive me.
Chapter 76 High-end pulling requires only the simplest operation. Are you serious? What? Did I hear that right? Tian Xiaotao actually took the initiative to apologize to him?
Lin Yu began to doubt his life because the scene before him was so unrealistic.
With Tian Xiaotao's personality, how could she just give in like that?
But looking at the serious expression on her face, Lin Yu felt that there was indeed a hint of sincerity.
Could it be that she was serious?
If Tian Xiaotao really realized her mistake and wanted to reconcile with him, Lin Yu would not be unwilling.
However, Lin Yu had no idea what Tian Xiaotao's real plan was.
Everything she did now was to pave the way for the future. If she didn't apologize and admit defeat first, and let Lin Yu relax his vigilance, how could she possibly let him fall into the trap later?
Just wait.
As long as you take my hook next time, there's no way you can escape from my clutches. Tian Xiaotao thought so in her heart, but nodded sincerely on the surface. Well, I think there shouldn't be such conflicts between teachers and students.
Instead, we should get along with each other in a friendly manner. Then you weren't angry when I called you little sister yesterday? It's not a good idea to bring up such a topic.
When Lin Yu said this, Tian Xiaotao's smiling face froze for a moment, and she forced herself to suppress her inner anger.
Of course.
After all, I've encountered this kind of situation many times. There was even someone who treated me like an elementary school student before, but I didn't bother with him.
This is too much. How could you look like an elementary school student, teacher Xiaotao?
That person must have something wrong with his eyes.
Lin Yu felt indignant for Tian Xiaotao. This surprised Tian Xiaotao.
She didn't expect that Lin Yu would have a change of heart. It seems that this student is good in other aspects except for his poor manners.
Why don't we just let him die?
You're obviously more like a junior high school student. But just when Tian Xiaotao had developed a slight liking for Lin Yu, his words wiped out her liking for him. Well, it turns out that this guy has to be socially ruined.
Otherwise it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart.
I don't think these are problems.
After all, it's just a name. It doesn't matter what you call it.
Tian Xiaotao forced herself to smile to make herself look friendly. I didn't expect teacher Xiaotao to be so magnanimous.
I used to think you were the kind of petty and narrow-minded person. It seems I misunderstood you. As a teacher, you must be more magnanimous.
Really?
Then if someone calls you lowly teacher, would you get angry?
Lin Yu was testing Tian Xiaotao's bottom line and at the same time trying to see if her previous attitude was all an act. After all, compared to her unreasonable appearance yesterday, she was so well behaved today that Lin Yu suspected that she was not the same person.
How could that be? I would just smile and not say anything.
She said this on the surface, but Tian Xiaotao didn't think so in her heart. If anyone dares to call me lowly teacher, I will transform into Balala the fairies and punch him in the head.
Teacher Xiaotao, I misunderstood you. I didn't expect you to be so gentle and kind. I always thought you were that kind of willful little princess.
A trace of guilt appeared on Lin Yu's face, and then he said, "Here, I also apologize to you. I shouldn't have been so disrespectful to my teacher yesterday."
Tian Xiaotao's anger has almost reached its limit.
If Lin Yu dares to be so sarcastic, she will really not be able to help but transform into Balala the fairies.
Let the past be the past. We will continue to get along in this school for the next 4 years. There is no need to make things awkward. Teacher Xiaotao is right.
Let us encourage each other and embrace a better future life.
Well, let's work hard together. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Lin Yu had been acting for such a long time and felt a little tired, so he wanted to find an excuse to leave.
To be honest, from the beginning, he didn't believe that Tian Xiaotao would reconcile with him because it was too abnormal. I have no idea why Tian Xiaotao would reconcile. Thinking over and over again. There is only one truth left. There is a pit, run.
Really? Just when Lin Yu was thinking this, Tian Xiaotao hurriedly spoke to keep him.
Wait. There's one thing I haven't told you yet. Teacher Xiaotao, is there anything else? It's like this.
I've just taken on the job as your teacher, and I have a lot of chores to deal with. So the director recommended that I find a student assistant who can help me out on a daily basis and clean up some of the clutter.
So you're attracted to me? Well,
as the saying goes, there's no friendship without fighting.
Among the current students, you and I are the closest, so I'd like to invite you to take on this position.
This reason was something she had thought about all night long, and she didn't believe that Lin Yu could see any clues. Lin Yu would only think that he was short of people, so he asked him for help.
But Tian Xiaotao can only be considered at the first level. Such a poor excuse, did you really think Lin Yu didn't see it?
If he became her assistant, his fate would probably be the same as that of a slave in ancient times.
Lin Yu was not that stupid.
Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Xiaotao, but I'm very busy and have club activities to participate in.
I really don't have the extra time to be your assistant. Alas, time is something you can squeeze into.
I can squeeze it out, but I also have to accompany my girlfriend shopping, eating, and watching movies. I'm afraid she'll complain if I have less time to spend with her.
Being an assistant is easy. It won't take up much of your time at all. You should really consider it.
I think other people are obviously more suitable for this position than me. For example, Chen Juanjia from our class is a perfect fit.
High-end pulling off and only requires the simplest operations.
No matter what you say, I just have a bunch of excuses to refuse.
What can you do to me?
Lin Yu sneered in his heart, thinking that Tian Xiaotao was still too young.
Tian Xiaotao was also very angry. She couldn't understand why Lin Yu had so many excuses. It seems that I can only use my trump card. Teacher Xiaotao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As for the teaching assistant position, I'm sorry I'm not qualified to do it.
After saying that, Lin Yu walked out of the office door with the stride of a winner. But at this time, Tian shot outside and played the king bomb. Alas, I was thinking that if you were willing to be my teaching assistant, I would give you extra credits at the end of the semester, but it seems like there's no chance now. I have to say that this pair of king bombs is extremely effective.
Lin Yu stopped immediately and returned to Tian Xiaotao in just 3 seconds.
Teacher Xiaotao, I just thought about it carefully and I think what you said is very right.
As a student, I should focus on my studies instead of wasting my time.
It's rare that you're willing to give me the opportunity to study by your side.
How could I refuse?
As for the extra credits at the end of the semester, you can just add whatever you want. After all, credits don't really matter. The main thing is that I want to study hard and improve myself by your side.
Chapter 77, Prelude to Catching the Stolen Goods. Humph. You've taken the bait. You want to fight me? You're too naive. Seeing Lin Yu's attitude change, Tian Xiaotao was extremely happy.
At first she was worried that Lin Yu would not be interested in the credits, which would be her last resort.
Fortunately, this trick worked. Master, I love you so much. Tian Xiaotao's heart was filled with gratitude towards her master.
If it weren't for her master's idea, it would be impossible for Lin Yu to fall into the trap.
This made Tian Xiaotao admire her master even more.
When I get home tonight, I must thank him properly in the game. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I will definitely give you enough credits to satisfy you.
Of course. From now on, I will follow Teacher Xiaotao's lead. As for the credits, you don't need to add too many. Just a little bit will be fine, really.
Lin Yu also fought hard for credits. He actually knew that this was a trap set by Tian Xiaotao, but there was nothing he could do. Because of Zhang Hengyan, he had lost a lot of credits.
University credits are very important.
If Lin Yu does not meet the credit requirements this semester, he will inevitably face the fate of repeating a grade.
Well, in that case, please fill out this application form and then follow me to a place. Tian Xiaotao took out a student assistant application form from the drawer and slowly handed it to Lin Yu. Starting assistant work so soon?
Lin Yu was a little surprised, but still took the application form. Anyway, we have already boarded this pirate ship and it is impossible to get off now. Seeing Lin Yu fill out the form, Tian Xiaotao's cherry lips couldn't help but lift up slightly.
Now, you really have no chance of escape.
Come on, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the assistant's work process.
After putting the application form into the drawer, Tian Xiaotao took Lin Yu out of the office. The two of them traveled south and arrived at the accommodation area.
When Lin Yu stood in front of the girls' dormitory building, he was completely stunned.
What's going on? Why did Tian Xiaotao bring him to the girls' dormitory? Teacher Xiaotao, what are you doing? Don't be nervous, my room is on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory building. Just follow me up later.
In the dormitory area of Yanjiang University, the 1st to 5th floors are for students, while the 6th and 7th floors are for teachers. Although Tian Xiaotao could live in a better house outside the school with her financial situation, she wanted to be closer to the school, so she lived directly in the school dormitory.
Go in with you?
Lin Yu had a question mark on his face, thinking that Tian Xiaotao was joking.
A boy like him entered the girls' dormitory? You wish he were dead, right? Don't think too much. I just want you to help me carry down the luggage because I just moved here recently and there are still a lot of luggage that I haven't moved up. But it would be too tiring for me to move it alone, so I want to ask for your help. So that's how it is. Lin Yu suddenly realized. The reason here is normal and fits Tian Xiaotao's revengeful mentality.
I guess she feels good seeing herself doing this kind of dirty and tiring work. I can only say that it is the same as what Lin Yu thought before. If you agree to be Tian Xiaotao's assistant, your fate will be the same as that of an ancient slave, and you won't be able to resist even if you want to. But Lin Yu was only on the 1st floor this time. He had no idea what kind of disaster was waiting for him once he went in.
Wait a moment, I'll go get the luggage from the storage area. Is it a lot? How about I go over and help you?
Not many, just 1 or 2.
I can do it myself.
After saying this, Tian Xiaotao turned and left. Not long after, she appeared in Lin Yu's sight again, with a small trailer in her hand, which was filled with countless luggage, almost 7 or 8 meters high.
Looking at this scene, Lin Yu took a breath and thought, is this called 1 or 2? It's just some luggage. Next, please help me carry it up to the 6th floor. That's okay. Lin Yu admitted defeat.
But if you think about it carefully, there are elevators in the dormitory building, so it wouldn't be difficult to move them up in batches using the elevator. But just as he was thinking this, Tian Xiaotao told him a horrible news. I forgot to tell you, the elevator in this dormitory building has been broken for 3 days, so you can only go up by stairs.
What? The elevator's broken? Are you kidding me?
I wish I was joking with you, but unfortunately it's broken.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have to ask you for this favor. Tian Xiaotao looked innocent, but she was extremely proud inside.
She just wanted to see Lin Yu's frustrated look.
It feels just like welcoming New Year's morning in new panties. But this is outrageous.
Carrying so much luggage to the 6th floor and walking up the stairs is exhausting.
Lin Yu held it in for a long time and only said this sentence. Oh, I really am too much. I knew it was okay if you don't want to move. I won't force you. Tian shot outside and then said, you go ahead. I'll find a new assistant to help.
Of course, the credits will be his when the time comes.
As a young man, it's normal to be a little tired. Teacher Xiaotao, don't worry, leave it to me. It's just a few pieces of luggage. I'll help you carry it up now.
Lin Yu's face twitched a few times, but he still lowered his head obediently.
Fortunately, I took the marrow cleansing pills before.
Now my physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, and I don't feel too tired when carrying heavy objects up and down the stairs. As for Tian Xiaotao, she watched the show quietly on the side. Looking at Lin Yu running around until he was sweating profusely, a hint of pride appeared on his face. But what they didn't know was that when Lin Yu was helping Tian Xiaotao carry the luggage, a figure not far away accidentally saw this scene.
Lin Yu? Why is he here?
Zhang Hengyang originally planned to go to the Academic Affairs Office and hand in the list of suspects who stole girls' clothes. But at this moment, he was surprised to find Lin Yu going in and out in front of the girls' dormitory building. He was a little surprised at first, but then his expression became excited.
Ha ha ha.
I didn't expect this guy to be the thief who stole clothes from the girls' dormitory. Now there's no need for fake evidence. Zhang Hengyang was ecstatic and immediately went to report the matter to the school's higher-ups.
By then, there will be witnesses and evidence, and Lin Yu won't even have a chance to refute. This is the price you pay for offending me. Get out of Yanda, Lin Yu.
Zhang Hengyang raised a sinister smile and swore that he would kill Lin Yu this time to let them know the consequences of offending him. While Lin Yu was still moving his luggage, Zhang Hengyang turned and left, and hurried to the Academic Affairs Office to report the matter. He is going to take people to capture Lin Yu now and catch him red-handed.
Chapter 78 Becoming the Scapegoat. About half an hour passed. Lin Yu finally moved the last piece of luggage into Tian Xiaotao's room.
After finishing, he wiped the sweat from his head and let out a long sigh. Looking at the room filled with suitcases, Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion. With his current physical condition, he is so tired. If it were an ordinary person, the consequences can be imagined. Lin Yu, you've been moving for so long, you must be thirsty. I'll pour you a cup of tea, drink it while it's hot. At this time, Tian Xiaotao walked to Lin Yu with a cup of hot tea. Feeling the hot air coming out of the teacup, Lin Yu's face froze for a moment. I was so tired and sweaty, but you still gave me boiling hot tea.
You wish I would be scalded to death, right? No, I'm not thirsty. You're so tired, how could you not be thirsty? Don't be so hypocritical with me. I'd like a cold drink, is that okay? Oh, you just finished exercising.
Drinking cold drinks is too harmful to your health.
Then drinking hot drinks at 70 or 80 degrees Celsius won't harm your health? You don't understand. Drinking more hot water is good for your health. Don't you boys always tell girls this? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. It seems to be true.
This left him with no reason to refute. Really, if Teacher Xiaotao has nothing else to do, I'll leave first.
Lin Yu took the opportunity to escape.
He was afraid that if he continued to stay here he would still be ordered around by Tian Xiaotao.
Wait a minute, I need your help with something. Depend on. I just thought about it in the last second, and suffered in the next second. Even though he was extremely reluctant, Lin Yu could only smile bitterly and said, what else? I have some clothes hanging on the rooftop. Can you help me collect them?
You don't need my help with such trivial matters.
I've never heard of student assistants helping to collect clothes.
But I've climbed 6 flights of stairs, and now my back and waist are sore. I don't have the strength to climb to the rooftop to collect the clothes.
Can you help me? Tian Xiaotao made a cute expression and looked at Lin Yu with watery eyes.
Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately became hard.
Fist. You just climbed to the 6th floor once, it's not tiring at all.
I climbed almost 10 times and had to carry your luggage, but I didn't even say I was tired.
No. This time, I must not let Tian Xiaotao take advantage of me.
Otherwise, she will definitely become more aggressive in the future, so we must resist this time. Teacher Xiaotao, although I agree to be your assistant, it doesn't mean I have to work like a slave for you. Please handle this tedious matter yourself.
After saying that, Lin Yu was about to leave without looking back.
He had been in the girls' dormitory for a long time, and if he had stayed any longer, rumors might have spread. Alas, I was just trying to test your patience, but I didn't expect you to give up so quickly.
It seems you're not suited to the assistant position.
I'll give this extra credit to another patient student.
Tian Xiaotao has already grasped the trick to control Lin Yu. As long as the credits were mentioned, there was no way he would refuse. This kind of people are called slaves.
Really? After she spoke, Lin Yu immediately stopped at the door and never took that step forward. After a few seconds, he slowly turned around and said with a forced smile, as an assistant, it's my duty to serve the teacher wholeheartedly.
Leave small things like collecting clothes to me. There are names written on the clotheslines on the rooftop. My clothes will be on the one with my name on it.
Please help me. It's no trouble, just a small matter. Lin Yu smiled on the outside, but was actually pissed off.
It really feels troublesome. Why don't you go and collect it yourself?
No matter how much he complained, he still had to go to the rooftop to help Tian Xiaotao collect the clothes.
Come to the rooftop.
Lin Yu looked around and saw clotheslines filled with all kinds of women's clothes. For some reason, Lin Yu felt like a pervert who stole clothes at this moment. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He just came to help Tian Xiaotao put away her clothes, not to peek. Thinking this in his mind, Lin Yu quickly searched for Tian Xiaotao's name on the clothesline, but he was still defeated during the search.
He couldn't help but look around, but the next second, he was dumbfounded. Damn! Why is there a pair of men's pants?
This completely destroyed Lin Yu's elegance.
By chance, I also found a clothesline with Tian Xiaotao's name on it.
He followed instructions, put away all the clothes, and prepared to take them back to Tian Xiaotao.
Suddenly, Lin Yu was stunned. Something is not right. This size. Or did someone hang the clothes on the wrong hanger?
Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with me, just take it all back. After Lin Yu collected the clothes, he immediately returned to the 6th floor and handed them to Tian Xiaotao. But Lin Yu never expected that just as he reached the corridor, a shrill scream suddenly rang out.
Someone stealing clothes.
I don't know which girl suddenly shouted this.
In an instant, the entire girls' dormitory was in an uproar.
Countless female students rushed out of the dormitory, trying to catch the pervert who stole clothes. Especially recently, there have been frequent cases of perverts stealing clothes, which has caused great trouble to them. All the girls want to catch the thief as soon as possible so that the girls' dormitory can be peaceful.
In just over 10 seconds, a large group of female students surrounded Lin Yu, leaving him no chance to escape. This also made Lin Yu dumbfounded on the spot.
He didn't understand how he became a pervert who stole clothes.
Ladies, you are mistaken.
Originally, he wanted to explain that he was not a pervert. But this group of female college students didn't give him a chance to speak and just pointed at him and scolded him.
Pervert! You actually stole girls' clothes. How could you be so vulgar? If you want women's clothes, can't you just buy them yourself? Why do you have to steal others to satisfy your dirty fetish? You can only judge a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. You look quite good, but I didn't expect you to be a pervert. Lin Yu? Why is it you? Jingjing, do you know him?
Well, he's a classmate of ours, and I usually have a good relationship with him.
Ha, then congratulations on knowing his true face. You won't have to be deceived by him in the future. In my opinion, all men are bad.
All the girls were criticizing Lin Yu with their writings, completely treating him as a thief and pervert. Every time one person finished cursing, another person would take over perfectly, not giving Lin Yu any chance to explain. Lin Yu lived in Bengbu. Inexplicably became a scapegoat. It's really frustrating to take the blame for this. He was clearly just there to help collect the clothes, so how could he be so unlucky to become the scapegoat? It seems that now I can only ask Tian Xiaotao for help to explain. But Lin Yu didn't know that Tian Xiaotao was standing outside the crowd of girls and laughing secretly.
She just wanted to see Lin Yu's predicament.
When he is about to collapse, I will go up to him and explain things to him. As for now, let him suffer a little longer.
Chapter 79 explains, but not completely. We caught the pervert.
Inside the girls' dormitory, someone suddenly shouted this sentence. In just a few seconds, the dormitories on all floors were alarmed, and many female college students walked out of their rooms to see who the pervert who stole the clothes was. In a dormitory on the third floor, Shin Manga was concentrating on reviewing the knowledge that he would need for the exam in a few days. But at this moment, her roommate suddenly shouted at her. They said they've caught that pervert who specializes in stealing clothes.
Manga, why don't you go out and take a look?
No, I still have to review.
Besides, so many people have already left.
If we go over now, we'll probably be blocked out of the crowd.
Shin Manga shook her head and rejected her roommate's suggestion.
What's more, she had never been robbed before, so naturally she was not interested in that perverted thief.
You can't say that.
This is a pervert who goes to the same school as us. I think it's better to see his face clearly so that we can avoid him if we accidentally meet him in the future, said another roommate.
The other roommates agreed and thought that they should see the pervert's appearance clearly. Shin Manga thought about it and felt that there was some truth to it.
Anyway, it won't waste much time to take a look.
Okay then, let's go and take a look together.
After saying that, she stopped studying and walked out of the dormitory with her roommates.
At the same time,
in the corridor on the 6th floor, Lin Yu was surrounded by a group of female college students, with no gaps at all. This group of female college students did not give Lin Yu any chance to explain. They just beat him up as soon as they caught him, and regarded him as a psychopath, otherwise he would not have come to steal girls' private clothes. Lin Yu was also confused. I thought to myself, how unlucky I am that I have to encounter such a probability.
But he was not too panicked.
After all, these clothes belonged to Tian Xiaotao. At most, he could ask her to testify for him.
However,
at this time, Lin Yu had not yet realized that this was actually a trap set by Tian Xiaotao.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have such a naive idea. Your name is Lin Yu, right? You're so brave. You actually came to the girls' dormitory and stole clothes, and you did it several times in a row.
Pervert. You actually stole my clothes to satisfy your fetish.
That's disgusting. My clothes were also stolen. They were Triumph brand and cost me thousands of dollars. Rapist, now we've caught you red-handed, what else do you want to say?
I don't know who spoke, which gave Lin Yu a chance to explain. He did not let it go and said hurriedly, classmates, you actually misunderstood. I am really not a pervert who steals clothes.
That's hilarious. If you're not a pervert who steals clothes, then why are you in the girls' dormitory? That's right. You're a grown man, why are you in the girls' dormitory for no reason? Aren't you just here to be a thief? Why don't you look at what you have in your hands before you say that?
You pervert, you still want to quibble?
Do you think we're blind? No girl believed Lin Yu's explanation.
After all, the evidence was irrefutable, and the clothes in his hand were the best evidence.
All I can say is that Lin Yu is too stupid to try to get away with it with this excuse.
I just went to collect clothes for teacher Xiaotao.
I'm not the perverted thief you said. Lin Yu said.
But no one believed his explanation.
Everyone just thought that Lin Yu treated them as mentally retarded. Do you think we would believe such a lowly excuse? We're all college students, are you looking down on us? Teacher Tian has no hands or feet, and she needs your help to collect clothes? Stop dreaming, okay? If you want to find an excuse, find a better one. Who would believe this?
Seeing that they still didn't want to believe it, Lin Yu said patiently, if you don't believe it, you can ask teacher Tian to prove it. After these words were spoken, everyone began to wonder if they had really misunderstood Lin Yu. Because Lin Yu acted very calmly, he didn't look like a thief who had been caught. At this moment, someone happened to notice Tian Xiaotao watching not far away, so they invited her over to verify the facts.
Teacher Tian, did you really ask him to help collect the clothes? Tian Xiaotao nodded. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. After all this time, it turned out to be a misunderstanding?
Many female students showed guilt on their faces, regretting that they had just slandered Lin Yu. The huge rock hanging in Lin Yu's heart also fell completely. But just when everyone thought the matter was over, Tian Xiaotao stirred up trouble again. But I only asked Lin Yu to help collect the clothes, but I didn't ask him to help me collect my private clothes. After all, how can such things be easily given to men? Tian Xiaotao felt extremely happy. This level is not enough to satisfy her now, and she must make Lin Yu lose face for a while longer. When she felt that enough was enough, she came forward and explained to everyone that it was actually just a misunderstanding. But before that, let this farce get bigger and bigger. Teacher Tian is right. How could a girl's private clothes be easily shown to a man? So, what he has in his hand is not actually Mr. Tian's. Sure enough, he's the pervert who stole the clothes. I know, he must have volunteered to help Teacher Tian collect clothes so that he could take advantage of the situation and steal other people's private clothes. Faced with the criticism and questioning of the crowd, Lin Yu felt very confused. It wasn't until a long time later that I realized it. Damn! I was careless and didn't dodge. It was not until this moment that he fully realized that he had fallen into the trap carefully set by Tian Xiaotao. This guy's rank is higher than I thought. Lin Yu thought that it was impossible for her to come up with such a profound plan with her brain. But now he realized that he had underestimated Tian Xiaotao. Otherwise, someone must have come up with this plan behind her. No matter what, Lin Yu was caught this time. Look at Tian Xiaotao again. She was showing a sly smile, and her beautiful eyes were looking at him with a hint of playfulness, as if to say, as long as you bow your head and admit your mistake to me now, I will let you go. Although he was extremely unwilling, Lin Yu decided to give in. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood, and there will be no shortage of opportunities for revenge in the future. Director Liang. This is it. The criminal who stole clothes from the girls' dormitory is right here. But just as she was about to bow to Tian Xiaotao, a sudden change occurred. Not far away, Zhang Hanyang's voice came. He was seen pointing the way for Director Liang beside him respectfully, just like a traitor leading the way to the lady. After hearing this voice, Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. He almost forgot about this. Chapter 80. Things are getting worse. Inside the Academic Affairs Office of Yinjiang University, Liang Yongtao is busy with his work because there have been recent incidents of stealing female students' clothes in the school, resulting in many female students coming to complain. As the director of the school's discipline department, he naturally needs to address this bad campus atmosphere. A few days ago, he specially convened a dormitory management meeting, intending to ask the dormitory management of each dormitory building to help find the suspect. But he knew that this matter could not be resolved in a short time. Because the criminal who stole the clothes was very smart and deliberately avoided all surveillance cameras, they checked all the surveillance cameras but found nothing suspicious. Such a smart person would not be easily found by the dormitory manager. Now all he can do is to strengthen dormitory management and prohibit ordinary male students from entering the female dormitory area to prevent theft incidents from happening again. But just as he was working, there was a knock on the door. Then Zhang Hangyang walked into the academic office and said anxiously that he had caught the criminal who stole clothes and that the criminal was still stealing at the moment. At first Liang Yongtao didn't quite believe it, but with Zhang Hangyang's assurance, he followed the other party to the girls' dormitory building with half belief and half doubt, intending to see it with his own eyes. Are you sure the criminal is here? As he approached the dormitory building, Liang Yongtao confirmed again and again, fearing that it was a misunderstanding. Of course, Director Liang, I saw with my own eyes that person sneaking into the girls' dormitory. He was definitely going to steal clothes. Zhang Hangyang said confidently. Could it be that you made a mistake? Impossible. That student happens to live in the dormitory I manage. He usually leaves early and comes back late, often getting stuck at the gate. I've warned him many times, but he doesn't change. This kind of person who repeatedly violates discipline is very likely the culprit who stole the clothes this time. With Zhang Hanyang's assurance, Liang Yongtao decided to trust him for once. If it was really a misunderstanding, he apologized to the student. Under the leadership of Zhang Hanyang, Liang Yongtao also walked into the dormitory building. But as soon as he stepped in, a sharp scream echoed throughout the dormitory building. We caught the pervert who stole the clothes. When this voice reached Zhang Hangyang's ears, he shouted excitedly, Director Liang, I didn't lie to you, right? The prisoner is right here. Director Liang frowned, his expression very serious. I didn't expect the criminal was really here. If he finds out which student committed such a bad behavior, he will definitely be expelled on the spot. The two of them went all the way to the 6th floor and immediately saw Lin Yu surrounded by girls. When seeing this scene, Zhang Hangyang felt extremely gloating.
You're not dead yet?
Liang Yongtao first saw Lin Yu, and then saw the girl's clothes in his hand, and the expression on his face immediately turned cold. With all the witnesses and evidence, he can't clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. When everyone saw Director Liang arrive, they were also stunned. They didn't expect that the school would receive the news so quickly and rush over.
But that's good too, this way Lin Yu can be severely punished. Director Liang? Why are you here?
When Tian Xiaotao saw Liang Yongtao, her pretty face was slightly startled, and then she hurried forward to ask.
Teacher Tian.
Liang Yongtao nodded and said, I received a tip-off that the criminals who have been rampant in the girls' dormitory recently are here, so I thought I'd come over to take a look.
I didn't expect to catch them red-handed. Ah? A criminal? Teacher Tian, you just came to our school, so you don't know what's going on recently.
Liang Yongtao explained to Tian Xiaotao the recent incident of stealing clothes. When Tian Xiaotao learned that the school had taken the matter seriously and that the clothes thief was going to be expelled, she was petrified on the spot.
I just felt a buzzing in my head. Fired. What is going on?
She just wanted to kill Lin Yusha for a while, but she never thought of expelling him from the school.
It's over. Things seem to be developing in an uncontrollable direction.
Director Liang, I've already said that he is the criminal who stole the clothes.
Now the truth is out.
Zhang Hangyong slowly walked in front of Lin Yu, showing a smug look on his face, and sneered softly, surprised or not?
This is the end of offending me.
Lin Yu frowned, not expecting that Zhang Hangyong would seize the opportunity at this time. Things were beyond his expectations. If he didn't handle it properly, he might really face the risk of being fired.
Lin Yu. Liang Yongtao shouted at Lin Yu, do you admit your crime? Everyone looked at Lin Yu, wanting to see him confess his crime.
Director, I don't admit it because this is a misunderstanding and I was wrongly accused.
Wow.
Everyone started to make a noise, unable to believe that at this point, Lin Yu still wanted to quibble.
You caught him red-handed, and you still dare to say he was wrongly accused? I have never committed any theft.
Naturally, I was wrongly accused.
Then what about these women's clothes in your hand? Don't tell me they belong to you. Liang Yongtao looked dignified and had a terrifying aura.
Lin Yu not only stole, but was also dishonest, which made him very disgusted. But just when Lin Yu was about to speak, Tian Xiaotao hurriedly stood up to explain, Director Liang, this is indeed a misunderstanding. The clothes in Lin Yu's hands are all mine, and I asked him to help collect them, so Lin Yu is really not a criminal who stole clothes.
What? Liang Yongtao was a little surprised. Obviously, this was not expected.
Even Zhang Hangyang was dumbfounded, wondering why someone stood up to speak for Lin Yu. But the next second, the female students present said, although this is the case, in addition to helping teacher Tian collect clothes, Lin Yu also stole clothes from other girls.
What's going on here? Actually, those clothes are mine too. Tian Xiaotao felt her head was in a mess and she didn't know how to explain it. Teacher Tian, didn't you say before that you wouldn't let Lin Yu help you collect your clothes? Why are you changing your mind now? A girl pointed out this problem. Teacher Tian, what are you doing? Liang Yongtao frowned and asked in a somewhat impatient tone. Tian Xiaotao didn't know how to answer, and was so anxious that she was about to cry. I don't know what I'm doing.
Zhang Hangyang saw that the situation had turned back to his side, and he didn't want to wait any longer, so he stood up and said, no matter what, it is a fact that Lin Yu appeared in the girls' dormitory and stole clothes.
With so many eyes watching, it can't be fake.
My suggestion is to expel him directly. There is no reason to allow a student like this to continue to corrupt the campus atmosphere at Yanda. A group of girls also agreed with Zhang Hangyang's suggestion. Such a bad behavior as stealing clothes will naturally not be let off easily, and expulsion is the best outcome. No, Lin Yu is really not a criminal, Director Liang, you believe me.
Tian Xiaotao's eyes turned slightly red.
If Lin Yu was fired because of her, she would feel guilty forever.
Teacher Tian, I know you have a kind heart and feel sorry for this student, but no matter what, if you don't expel him after he committed such a heinous crime, how will you explain this to the other students? Director Liang shook his head and sighed, asking Tian Xiaotao not to interfere in this matter anymore. Zhang Hangyang was even more smiling, waiting to see Lin Yu being expelled.
But just as Liang Yongtao was about to announce Lin Yu's expulsion, a voice of restraint came from outside the crowd.
Wait a minute. I can prove that Lin Yu is not the criminal who stole the clothes. Chapter 81 The Truth Comes to Light.
The sudden words made the atmosphere at the scene quiet down immediately.
Is there anyone who wants to testify for Lin Yu?
Are you sure this isn't a joke? Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, we can directly determine the guilt. However, when they saw the person who testified for Lin Yu, they were all shocked and couldn't believe it was her.
Menga, what you just said couldn't be true, could it?
This is the pervert who stole our clothes. Now that he's caught red-handed, he should be sentenced immediately.
You can't help this pervert just because you're soft-hearted. He's not worth it.
When everyone saw Qin Menga was about to testify for Lin Yu, they immediately tried to dissuade him. Others were also very surprised.
Especially Lin Yu.
He never thought that Qin Menga would appear here at this time to testify for him. They had clearly just met not long ago.
I just don't want you to wrongly accuse a good person. Qin Menga insisted with the same attitude.
She believed in Lin Yu in her heart, although she had no evidence to prove it. But she always believed that anyone who was willing to rescue her from the abyss of despair would not be a bad person.
Wrongly accusing a good person?
That's ridiculous.
Lin Yu is in the dormitory building under my jurisdiction. He makes trouble every day and disobeys discipline. How can a bad student like him be called a good person?
Zhang Hanyang was also very unhappy when he saw that someone else wanted to testify for Lin Yu. But he also felt strange.
What is the relationship between this beautiful woman and Lin Yu, and why did she come forward to testify for her?
If the two have a close relationship, it will be troublesome. So he had to confuse the public as much as possible and quickly get Liang Yongtao to fire Lin Yu. Director Liang, I think there's no need to listen to this matter any further. Just fire Lin Yu directly, and give an explanation to those girls who were robbed. But Liang Yongtao did not listen to Zhang Hanyang's words. Instead, he looked at Qin Menga and asked, "You said before that you have evidence to prove that Lin Yu is not the criminal.
What is that evidence?"
All eyes in the audience were focused on Qin Menga, wanting to see what she had to say.
Qin Menga seemed to have made some important decision and said it with gritted teeth.
The evidence is the intimate clothing in Lin Yu's hand.
Actually, they are all mine. I asked him to go to the rooftop to collect them for me.
After saying this, she buried her head in her chest, too shy to see anyone. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a few seconds at first.
Not until they reacted did they burst into horrified noises. Menga, you are kidding me. I think this is outrageous too.
Besides, this dress doesn't look like yours at all.
But didn't I remember that it was teacher Tian who asked Lin Yu to go to the rooftop? Why is it that now you are asking him to do so?
Questions came one after another, and the scene seemed very chaotic for a while. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic, Director Liang spoke in a loud voice, asking everyone to calm down.
Quiet. It has to be said that Liang Yongtao has a very high authority on campus.
After he spoke, everyone fell silent. If you have any questions, ask them one by one, don't rush to ask.
After Liang Yongtao finished speaking, a girl whose clothes had been stolen took the opportunity to speak up and asked, "Could you please explain this matter to us?" It's actually very simple. I happened to meet Lin Yu outside the dormitory earlier. I learned that she was going to the rooftop to help teacher Tian collect clothes, so I asked him to help me collect them as well. Are you asking a man to help you collect your clothes? Are you sure you're serious?
Lin Yu and I have a good relationship and don't care about these things.
Okay, let me ask you one last question.
The girl directly raised a fatal question, which stunned everyone present.
The clothes in his hand don't match yours. How are you going to explain this? This question is too tricky.
We are all women, so we can tell the size at a glance, so there is no way we can buy the wrong thing.
If Qin Menga hadn't answered well, no one would have believed anything she said before.
Actually, this is a gift from Lin Yu, for me, but he didn't know my size, so he accidentally bought a size too big.
Ah.
When he said this, everyone else froze in place.
Qin Menga wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. It's so shameful. Lin Yu was speechless.
He never thought that Qin Menga would go to such lengths to help him, which greatly changed his impression of Qin Menga.
The most confused person was Tian Xiaotao. Isn't this dress hers? How did it become a gift from Lin Yu to Qin Menga?
But soon, she suddenly realized that this was a fabricated excuse Qin Menga made up to deceive everyone.
So, he's really not a pervert who steals clothes? Teacher Tian and Menga both testified for him, so it should be true. What's going on? All this fuss is just a misunderstanding? The female students seemed a little disappointed.
They thought they could catch the perverted thief who stole the clothes this time. Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved, Tian Xiaotao and Qin Mengge also breathed a sigh of relief.
I didn't expect it to be a misunderstanding. I was too eager for quick success.
Liang Yongtao sighed, with a slight look of self-blame on his face, and said to Lin Yu, "I'm sorry, classmate.
I thought you were a criminal who stole clothes.
Here, I sincerely apologize to you."
Director Liang, there's no need to be like this. You're just doing your job. I understand. I'm so sorry. After this incident, I will be more cautious and catch the real thief as soon as possible.
Liang Yongtao saw that the misunderstanding was resolved, and it seemed like Lin Yu's sincere apology.
However, Zhang Hengyong was indeed dissatisfied. It was a rare opportunity for Lin Yu to be expelled, but the ending was completely different from what he expected. Director Liang. This is clearly their excuse to protect Lin Yu. You can't trust them. Then do you have direct evidence that Lin Yu is the criminal?
Zhang Hengyang hesitated and finally said without any confidence, "No."
That's enough.
Liang Yongtao looked stern and snorted coldly.
His impression of Zhang Hengyong completely hit rock bottom. But this is normal.
After all, he almost missed a good student because of Zhang Hengyong's instigation, which made him very dissatisfied. What's more, he had heard before that Zhang Hengyong got in through connections.
This disgusted him even more.
"Zhang, the dorm supervisor, I hope you'll put more effort into your work in the future. Don't make groundless accusations against any student without solid evidence."
After saying that, Liang Yongtao turned around and left.
Zhang Hengyong had a grim expression on his face, unwilling to believe that this would be the outcome.
Chapter 82, Catching the Real Owner. This farce finally came to an end.
After Liang Yongtao left, Zhang Hengyong looked at Lin Yu and Qin Mengge angrily, his eyes filled with unwillingness. It was clearly just a little bit away from getting Lin Yu expelled. But in the end, Qin Mengge disrupted the situation. This made Zhang Hengyong extremely unhappy, and he wanted to go up and slap this bitch twice. But in the end, he left the girls' dormitory without saying a word, looking frustrated. But Zhang Hengyong didn't know that when he left, Lin Yu's eyes were always on him, and a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Fortunately, Qin Mengge came forward to testify for him today, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable and he might really face the crisis of being fired.
But Lin Yu knew. Good luck can't always be with him. Being rescued this time doesn't mean you can be rescued next time. It seems that we have to solve this problem as soon as possible. Just as he made up his mind to get Zhang Hengyong kicked out of Yenjiang University forever in the near future, Qin Mengge shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, this proves that this is a misunderstanding. Everyone, please don't gather here." After she spoke, the female students did not stay there any longer. Since Lin Yu is not the criminal who stole the clothes, there is no point in staying here. Everyone left one after another and returned to their respective dormitories. Then, Qin Mengge also looked at Lin Yu. "Are you okay?" "It's okay. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have been fired by the director. Compared to what you helped me with before, this is nothing." Qin Mengge shook her head. She is a grateful person.
Lin Yu saved her from the abyss of despair, so she would definitely repay Lin Yu. At the same time, it is also atonement for my past self. At this moment, Tian Xiaotao walked up to Lin Yu with a guilty look on her face and bowed her head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Lin Yu, I didn't expect things to turn out like this." "I'm really sorry." She didn't dare to look up at Lin Yu, for fear of seeing the angry expression on his face. But how could Lin Yu not know that this was an accident? He never thought that Tian Xiaotao set up this situation on purpose. "This matter can only be attributed to my bad luck. It has nothing to do with you, Teacher Xiaotao. But I forced you to do this. How could it have nothing to do with me?" Looking at the self-blaming look on Tian Xiaotao's face, Lin Yu smiled helplessly. It's rare to see someone as simple as her these days. Lin Yu couldn't help but want to tease her. "So what do you mean? Or do you want to compensate me?" "Compensate?" Tian Xiaotao was stunned for a few seconds, thinking that she had done such an excessive thing to Lin Yu, and she should indeed compensate him. "If this is how you can forgive me, then I am willing to make it up to you." But after saying this, she felt a little regretful. Because she saw a playful smile on Lin Yu's face. But Tian Xiaotao was not worried. Lin Yu's girlfriend was right next to him. He couldn't possibly dare to make that kind of request in front of his girlfriend, right? At this time, Tian Xiaodao obviously had not realized that Qin Mengge was not Lin Yu's girlfriend.
But this is also related to being misled by other students in the classroom before.
How about you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, call me Oniai-chan, and then give me some extra credits at the end?
Tian Xiaotao froze when she heard this. Is this guy serious? How can you make such an excessive request? But I am his teacher. You actually asked me to kneel down and kowtow, and even asked me to call you Oniai-chan? Stinky Lin Yu, don't push your luck. Kneel down and kowtow and call you Oniai-chan? Why don't you just let me call you daddy?
I won't compensate you.
I'm so stupid that I actually thought of compensating you.
After saying that, Tian Xiaodao snatched the clothes from Lin Yu's hand, snorted lightly, and turned away. Lin Yu did not try to keep her.
Just watched her leave his sight. But after Tian Xiaotao walked into the room, the guilt returned to her face.
She always felt that she had gone too far and shouldn't have gone to this extent. She just wanted to teach Lin Yu a lesson and let him know how powerful he was.
If Lin Yu really had to drop out of school, she would definitely not want to.
Forget it, let's just give him a few extra credits this semester.
It's a bargain for him. Outside the girls' dormitory,
Lin Yu was about to leave, and Qin Mengge was behind him.
Teacher Tian is so angry, is it really okay for you not to go and explain to her?
Qin Mengge said with some concern.
No need.
She's not the type to hold grudges easily. I'm sure she'll forget the joke soon. As soon as Lin Yu finished saying this, he realized that he was wrong.
If Tian Xiaotao really doesn't hold grudges, how could there be a series of troubles today? Oh well. Qin Mengge also had no intention of interfering in Lin Yu's interpersonal relationships.
But then she continued, by the way, ever since you left, Grandpa has been thinking about you a lot, and he wanted to treat you to a meal to repay his kindness.
Grandpa asked me if I'm free these days.
If you are, come to our house for dinner.
I can also introduce my sister to you.
Your sister? Lin Yu was a little surprised. He remembered that Qin Menge's sister had been missing for several years after the car accident.
Qin
Mengge said happily, in fact, not long after you left last time, my sister found us, and our family is finally reunited.
What a coincidence. It's amazing, right?
I couldn't believe it was real at first, but this really isn't a dream.
Then congratulations on your family reunion.
Lin Yu bowed to congratulate him, but Qin Mengge said that it was all his credit.
I think this is all thanks to you. What do you mean by that? Ever since I met you, I feel like good things have been happening around me, and my luck has been getting better and better. I think all of this is brought to me by you, Lin Yu.
When she said this, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu seemed to feel a hint of different feelings, but he didn't dare to confirm it, thinking it might be an illusion.
You think too much. This actually has nothing to do with me. As for dinner, I should be free these 2 days and can come to your house anytime. Lin Yu waved his hand and didn't want to say more on this topic. Really? Then let's make it tomorrow night. That's all. Lin Yu inexplicably had a dinner party. Then he waved goodbye to Qin Mengge and prepared to return to his dormitory. But Lin Yu didn't expect this.
Before he walked out of the girls' dormitory area, he discovered a very suspicious figure. The figure kept looking around, holding a black bag in his hand, and was climbing out of the window of another girl's dormitory. This also made Lin Yu raise a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that I could catch the real culprit here.
Chapter 83 I am truly the god of pure love. A little after 5 in the evening.
The sky has gradually turned yellow, and the sunset glow has descended upon the earth.
It won't be long before night falls over the entire Yanjiang city. In an empty corner behind the girls' dormitory building of Yanjiang University,
a man with a bruised face and a black eye was kneeling in front of Lin Yu and begging for mercy. Brother,
stop hitting me.
I just stole a few clothes.
Is it necessary to hit me so hard? Stealing clothes is still justified?
Lin Yu became more and more angry as he spoke, and couldn't help but punch him in the eye, which turned his eyes purple.
Depend on.
He almost became the scapegoat for this pervert. The other party actually has the nerve to say that he was ruthless? It was Lin Yu's mercy that he didn't beat him to a cripple.
Ouch. I know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me.
I swear there won't be a next time, seriously.
Save this for the police. No. Please, I beg you, as long as you let me go,
I will agree to anything you want. Lin Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and wanted to call the police immediately. But at this moment, he suddenly had an idea and a plan emerged in his mind.
You can ask me to let you go, but you have to promise me one thing.
Lin Yu raised a teasing sneer at the corner of his mouth and said to the clothes-stealing pervert.
As long as you let me go, I will agree to anything. Give me all the clothes you stole.
When Lin Yu said this, the look in the pervert's eyes suddenly became strange when he looked at him.
It's like seeing a fellow creature. Could it be that he also has this habit? I didn't expect to meet someone in the same profession. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Was there any need to be so harsh with me? What colleagues? Hey, stop pretending, don't you think I don't understand? The pervert gave an I know you expression and said, "You're lucky today. I have a new batch of goods, and they're still hot." As he spoke, he took out the spoils he had stolen today, showed them in front of Lin Yu, and said with a lewd smile, "What style do you like? Take whatever you want, don't be polite to me. Now." Only then did Lin Yu realize what the other party had said. He was so angry that his face was twitching. He couldn't help but punch the pervert in the face, and snatched the bag containing the girl's private clothes with his backhand. "I'll let you go this time, but don't let me see you in school again, or you'll bear the consequences." After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and left. The pervert looked at Lin Yu's departing back and kept complaining. "You talk so nicely, but you still snatched it all away. You're all perverts, are you pretending to be your mother?" On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Yu hid the clothes in his hand in a secluded corner nearby. After everything was ready, he returned to the dormitory. As soon as I walked into the dormitory door, my roommates gave me teasing looks. "Okay, Lin Yu, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Brothers didn't realize your true identity before. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Yuzi, you can do it. You can have 3 relationships at the same time." Looking at the meaningful expressions of Qian Xiola and others, Lin Yu was a little confused and couldn't understand the current situation. "If you have to fart, do it now, don't disgust others. Come and see for yourself. You're a celebrity in school now." At Yi Jun's suggestion, Lin Yu walked up to them puzzledly and took a look at the contents on the computer screen. "You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it." On the screen was the web page of the Yenjiang University Campus Forum, and the top post on the forum had an extremely explosive title. "Shocking. A scumbag freshman is cheating on 2 women at the same time." The content of the post is also very popular. The scumbag's target is not only his mentor, but also one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school. Within minutes of this post being published, it instantly became the most popular post with the highest click rate. Countless Yen University students left messages under the post, demanding that the identity of the scumbag be exposed. They can't accept that the school beauty is pursued by a scumbag. However, posting student information on campus forums is illegal, and serious offenders may be expelled from school. Naturally, the owner of the post would not take such a risk. However, he still uploaded 2 censored photos. These 2 photos were taken last night when Lin Yu and Qin Mengda were alone together. Another photo shows him helping Tian Xiaotao carry luggage. However, the photographer obviously had ulterior motives and took photos specifically when they were in physical contact to create the illusion of ambiguity. Looking at the content of the post, Lin Yu felt terrified. He didn't even notice that someone was taking a picture of him. This is too horrible. Yuzi, what else do you have to say now? Just because others don't know doesn't mean we don't know. The mosaic in this photo is as good as nothing to us. Even if you turned into ashes, I would still recognize you, brother. Yuzi, you can't be too playful. If you try to play 3 women at the same time, sooner or later you'll all be in trouble. Several people tried their best to persuade Lin Yu to turn back from his ways as soon as possible. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? If Yu Qingxua believes it, then we will believe it. Lin Yu sighed deeply, feeling very tired. Why is no one willing to believe him? He is truly a pure love god of war. Anyway, just solve it yourself. We don't want to interfere in your affairs, but I still advise you to turn back. One who ordered a good day and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. If it really doesn't work, let me come. I don't mind taking a loss and being your takeover man. That's enough. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at them and said seriously, they and I are really just friends. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a long moment, everyone let out a sneer of disdain. That's enough. Lin Yu was speechless. Seeing that explanations were useless, he simply gave up. Love can think whatever you want. Now he just wants to play games to relieve stress. Enter your account password and log into Jianwang Qing Yuan. After going online, Lin Yu's first thing was to see if Yu Qingxue was online. He wanted to tell Yu Qingxue about what had happened in the past few days. Unfortunately, the friend system shows that Yu Qingxue has not logged into the game for a whole day. I guess she is busy with her studies. After all, Yu Qingxue is already a junior, and she has little time left as a student, so she naturally has to work harder. However, Xiaomi Tao showed that she was in the game. Lin Yu remembered the plan she had asked him to come up with a few days ago, so he sent her a message to ask if she had succeeded. At this time, in the female dormitory of Yinjiang University, in a room on the 6th floor, Tian Xiaotao had just finished taking a shower and turned on the computer, thinking about going to Jianwang Qingyuan to complete her daily tasks. However, not long after she came online, she received a message from her master. How is it? What about the advice I gave you last time? Tian Xiaotao looked depressed and didn't know how to answer. After hesitating for a long time, I finally decided to send an emoticon. Chapter 84, Beauty Trap. Have to. Seeing this expression, Lin Yu immediately understood. Master, I failed. I can see that. Actually, I was just a little bit close, but unfortunately something unexpected happened along the way, so I didn't succeed. Xiaomi Tao sat in front of the computer, the reflection of the screen shining on her helpless face. She briefly recounted what happened today. A lot of the process was omitted, it just said that in the end the man's girlfriend came forward to help him resolve the predicament. At first, Lin Yu was quite surprised when he learned that this matter had attracted the attention of the school's top management. After all, this is very similar to what he experienced today. But he dispelled his doubts after learning that the other party's girlfriend came forward to cover for her. He and Shin Manga are just friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. If that's the case, then I can't really blame you. After all, this trick can only be used when he doesn't have a girlfriend. If he does, then it won't work so well. Lin Yu typed these words quickly on the keyboard. Master, I've thought about it carefully and feel that it's too much to let him die socially. Although that student is despicable, I don't think it's necessary to go to that extent. You are still too soft-hearted. I can't help you if this continues. No, Master. Although I don't want to ruin his college career, I still want to teach him a lesson. And before leaving today, he was so arrogant in front of me, I really can't swallow this. Lin Yu was speechless. Is it really that you have a big addiction to food? It's obvious that he is no match for the other party, and continuing to fight will only bring trouble to himself. I think you should try to take a step back and see the bigger picture. No. If I give in, what's the difference between me and a salted fish? Isn't it nice to be a salted fish? No. I have to continue teaching at the school. If other students knew that a freshman could step on my head, what would they think of me? Where would my authority as a teacher be? Okay, since you insist so much, I'll give you a final plan. When Little Peach in front of the computer heard her master say this, she immediately became excited after looking a little depressed. What is it? Change your job and become a kindergarten teacher, then no one will challenge your authority. Xiaomi Tao was stunned for several seconds as she looked at the final plan proposed by her master. After she recovered from her shock, she was so angry that she typed a reply with a puffy face, I hate Master the most. After sending it, she still didn't feel satisfied, so she sent a few more angry emojis in a row. This is a hint that she is very unhappy now. The other end. Seeing that the other party was angry with him, Lin Yu looked helpless. I thought to myself, you are mad at other people, why do you take out your anger on him? He is innocent. Then what can I do? I showed you the way, but you were too soft-hearted. I asked you to back down, but you felt it would undermine your dignity. It's really hard for me to deal with it. Master, please help me think of a solution. Seeing Xiaomi Tao using her cute tricks, Lin Yu remained unmoved. He had become immune to this kind of trick. Besides, he has a lot of troubles on his side, so how can he have the energy to help her? Then he typed on the keyboard, it's no use acting cute or acting coquettish. I can't help you. I can't help you, and was about to send it out. But just as Lin Yu was about to press the enter key, Yi Jun, who was lying on the bed reading a novel, let out a pig slaughtering scream. Holy crap, What kind of idiotic plot is this novel?
The heroine chases the hero and then dumps him. She even says the reason is that he rejected her confession in high school, so she developed this revenge mentality.
Can anyone write a novel these days? Can you write a normal plot? If you can't write, then don't write. Is it fun to disgust the readers? When Lin Yu heard this, an idea suddenly came to his mind. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc, and he deleted the words he had written earlier. Then he said to Xiaomi Tao, "Actually, I have another way to let you get revenge, but it depends on whether you are willing to cooperate. As long as I can redeem myself without getting punished by the school, I will definitely cooperate." "Didn't you say before that guy has a girlfriend?"
Seeing her master say this, Xiaomi Tao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Yes, and his girlfriend is very beautiful."
"I really don't know why she would fall for that hateful guy. Isn't this a way to get revenge?" "Master, do you mean to separate them?"
Xiaomi Tao realized this. Believe me, no boy will feel better after a breakup.
When he makes a bitter face in front of you, you can still take the opportunity to laugh at him. But the key is how to break them up? This isn't that simple. Find a third party to intervene. A third party? Where can I find one? Remember what I just said? This move depends on whether you can cooperate or not.
Upon learning that her master wanted her to sell her body, Xiaomi Tao's eyes widened and she said in disbelief, "Master, are you asking me to chase that guy?"
"Yes." No. Absolutely not. How could I possibly chase him again? Besides, he's my enemy. It's just a casual affair. It doesn't mean you have to be his girlfriend.
As long as you come between them from time to time and make his girlfriend think you're having an affair, she'll take the initiative to break up.
But
think about the ugly face he made when he pissed you off, and the arrogant temper he displayed when showing off his girlfriend. And think about how even a guy like him has a girlfriend.
It's simply God's fault.
So, doing this is not only revenge for yourself, but also a way to save that ignorant female college student he deceived. Lin Yu encouraged him so much that he almost believed what he said.
Can this really be successful? Little Peach gradually wavered. She thought it might be worth a try.
Moreover, this would be enough punishment for him, and he wouldn't have to worry about being punished by the school.
It's actually a bit difficult. What's the difficulty? A beauty trap, it must be a beauty, understand me? Xiaomi Tao was stunned for a moment, then when she finally realized what was happening, she was furious. "Humph.
I'm not bragging, but every time I go out on the street, many men call me beautiful and ask for my WeChat ID.
And then ask you to sell tea? Stinky master."
Xiaomi Tao really wanted to give his master a punch through the computer screen.
"You bully me every day. I hate my master. I'm going to log off and go to sleep." He logged off as soon as he said so, without even saying good night, and the other party's game ID turned gray.
Looking at his apprentice being angry and offline, Lin Yu smiled helplessly.
With such ability to withstand pressure, it's no wonder that he can be so angry and hold a grudge. What? I'm not bad looking, okay? Why can't I use the beauty trap? The other end.
After Xiaomi Tao logged off and lay on the bed, she still hadn't forgotten what her master had said. At the same time, she was hesitant.
Should I try that bad idea?
But after thinking back to what Lin Yu said to her today, her anger directly destroyed her rationality.
Just give it a try. Chapter 85: Conflicts Between Sects.
Seeing Tian Xiaodao being angry and offline, Lin Yu smiled helplessly and continued to complete his daily tasks. But not long after, a message from the sect channel appeared in the chat box.
"Brothers, I'm being blocked at the gate of Luoyang City by the Shueiyue sect. Is there anyone who can come and support me?"
The ID that sent this message is Supreme Love. He was the first player of the game Zhenwang Qing Yuan, so the name he chose has a strong non-mainstream flavor. After Supreme, Can't Love issued a request for help, members of other sects also spoke out.
Punching the bald head, how dare the Shueiyue sect be so bold? How dare they openly cause trouble for our Qin alliance?
Wait until dark. During the last sect war, the sect leader killed them all by himself, and they didn't dare to fart.
It's only been half a month and he's acting arrogant again?
The stinky male gun, I guess he's acting so arrogantly because the sect leader hasn't been online for a while.
10-year veteran, it can't be helped.
I heard that the sect leader is on the board of directors of a certain company in real life, so he must be very busy.
It's normal that he doesn't have time to play games.
the best man in the world, don't be afraid.
Even without the sect leader, we can easily kill the people of Shueiyue's sect.
Among them, only the sect leader, Mizuno Koan, has a relatively high combat power. The others are not worth mentioning at all.
Nicola Ding Jiao Sida, let's attack together.
Let the people of Shueiyue's sect know how powerful our Qin alliance is. For a time, the fighting spirit of Lin Yu's sect was high, and almost everyone online rushed towards Luoyang City. Although this behavior may seem childish, it is the charm of Jian Wang romance.
After all, who in this world doesn't have a dream of becoming a martial artist?
Who doesn't want to have a group of brothers and sisters who can accompany them through mountains of swords and seas of fire?
If it doesn't exist in reality, why can't it exist in the game? Even Lin Yu was infected by this atmosphere for a moment, and followed everyone to the vicinity of Luoyang City. As soon as they arrived here, they saw the disciples of Shueiyue's sect blocking the city gate. When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Without even saying a word, they immediately started piking in the wild. The game Jian Wang Qing Yuan has a PK penalty mechanism. Killing people in the wild will turn you into a red name, and once you die in the red name state, your equipment will be dropped by others. But right now everyone is killing each other to the point of losing their minds. Who would care about losing their equipment? Chop down the opponent first. For a while, the entire Luoyang city was in chaos, as if a war between sects was going on.
But as time passed, Lin Yu gradually realized that something was wrong. He always felt that the combat power of Shueiyue's sect was stronger than half a month ago, and there were many new faces that he had never seen before. In this chaotic battle, the Qin alliance showed a one-sided trend, and many people lost their expensive equipment.
Moreover, those whose equipment was exploded could not swallow this humiliation, and after being resurrected, they rushed to the battlefield again, and then other equipment was exploded. A vicious circle is formed.
In just a few minutes, more than half of the equipment on Qin Meng's side was destroyed.
You should know that the equipment in Jian Wang Qing Yuan is not cheap. An ordinary piece of equipment costs hundreds of RMB, and better equipment costs at least 3,000 RMB. The most exquisite divine equipment costs tens of thousands of RMB.
As one of the top 5 sects in Jian Wang Qing Yuan, Qin Meng naturally has strict entry standards.
Once your combat power does not meet the standards, you can forget about entering the sect.
In other words, members who can enter the Qin alliance are at least old players who have spent tens of thousands of dollars. Now that all their equipment has been blown away, they have undoubtedly suffered an indirect loss of tens of thousands of RMB.
The only lucky person was Lin Yu.
Because he was poorly equipped, he was not targeted. Moreover, he was a technical player, and he dodged countless skills in the chaos, so he barely survived on the edge of the battlefield.
Ha ha ha. Is this the strength of the Qin alliance? That's all.
Mizunatsuki directly mocked the Qin alliance members on the public channel and threatened to kill them. This also aroused the anger of Qin Meng and others.
If they can't beat them, can they still spray them?
For a while, the competition between the two sides turned into a quarrel on the public channel, to see who had the faster hand speed. In this day and age, if you have slow hands, you won't be able to protect your family. I don't know how long the two sides quarreled, but finally, with a provocative word from Mizunatsuki Koan, the quarrel was temporarily ended.
Instead of typing away on your keyboards, you might as well recharge and buy new equipment. Don't forget that the sect war will start again in a few days. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Qin alliance squeezed out of the top 5. It was not until Mizuno Koan said this that the people of the Qin alliance realized that they had been set up. The other party definitely did this on purpose in order to weaken their combat effectiveness and prevent them from getting a good ranking in the sect war in a few days. Damn it, it's just that the sect master is not here. Is the difference in combat power really that huge?
The 10-year veteran said this with great reluctance. He was considered a high-powered figure in the Qin alliance. The equipment he had invested in total exceeded hundreds of thousands, but now nothing was left. Not only was he confused, but others also felt that the Shueiyue sect's combat power was no less than it was half a month ago.
I think it's very likely that the Shueiyue sect has asked for help. Lin Yu said to everyone at this time. Helper? Didn't you notice during the outdoor PK earlier that there were quite a few unfamiliar members of the Shueiyue sect? Hearing that, it seems to be true. So I guess it's very likely that the other party deliberately hired help, and then took the opportunity to set up a trap to lure us over and kill us. In fact, Lin Yu still had a question in his mind, that is, by doing this, Shueiyue sect was not afraid that their leader was online and would go over and destroy them alone? You should know that the leader of their Qin League is the richest man in Zhenwang Love.
It is said that the other party has recharged more than 100 million in this game, and has a set of top-grade divine equipment comparable to that of a GM. Almost no one can withstand one of her skills. In the last sect war, the Shueiyue sect was blocked at the resurrection point and slaughtered for a whole day because they talked nonsense about their leader. Logically speaking, with such a precedent, the other party would definitely not dare to provoke us again.
Unless the Shueiyue sect knows that their leader is not online. But they are not members of the Qin Alliance, so how do they get the news? So there is only one answer left.
Lin Yu suspected that there was a traitor in their Qin Alliance. But he didn't know who it was and had no evidence, so he didn't say it to avoid everyone's suspicion.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm the one who hurt you this time.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have lost so many expensive pieces of equipment. Supreme, can I apologize to everyone?
But no one blamed him. Can AI, you don't have to be like this. We are all brothers.
How can you stand by and watch your brother die in trouble?
That's right, even if it happens again, we will still choose to save you. Isn't it just a few pieces of equipment that are missing? Worst case scenario, I can just buy more. Chapter 86, A Dream Poem. The atmosphere in the Qin Alliance has always been good. Even if their equipment was exploded, they did not blame anyone.
In reality, most members of the Qin Alliance have considerable financial resources, and tens of thousands of yuan is just a drop in the bucket for them. Besides, the leader of their Qin League would distribute benefits to members of the sect from time to time,
such as equipment, gold coins, pets and so on.
Lin Yu got several pieces of equipment worth tens of thousands of dollars for free because of this.
I'm so sorry.
If I hadn't had a conflict with the people from Shueiyue sect, you wouldn't have been dragged into this trouble. Supreme and Kanai still expressed his apology again.
If you keep doing this, it will be too formal. We have known each other for such a long time, do you really need to be so polite to us?
I'm going to ask my wife for some private money right now to buy some better equipment.
I'll wait for the sect war in a few days and kill the people from the Shueiyue sect. It's a pity that the sect master is not here. If he were here, they wouldn't be able to bully us like this.
But everyone asked him not to blame himself. They already have a grudge against the people of Shueiyue sect, and anyone else would have a conflict.
Let's discuss this matter after the sect leader comes online.
Now that everyone's equipment has been exploded, there is no point in continuing to play the game, so most people choose to log off early.
Watching the sect members go offline one after another, Lin Yu also prepared to catch up with the main force.
Your friend Yiming Poetry is online. At this time, Lin Yu was surprised to find that the sect leader was online. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the sect leader would still be playing games at this time. However, most of the members of the Qin Alliance were offline or AFK, and no one noticed Yiming Shihua logging into the game.
Xiaoyu, why aren't you sleeping so late? Yiming Poetry sent a private message to Lin Yu. His game ID in Jian Wang Qing Yuan is Lung Yu. People who are close to him call him Xiaoyu. Lin Yu has known Yiming Poetry for almost a year. Coincidentally, they both joined the game at the same time. Remember that day?
After Lin Yu was born in the novice village, he was figuring out how to play the game by himself.
Soon after, he found that there was a female character player following him.
After talking to him for several hours in a row, Lin Yu couldn't help but send a chat message to her. It was also from then on that the two of them developed a very good relationship. They often did novice tasks together, chatted about family matters while completing dungeons, and their relationship became increasingly close.
But then,
Lin Yu met Yu Qingxue, and with her encouragement, he returned to reality and began to repeat his senior year of high school. During this year, Lin Yu rarely played games and gradually had less contact with Yiming Poetry. But the two of them would still chat occasionally and tell each other about what was happening around them. But later, because Lin Yu had to prepare for the college entrance examination, he did not log into Jian Wangqing Yuan for several months. It was not until the college entrance examination that he couldn't wait to log into the game again, but he discovered something very terrifying. In just a few months, the game has completely changed. And his good friend who was in the same period as him became the richest man who was ranked first on the Jianwang Love Power list without him knowing it. This made Lin Yu feel unbelievable. He remembered that although Yimling Shishu's previous equipment was good, it was definitely not top-notch. But after this login, all of Yimling Shiyu's equipment became the most exquisite divine equipment without exception. The cheapest piece of equipment she has on her body would cost at least hundreds of thousands of RMB. With the whole set, it is impossible to say that the equipment she has is not worth millions. In addition to equipment, Jian Wang Qingyuan also has a series of money-burning mechanisms such as spiritual roots, talents, pets, and mental methods. Then Lin Yu discovered that she had filled up all of them. If all these mechanisms are fully utilized, it will cost at least tens of millions of RMB. And Yiming Shiju, who has maximized all his combat power, naturally became the number one on the Jianwang Love combat power list.
At that moment, Lin Yu even wondered if he had seen it wrong. Is this really a newcomer from the same period as him?
How come he is still a nobody while others have directly jumped to the top of the battle power list? But after Lin Yu's trial, he found that Yiming poetry was still Yiming poetry, and it was not an ID changed by someone else. As for the reason why she charged the money, it was very simple. A while ago, when she was fighting a wild monster and the boss, she was robbed by others when she had only one drop of blood left. Afterwards, they called her a useless orphan. This touched Yiming Shiju's sore spot, so she couldn't help but recharge her account.
And it costs tens of millions of RMB in one go.
She directly created the best set of equipment and filled in all the other details that could be filled in. Then she looked for the player who had scolded her in the past every day and killed him in seconds every time she saw him. I heard that he even killed the opponent so badly that he quit the game.
That's terrifying.
Although Lin Yu had not inquired about Yiming poetry's real news in detail, he vaguely heard that the other party was a senior executive of a large company and was very rich. So he felt relieved.
Isn't it easy to become strong if you have money?
After Lin Yu returned to the game, Yiming Shirshu was very happy and gave him a lot of expensive equipment. At first, Lin Yu didn't want it, but the other party said that these were her transitional clothes and were now garbage. If Lin Yu didn't want them, she would destroy them directly.
After hearing this, Lin Yu accepted the transitional outfit of Mengshi poetry. Then, Yiming poetry established its own sect, which is now the Qin League. Lin Yu was the first member to join the Qin Alliance. However, because he rarely goes online on weekdays and his combat power is not high, he gradually became a little-known figure in the sect. With the reputation of Yumeng poetry, Qinmeng received many applications from players shortly after its establishment. Gradually, the Qin League's power grew, and it became one of the top 5 sects in the Jianwang love ranking. However, in Jianwang romance, there are still many sects that are dissatisfied with Qinmeng becoming one of the top 5 sects. The reason is simple. Many people have been killed by a dream of poetry. The cause was just that they boasted a few times, saying that Yiming Shiju earned money from selling her body to play games, and then they were caught and killed by the other party for a month. From then on, they became extremely dissatisfied with Yiming's poetry. Some people think that the other party is narrow-minded and can't even take a joke. Some even go so far as to criticize Yiming's poetry. Whenever you meet a member of the Qin Alliance in the wild, kill them without saying a word. Shueiyue's sect is one of this kind of people. But now that Yiming poetry is online, I guess the people from Shueiyue's sect don't dare to jump anymore. After all, Qin Menga's combat power is ranked first on the combat power list. The leader of the Shueiyue sect, Shueiyue Wujuan, is at most ranked around 100th on the combat power list and is no match for Qin Menga at all. After completing the daily tasks, Lin Yu typed back. Come together, I just happen to have something I want to talk to you about. You want to seek my life consultation again? He smiled helplessly. In the past, when Yiming Shirshir encountered trouble in reality, he would often chat with Lin Yu under the pretext of life consultation, but recently he rarely did so. Chapter 87 Money Power Player. No? Of course, by the way, I also have something to tell you. Lin Yu was originally planning to log off. But after Yiming Shirshir persuaded him to stay, he decided to chat with her for a while. By the way, tell her about the traitor so that she can be prepared in advance. What is it? I suspect there's a traitor in the Qin Alliance. Lin Yu recounted what happened today. He claimed that Supreme Can't Love might have colluded with the people of Shueiyue sect, deliberately setting a trap in Luoyang City and harming the people of Qin Meng. And there is definitely a third party involved. Otherwise, based on what Shueiyue sect said alone, they would not dare to openly challenge the Qin Alliance. The gap in strength between the two is not on the same level. But they had previously lost to the Shueiyue sect, which was enough to prove that there were other forces supporting the Shueiyue sect. Actually, I already knew about this. Lin Yu was surprised by Yiming Shirshir's answer. You already know? What's going on? In fact, those sects that are ranked slightly higher will plant 1 or 2 traitors in other sections. Can AI is the traitor of our Qin Alliance. So what happened today was also within your expectations.
Yes, I have always known about Kanai's identity as a traitor and his plans, but I chose not to expose him.
Why is that?
I want to use him as a counter-espionage tactic.
A counter-espionage plan?
Lin Yu was very surprised. He didn't expect that Yiming Poetry would have such an idea. But he was more curious about the other party's reason for doing so.
The annual sect ranking battle is about to begin, Xiaoyu, do you know?
Yes, I've heard of it. Every time this happens, all sects will show off their abilities, weakening the other sect's strength before the ranking battle begins, so that they can achieve a better ranking. The Shueiyue sect also had the same idea, but they had the support of other sections. I didn't know who it was at first, but after today, I know.
So what are you going to do next?
They thought that destroying the Qin Alliance members' equipment in a wild PK would significantly reduce their combat power.
Unfortunately, they were too naive.
A dream poem tells Lin Yu something very realistic. If you want to reduce a sect's combat power to the greatest extent, the most effective way is not to use such petty tricks, but to directly bribe the other party.
Lin Yu was stunned. I wondered if it was still possible to play like this. Are you planning to bribe members from other sects? How much would that cost? Not much. I calculated it, and it's only about 100 million.
Hiss. Lin Yu, who was sitting in front of the computer, immediately took a breath of cold air.
100 million? If this is true, it is too inhumane. Are you sure? How many people have you bribed now?
Among the top 10 sects, except for our Qin Alliance, at least 1/3 of the members of the other sects have been bribed by me. As soon as this year's ranking battle begins, they will turn against us on the spot.
Lin Yu was speechless.
I can only say that players with a lot of money are really awesome.
Let's get off track. Let's talk about real things.
Yiming Shishir changed the subject.
She preferred to talk to Lin Yu about things in reality rather than things in the game. Is it still about your lost family? Don't worry, sooner or later, you will be reunited.
Lin Yu comforted. He had heard from her that she had been separated from her family due to an accident and they had not been reunited until now. Whenever she felt lonely and sad, she would choose to confide in Lin Yu. Lin Yu thought she wanted to talk to him about her family today, but later he found out that he was wrong. In fact, just 2 days ago, I finally found my relatives.
Really? Congratulations.
When I found them again, I discovered they were living in a slum and were having a very difficult life. I later tried to take them in to live with me, but they didn't seem to be used to it. Most importantly, I found out that my sister seemed to be in a close relationship with a man, but my sister was still young and I was a little afraid that she would be deceived. I heard from my grandfather that my sister had some psychological problems due to the high-pressure life she lived before. Plus, she was very beautiful, so it was very easy for other men to take advantage of her.
So I've always been worried that she might end up with the wrong person. What should I do if the person she likes turns out to be a scumbag? Yiming Poetry typed a long line of words and then asked Lin Yu for his opinion. But how could Lin Yu possibly know the answer to such a complicated matter? He can only give advice based on his own opinion. Just let it happen.
If you really think there's something wrong with the other person, then without your sister knowing, secretly warn him and ask him to leave your sister alone. After all, a short pain is worse than a long one. Originally, this was just a casual remark by Lin Yu, but Yiming Shishir thought it made a lot of sense.
You're right.
If the other person really has a problem, then he must stay away from my sister no matter what. Xiaoyu, you are indeed very experienced in dealing with relationships.
Why don't you be my sister's psychological counselor when you have time in the future?
I have always felt that she needs a psychotherapist to heal her emotional trauma.
As for the compensation, one treatment session is 1 million RMB. What do you think? If you think it's too little, I can give you more.
When Lin Yu learned that the other party was going to hire him as a psychotherapist for 1 million yuan, he was completely dumbfounded.
This rich woman is too rich.
1 million for one treatment process. To be honest, if Lin Yu didn't know his own weight very well, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation and agreed. No, I'm just an ordinary college student.
I don't know any psychological treatment. You should consult a professional. Oh, that's a shame, but I've always admired you, Xiaoyu.
If you can't find a job after graduating from university, I can recommend you to be a department manager in my company. An annual income of over 10 million won't be a problem.
Let's wait 3 or 4 years before we talk about it. I'm just a freshman this year.
Lin Yu didn't think the other party was deceiving him at all. After all, she does have the financial resources. But he doesn't like this way of relying on connections to get in through the back door. What's more, you already have your own system, so why do you still want to work as a department manager for someone else?
Unless there's something wrong with his brain. Well, as long as you are willing to come, you are always welcome.
After saying this to Yimeng Shiyu, he logged off from the game.
At the same time, Yanjiang City, Tianhai Villa Community. This is one of the top 3 villa areas in Yanjiang City.
Those who can live here are either rich or noble, and they are all well-known figures in Yanjiang City. In a luxurious villa worth more than 1 billion, Qin Mengshi had just logged off from Jian Wangqing Yuan and was preparing to go to bed. But at this time, there was a knock on the door.
Sister, are you asleep? I have something to tell you. Chapter 88. The same method.
Her sister's voice came from the other side of the door.
I'm not asleep yet, what's the matter? Qin Mengshi walked to the door and opened it.
Qin Mengshi was wearing light blue pajamas and was standing at the door looking at her. It's like this: Grandpa said he's not used to sleeping in such a big villa, and still feels that the small house they used to have is more comfortable.
So Grandpa means he wants to go back to the slums? Qin Mengshi frowned.
To be honest, she didn't want Qin Shuling to return to his original house, because not only was the hygiene there poor, the environment was also not good, and living there all year round would easily lead to various diseases. In addition, Qin Shuling was old and his physical resistance was far inferior to that of young people, making him more susceptible to illness.
Not really. Grandpa just wants to live in a quieter and simpler house. He said it would be more lively that way. Qin Mengshi explained. What about Mengshi? What do you think?
Actually, I can choose either, but if I really have to choose, I still want to live with my grandfather.
After all, he is over 80 years old and I want to spend more time with him. Okay then.
Tomorrow I'll have someone find a small house with a yard nearby so Grandpa can grow some flowers and plants and cultivate his character.
Well, I'll go tell Grandpa later. If you have nothing else to do, go back and rest. It's getting late.
Qin Mengshi thought that everything was fine here, but later she realized that there was something else she hadn't said.
Are you free tomorrow night, sister? I'm free, so what? Didn't I tell you before?
I have a very good friend in college who cured Grandpa's illness, so Grandpa and I are thinking of inviting him to dinner tomorrow night.
If you're free, I'd like to introduce him to you then.
After her sister spoke, Qin Mengshi immediately understood. If nothing unexpected happens, that person is the one that Grandpa mentioned might become his brother-in-law.
I don't know what the other person is like, so I have to keep a close eye on him. If the other person is really a scumbag. No matter what, I have to make the other person leave Qin Mengshi.
Over the past few years, she owed Qin Mengshi too much. Now that they were finally reunited as sisters, she would never let Qin Mengshi get hurt again.
Okay, then you can introduce him to me. I'm also curious about what my grandfather's savior looks like. Really? That's great.
Qin Mengshi saw that Qin Mengshi was free tomorrow night, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Lin Yu is a very good person, you will definitely like him. Hearing her sister's words, Qin Mengshi became more and more worried. She always felt that Qin Mengshi was brainwashed and would actually speak for a man like this.
Well,
I just hope that when we meet tomorrow night, the other party won't let me down. If he is an ordinary, honest man who truly likes Qin Mengshi, then she wouldn't mind bringing them together. But if he really is a scumbag who wants to run away after having fun, she will never let him go easily. Then I'll go home early tomorrow night and cook a table of food for my sister and Lin Yu to come.
Silly girl, since we're treating someone to a meal, of course we have to go to a high-end restaurant. That way, we can show our sincerity.
Qin Mengshi smiled helplessly and said, I will be responsible for arranging the dinner tomorrow night.
You just need to bring the other party over then. Hearing this, Qin Mengshi also thought it made sense. Well, thank you for your help, sister. Early morning. Men's dormitory building of Yanjiang University.
Lin Yu got up at 6 o'clock as usual to sign in, and then went out for morning exercise. But Lin Yu didn't know that when he walked out of the dormitory building, a pair of eyes filled with hatred and gloom were staring at him closely. Bastard Lin Yu, I luckily let you escape yesterday, but you won't be so lucky this time. Just wait, I'm going to get you expelled from school today. Zhang Hengyang was holding the photos he had taken last time to frame Lin Yu. In the other hand was a woman's intimate garment.
Next,
He would take advantage of the fact that no one was in the dormitory, hide the clothes on Lin Yu's bed, and then make a big fuss about the whole thing to attract the attention of the whole school. At that time, he could dig out the clothes on Lin Yu's bed in public under the attention of the whole school.
I want to see who can save you this time. When Zhang Hanyang thought of the scene after his plan succeeded, he couldn't help but sneer. At the same time,
after finishing his morning exercise, Lin Yu also walked towards a secluded corner. Next to the trash can here, there are the girls' clothes that he took from that clothes-stealing pervert yesterday. What he had to do next was simple. That is to hide all the girls' clothes in Zhang Hangyang's room, and then report to the school's top management. By then, the criminal will be caught red-handed, and Zhang Hangyang will have no chance of making excuses even if he has 100 mouths to speak.
If nothing unexpected happens, today will be his last day at Yenjian University.
It can only be said that the two would never have imagined in their dreams that at this moment their thoughts were completely consistent.
It was noon.
In the school's academic affairs office, a meeting is underway to catch the criminal who stole clothes.
Because another girl came to complain yesterday, saying that her clothes were stolen, they had to hold this meeting urgently.
Moreover, the group of female students declared that if the criminal was not found, they would call the police directly. Yenjiang University naturally did not want such a scandal to be exposed, so the school's top management could no longer sit still. Today, a senior executive was dispatched to deal with the matter.
Director Liang, it's been almost half a month. After all this time, you still haven't found the annoying person who stole the clothes?
Recently, some students have complained directly to the board of directors. A middle-aged man with a greasy face and an obese body was sitting at the conference table and spoke to everyone in an accusing tone. More than a dozen directors and counselors in charge of this matter gathered at the conference table, but they all lowered their heads and accepted the criticism from the middle-aged man. After all, they were really not doing their job well and hadn't made any progress in half a month. Chief Shang, it's not that we don't want to look for him, but the school is so big, and the criminal has perfectly avoided all the surveillance cameras.
We can't stay next to the girls' dormitory 24 hours a day, right? Liang Yongtao explained helplessly.
I don't care what you do. More and more female students are coming to complain, and they're even saying they'll call the police if the culprit isn't caught.
If this scandal gets out to outsiders, where will Yanda's reputation, which has been built over the decades, be destroyed?
Anyway, I'll give you 3 more days at most. If the culprit hasn't been found, then you'll have to explain yourself to the school board.
Section Chief Zhang is imposing and aggressive, and has no regard for other people's feelings at all.
Everyone's face was filled with bitterness, and they sat there sighing helplessly. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the academic affairs office.
Who is it? Liang Yongtao said. Director Liang, it's me. After hearing Zhang Hanyang's voice, Liang Yongtao frowned immediately.
After what happened yesterday, he had no good feelings towards this person and couldn't understand why he came here now.
What are you doing here?
Director Liang, based on my investigation all night last night, I finally found the criminal who stole the clothes, and the stolen clothes are currently in the dormitory building I manage. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the conference table suddenly started to make noise.
Chapter 89. Things are getting worse. What? The criminal who stole girls' clothes was caught? Where is he?
When Zhang Hanyang's voice reached everyone's ears, they all became excited and very excited. This matter has troubled them for more than half a month. During this period, pressure from many aspects has made them physically and mentally exhausted. Today, they were questioned by someone from the school board, which made them even more anxious. Now that the news of finding the criminal has come, everyone is naturally excited and wants to solve this troublesome matter as soon as possible.
But Liang Yongtao didn't believe it.
After what happened yesterday, he already knew what kind of person Zhang Hanyang was. Trusting him rashly would only make things more troublesome. Everyone, don't be blindly optimistic.
What dormitory supervisor Zhang said may not be true. Liang Yongtao explained what happened yesterday. Everyone was stunned when they found out.
I didn't expect Zhang Hanyang to be so careless and rashly accuse innocent students without even conducting any investigation.
We are in a meeting, you go back first. As for the information you mentioned, I will verify it later. Liang Yongtao said.
But just as he finished speaking, Section Chief Zhang at the side put pressure on him, saying, since he's here, let him come in and explain everything.
What if the information he provided this time is true? Section Chief Zhang is right.
We should at least get the information from dormitory manager Zhang first.
Yes, if what he said is true, then can't we just arrest the criminal and put an end to this matter?
The complaints from the girls' dormitory are getting more and more serious. We should resolve this matter as soon as possible.
Unable to withstand the pressure from everyone, Liang Yongtao had to compromise and let Zhang Hanyang enter the academic affairs office. Squeak. As the door of the room opened, Zhang Hanyang also walked in. Uncle? Why are you here too?
After entering the academic affairs office, Zhang Hanyang saw Section Chief Zhang not far away, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. The reason why he was able to get a job as a dormitory manager at Yenjiang University was entirely thanks to the backdoor his uncle Zhang Rongmao opened for him.
Ahem.
Zhang Rongmao glared at Zhang Hanyang, suggesting that he should understand the situation. After realizing this, Zhang Hanyang also changed his tone. Hello, Section Chief Zhang. But how could everyone not know the relationship between the two, and they all felt a little resentful. Liang Yongtao hated this style of work, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Zhang Rongmo had obviously noticed the change in atmosphere, so he took the initiative to divert attention. You said earlier that you found the criminal who stole the clothes.
Is that true? It's absolutely true. I have photos as evidence. Show it to us. Yes.
Zhang Hengyang brought the photos that framed Lin Yu to the conference table and let everyone look at them one by one. In the photo, a pink girl's clothing was hidden on Lin Yu's bed. After seeing this scene, all the teachers were furious.
It seems to be true, the culprit must be the student. Humph. How dare you put it on your bed so brazenly? What a filthy bastard. Who is this student?
It has to be said that Zhang Hengyang's false evidence did work, and almost everyone believed him.
Only Liang Yongtao didn't.
He always felt that Zhang Hengyang's motives were impure and there must be other hidden secrets.
This student is called Lin Yu. He often violates school rules in the dormitory under my jurisdiction and often talks back at me.
He completely refuses to obey me. These past few days, I've noticed him leaving early and returning late, acting mysteriously, so I wondered if he might have stolen some girls' clothes.
Later, after checking, I finally found these women's clothes on his bed.
Seeing that the situation was good, Zhang Hengyang added fuel to the fire and lowered Lin Yu's impression in everyone's mind. But Liang Yongtao heard the word Lin Yu.
I understood it instantly.
It is estimated that there is a grudge between the two, otherwise Zhang Hengyang would not have done this.
Outrageous. How dare he blatantly steal girls' clothes? Call this student over here immediately. Zhang Rongmo slammed the table with a serious tone.
Chief Zhang, Lin Yu is in class in the classroom now.
How about I bring him over?
Zhang Hengyang said politely.
No. Let's just go over there and confront him in front of everyone.
After saying that, Zhang Rongmao stood up and asked someone to go find Lin Yu. But he was stopped by Liang Yongtao.
Section Chief Zhang, we don't have any solid evidence yet. If we rashly approach the student, it could damage his reputation. Aren't photos evidence? I still think we should be more conservative. For example, let the female students whose clothes were stolen come over to verify.
If the clothes in the photos are really theirs, then it won't be too late to find Lin Yu. By the time you've gone through the process, the daylily will have wilted, or do you want to keep this student?
How is that possible?
I just think it's better to investigate it more thoroughly.
No need. If it's really a misunderstanding, the worst that can happen is an apology. Under Zhang Rongmao's tough demands, Liang Yongtao was forced to compromise.
After all, the other party has the board of directors behind him, and he has no way to stop it.
Door manager Zhang, please don't let me down.
Zhang Rongmo walked up to Zhang Hengyang and patted him on the shoulder.
He was the one who recommended Zhang Hengyang to join.
If he solves the case, he will also have made a contribution and can then take credit in front of the board of directors.
Chief Zhang and everyone, please trust me.
I promise I won't make any mistakes this time. Zhang Hengyang showed a confident smile on his face, and then led everyone towards the classroom where Lin Yu was.
Lin Yu was attending a class in the freshman finance department.
On the podium, Tian Xiaotao was giving a lecture while being distracted. After making up her mind to break up Lin Yu and Qin Menga last night, she started thinking about how to get closer to Lin Yu from today. But after thinking for a long time, there was still no progress, which made her very distressed. However, Lin Yu didn't know what Tian Xiaotao was thinking. He was only puzzled as to why the other party was so unusually quiet today and didn't cause him any trouble. This surprised him.
Who's calling Lin Yu? Come out now.
At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the classroom. The next moment, Zhang Hangyong rushed into the classroom with a group of people.
Everyone was stunned when they saw this, obviously not knowing what was going on.
Lin Yu was also stunned at first, but after seeing Zhang Hangyong, he realized what had happened.
Director Liang? What's going on?
When Tian Xiaotao saw this group of people looking so aggressive, she also walked forward in confusion.
Teacher Tian, let me introduce you.
This is Section Chief Zhang, the person in charge of handling the theft of girls' clothing.
Director Liang gave a general account of the current situation.
When Tian Xiaotao learned that this group of people were here to capture Lin Yu, she felt incredible.
Didn't Ti explain it clearly yesterday? Why did you come to see Lin Yu?
Director Liang, Section Chief Zhang, this must be a misunderstanding.
Lin Yu is not the criminal who stole the clothes.
It's not up to you to decide whether it's right or not.
We will decide it ourselves.
Section Chief Zhang's tone was aggressive, and he didn't want to pay any attention to Tian Xiaotao.
Instead, he looked into the classroom. Where's Lin Yu? Come out quickly.
At this moment, all eyes were focused on Lin Yu.
Chapter 90, Public Confrontation. Countless eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. They had naturally heard about the incident of stealing girls' clothes, but they never imagined that the pervert was actually Lin Yu.
He obviously looks like a handsome man, but he actually did such a vulgar thing in private.
It's true that you can only judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart.
Lin Yu was also surprised. Unexpectedly, before he could report Zhang Hangyong, the other party had already caused trouble for him.
But that's okay, it saves him from having to make another trip. What's going on? How did Lin Yu become a criminal who stole girls' clothes?
Chen Juanjia said in astonishment. He couldn't understand why Lin Yu was involved in this matter. But based on his understanding of Lin Yu would definitely not be the kind of person who would do such a thing.
Teachers, you must have misunderstood.
This matter has nothing to do with you, just stand aside and watch.
Zhang Hangyang was extremely arrogant.
He looked at Lin Yu and said, Section Chief Zhang is here.
Lin Yu, why don't you come out and confess your crime? Do you want us to ask you to come out?
After he spoke, Lin Yu slowly stood up and walked in front of Zhang Ronmo and others.
Are you Lin Yu? Zhang Rongmo looked him up and down with a tone of disdain. Lin Yu ignored him and asked Liang Yongtao, Director Liang, didn't you explain this matter clearly yesterday?
I did explain it clearly, but today, Dormitory Supervisor Zhang brought new evidence, pointing to you as the culprit who stole the clothes.
After Liang Yongtao opened the door, Lin Yu seemed to realize something.
As expected, Zhang Hangyang's evidence was the photo that was used to slander himself last time.
I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Zhang Rongmo raised his voice and scolded Lin Yu in an almost abusive tone. Let alone Lin Yu.
Even the other people around him felt that Zhang Ronmo was aggressive and condescending. Section Chief Zhang, I hope you won't listen to the words of some villains.
I have been wronged from the beginning to the end. You mean to say I'm a villain? Am I slandering you? Isn't that right? I think you're just angry because I exposed you, so you're saying this. You're saying I wronged you, so why didn't I wrong others, but you? Because you are a villain. You. That's enough.
Zhang Rongmao's shocking shout interrupted the argument, and he looked at Lin Yu with a gloomy expression. You said that Zhang dormitory manager wronged you, but they have evidence to prove that you are a criminal.
Do you have evidence to prove that they slandered you?
After saying that, he threw the photo that Zhang Hangyong had submitted earlier onto the podium for everyone present to see. When everyone saw girls' clothes hidden on Lin Yu's bed, they were very surprised and couldn't believe it was true.
Could it really be him?
Many people's impression of Lin Yu hit rock bottom.
Tian Xiaodao's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, and she had no idea what to do.
She always believed in Lin Yu, but didn't know how to help him.
Especially after Zhang Hangyong took out the photos to incriminate Lin Yu, her mind went blank. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, what else do you have to say?
I can't believe you, a freshman, would dare to do such a thing.
Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? Think about your parents.
They worked so hard to raise you and spent all their savings to send you to Yinjing University.
And you do something like this to repay them?
You are not only an unfilial son, but also a complete social scum.
Zhang Rongmo spit it everywhere and criticized Lin Yu.
After criticizing him, he did not give Lin Yu any chance to explain and announced in public that he would fire Lin Yu. Director Liang hurried forward to stop him, thinking that Zhang Rongmo was too arbitrary.
Section Chief Zhang, I think this matter should be investigated further. It would be too reckless to fire Lin Yu directly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Zhang Rongmao snorted coldly and accused Director Liang, I haven't settled this account with you yet. With so many people, we couldn't even catch a criminal who stole clothes, and we had to let Zhang, the dormitory manager, step in to solve the problem. Do you know how long I've been stalling for you on the board's behalf? If this matter isn't resolved, and the board blames you, who among you dares to take the responsibility? After hearing this, Liang Yongtao didn't dare to speak anymore. At Yanjiang University, the board of directors has a lot of power. If they really want to blame them, no one present will be able to withstand the anger. Director Liang, there's no need to investigate further at this point. Lin Yu is the criminal who stole the clothes. This is obvious. Zhang Hengyang smiled triumphantly, glancing at Lin Yu from the corner of his eyes from time to time. It was obviously a provocation to him. At this point, no one doubted that Lin Yu was a clothes-stealing pervert. All I can say is that people's hearts are hidden. But just when the dust was about to settle, Lin Yu sneered, you think I'm a criminal based on a few photos? It turns out that someone with intellectual disabilities can also be a section chief. Wow! No one could believe that Lin Yu dared to say such a thing. Did he know he was going to be expelled, so he decided to go all out? How dare you talk to me like that? Zhang Rongmo was furious and his face turned purple and blue. He's just a college student, yet he dares to act like this. What? Is there something wrong with what I said? Lin Yu still had a disdainful expression. Does the law stipulate that men can't have women's clothes on their beds? Does the law stipulate that men are criminals if they have women's clothes on their beds? Just based on a few photos of Zhang Henyang, he insisted that I was the criminal. The cost of finding a scapegoat is too low these days. One word can wake a dreamer up. Lin Yu's words instantly made everyone present suddenly realize. Yes. It's just a few photos. Why can you insist that someone is a criminal? It's so unreasonable. For a moment, everyone in the classroom began to speak up for Lin Yu. Shut up, everyone. Zhang Rongmo was so angry that his teeth were itching. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any excuse. Looking back now, he was indeed a little too impulsive. Then explain to me why there are women's clothes on your bed? My roommate has a habit of wearing women's clothes. He puts them on my bed after he's done. Is that okay? What about that dormitory manager saying you leave early and come back late every day? I'm diligent and studious, and I work hard to make progress. So what if I go out early and come back late? Hardworking and studious, working hard to improve yourself, huh? Okay. Then your grades must be very good, right? Zhang Rongmo sneered inwardly. He had heard from Zhang Hengyang before that Lin Yu was a bad student in the school, causing trouble every day and disobeying discipline. How can such a student's grades be good? Not bad, at least I can consistently rank in the top 5 in the class. Lin Yu's answer left him dumbfounded. Stable top 5? How can a gangster student achieve such results? He didn't believe it and hurriedly asked Tian Xiaotao, who was standing beside him. The final answer surprised him. In the last test, Lin Yu ranked first in the class. Chapter 91 I'll bet with you. Zhang Rongmao didn't believe it was true. He felt that nothing was going as planned. The information Zhang Hengyang gave him was completely wrong. This made him glare at the other person. But at this time, Zhang Hengyang was lowering his head, obviously not daring to look him in the eye. It was not until this moment that Zhang Rongmo realized that he had been cheated. Zhang Hengyang definitely has a grudge against Lin Yu and wants to take advantage of this opportunity to retaliate against him, so he deliberately slandered him. So what if he got first place in the exam? This doesn't mean that Lin Yu is not the criminal who stole the clothes. Seeing that the situation was gradually turning in Lin Yu's favor, Zhang Hengyang spoke hurriedly. He didn't want this to fail again. Just be quiet. At this time, Zhang Rongmo shouted at his nephew, asking him to stop embarrassing himself. Without solid evidence, how dare you accuse others of being criminals? You must be mentally ill to implicate him. It seems that I was wrong this time. Zhang Rongmao's face was gloomy and he said with an unpleasant expression, since this is a misunderstanding, then let's end this matter here. Let's go. He really didn't want to stay here for even a second. I thought I could solve the case and then claim credit from the board of directors, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. What bad luck.
But just as Zhang Rongmao turned around, a voice made him stop in his tracks. Section Chief Zhang, you mobilized so many people, disrupted the class without any reason, and criticized and insulted me in front of so many people. Now that you realize it was all a misunderstanding, you want to just walk away? Lin Yu's smile was so cold that it made everyone around him feel a chill in their hearts. Zhang Rongmao never expected that a little student would dare to be so presumptuous. So what do you want? Bow and apologize. You're just a freshman, and you actually want me, a section chief, to bow and apologize to you? The emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Even if you are the principal, you should pay the price for your actions. Good. 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 Zhang Rongmao was choked speechless by Lin Yu. He had never been as embarrassed as he was today. If the school's top management said so, then it would be. But does Lin Yu deserve it? He is just a student, he doesn't deserve it. Lin Yu, who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve Section Chief Zhang to apologize to you? Zhang Hangyang scolded Lin Yu, saying that he had no respect for his elders. He thought that his behavior would be appreciated by Zhang Rongmao, but he didn't know that Zhang Hangyang was wrong. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Zhang Rongmao cursed at Zhang Hangyang. He was badly tricked by Zhang Hangyang today. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be in this situation. Zhang Hangyang looked very aggrieved. He just wanted to help speak up, so why was he being scolded? I made a mistake in this matter. I'm sorry. Is this okay? Even though he was extremely reluctant, Zhang Rongmao still apologized to Lin Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned around and was about to take everyone away. Before leaving, Zhang Hangyang was extremely reluctant and glared at Lin Yu. The look in his eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. But there was no other way, he could only choose to retreat temporarily and find an opportunity to take revenge on Lin Yu later. Wait a moment. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Lin Yu's voice rang out again. They were all confused, wondering what else Lin Yu would do. What else do you want? Zhang Rongmao frowned, his patience had reached its limit. Although you, Section Chief Zhang, have apologized, the dorm manager next door, Zhang, has yet to be punished. He's repeatedly framed me, yet he hasn't received the punishment he deserves. Is that fair? After Lin Yu spoke, Liang Yongtao also came out to agree, saying that such a thing did happen. This also made Zhang Hangyang look panicked. So what do you think the punishment should be? I think Zhang, the dorm manager, should be fired. He has never fulfilled his duties as a dorm manager and has repeatedly slandered my reputation. Someone like him is completely unqualified to be a dorm manager. Hiss. I didn't expect Lin Yu to be so tough. The fact that he wanted to fire Zhang Hangyang as soon as he opened his mouth shocked everyone. But how could Zhang Rongmao listen to him? Zhang Hangyang is his nephew, and he was the one who recommended him to Yanjian University. Naturally, it is impossible for him to be expelled at the request of Lin Yu. It's just a small misunderstanding. There's no need to fire Zhang, the dormitory manager. I don't think this was a misunderstanding, but rather something that was planned long ago. No matter what you say, I can't possibly fire Zhang, the dorm manager, for this. The most I can do is criticize him and ask him to correct his behavior. Since Section Chief Zhang insists on protecting him, I have no choice but to report you to the school for harboring a criminal. What? After Lin Yu said this, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is Zhang Rongmao shielding a criminal? No one understood what Lin Yu meant. You're killing me with laughter. You say I'm a criminal? Then tell me what crime I have committed. Zhang Hangyang said with a sneer. Zhang Rongmao also put pressure on Lin Yu. Since you said in public that Zhang dormitory manager is a criminal, you must explain the reason today. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Lin Yu also exposed Zhang Hangyang to everyone. Everyone, Zhang Hangyang has repeatedly slandered me as a clothes thief because he wants me to be his scapegoat. The real thief is himself. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. No one dared to believe what they heard. Lin Yu said that Zhang Hangyang was the criminal who stole clothes? He can't be serious. How can you say such outrageous words? That's hilarious. I thought you were going to say something. Is this all you're saying? Zhang Hangyang burst into laughter, his face full of sarcasm. You said I'm a criminal? Where's the evidence? Show me the evidence. Zhang Rongmao sneered and shook his head.
He didn't expect Lin Yu to say such a thing. Let us see what he has to say next.
Just yesterday, I saw Zhang Hangyang sneaking into a room with a pile of women's clothes.
After my investigation, I confirmed that the clothes were the ones that were lost from the girls' dormitory. You're talking nonsense. How could there be girls' clothes in my room? You said no, then do you dare to bet with me? What's the bet? If there are no girls' clothes in your room, I will quit school immediately. If there are, you will resign and get out of Yenjian University. Wow! Is it such a big deal? Is Lin Yu really not afraid of losing? If you lose, you will have to drop out of school.
By then, his life would basically be half ruined.
Lin Yu, don't be impulsive. Tian Xiaotao hurried forward and tried to dissuade him.
She didn't want Lin Yu to be expelled from school, so she asked him to calm down. But Zhang Hangyang did not give Lin Yu a chance to regret.
Okay. I'll make a bet with you. Chapter 92, Same strategy, my skills are better.
Zhang Hangyang never dreamed that happiness would come so suddenly.
All our plans have been exhausted. But who knew that Lin Yu would come back to get killed again? He would laugh so hard that he would wake up in his sleep at night. Ridiculous. This bet is ridiculous.
Liang Yongtao also felt that Lin Yu was too impulsive and hurried forward to rescue him. If he really loses at that time, no one can save him.
Lin Yu, you should withdraw this bet immediately.
Director Liang, what I said is all true, and I won't go back on my word on this bet.
Lin Yu shook his head and thanked Liang Yongtao for his kindness.
But this made him very angry.
I thought to myself that I had given him a way out, so why didn't he understand? Director Liang, since they both insist that the other is the culprit who stole the clothes, why don't we see who is telling the truth? As Zhang Hangyang's uncle, Zhang Rongmo naturally favors his side.
It just so happened that he also wanted to take this opportunity to get this short-sighted guy out of Yenjian University. A little student actually dared to ask Zhang Rongmo to apologize in public.
He was so arrogant. But Section Chief Zhang. No buts, it's settled. Zhang Rongmo said calmly, we at Yenjian University have always been honest, friendly, and law-abiding.
Now that such a heinous theft has occurred, we must quickly apprehend the criminals. Since both of them believe that the other is the real criminal, then let the facts speak for themselves.
If one of them is indeed the criminal, then he must be kicked out of Yenjian University.
Things have developed to this point, and there is no room for recovery. Everyone also became curious and wondered how the story would end.
Who is the criminal, Lin Yu or Zhang Hangyang?
The two people each hold their own opinions and it is difficult to tell them apart.
Okay then, but this is no joke. We should think carefully and not wrongly accuse anyone.
Liang Yongtao suggested from behind that he would gather all the female students whose clothes had been stolen.
Let them identify who is the real thief. After this bet was established, it immediately swept across most of Yenjian University.
The incident of stealing girls' clothes has been getting more and more serious, causing quite a stir in the school and now attracting many students to come and watch.
The first place they went to was Lin Yu's dormitory. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Hu and Yi Jun were playing games together.
They were having a great time when a group of people suddenly rushed in from outside the door and scared them a lot.
I'm Chao, what's going on?
Both of them were stunned by the scene.
Zhang Rongmo walked in first and said to the two of them, someone reported Lin Yu from your dormitory for stealing girls' clothes. We're starting a surprise inspection now. You two should stand aside and don't move.
Lin Yu steals girls' clothes?
That's impossible. Yes.
Although Lin Yu is quite lustful, how could he possibly steal girls' clothes?
Yi Jun and Wang Hu were both amazed.
But because there were a bunch of counselors and principals standing around, they had no choice but to do as they were told and did not dare to disturb them.
Didn't you say that Lin Yu had clothes hidden on his bed? Go find them now and let the girls next to him identify them.
Zhang Rongmo said to Zhang Hangyang.
Yes.
Zhang Hangyang nodded and walked forward to check Lin Yu's bed.
At the same time,
he also prayed in his heart that there would be a piece of clothing that matched the stolen clothes. When Zhang Hangyang found some women's clothes from Lin Yu's bed, everyone present exclaimed in surprise.
I can't believe it actually exists. Everyone's gaze towards Lin Yu changed.
There is ridicule, disgust, and contempt.
But Lin Yu was calm and didn't care about people's eyes at all.
Yi Jun and the others were stunned when they saw this. Then he immediately thought of something and shouted to everyone with an excited expression, everyone, this is actually fake.
Lin Yu was slandered. That's right.
Zhang Hengyang stuffed these clothes on Lin Yu's bed to frame him.
Don't believe it. No matter how they explained to Lin Yu, no one would believe them. Instead, I feel that the three of them are of the same ilk. Lin Yu, what else do you have to say now? Are you sure these are the clothes stolen from the girls' dormitory? Humph. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die.
Zhang Hengyang held a few pieces of clothing in his hand and asked the girls around him if they were stolen items. But when the girls present saw the styles of these clothes, they shook their heads and said that they were not their clothes. After this scene happened, the expression on Zhang Hengyang's face was as ugly as it could be. I didn't expect that my luck was so bad. I didn't even take Lin Yu into account. Zhang Rongmao's expression turned cold. He was completely disappointed with Zhang Hengyang. He can't even frame someone else, what a loser. Tian Xiaotao, Liang Yangtao, and others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Yu was fine. My heart, which had been hanging in the air, was finally at ease. Now that I've been proven not to be a criminal, shouldn't we search dormitory supervisor Zhang's room? Investigate if you want. I, Zhang Hengyang, am upright and have nothing to fear from my own shadow. How can I be afraid of your investigation? Zhang Hengyang's words undoubtedly made Yi Jun and others extremely contemptuous.
Are you the only one who is upright and not afraid of being criticized by others? Stop laughing.
After a short journey, everyone arrived in front of Zhang Hengyang's room. He opened the door and said with a confident and casual smile, search as you please. If you don't find a piece of girl's clothing today, you will fulfill the bet and get out of Yanjiang University. Seeing how confident he was, everyone was infected by him and thought that he could not be a criminal. After all, what criminal would be so honest as to allow himself to be searched at will? I hope you won't have a bunch of excuses after I find out. Lin Yu glanced at him with a smile, then walked into the room. I don't know why. Zhang Hengyang felt a little depressed when he saw Lin Yu's look, and a bad premonition gradually surged in his heart. At the same time, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Yu, wanting to see what he would do. But Lin Yu searched for several minutes and he didn't find a single piece of women's clothing. This made everyone present impatient. Some students even urged him on. But most of them had sneers on their faces, as if they were looking at a clown. Don't waste your time. There's no way there would be women's clothing in my room. Want to slander me? You're 100 years too early. Zhang Hengyang mocked Lin Yu mercilessly. Even Tian Xiaotao and others at the door couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Lin Yu ended up shooting himself in the foot. But everyone didn't know that the reason why Lin Yu hadn't been found was entirely because he was acting. If you find the clothes as soon as you go up, you will inevitably arouse suspicion. In order to make the performance more realistic, he deliberately delayed for a few minutes. But now enough of that. He ignored the mocking voices behind him and walked straight to a hidden corner. Then he pulled away the debris and revealed a black bag. And the things in the bag were actually the stolen women's clothes. Lin Yu held the bag of clothes in his hand, his face full of amusement. Tell me, what's your excuse? Chapter 93. You are worthy of fighting with me. When Lin Yu took out a bag of women's clothes, everyone was dumbfounded. At the beginning, no one believed that Zhang Hengyang was a criminal. But now they have changed their minds. No way? Is it really this dorm manager? He's the real culprit who stole the clothes? It's really disgusting that the dormitory manager would do such a thing. He's a dorm manager, so who let him take the job in the first place? For a time, there was a lot of discussion and rumors attacking Zhang Hengyang. This made him feel panicky and uneasy, and he kept yelling at the people around him, "Shut up! Stop talking nonsense, I didn't steal clothes from the girls' dormitory." Then where do these clothes come from? Liang Yangtao asked. How could I possibly know? You just appeared in my room out of nowhere. When Zhang Hengyang was halfway through his words, something suddenly occurred to him, and he looked at Lin Yu and the others. I know. It must be you. It must be you who secretly hid these clothes in my room. Section Chief Zhang, you have to take care of this for me. They're willing to do such a despicable thing to slander me, deliberately putting girls' clothes in my room. It's funny. Do you think we are as despicable as you? Yi Jun said with a look of disdain. You all don't know. Wang Hu also took this opportunity to explain to others. When they heard that Zhang Hengyang had put the clothes on Lin Yu's bed on purpose, everyone started to make a commotion. Bullshit. You're just slandering me. I've never done anything like that.
Zhang Hanyang's face flushed red, and he refused to admit it, and an argument broke out afterwards.
Several people were arguing fiercely, and the situation became more and more chaotic.
That's enough. Following Zhang Rongmao's shocking shout, the people who were arguing suddenly quieted down. He looked at Lin Yu and asked in a deep voice, "Lin Yu, did you frame Zhang, the dormitory manager, with these clothes?"
Section Chief Zhang, if you don't have any evidence, I hope you won't say something that could easily lead to misunderstandings.
Lin Yu looked back at the other person with a smile. Zhang Rongmao was not stupid either, so he naturally understood what Lin Yu meant.
He has no direct evidence to prove it, so there is no need to continue this topic.
Lin Yu didn't want to waste time, so he got straight to the point. Since dormitory manager Zhang keeps saying there was no theft, do you dare to ask the senior student next to you to inspect these clothes? Why not? Just check it.
Zhang Hanyang was also very straightforward. Without a single doubt, he immediately agreed to let the female students beside him check the clothes in the bag.
Because he firmly believed that if you don't do bad things in your daily life, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door at night. It wasn't him who stole the girl's clothes, so how could the stolen goods fly into his room?
Lin Yu definitely got these clothes from somewhere else, intending to use them to slander him, just like his previous routine.
But Zhang Hanyang was still too naive.
If his strategy is a short and weak water gun, Lin Yu's weapons are real large caliber guns and bullets.
Isn't this the clothes I lost yesterday? How did it get here? My stolen clothes are here too. And mine.
At one point, more than half of the female students who came to claim their stolen clothes pointed out their stolen clothes. When the truth came out, everyone's eyes towards Zhang Hanyang changed completely.
I didn't expect it was really him. What a despicable person.
He stole girls' clothes and then framed the students.
How disgusting.
From the beginning, I felt that this person was not a good person.
He looked shifty and had shifty eyes. How could he be a good person? Now the truth is out, hurry up and call the police to arrest him.
Countless mocking and insulting voices rang out, hitting Zhang Hanyang like a hammer, petrifying him to the spot. Not to mention Yi Jun and Wan Hu, they almost started dancing with joy.
Tian Xiaotao was also very happy.
Lian Yongtao and other counselors also felt relieved. The matter had finally come to an end and they could put their burdens aside. Among the people present, Zhang Rongmao had the ugliest expression, his face as gloomy as water.
He never imagined things would turn out like this. This is impossible. This is impossible.
Zhang Hanyang couldn't accept such an outcome and started yelling without controlling his emotions.
Lin Yu,
you must have stolen the clothes from the girls' dormitory and deliberately hid them in my room to frame me.
Where's the evidence? Everything requires evidence. Do you have any evidence that I did this? You don't need any evidence. You just hate me.
You hate me for using girls' clothes to defame you.
That's why you're taking revenge on me like this.
Zhang Hanyang was so angry that he lost his mind and didn't realize that he had said the wrong thing. After he said that, the situation was completely irreversible. Everyone knew what he had done to slander Lin Yu. For a time, everyone criticized him and asked him to get out of Yanjiang University.
Uncle,
you have to believe me, I really didn't steal anything.
In desperation, Zhang Hanyang could only look at his uncle. Now only he can save himself. But Zhang Rongmao was not thinking about saving him at this moment, but about slapping this idiot.
If I had known he was such a loser, I should have rejected my sister's request and not given him the job.
Now he's in trouble. As the introducer, he naturally needs to take responsibility.
It is obvious that his performance has been exceptionally good in recent years, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will be promoted from deputy section chief to full-time position next year. But now I am afraid that all my hopes will be dashed because of this incident.
Get out. Who is your uncle? From now on, get out of Yanjiang University. You are not allowed to set foot in here again. Zhang Rongmao was so angry that he rushed out and didn't want to stay here at all. After he left, Zhang Hanyang was completely desperate.
He half knelt on the ground, unable to believe this was real. Other students also took the opportunity to take out their mobile phones and film him, intending to post the whole incident on the campus forum.
The post is titled "Shocking."
A clothes-stealing pervert tried to find a student as a scapegoat, but ended up getting murdered. Lin Yu, the victim, was also written on it. In order to ensure the number of views of their posts, some students deliberately added some exaggerations to make the stories even more fantastical.
But anyway, the fact that Zhang Hainyang is a clothes-stealing pervert has now spread throughout Yenjian University.
Lin Yu slowly walked in front of him at this time, squatted down, and joked softly.
I told you before that you would regret it. Do you think I was kidding you?
Zhang Hainyang came back to his senses and roared with a ferocious face, Lin Yu, I'm going to kill you. Angry and embarrassed, Zhang Hainyang stood up and was about to attack Lin Yu. His action also scared the students around him. But before he could make a move, Lin Yu punched him in the face, breaking several of his teeth, and he lay on the ground wailing and screaming.
You're worthy enough to fight me? Chapter 94 The Storm. On-campus forum.
A post reached the top of the homepage at an astonishing speed.
Countless Yin University students clicked in to watch out of curiosity, and expressed surprise and left messages under the post. No way, the pervert who stole the clothes is actually the dormitory manager of the boys' dormitory? It is said that after stealing the clothes, this guy tried to frame other students.
What a disgusting beast.
Zhao. So this idiot was the one who stole my girlfriend's clothes?
If I see him, I'm going to punch him.
Zhang Hanyang? Isn't this guy the dorm manager of our dormitory?
That jerk.
Dear students, you don't know this.
Zhang Hanyang is a lazy and gluttonous person.
He never fulfills his duties as a dorm supervisor and often threatens students into giving him benefits. He is simply a scumbag among scumbags. This guy doesn't look like a good person. No wonder he steals girls' clothes.
In just half an hour, most of the students at Yenjian University knew about this matter. Everyone on the forum was criticizing Zhang Hainyang and demanding that the police be called to arrest him. There were also students who organized people and planned to go and beat up Zhang Hainyang, but they were quickly banned by the forum administrator.
Gathering a crowd to commit a crime is no minor crime.
Come to think of it, that wrongly accused boy looks familiar.
I think I've seen him there before. It seems so. I always feel that he looks familiar. Isn't this guy the male protagonist in yesterday's popular post? Yes, even if it's blurred, I can still recognize it's him. I heard that this guy is two-timing.
Not only is he dating Qin Manga, but he's also having an affair with the new instructor.
Holy crap! Isn't this just pure scum? How could Qin Manga like this kind of stuff? I don't accept it. I don't know who started it, but the direction of the post changed instantly. The target of everyone's attack changed from Zhang Hanyang to Lin Yu. Especially those male students who had a crush on Qin Manga felt extremely uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a piece of shit. Don't believe it blindly. What if it's just a misunderstanding? After all, no one has proven that they are really dating. A person named left a message on the post, speaking for Lin Yu. He is naturally Lin Yu's best friend, Chen Juanjia. Yuzi, I can only help you up to this point. Chen Juanjia sighed and continued to whitewash Lin Yu on the forum. After all, he was quite worried that Lin Yu would be walking on the road in the middle of the night and suddenly be beaten up by a group of people. But not many people believed him, and everyone still insisted that they were dating. Whether they are really dating or not, we'll know the truth in a week, someone said. The others were stunned for a moment, and then they suddenly realized. A week later, their Yenjian University will usher in the annual cultural festival. A bonfire party will also be held on the evening of the cultural festival. It is said that men and women who hold hands and dance at the bonfire party will be blessed with a long and happy life together. Therefore, every year at the bonfire party, many boys will muster up the courage to invite the girls they like to dance with them. If the other party agrees, it means that he has successfully confessed his love. If Lin Yu and Qin Manga dance hand in hand at the bonfire party a week later, it would prove that they are indeed a couple. But if not, then the previous post can only be said to be a rumor. If they are really not a couple, I will confess my love to Qin Manga at this year's bonfire party and invite her to dance with me. Do you think you're worthy? Even though school beauty Qin is the most approachable among the 4 school beauties, that doesn't mean she's easy to pursue. I'm different. I want to confess my feelings to Yu Qingxue and hope she can agree to it. Can you please stop daydreaming? Yu Qingxue is widely acknowledged as the hardest to pursue among the 4 campus beauties. Before you say this, I suggest you take a look in the mirror. I think you're still too naive. Qin Manga and Yu Qingxue are both sophomores and juniors, and they already have mature ideas about choosing a partner. If you really want to pursue her, you should choose freshman Chiayi.
Xie is good in every way, except for her figure. I think Senior Mei Lixiu is the best. She has the hottest body and is the most open-minded of the four of us. I heard that although she never has a boyfriend, she'll get a room with anyone she likes. If I confess to her at the bonfire party and she takes a fancy to me, wouldn't that be awesome? The direction of the post has completely changed, from the initial attack on Zhang Hanyang to Lin Yu, and now to the discussion of which of the four campus beauties is better. The forum has completely turned into a group of boys exchanging ideas about choosing a partner.
But this is normal. After all, for men, what could be more interesting than discussing this? In a painting studio at the Academy of Fine Arts of Yenjiang University,
Yu Qingxue was concentrating on her watercolor painting, but her best friend, who was playing on her phone next to her, suddenly screamed and said excitedly, "Xiaoxue, look! The campus forum said they caught the pervert who stole my clothes." Her best friend's name is Wei La, and Yu Qingxue has known her for 10 years. They have known each other since elementary school. Although they were not in the same school during junior high and high school, they unexpectedly met again when they were in college.
Finally caught this pervert.
One of my clothes was stolen before, but now I can hang my clothes out in peace. Yu Qingxue said indifferently, showing no interest. She didn't live in the dormitory and her clothes had never been stolen, so she was naturally not interested in this matter.
Wei La has also gotten used to Yu Qingxue's indifference.
After all, they have known each other for 10 years and must know each other very well.
So this pervert's name is Zhang Hanyang, and he's the dorm manager for the boys' dormitory.
Later, he even tried to frame other male students and make them scapegoats.
And the student who was wrongly accused seems to be called Lin Yu? When Wei La said the name Lin Yu, Yu Qingxue, who was originally concentrating on painting, suddenly stopped and drew a wrong stroke.
Her heart was in turmoil. "Hey, I remember Xiaoxue, you told me before that your recent boyfriend is called Lin Yu.
Could he be him?" Wei La suddenly thought of this. "Let me see."
Yu Qingxue put down the pen in her hand and walked over to take a look.
"It's Brother Yu. Is it really him?" Wei La was very surprised and couldn't believe such a coincidence.
"Wait, why do I feel that your boyfriend looks familiar?
I feel like I've seen him somewhere before."
Brother Yu is in the finance department, which is a few kilometers away from our Academy of Fine Arts.
How could you have seen him before? This must be a mistake. No. I'm not talking about reality, I'm talking about the internet. Wei La tried hard to recall and finally found a clue. Oh right. I remembered, he looks a lot like the guy in that big melon in the forum yesterday. What big melon?
A scumbag is cheating on 2 women at the same time. As she spoke, Wei La kept looking through yesterday's post, wanting to check it carefully. But Yu Qingxue shook her head, indicating that it couldn't be Lin Yu. Lin Yu doesn't look like the kind of person who would play 2 women at the same time.
Found it.
A freshman is dating both the campus beauty and his tutor at the same time, two-timing him. She showed Yu Qingxue the contents of the post. She originally believed Lin Yu, but after seeing the photos in the post, she was stunned. Although the photo was blurred, she could still recognize at a glance that the person in it was Lin Yu.
Chapter 95, The Provocation of a Girlfriend. Really, Brother Yu? Yu Qingxue was very surprised. She is very confused now and doesn't know what is going on.
After all, the content of the photo had a huge impact on her.
But Yu Qingxue did not blindly believe that this was true.
In these 2 photos, except for the intimate behavior of Lin Yu and Qin Menga holding hands, everything else is normal. There was not even any physical contact with Tian Xiaotao. So Yu Qingxue thought this must be a misunderstanding.
Not to mention,
she is Lin Yu's real girlfriend.
How did he suddenly become Qin Menga? Wow, it's actually true.
This guy named Lin Yu is clearly dating Yu Xiaoxue, but he's actually holding hands with other women.
It's obvious he's cheating. And the stolen goods are of the best quality. I've heard that the girl in the photo is called Qin Menga.
Like Yu Xiaoxue, she's the campus belle of Yanda University. Wow, he conquered 2 of our Yanda University's most beautiful girls at once.
He's truly amazing.
He's worthy of being called the ultimate scumbag by the forums. Wei La looked like she was enjoying the fun, and she didn't feel unfair because Lin Yu betrayed Yu Qingxue. After all, she was not optimistic about their relationship.
What is Yu Qingxue's background and what is Lin Yu's background?
They had no future from the start. At first, she had advised Yu Qingxue to wake up and break up.
Now, they are doomed without any persuasion from me. I believe this is a misunderstanding. Brother, you will not betray me. Yu Qingxue said seriously. From beginning to end, she never doubted Lin Yu at all. Xiaoxue, you're still too naive. Scumbags often like to take advantage of your trust, so they dare to blatantly hook up with other girls. I think you should break up with this scumbag. Wei La also didn't understand. It has come to this, but she still refuses to break up with Lin Yu? Whatever you say, unless Brother Yu takes the initiative to break up with me, no one can separate us, and I believe him. You are still too young. You don't know how vulnerable men are to temptation. Wei La shook her head and said to Yu Qingxue, Xiaoxue, although you are very beautiful, there are more than one beautiful woman in this world. Is it possible that this girl named Qin Menga is not pretty? If she also likes Lin Yu and starts pursuing him fiercely, do you think Lin Yu can withstand the temptation? Anyway, if I were Lin Yu, I would definitely not be able to resist such temptation. It is impossible to say that these words did not enter Yu Qingxue's heart. But she was still unwilling to believe that Lin Yu would fall in love with other girls. So you are not Brother Yu. Since you trust your Brother Yu so much, do you dare to play a game with me? What game? Let me test your Brother Yu. I bet he can't resist the temptation. Wei La said this with pride on her face. But Yu Qingxue rolled her eyes. Wei La, I'm not trying to discourage you, but in terms of looks, you're really not as good as me. She is telling the truth. Wei La is also pretty, but she is still slightly inferior to Yu Qingxue. There was no need for Lin Yu to give up Yu Qingxue for her. However, after hearing this, Wei La directly retorted. I may not be as pretty as you, but I have a better figure than you. These words were a critical blow to Yu Qingxue. No. It should be said that it is a critical hit to 99% of girls. Brother Yu is not that superficial. Hey, looking at the body is superficial, but looking at the face is not superficial? Wei La sneered and said, let me be frank. No man can resist my figure, not even your Brother Yu. Impossible. I don't believe it. Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Within a month, I promise that when your Brother Yu asks me out to the movies, he'll ask me to bring my ID. What if you lose? If I lose, I'll be your slave from now on, okay? Wei La's face was full of confidence. She believed that there was no man in this world that she could not pursue. Unless the other person is gay. Okay, I'll bet with you. Yu Qingxue believed in Lin Yu. In her heart, Lin Yu would never be tempted by Wei La. Okay, then ask him out tonight. We'll have dinner together first, and then you can find an excuse to leave. I'll show you what it means to be the fastest boyfriend ever. You can eat, but don't make it real. Tisk, no matter how much I need a man, I'll never need my best friend's man. After school in the afternoon, Lin Yu was just packing up and preparing to leave the classroom. Just then, his cell phone rang. I took a look and found that it was Yu Qingxue calling. Schwer, what's wrong? Brother Yu, I have something to ask you. What's up? Just when Yu Qingxue was about to speak and invite Lin Yu to have dinner with her, a female voice suddenly came from Lin Yu's other end. Lin Yu, are you free tonight? Tian Xiaotao walked in front of Lin Yu, her tone a little hesitant. Ever since she decided to interfere in the relationship between Lin Yu and Qin Menga yesterday, she has been thinking about what to do. After much thought, Tian Xiaotao thought it would be better to start with daily meals. Teacher Xiaotao, is there something wrong? Well, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Do you have time? When these words reached Yu Qingxue's ears, she was stunned. What's going on? Why did Lin Yu's teacher want to have dinner with him for no reason? Could it be that it is really like what is said in the post, that there really is some unspeakable secret between the two of them? Sorry, I already have a date tonight. Although Lin Yu didn't know why Tian Xiaotao suddenly invited him, he was really busy tonight. When you say you have an appointment, do you mean with Menga? Right. Can I go with you then? Tian Xiaotao asked tentatively. If I could go along, maybe I could create some misunderstandings. I don't care, but you have to ask Menga's opinion. Lin Yu shrugged. This meal was treated to by Qin Menga's family, and he had no say in the matter. She probably won't agree, so I'd better forget it. Tian Xiaotao said helplessly. She also knew that no girlfriend would allow her boyfriend to bring other women on a date. Seeing that there was no hope, Tian Xiaotao did not stay any longer and turned around and left. She planned to wait for the next opportunity to attack. Lin Yuza looked strange, not knowing what she was doing. However, the next second, Lin Yu remembered that he was talking to Yu Qingxue, so he quickly called back, "Shuer, are you still there?" At this time, Yu Qingxue's heart was already in turmoil. Lin Yu was going to have dinner with another woman tonight? This can't be true. Brother Yu, do you have an appointment with someone else tonight? Well, there is indeed a dinner party tonight. Then can I ask who the other person is to you? Just ordinary friends. Lin Yu thought about it and replied. He and Qin Menga had only known each other for a few days, so naturally they were just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Yu Qingxue was obviously helpless about this answer. These words obviously had no persuasive power for her. Chapter 96 Dinner Party. After the two agreed to go on a date together on Saturday, Lin Yu hung up the phone. But he was a little confused. I always feel that there is something strange about Yu Qingxue today, but I can't tell why. In the end, he thought he was overthinking it. And on Yu Qingxue's side, as soon as she hung up the phone, Wei La beside her couldn't help laughing. Just an ordinary friend, you really treat me like a 3-year-old child. Yu Qingxue wanted to refute, but found that she didn't know what to say. Even at this moment, she herself felt a little uneasy. My poor Xiaoxue, do you understand now? All men are the same. It's impossible to ask them not to cheat. I don't want to hear it. You're just a turtle chanting sutras. Oh, why don't people like to hear the truth these days? I believe brother Yu, he won't betray me. I see you've never been through the hard knocks of love. How about I tell you a story about a friend of mine who became a love licker? You say. I have a friend named Y. She was initially aloof and never had any intimate contact with any man. But one day, Y suddenly told me happily that she was in love, and the other person was her true love. They promised to be together forever. But later, one of Y's friends accidentally discovered that Y's boyfriend had cheated on her. Y said she didn't believe it, but she still came to me privately to discuss it and asked if there was any way to prove whether her boyfriend had really cheated on her. Then I suggested to Y that we call her boyfriend and ask him to come out for dinner so we could confront her face to face. But when Y was on the phone, a woman's voice suddenly came from her boyfriend's side. Y was furious and immediately asked her boyfriend who the woman next to her was. Can you guess what her boyfriend said? Yu Qingxue shook her head, indicating that she couldn't guess. But Wei La asked her to guess again, and the answer was obvious. Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Y's boyfriend said they were just friends, and Y believed him. She also said she believed her boyfriend would not betray her. No way? Y's boyfriend is like this, and she still believes him. Yu Qingxue said in surprise. But just after she said this, she found that Wei La had an expression on her face as if she was trying not to laugh. This moment, Yu Qingxue realized it. The person she was talking about was herself. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. You. Hateful. Yu Qingxue didn't expect Wei La to be so bad. He actually deliberately fabricated this kind of joke to insult her. This made Yu Qingxue unable to help but pounce on her, tickling her with her hands. Wei La was also feeling very itchy, so she quickly begged Yu Qingxue for mercy and claimed that she would never make fun of her again. Yu Qingxue withdrew her hand appropriately, snorted softly, and said, Brother Yu is different. I believe he will never cheat. Looking at her best friend like this, Wei La shook her head and could only sigh. The lickspittle is really a bullshit. That night, Lin Yu prepared to go to the appointment as agreed. He called Qin Menga and asked where to meet. Come to the Jinsha Hotel. My sister has already booked a private room here. When Lin Yu learned that the dinner was going to be at the Jinsha Hotel, he was stunned. Are you sure it's the Jinsha Hotel, not the Jinsha restaurant? Jinsha Hotel is the most popular hotel in Yanjiang City. Not only is it located in a prime location in the city center, it also covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters, and the land alone costs hundreds of millions of RMB. Not to mention the super standard decoration and design. It is said that the construction of the Jinsha Hotel cost at least more than 1 billion renminbi. Such a top-tier hotel is naturally one of the few 6-star hotels in Yanjiang City. And the consumption here will cost at least tens of thousands of yuan a night. This is also the reason why Lin Yu was shocked when he heard about the Jinsha Hotel. With Qin Menga's family, can they afford a hotel of this size? Well, come quickly, Grandpa and I are already here,
only you and your sister haven't arrived yet." After saying that, Qin Menga hung up the phone.
Lin Yu stood there in a daze. I wondered if Qin Menga was lying to me. Besides, it's just a meal. Is it necessary to go to a place like the Jinsha Hotel? But Lin Yu finally decided to go over and take a look. After all, he had already decided to keep the appointment, so it was impossible for him to stand it up. Lin Yu took a taxi and arrived at the Jinsha Hotel. As soon as I got off the bus, I was greeted by a magnificent scene. The magnificent building in front is the famous Jinsha Hotel. It exudes luxury and grandeur from the inside out, which makes people stop in their tracks. But only the poor people stop here. For the rich, this is just their daily place. In the parking lot of the Jinsha Hotel, countless luxury cars worth millions are neatly lined up, including top supercars worth more than tens of millions. Many wealthy people are slowly getting out of their cars and walking towards the lobby of the Jinsha Hotel. In comparison, Lin Yu is the most bizarre one among this group of people. Among those who took a taxi to the Jinsha Hotel, there was no one else present except him. After entering the Jinsha Hotel, Lin Yu instantly attracted a lot of attention. Everyone present was well dressed and well groomed, showing their classy demeanor. What about Lin Yu? He was wearing all the cheap clothes, and the total cost of his entire body probably didn't even reach 500 yuan. He exuded an air of poverty from head to toe. Is this kind of person worthy of spending money at the Jinsha Hotel? I'm afraid he is here to beg for food. Many people showed disdain and thought that Lin Yu was not qualified to enter here. Lin Yu didn't care about the gazes around him. He knew that there were many people in this society who looked down on others. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" At this time, a beautiful waitress with a smile came towards us. Although there was a hint of contempt in her eyes, she still performed her duties. This is the service spirit of a 6-star hotel. I have an appointment to have dinner here. The room number is 5253. Okay, I'll check it for you now. After checking, the beautiful waitress asked Lin Yu, "What's your name, sir?" "Forrest." Verification is correct. I will take you to the box now. The beautiful waitress had a businesslike smile on her face and led Lin Yu throughout the whole process. Not long after, Lin Yu came to the front of the box. After opening the door, he saw Qin Menga and Qin Shuling. "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay, my sister hasn't come yet." Qin Menga arranged for Lin Yu to sit down, then picked up the menu and asked him if he wanted to eat anything, and if so, he could order it now. Qin Shuling next to him also told Lin Yu not to be polite and to order whatever he wanted to eat. Just make the arrangements. Lin Yu smiled and said that they would arrange the whole process. He didn't know the financial situation of Qin Menga's family. It would be bad if it was too much and exceeded their financial capacity. Qin Menga didn't say much, but put down the menu and chatted with Lin Yu while waiting for Qin Mengsher. En route, Lin Yu stood up and left the box temporarily to go to the bathroom. Chapter 97 Yu Qingye. On the national highway next to the Jinsha Hotel, a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions of yuan is slowly driving into the parking lot. There were 3 people in the car, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was dressed brightly and beautifully, and her every move exuded an alluring charm, as if she wanted to draw everyone's attention to her. Her name is Jean Cece, and she is a well-known model in the entertainment industry. The man next to Jean Cece, who was tall and handsome and dressed in gorgeous clothes, was called Yu Qingye. His reputation is well known throughout the upper-class circles of Yanjiang, simply because the Yu family is behind him. There are many wealthy families in Yanjiang, but most of them are those who have benefited from the development dividends presented in recent years with the opening up of the economy. If we really talk about historical background, there are only 3 families in the entire Yanjiang that can be ranked. Among them is the Yu family where Yu Qingye belongs. It is said that the Yu family has a history of more than 100 years. Its ancestors were many talented people, and some even served as high-ranking officials in the court. Its historical heritage is very profound, which is unmatched by other families. Not only in terms of financial resources, but also in terms of connections, the Yu family is determined to crush almost all family forces in Yanjiang. There are even rumors that the Yu family knows some big shots in Linjiang City. You should know that Linjiang City is the first capital city of Jiangnan Province. Its status is one of the best in the whole of China. The fact that he can know the big shots in Linjiang City shows his background. With the support of many factors, the Yu family became one of the 3 major families in Yanjiang City. The Yu family may not be the richest family in Yanjiang City,
But one thing is certain, that is, even the richest family has to show some respect when they see the head of the Yu family.
As the legitimate son of the Yu family, Yu Qingye was naturally valued by the Yu family and was trained as the next generation successor to the family head.
This also made Yu Qingye's status in Yanjiang very high, almost the number one person under the head of the Yu family.
Master Yu, wine.
Jean Cece handed the poured red wine to Yu Qingye. Taking the glass of red wine, Yu Qingye stretched out his big hand and embraced Jean Cece's delicate body in his arms. While tasting the red wine, he looked at the young man sitting opposite him.
Luo Chang, I never imagined you would end up like this.
Not only did you lose your status as a recommended student at Huaqing University, but you've also ended up like this.
How are you going to explain this to your family when you get home? The person sitting opposite Yu Qingye was none other than Luo Wenchang.
Ever since he lost the last bet with Lin Yu, his life has become a mess. Not only did he lose his identity as a Huaqing University student, but even the interpersonal relationships around him changed. At first, he didn't know that the damn passerby recorded the video, causing all his friends around him to know about his embarrassing incident. Those people who had approached him with flattering faces all left with sneers. Even Yu Xiaoqiao broke up with him after a few days, saying that she didn't want to be embarrassed along with Luo Wenchang. Originally he could be said to be full of vigor and confidence, but now he seemed like a different person. Although he was still wearing his usual clothes, his face was extremely haggard, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, which was scary to look at.
Cousin, you must help me. I was also harmed by that bastard Lin Yu.
If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be like this now. As soon as Luo Wenchang mentioned Lin Yu, his eyes instantly became bloodshot and his face became twisted and hideous. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lost everything now.
So he wants revenge. No matter what, he must take revenge on Lin Yu. Don't worry, you are my cousin, how could I not help you? But I have to investigate Lin Yu's background first to avoid any trouble.
No need to investigate. This idiot has no background at all.
He comes from an ordinary migrant worker family. Even if he died in the garbage dump tomorrow, nothing would happen to him. A migrant worker family? Yu Qingye frowned, thinking, how could a migrant worker family turn you into this? Aren't you even more useless then? Okay, so what do you want me to do with him?
I'm going to cripple his hands and feet, tie him up, scrape off his skin piece by piece with a knife, roast his flesh over fire, and finally smear his entire body with honey and release a bunch of ants to bite him to death.
Oh right.
I remember he has a very beautiful girlfriend. Then we'll capture his girlfriend as well, and then get 100 men to beat her to death right in front of him. Luo Wenchang became more and more excited as he spoke, like a perverted murderer. His appearance made Yu Qingye feel emotional. It seems that his cousin really hates that person named Lin Yu, otherwise he wouldn't be so angry.
What kind of world do you think we live in? How dare you do this in a society ruled by law? You don't want to live, but I do.
Yu Qingye asked Luo Wenchang to calm down, as doing so would easily lead to the police coming to his house, and then even he would find it difficult to escape.
But I can't swallow this.
You have to swallow it even if you can't.
The most I can do is break your arms and legs and make him disabled. You can handle the rest yourself. Although Luo Wenchang was dissatisfied, he can only nod.
After all, the only person who can help him now is Yu Qingye.
Wenchang, you should be more open-minded. There are so many fun things in this world. Why make yourself angry? And if you keep Lin Yu alive, you can still vent your anger on him whenever you are unhappy.
Yu Qingye handed him a glass of red wine and encouraged him to be more optimistic. Luo Wenchang lifted his hand and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking a glass of wine, he seemed to sober up a lot.
Cousin, you are right. I was too impulsive just now.
Now that I calm down, it is indeed like this.
That's right. Sometimes it's more fun to spare someone's life than to kill them directly. The two then had a few more drinks.
Slightly tipsy, Luo Wenchang suddenly asked Yu Qingye, by the way, cousin, why did you bring me to the Jinsha Hotel tonight?
There's nothing fun here. Your mind is only on playing, right?
Yu Qingye shook the red wine glass in his hand.
Tonight, a big shot is having a birthday banquet at the Jinsha Hotel. Besides Yanjiang, many big shots from other cities in Jiangnan province are also coming. I'm taking this opportunity to take you in to see the world and help you find some connections. How could Luo Wenchang not understand the meaning of this? He quickly said to Yu Qingye, thank you, cousin. What are you thanking me for? Why do we cousins have to talk about this? But I have something to say in advance. The people attending tonight's birthday party are very important. Even my Yu family can't afford to offend them. When we enter the venue, you'd better be more careful and don't cause any trouble for me. Who is this big shot? How could he make even you, my cousin, so afraid of him? Have you heard of the Lingjiangnan family? Lingjiangnan family. Sudden. Lowen City realized something. His expression changed suddenly, he looked shocked, and even his breathing became rapid. Chapter 98 The First Family in Jiangnan. Lingjiangnan family. That is the number one family in Jiangnan. Its influence covers the entire Jiangnan province. As long as one is a famous family in Jiangnan province, it is impossible that no one has not heard of the Nan family. Even outside of Jiangnan province, the Nan family's reputation can be shaken in cities in other provinces of China. Nan family, could it be the number one Nan family in Jiangnan? Luo Wencheng's expression was moved, and his tone trembled slightly. Because the Nan family's reputation is so great, even he knows how terrifying this family is. That's right. Yu Chengye nodded. When he mentioned the Nan family, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. The Nan family was originally just a local family in Lingjiang City. Their ancestors were said to have been martial arts champions during the imperial court period, and their descendants also followed martial arts from generation to generation, making them a veritable martial arts family. But it was such an ordinary martial arts family, but during the Republic of China period, when society was in turmoil, they were able to suppress the entire Lingjiang city with their own strength. Since then, the Nan family has become famous and has become the top force in Jiangnan province. But this situation did not last long. With the development of the times, the Nan family gradually went into decline, no longer having the glory of suppressing Lingjiang during the Republic of China period. However, the story did not develop as everyone expected, and the Nan family ended up in complete decline. Because just 10 years ago, a real dragon appeared in the Nan family. That is Nan Feng, who is hailed as the king of Nanjun by countless people. It is said that this person is extremely terrifying. He left the Nan family alone and traveled all over Jiangnan. During this period, he challenged countless martial arts masters, suppressed them one by one, and never lost. His style is comparable to the number one person in the Nan family during the Republic of China. This also caused the originally declining Nan family to soar in status overnight, becoming one of the top families in China, and even directly vying for the title of the number one family in Jiangnan province. Just because they produced a king of Nanjun. After the Nan family became the number one in Jiangnan, countless noble families rushed to offer gifts and congratulations, hoping to have some connection with the Nan family, which was now much more powerful than before. But during the period of decline, the Nan family had long been accustomed to the indifference of human nature, so how could they easily believe the faces of this group of people? This makes it as difficult as climbing to the sky to climb up this thigh. So which important figure in the Nan family is having a birthday party today? The head of the Nan family, Nan Jintian. Hiss. After hearing the name Nan Jintian, Luo Wencheng also took a deep breath. I didn't expect that it was the head of the Nan family. You know, that's the grandfather of King Nanjun. But then again, why would the head of the Nan family from Lingjiang come to Yanjiang to celebrate his birthday? Luo Wencheng seemed very confused. Lingjiang is not close to Yanjiang. Even taking a plane would take several hours. It is obviously not possible to come to Yanjiang specifically to hold a birthday party. I'm not exactly sure, but there's a rumor that Patriarch Nan was injured in a martial arts competition when he was young. Now that he's old, the hidden illness in his body has completely erupted. In order to cure this illness, he has to search for a miracle doctor all over the country. In Yanjiang, there was a miracle doctor who might be able to cure his hidden illness, so the head of the Nan family made a special trip to Yanjiang to seek treatment. However, it just so happened that he happened to be celebrating his birthday on the way, so the Nan family decided to hold a birthday banquet in Yanjiang and also entertain the local forces in Yanjiang. So, we are lucky. If it weren't for this chance encounter, with our status, we would never have been able to attend Patriarch Nan's birthday banquet. Yu Chengye said with emotion. Although his Yu family also has considerable background, it is a joke compared to the Nan family which is at its peak. No way? Cousin, your Yu family is one of the three major families in Yanjiang. Is this not enough to attend the birthday banquet of Patriarch Nan? If it were my father, he would be qualified. Yu Chengye shook his head. He was still very self-aware. It just so happened that my father wasn't in Yanjiang this time, so he gave me this opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been qualified to enter the venue at all.
These words surprised both Luo Wencheng and Jin Cece. Although they had heard of the Nan family's strength, they had never imagined it could be this powerful. Anyway, I'm bringing you to this banquet to broaden your horizons, but you absolutely must not cause any trouble for me, or no one can save you. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. After getting out of the car, the three of them walked towards the lobby of the Jinsha Hotel. But on the way, Jin Cece suddenly said, "Mr. Yu, I want to go to the bathroom and touch up my makeup first." To attend such a high-end banquet, you naturally have to dress up carefully. If he's lucky, he might even be able to hook up with someone with a bigger background than Yu Qingye. After all, it was she who caught Yu Qingye at a banquet. She used various high-class parties as a stepping stone just to be able to join a wealthy family that would satisfy her.
Go ahead. Yu Qingye didn't think much about it.
Leaving the hall, Jin Cece walked towards the nearby restroom. On the way, she took out her makeup and touched up the foundation on her face, her eyes completely looking away.
Just as she was turning a corner, a frail old man bumped into her without any warning. Click.
The cosmetics in Jin Cece's hand fell to the ground and broke into two pieces, which made her extremely distressed and angry. Disgust appeared on her face as she looked at the old man and cursed, "You old fool, don't you have eyes when you walk? Didn't you see there's someone in front of you?" The elderly man was knocked to the ground immediately, his body trembling, unable to get up from the ground, and could only keep gasping for breath.
"Sorry, little girl, I'm old and my eyesight isn't very good, so I didn't notice you."
The old man in the tang suit spoke weakly, as if he had one foot halfway into the coffin and could die on the spot at any time.
"Can you help me up? My legs are not very strong and I can't stand up on my own." "Who do you think you are? You still want me to help you up? Do you know how expensive my cosmetics are? This set costs hundreds of thousands. You will never make that much money in your lifetime. I'm so sorry, I'll have someone compensate you later." "Compensate me? Don't make me laugh to death. Do you think a beggar like you deserve it?"
Jin Cece became more and more angry as she spoke. She had originally been thinking about catching a better and richer husband at the venue, but she didn't expect that her plans would be ruined by the old beggar in front of her. She couldn't help but reach out her hand to slap the other person to vent her anger.
"Stop."
But just as she was about to reach out her hand, a scolding voice came from the side. Lin Yu had just come out of the bathroom, and after seeing this scene, he stepped forward to stop it.
He just couldn't stand this kind of bullying of the elderly. "Who are you? What's your relationship with this old man?"
Jin Cece frowned and spoke in a very contemptuous tone. Because Lin Yu was dressed very poorly, he looked like a poor guy. Such a person is not worthy of talking to her. Lin Yu walked to the old man's side and slowly helped him up.
"Grandpa, are you okay?" "I'm fine, thank you, young man."
"No, I just can't stand this ugly girl who bullies others by taking advantage of her power." When Jin Cece heard Lin Yu call her ugly, she was furious.
"You useless bastard. How dare you call me an ugly girl?" Chapter 99 Enemy Jin Cece.
Jin Cece was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She had never been called an ugly woman before. She swore in her heart that she would make Lin Yu pay the price.
"Who are you? I'm calling you an ugly girl to the air, can you please stop taking it personally? Don't think you can get away with this. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. I'm so scared."
Lin Yu ignored the other party's threat. He didn't know how many times he had heard this kind of words.
"You."
Jin Cece's heavily made-up face was about to twist, and she was about to attack Lin Yu directly. But she restrained herself. She is just a woman, how could she possibly beat Lin Yu?
"Just wait, I won't let this go." After making the threat, Jin Cece turned around and left. She wanted to find Yu Qingye and let him vent his anger for her.
With Yu Qingye's power in Yanjiang, killing an ordinary person like Lin Yu is just a matter of thought.
Not long after,
she returned to Yu Qingye and complained to him coquettishly, "Master Yu, you must vent my anger for me.
I was bullied on the way to the bathroom."
Upon hearing this, Yu Qingye frowned.
"What's going on?"
Jin Cece told the story of what had just happened, and of course she added some exaggerations. "I thought Yu Qingye would definitely stand up for me after hearing this, but the result was not what Jin Cece wanted."
"Didn't I tell you guys to stay out of trouble today, as it's the Nan family's patriarch's birthday party? You just started a conflict with the others right after I said that. Did you ignore my words?" But Master Yu, the other party started the trouble first. I am innocent.
I can help you at other times, but you have to hold it in for me tonight and don't cause any more trouble. Seeing that Yu Qingye was a little angry, Jin Cece had no choice but to nod in grievance. But a hint of resentment flashed in those eyes, and in his heart he was cursing Yu Qingye madly, calling him a coward. Even when his own woman was bullied, he could still swallow his anger.
How pathetic.
This also made her want to find a rich man with a stronger background.
She just hoped that she could successfully hook someone from the Nan family at today's banquet. By then, who in the entire Jiangnan province would dare to offend Jin Cece?
This is the bathroom.
After Jin Cece left, the old man in tang suit also thanked Lin Yu.
Young man, thank you so much this time.
Old man, you are both an elder and a soldier. It is reasonable for me to help you.
In today's society, people are obsessed with profit and are fickle. I'm afraid others will just watch from the sidelines, unlike you who are so upright. The old man in tang suit sighed, with a hint of admiration in his eyes.
Lin Yu waved his hand and didn't say much.
Oh, by the way, I happen to be having a birthday party upstairs today.
Why don't you come and have a drink as a thank you?
Forget it. I'm busy now and don't have time to spare.
Is that so?
That's quite a pity. The old man in tang suit said with a little disappointment.
Then,
he was ready to leave, but because his legs were not very strong, he had to hold on to the wall when walking. This also surprised Lin Yu a little. After a careful observation, he found that the old man in the tang suit was very weak and seemed to be suffering from a hidden illness, otherwise he would not be able to walk properly.
He stepped forward and said to the old man in tang suit, "Old man, where is your birthday party? Let me take you there." "No, I can walk by myself." "Don't be so stubborn. I can see that you have a hidden illness. It must be the sequelae of an injury you suffered when you were young."
As soon as these words were spoken, the old man in tang suit showed surprise on his face. He didn't expect Lin Yu to have such good eyesight and could see that he had a hidden injury at once.
"Young man, do you know medicine?" "A little bit."
Lin Yu's words were naturally modest. After studying the Gigu medical classics, his medical skills are now among the best in China and even the world.
"Then do you know what disease I have?" the old man in tang suit said half-jokingly.
His disease is very special, and many doctors cannot tell what it is without a deep diagnosis. Although Lin Yu had good eyesight, he had only learned some basic medical skills, so it was naturally impossible for him to know his condition.
"Old man, can you let me take your pulse?"
"Please." After getting the permission of the old man in tang suit, Lin Yu began to take his pulse. In just a few seconds, he knew what disease the old man in tang suit had. "If I'm not mistaken, old man, you must have been infected with a cold poison when you were young. Because you didn't completely get rid of it, it caused a relapse in your later years, blocking part of your meridians.
This is why you are almost paralyzed on one side of your body, right?"
When Lin Yu described his condition, the look in the old man's eyes changed dramatically.
"Lin, you actually got all of them right."
You know, many famous doctors would take 2 or 3 days to make a diagnosis, but he could tell the diagnosis in just a few seconds after taking the patient's pulse. This young man is not simple. I can't believe you have such high medical skills, young man.
Your master must be very famous, right?
Don't be afraid of you laughing at me, old man. I learned all my medical skills by myself. I can be said to have learned them without a teacher.
Self-taught?
The old man in tang suit was dumbfounded.
What kind of genius is this? If he can reach this level through self-study, if he is matched with a good teacher, wouldn't he be a new generation of traditional Chinese medicine expert? Then is there any way to cure my disease? It's not impossible, but it's a little tricky.
He was not bragging, but he really had a way to cure his illness. For him, who had mastered the Guguzi medical classics, it was not difficult to cure the old man in tang suit's hidden illness. But the old man in tang suit did not believe what Lin Yu said. Many famous doctors were helpless, so how could a young man like him possibly cure it? However, Lin Yu's next words made him stunned. "But I do have a way to alleviate the old man's condition a little."
"What method?" "Massage. It's no use. I tried."
The old man in tang suit shook his head after hearing this.
"Think this approach is not feasible."
In the past, he had asked Zhang Qingfeng, a famous massage master in China, to give him a massage to clear the blocked meridians, but unfortunately this method only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. It works in the short term, but it won't work later. Now it is of no use at all.
That's not necessarily true, old man, why don't you try it? Oh well.
Seeing Lin Yu so confident, the old man in Tang suit agreed.
Although he didn't hold out hope. But what happened next directly overturned his worldview.
After Lin Yu lightly massaged a few acupuncture points on his body, his originally cold hands and feet actually warmed up and no longer felt as powerless as before.
This is amazing.
After just a few massages, his physical condition improved several times.
You know, even those famous doctors can't achieve this level. How did this young man do it?
At this moment, the old man in Tang suit was completely impressed by Lin Yu.
Chapter 100 Medical Skills Demonstrated. It's really like being blinded by a single leaf and not being able to see Mount Tai.
The old man in Tang suit sighed inwardly.
As the ancients said, heroes have always emerged from youth. This time I finally got to see a real young hero. How are you, old man? Are you feeling better?
Lin Yu chuckled.
It's amazing. After seeing Lin Yu's medical skills, the tone of the old man in Tang suit also changed, with a hint of respect. May I ask your name, young friend? He no longer dared to doubt Lin Yu.
With his medical skills, it is only a matter of time before he becomes famous all over the world. If they could form a good relationship with Lin Yu now, it would be a good thing for their family in the future.
Lin Yu.
Little friend Lin Yu, I'm so sorry for misunderstanding you earlier.
The old man in Tang suit also reported his name to Lin Yu. My name is Nanjintian, I wonder if you have heard of my name? Nanjintian usually doesn't easily introduce his name to others. After all, the Nan family is very famous in Jiangnan province.
When ordinary people know that he is the head of the Nan family, they often change their attitude in order to win his favor.
He himself really hates this kind of behavior. But this time is different.
Lin Yu had said before that he could cure his hidden disease, so he revealed his real name, hoping to establish a good relationship with the other party and then ask him to cure his illness.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it.
Lin Yu shook his head and smiled helplessly.
The Nan family is indeed famous in Jiangnan province, but that is only among the upper class.
For someone from an ordinary family like Lin Yu, he has no idea what the Nan family is.
Never heard of it? Nanjintian was stunned. He thought Lin Yu was joking with him, right? But looking at Lin Yu's appearance, it really didn't seem like he was pretending. Are you famous, old man? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Ha, it's a little famous, but for little friend Lin Yu, it's not worth mentioning at all. Nanjintian was also somewhat helpless.
It was the first time he introduced himself and the other party showed an expression of disapproval. But think about it carefully. Lin Yu has such medical skills and must have treated many dignitaries. Even if he gave an explanation, the other party might not take him seriously.
Father, why are you still here?
The birthday banquet is about to begin, and all the guests are waiting for you. At this moment, a tall and strong figure suddenly walked over from a distance. This is a middle-aged man with a very burly build, nearly 2 meters tall. He walks with the gait of a dragon or a tiger, exuding a domineering aura. His angular face reveals a sense of majesty, and his eyes are bright and sparkling, giving people a sense of awe-inspiring temperament.
Just one glance and you can tell that this person is extraordinary. Donghu, you've come at the perfect time. I'd like to introduce you to a young miracle doctor. Nanjintian waved to his son and asked him to come over.
When Nan Donghu heard this, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He obviously didn't understand the so-called young miracle doctor. But he still walked to his father's side. Friend Lin Yu, this is my son, his name is Nan Donghu. Donghu, this is the young genius doctor I mentioned, Lin Yu. Nanjintian introduced the two of them, hoping that they could get to know each other. But after Nan Donghu took a quick look at Lin Yu, his brows furrowed slightly.
The young miracle doctor, is that him?
As a martial arts master, he believed that he had seen countless people and met many talented people. Without exception, they were full of energy and had outstanding temperament. One could tell at a glance that they were the best of the best. But Lin Yu was very ordinary, which made him suspicious. These days, there are fewer and fewer extraordinary people, but more and more charlatans. So he wondered if his father had been deceived.
Hello. Out of politeness, Lin Yu greeted the other party.
But Nan Donghu ignored him and said to Nanjintian, Father, the birthday banquet is about to begin, let's go back.
Donghu. How can you be so rude? Didn't you see that little friend Lin Yu greeted you?
Nanjintian saw this and immediately scolded him.
Father, these days, charlatans can't do anything but talk. Don't take them at face value. What a charlatan! Young friend Lin Yu is a true miracle doctor. He's so young, how could he be a miracle doctor? Father, you've been deceived. Nonsense. I'm not senile yet. How can I not be able to tell whether it's true or false?
Seeing his father so persistent, Nan Donghu shook his head and sighed. It seems that unless I expose this young charlatan, my father will never wake up.
Since my father said you were a young genius doctor, then I want to ask you, where did you come from, and who is your master?
Nan Donghu looked at Lin Yu and questioned. He had a wide range of experience, and as soon as Lin Yu opened his mouth, he knew whether the other party was true or false.
No teacher, no school. Then how do you know medical skills?
I learned it by myself. Lin Yu naturally guessed the other party's intention, but he didn't want to explain too much.
Anyway, it's up to you to believe it or not.
He's not trying to curry favor with the other person, so why is he saying so much? Nan Donghu shook his head and sneered, saying, since you have no teacher or disciples, how dare you call yourself a young miracle doctor?
Which ear did you hear me calling myself a miracle healer? Then why did my father say you were a young miracle doctor?
Thank you for your kindness, old man, for giving me a compliment.
Is there a problem?
You.
Nan Donghu was speechless. Isn't this equivalent to saying, I can't lie to you, but I can lie to your father, what can you do to me? Boy, I advise you to be smart. Some people are not something you can fool. Asshole. How dare you talk to little friend Lin Yu? Nan Zhentian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He didn't expect his son to be so stupid. Father, he's a real charlatan, believe me. You don't understand at all.
Hurry up and apologize to Lin Yu. Don't let him think that my Nan family is so barbaric and rude. Seeing that the two were arguing, Lin Yu also shook his head and said, old man, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
If they stay any longer, these two people will probably become enemies. Little friend Lin Yu, this is a misunderstanding. Nan Zhentian wanted to keep Lin Yu and didn't want the relationship to deteriorate.
Nan Donghu sneered, as if to say, you're smart. But before leaving, Lin Yu left a message for Nan Donghu. Yang is strong and essence is weak, blood and qi are congested. I am afraid that I have been suffering from headaches at night all year round, and my heart is burning. In addition, excessive exercise on a daily basis has put too much strain on my body, and the source of the disease has been gradually exposed. If I'm not mistaken, recent bleeding in urine and stool is normal, and medication can't completely cure it.
Moreover, I need to sleep peacefully on the ice jade bed. It's a pity that this thing only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. In the short term, it's fine. Basically, there won't be any other problems. But if it's not completely cured, I'm afraid in a few years I'll be paralyzed in bed and become a vegetable forever. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yu turned and left. Considering that Nan Donghu only wanted to prevent Nan Zhentian from being cheated and was not aggressive, he gave him this advice. But whether he can be cured depends on himself.